The prince, Chu Xiao, has conspired with the heavenly demon temple, practiced dark arts, and committed heinous acts that are unforgivable. The emperor has decreed that his cultivation be abolished, his path bones be extracted, and he be exiled to the barbaric lands to fend for himself. Furthermore, consort Luo, in her failure to properly educate her child, shall be demoted to a commoner and imprisoned in the heavenly dungeons as a warning to others. In the Eastern Extension realm, within the cold and shadowy depths of the imperial prison, Chu Xiao lay on the ground, his body drenched in blood, breathing faintly. A delicate-faced old eunuch raised his sharp voice to proclaim the edict of the imperial court. With his head held high, the eunuch cast a disdainful glance at Chu Xiao. Huh! Upon hearing this, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of Chu Xiao's mouth. The accusations of collusion with the heavenly demon temple and the practice of dark arts were all baseless charges. His current plight was a consequence of his failure to seize the throne, resulting in a sweeping purge by the faction of the crown prince. Chu Xiao's mother and his supporters either found themselves imprisoned or met with execution. At this juncture, Chu Xiao had completely lost his power, and even his father, the emperor, could not afford to concern himself with his fate. Brother, why do you persist in this folly? The imperial court governs the righteous path of the Eastern Extension realm. Yet as a prince, you have succumbed to the allure of darkness for personal gain. As the eunuch finished reading the decree, a young man adorned in splendid robes and a crown slowly entered the cell where Chu Xiao was confined. The young man feigned sympathy as he gazed upon Chu Xiao, a smug smile gracing his face. Chu Liang, you deceive the emperor and betray your kin, may you meet a terrible end. From a nearby cell, an elderly man with a head of white hair roared with fury, his face a mask of indignation. The old man was one of Chu Xiao's loyal followers, while the young man was none other than the crown prince of the imperial court, Chu Liang. Impudent fool, a prisoner dares to bark. Without waiting for Chu Liang's command, a fierce-looking jailer, exuding an overwhelming aura, approached the elderly man and struck him with a whip, leaving him bloodied and silenced. Ha ha! Deceive the emperor. TSK, TSK. Allow me to be frank, father's days are numbered, and now, all the officials and ancestors of the imperial court stand behind me. This vast empire is already under my control. Chu Liang laughed unabashedly, shedding all pretense at this moment. He then leaned closer to Chu Xiao, whispering with a playful tone, "Fear not, dear brother. I shall take good care of your mother and your loyal advisors. I will ensure that they find life unbearable and death elusive." As he spoke, Chu Liang's gaze remained fixed on the dirt-smeared face of Chu Xiao, eager to witness expressions of rage, despair, and helplessness. Yet, to his dismay, Chu Xiao's countenance remained unchanged, calm and composed, just as it had always been. This lack of reaction irked Chu Liang deeply. He summoned his powers, unleashing an overwhelming aura that surged menacingly towards Chu Xiao. Crack! Chu Xiao was already battered and bruised, and as he faced the imposing aura of Chu Liang, the bones within him emitted a brittle crack, with several ribs fracturing on the spot. A wave of excruciating pain engulfed Chu Xiao's entire being, yet he remained stoic, uttering not a single word. Stubborn and unyielding. Bring him out and send him immediately to the savage domain. After humiliating Chu Xiao, Chu Liang gestured with a grand sweep of his hand, issuing commands to the two imperial guards. Before long, Chu Xiao was dragged out of the celestial prison. Observing the pitiful state of Chu Xiao, the other prisoners within the dungeon either reveled in his misfortune or felt a pang of sympathy. The internal strife of the imperial court was notoriously brutal. A prince's failure in the struggle for succession rarely ended well. With his cultivation crippled, his Dao bones extracted, and his body ravaged, Chu Xiao was destined for certain death upon arrival in the savage domain. At the imperial court's teleportation platform, two guards hoisted Chu Xiao and carelessly cast him onto the platform, where a blinding light erupted, causing his figure to vanish in an instant. This truly is a cataclysmic situation. A bitter taste filled Chu Xiao's heart in his current state. Even if he were to miraculously survive in the wasteland, he would become a mere shell, incapable of cultivating. In this world, cultivation reigns supreme. The strong are revered, and the mighty can pluck stars from the heavens and wield their swords over the oceans. There are even legendary supreme emperors who can extinguish the very essence of the Tao with a mere gesture, a notion both terrifying and awe-inspiring. When Chu Shao was reborn into this world, becoming a prince of the imperial court, he had silently vowed to cultivate to an exalted realm, to relentlessly pursue the path of emperorship. In this lifetime, his innate talents could be considered those of a prodigy if given sufficient time to develop. He could at least ascend to the status of a quasi-saint. Alas, he was forcibly entangled in the internal strife of the imperial court. The contest for the throne left him no choice but to engage. For even if he wished to remain in the shadows, the other princes would perceive it as him biding his time. The imperial court to which Chu Shao belonged was one of the oldest and most formidable powers among the 3,000 domains of the Eastern Extension realm. 800 of those domains were directly under the court's control. Countless ancient sacred sites and primordial clans were mere vassals of the imperial court. With a thunderous crash, as Chu Zhao's thoughts drifted, his body plummeted heavily, crashing into a small river. Struggling, Chu Shao raised his head from the water, glancing around to behold towering ancient trees that blotted out the sun. The atmosphere around him was thick with the primal essence of the wilderness. From the distant mountains, the roars of fearsome beasts echoed, reverberating as though they could shatter the very void. This place was none other than the Savage Domain, one of the 3,000 realms. The expanse of the Savage Domain was vast and boundless, stretching across hundreds of millions of miles from north to south. The creatures inhabiting the Savage Domain were predominantly ruthless and bloodthirsty. Among the 3,000 realms of the Eastern Extension, the Savage Domain was also the most chaotic and perilous. By sending the crippled and grievously injured Chu Shao here, the imperial court clearly intended to leave him no chance of survival. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Shao laboriously maneuvered his body, inching his way to the riverbank. Not far off, 3 creatures resembling vulture-like predators had already locked their sights on Chu Shao. In their gaze flickered a fierce light. The moment Chu Shao drew his last breath or succumbed to unconsciousness, they would pounce upon his body and devour him entirely. Must I truly face death? Chu Shao mused, a flicker of despair igniting within him. His current predicament could only be described as a dire dead end. The thought of regaining his cultivation was far from his mind. Without healing elixirs, it would not be long before his injuries claimed his life. Just as his mind raced with desperate strategies to stabilize his condition, a series of notifications suddenly echoed in his consciousness. The Supreme Choice System has been successfully activated. Detection indicates that the host has been exiled by the Imperial Court and wronged by its slanders. Esteemed host, by making one of the following choices, you may receive corresponding novice rewards. Choice 1. Betray the Imperial Court, turn against the righteous path, and join the demonic path's heavenly demon palace reward. Emperor's Root Bone. Choice 2. Endure humiliation, bide your time, reward. Volume of the endurance technique. Note, regardless of the host's choice, the system will immediately heal your injuries and grant you 30 years of cultivation. System? As Chu Shao listened to the voice within his mind, a thrill of joy surged through him. Truly, the heavens do not forsake one in despair. System, I choose one. If one day I can slay the imperial court and forge a demonic body, what is there to fear? Without a moment's hesitation, he embraced the option presented by the system. In the 3,000 domains, 2 dominant forces existed: the imperial court and the heavenly demon palace. The imperial court prided itself on being the righteous path, ruling over all sacred places and noble families aligned with righteousness. Conversely, the heavenly demon palace was identified as a force of the demonic path. Both factions bore nearly equal depth and influence. Host selection package successfully acquired. Upon your successful integration into the heavenly demon palace, the reward of the Emperor's Root Bone will be granted. The system's prompt resonated once more. Simultaneously, Chu Shao felt his injuries begin to mend. Threads of spiritual energy surged anew through his limbs and bones. This belated system seems to be quite reliable. Within the span of a tea break, his injuries were entirely healed, and with the bestowal of 30 years of cultivation, his realm returned to the late stage of body refinement. However, due to the loss of his Dao Bone, the Emperor's Root Bone would only be bestowed upon his successful entry into the heavenly demon palace. Thus, The 30 years of cultivation merely restored him to the late stage of body refinement. In this world, the cultivation realms were delineated as body refinement, spirit accumulation, purple mansion, law manifestation, profound understanding, divine fire, reflection, and the realms of sacred domain and extreme path emperor. Each major realm further distinguished itself into early, mid, late, and peak stages. It seems I must hasten to join the heavenly demon palace. Rising from the ground, Chu Xiao now possessed a clearer sense of direction for his future. He must continually grow stronger and establish his foothold within the heavenly demon palace. Whether the imperial court or the heavenly demon palace, both thrived on the survival of the fittest. The notions of righteousness and demonic paths were merely illusions. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could one stand firm and face the winds from all directions with a smile. One day, I shall undoubtedly return to the imperial court with vengeance. As he traverses through the ancient forest, Chu Xiao feels a fervent flame igniting within his heart. With the system at his disposal, that day shall not linger for long. According to the information known to Chu Xiao, there exists a branch of the Celestial Demon Hall within the Desolate Realm. The threshold for joining such a malevolent sect as the Celestial Demon Hall is remarkably low. Qualifications and age hold no significance whatsoever. Essentially, as long as one is a person, they may join the Celestial Demon Hall as a menial disciple. Those endowed with talent and potential may ascend to the ranks of outer disciples, inner disciples, or even attain the esteemed status of true disciples. Chapter 2. The Acquisition of Rewards and the Emperor's Bone in the blink of an eye. 2 months had passed. Chu Xiao traversed the mountains, journeying through numerous villages and towns, until he finally arrived at a branch of the Heavenly Demon Palace. Despite being a stronghold of demonic forces, this particular branch resembled a paradise untouched by the world. Majestic green mountains loomed overhead, waterfalls cascaded down, and mist enveloped the area, where grand structures were arranged in harmonious order, with rays of 7-colored light shimmering atop the peaks. Below, a multitude of human cultivators and ancient beings gathered, all drawn here by the desire to join the Heavenly Demon Palace. The branch of the Heavenly Demon Palace was widespread across 1,000 domains. Unlike other sacred sects, this branch welcomed new disciples daily. The process of joining was quite straightforward. Queue up, register, and pay a fee equivalent to 3 low-grade spirit stones, after which one would receive an identity token. However, this merely granted the status of a servant disciple who would not be provided any cultivation resources by the palace. To access the resources, servant disciples were required to complete various menial tasks for the palace. It was only those who ascended to the outer sect that could enjoy the monthly stipends distributed by the Heavenly Demon Palace. Blending into the crowd, Chu Xiao waited in line for half a day before it was finally his turn to register. Chu Xiao, 16 years old, he announced. Once registered, proceed to the payment area, the elderly registrar instructed blandly. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao produced the bones of ferocious beasts he had hunted in the forest and made his way to the payment station. Entering the Heavenly Demon Palace required a fee, as was customary, according to one of the palace's ancestors, regardless of one's innate talent. Even the offspring of an emperor had to pay the equivalent of 3 low-grade spirit stones for entry. Here is your token, a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Palace said as he accepted Chu Xiao's payment and handed him a token. At the moment he grasped the token, a notification rang in Chu Xiao's mind. Ding! The host has successfully joined the Heavenly Demon Palace. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward, Emperor's Bone. As the system's voice faded, Chu Xiao felt no immediate change in his body. The term Emperor's Bone implied that possessing such a bone indicated the potential of an emperor. System? Chu Xiao pondered, calling out to his internal system with a hint of confusion. Logically, the emergence of the Emperor's Bone should have triggered a cosmic phenomenon, altering the very fabric of reality. Yet, the system remained silent, leaving his questions unanswered. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed from afar. New disciples who have received their identity tokens, please proceed to the down knocking platform immediately. Those who can resonate with the platform shall directly become outer disciples of the Heavenly Demon Palace. The source of the voice was an elderly man with a youthful face, clad in a flowing black robe and wielding a feather duster, resembling an immortal wandering through the mortal realm, entirely unlike the typical image of a demonic cultivator. Upon hearing the old man's words, numerous disciples who had received their identity tokens followed his guidance and approached an extraordinarily grand altar. The surface of the altar was adorned with swirling runes, gathering divine essence. Suddenly, a disciple who had just stepped onto the altar was violently thrown back. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding disciples gasped in astonishment. The old man in the black robe then smiled and explained, "The altar can assess your innate qualities and potential. If your innate qualities are subpar or your potential insufficient, you will naturally be repelled. Conversely, those with adequate qualities will be able to approach the altar with ease, perhaps even resonate with it." As he concluded, the disciples continued to advance toward the altar. Most were immediately sent flying back upon nearing it, crashing heavily to the ground. Others, though not repelled, failed to elicit any resonance from the altar. The old man observed the disciples' performance, his expression remaining pleasantly amused. In this branch of the celestial demon hall, countless cultivators and ancient beings arrived daily to join, yet those who could resonate with the altar numbered less than 1 in 10,000. The last occurrence of a resonance was half a year prior. With a gurgle, the old man took a sip from his wine gourd while casually monitoring the situation at the altar. As time flowed, more disciples approached the altar. Eventually, Chu Xiao found himself in line before it. As he stepped forward, a wave of nervousness washed over him. He felt no trace of the emperor's bone granted by the system, and his original Dao bone had been taken by the imperial court. Should he merely possess the qualities of a mortal, he would undoubtedly be cast aside by the altar. As his foot landed upon the altar of the celestial demon hall, the scene before Chu Xiao abruptly transformed. A heavy voice resonated. "I am the Ember Emperor, forged through slaughter." Ethereal images of starry rivers emerged around him, within which myriad figures sat, all identical in appearance. They were seated, wielding broken blades, their features shrouded in obscurity, an enigmatic rule cloaking their visages from the eyes of mortals. Suddenly, one figure lifted their head, their gaze as profound as an abyss, locking onto Chu Xiao. "A successor with an emperor's bone? You are worthy of inheriting my legacy." As the figure spoke, scriptures began to materialize within the starry river. The Sutra of Slaughter? The supreme inheritance of the demon path? Gazing at the scriptures, Chu Xiao comprehended the essence of each passage. Strength through vanquishing foes. Forge the path with blood. Ascend through war. Such a domineering technique. After defeating an enemy, one could seize their insights and even their cultivation potential, he mused, utterly captivated by the scriptures. The killing scripture comprises 8 chapters. Mastering the first 3 allows one to slay foes and seize their cultivation. Understanding the middle 3 grants the ability to vanquish enemies and acquire insights, enhancing one's innate qualities. Comprehending the final 2 chapters enables one to ascend to the status of an emperor, becoming a true supreme sovereign. Should one succeed in creating a 9th chapter, they could unlock the path to immortality and become a genuine celestial being. Unbeknownst to Chu Xiao, as he delved into the killing scripture, a tremendous upheaval had already erupted within the headquarters of the Celestial Demon Palace. The various branches of the Celestial Demon Palace had their own platforms of reverence, all merely projections. The true platform of reverence was an imperial artifact suspended within the sacred grounds of the palace, safeguarding its long-standing legacy. At this moment, however, the imperial artifact within the sacred grounds began to tremble violently. Its form resembled a finely crafted jade plate, emanating a terrifying imperial might. In an instant, dark clouds gathered above the palace, and thunder rumbled ominously. This dreadful phenomenon swept across 3,000 realms, awakening ancient beings within the Celestial Demon Palace. The platform of reverence was in turmoil. What could possibly be amiss? Could it be that a gaunt elder of the Celestial Demon Palace, wide-eyed, murmured incoherently to himself? It must be so. Indeed, this must be the case. Someone has obtained the ancestral inheritance from generations past. A wild laugh erupted from the emaciated elder as he leaped from his coffin. Dark energy emanated from him, exuding a fierce aura that dominated vast territories, instilling fear in countless beings. Excellent. Truly splendid. Heaven favors our Celestial Demon Palace. This individual shall be my disciple. Another elder of the Celestial Demon Palace awakened, his commanding voice resonating throughout the cosmos like an ancient deity roaring. Before his words could fully dissipate, the void split open with a resounding crack, revealing a figure clad in golden imperial robes, holding a soul banner, who stepped forth with measured grace. The man, with a stubbled face and a pipe in his mouth, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, bellowing to the surroundings. Which ancient relic dares to raise a clamor? Who wishes to contest for my disciple? Do you wish to test the might of my soul banner? His tone was audacious, and every action he took radiated the majesty of a sage. The Blood Soul Elder. My sword is not without its advantages. A sword energy descended from the heavens, transforming into a dragon-esque shadow that coiled in the air, captivating hearts with its might. The speaker was a youth atop the dragon shadow. He bore a sword box on his back, reminiscent of a celestial swordsman, merely standing there. He seemed capable of influencing cosmic forces and governing the Grand Tao. Oh my! The Sword Ancestor, the Blood Soul Ancestor, and the Coffin Elder have all emerged from their seclusion. The elders of the Celestial Demon Palace were astonished. Those honored as elders within the Celestial Demon Palace were undoubtedly superlative beings who had at least reached the third realm of the Holy Domain. The resurrection of the saints from the Celestial Demon Palace has stirred all ancient powers within the 3,000 domains. These forces are filled with either anxiety or suspicion, as none can ascertain what transpired within the Celestial Demon Palace. Meanwhile, in the Savage Domain, outside the branch of the Celestial Demon Palace where Chu Shao resides, formidable divine thoughts descended from the heavens. It is this young man. I was the first to locate him, and when he awakens, he ought to acknowledge me as his master. Nonsense. To take on a disciple, one must possess the strength. Do you have such prowess? The divine thoughts clashed incessantly, each emanating from an elder of the Celestial Demon Palace at the Saint Domain level. At this moment, numerous elders were hastily making their way toward Chu Shao. Within the branch's residence, the responsible figures received orders from the Celestial Demon Palace. They dispersed the other disciples from the altar and formed a protective circle around Chu Shao. The main hall warned that if Chu Shao were disturbed or encountered any mishaps, they would face dire consequences, with their souls in peril and their true spirits extinguished. Who would have thought that our branch would host such a prodigy? However, it remains a mystery regarding his background. Well, once he awakens, we shall send someone to investigate. Observing the meditating Chu Shao, the onlookers exchanged thoughts through their divine senses. After a span of time equivalent to half a stick of incense, a throng of figures emerged from the void, all of them esteemed elders of the Celestial Demon Palace. Their appearances varied. Some exuded an ethereal grace, others appeared fearsome and terrifying, while some looked dapper, and a few even bore the likeness of rustic farmers wielding hoes. They stood vigil beside Chu Shao, patiently awaiting his awakening. The branch leaders dared not breathe a word, remaining utterly still. It was not until 2 days later that Chu Shao gradually stirred from his slumber. After 2 days of contemplation, he had fully mastered the first 3 volumes of the Slaughtering Classic. The elders of the Celestial Demon Palace beheld in astonishment as Chu Zhao's realm surged from the late stage of body refinement directly to the late stage of Purple Mansion. Young man, you are Chu Shao? Excellent. Would you care to take me as your master? I am an elder of the Celestial Demon Palace. At the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, a bald man approached Chu Shao, his demeanor warm and inviting, a broad smile adorning his face. When he declared his cultivation level, the distant disciples of the Celestial Demon Palace felt their hearts quake. The Saint Realm is divided into 3 stages: Quasi-Saint, True Saint, and Supreme Saint. The Supreme Saint symbolizes the utmost pinnacle of the Saint Realm, and one step further would lead to the Empyrean Realm. Across the 3,000 domains of the Eastern Extension Realm, even a mere Quasi-Saint could instigate tremendous upheaval with but a stamp of their foot. To be accepted as a disciple by a Supreme Saint holds boundless potential. The ordinary disciples of the Celestial Demon Palace gazed at Chu Shao with envy, yearning to be under the tutelage of the Supreme Saint Elder. Yet, do not be deceived by this bald man's flattery. He has only transcended to the Holy Realm for a mere 30 years. With his level of cultivation, he would only lead his disciples astray. I am a pinnacle saint. Join my lineage, and from this moment forth, you shall be my cherished disciple. You may freely utilize the resources of my lineage. With my guidance and protection, you shall surely tread the path of emperors and ascend to the peak of power. An elderly man of short stature approached Chu Shao, clad in a burial garment, as though he had just emerged from the grave. Old fool, who are you calling misguided? Humph. What does it matter if you are a pinnacle saint? Your realm does not equate to true strength. If you dare, let us duel, and I shall show you how I can suppress you. The bald man fumed, summoning a sacred weapon in his palm, ready to strike at any moment. The other elders of the heavenly demon temple eagerly fanned the flames of discord, inciting further chaos. Chu Shao observed the scene, bewildered. After a moment, he realized that the emperor's bone awarded by the system was indeed remarkably effective. Numerous powerful figures from the heavenly demon temple sought to take him as their disciple. Enough. Silence. What kind of decorum is this? Just as the elders of the heavenly demon temple continued their bickering, a sudden flash of purple light illuminated the heavens, accompanied by a cool, ethereal female voice. Ancient ancestor. I pay my respects to the ancient ancestor. Upon hearing the voice, the elders of the heavenly demon temple hastily bowed in unison towards the sky. The voice belonged to one of the ancient ancestors of the heavenly demon temple, each having surpassed the boundaries of the sacred domain. With the intervention of such an esteemed being, the elders no longer dared to quarrel. Chu Shao, as the 10th prince of the imperial court, why do you wish to join the heavenly demon temple? Do you not know that the relationship between the imperial court and the heavenly demon temple is one of irreconcilable conflict? Above, the purple light dispersed, revealing a golden chariot gliding through the void, landing gracefully before Chu Shao. Within the chariot sat a breathtaking figure, transcendent and otherworldly. One of the ancient ancestors of the heavenly demon temple. As her voice echoed, the surrounding elders looked on in astonishment. Having received the ancestral legacy from the heavenly demon temple, Chu Shao was, in fact, a prince of the imperial court. Respectfully, Senior, Chu Shao responded calmly, recounting his experiences without fear or humility. Upon hearing this, the woman in the chariot nodded slightly, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, as I had deduced, the imperial court is truly blind. You have obtained the legacy of the ancestor, thus, there is certainly a place for you within the true disciples of the heavenly demon temple. From this moment forth, you shall be recognized as a true disciple of the heavenly demon temple, with the rank of 17. Chapter 4. Acknowledged as a true disciple. Inviting doubt as her words fell, none of the elders of the heavenly demon temple voiced any objections. Chu Shao's acknowledgement by the ancestor assured his qualification to become a true disciple of the heavenly demon temple. Half a day later, the news of Chu Shao being appointed as the true disciple of the heavenly demon palace spread like wildfire across the 3,000 realms of the eastern extension. This was a deliberate act by the heavenly demon palace. As a prince of the imperial court, Chu Shao not only joined the heavenly demon palace, but also ascended to the rank of true disciple. The dissemination of this news could potentially tarnish the reputation of the imperial court. As for the matter of Chu Shao possessing the imperial root and inheriting the legacy of the Annihilation Emperor, that information was skillfully concealed by the heavenly demon palace. However, this led to a chorus of skepticism arising within the palace itself. The disciples of the heavenly demon palace were numerous, and not to mention the main headquarters. Even the branches scattered across various realms housed many extraordinary talents. According to tradition, one must undergo a series of trials to become a true disciple of the heavenly demon palace. Chu Shao being directly appointed as a true disciple naturally sparked resentment among the palace's outstanding youths. These young prodigies of the heavenly demon palace, hailing from either prestigious families or being descendants of formidable beings, were all filled with pride. Chu Shao, the discarded prince of the imperial court? What is he? Merely a lucky fool who resonated with the Taoist platform. How could the ancient ancestor appoint him as a true disciple? I shall prove to the ancient ancestor and the elders that before Gu Tingfei, Chu Shao is nothing but a fragile fool. The position of the 17th rank rightfully belongs to me, Gu Tingfei. Within the core area of the heavenly demon palace's main headquarters, a tumultuous voice reverberated, shaking the surrounding stones. The source of the voice was a young man, towering at 2 meters tall, his body sculpted with muscles. Young master, do not act impulsively. The ancient ancestor's appointment of Chu Shao as a true disciple surely carries profound intent. If you rashly confront him, you may incite the displeasure of the ancient ancestor. A gentle and refined woman approached the young man from behind, her tone soothing as she urged caution. Antwan, there is no need for further words. I know my own limits. The young man interrupted her, his name being Gu Tingfei, the young master of the Gu clan, possessing the blood of the war god. At merely 20 years of age, he had already reached the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm. This was despite his deliberate suppression of his breakthrough speed to solidify his foundation. With his innate talent, he could have long since entered the law manifestation realm. Someone, go investigate Chu Zhao's cultivation grounds. I want everyone in the heavenly demon palace to see that his so-called 17th rank is nothing but a farce. Gu Tingfei roared, seemingly believing that such an outburst would alleviate his inner dissatisfaction. Within the heavenly demon palace, it was not just core prodigies like Gu Tengfei who harbored disdain. Many true disciples also voiced their discontent regarding Chu Zhao's elevation to the 17th rank. The honors and status enjoyed by these true disciples were earned through absolute strength. Step by step. Why, then, was Chu Xiao granted the title of true disciple without the same merit? After Chu Xiao was brought back to the main headquarters of the heavenly demon palace by a woman, she bestowed upon him some cultivation resources and arranged for him to practice atop a celestial peak rich in spiritual energy. Chu Xiao, within my heavenly demon palace, everything must be dictated by strength. The ancestor has instructed me to convey to you that if you can subdue all the true disciples within a year and become the foremost true disciple of our heavenly demon hall, the ancestor shall accept you as a personal disciple and establish you as the son of the heavenly demon hall. Henceforth, I hope you will act wisely. The woman spoke with a calm demeanor, and after imparting her words to Chu Xiao, she vanished into the ethereal horizon aboard her golden chariot. Gazing in the direction of her departure, Chu Zhao's eyes blazed with fervor, his heart brimming with ambition. The true pillars of the heavenly demon hall are not those venerable ancestors of the sacred domain, nor the ancient beings who have transcended such realms, but the primordial ancestors who have long dwelled in the depths of the forbidden zones, having lived for countless ages. Each ancestor is at least of the imperial realm. Some, akin to living relics, have even stepped into the true realm of the great emperor. As Chu Xiao pondered, the system's notification echoed in his mind once more. Detected that the host has become a true disciple of the heavenly demon hall, yet the host's status remains precarious. The talented individuals of the demon path hold great disdain for you. Esteemed host, make the following choices to receive corresponding task rewards. Choice 1. Abandon the struggle. Cultivate in seclusion. Reward of 10 years of cultivation. Choice 2. Suppress all dissenting voices. Reward of the nirvana sacred body. Faced with the choices presented by the system, Chu Xiao decisively opted for the latter. Just as he made his choice, a sharp and boisterous voice suddenly pierced the air outside the celestial mountain where he resided. The young master of the Gu family has arrived. The wasteful prince of the imperial court, why do you not come forth to pay your respects? The speaker was a dark-skinned, half-human, half-beast ancient being, wielding a steel fork, standing proudly with an aura of overwhelming demonic might. Behind him, a massive warship, spanning 100 feet, cleaved through the void, generating waves of air as it approached Chu Zhao's sanctum. The ship bore a black and gold flag, emblazoned with a robust imprint of the character Gu. Gu Tingfei sat regally upon the ship's deck, exuding an air of superiority, completely disregarding Chu Xiao. The Gu family is a prominent clan, with a revered sage residing among them. As the young master of the Gu family and a core disciple of the heavenly demon hall, Gu Tingfei regarded Chu Xiao merely as a discarded pawn of the imperial court who had lost his influence. His intent in coming was to create a spectacle and to severely suppress Chu Xiao in front of all members of the heavenly demon hall. In the distance, several disciples of the heavenly demon hall turned their gazes toward the celestial mountain where Chu Xiao resided, engaging in lively discussions and enjoying the unfolding drama. Do you think that true disciple Chu dares to confront senior brother Gu? Senior brother Gu is exceptionally gifted, his strength rivaling that of some true disciples. I believe that true disciple Chu will surely choose to hide. With the protection of the formation, if he remains hidden, senior brother Gu cannot intrude upon his sanctum. I wager 300 low-grade spirit stones that true disciple Chu will absolutely not dare to emerge. It is said that this true disciple Chu is a prince of the imperial court, but due to internal strife, he was stripped of his cultivation and had his Dao bone removed. He merely had the fortune to resonate with the Dao probing platform, which is why he was granted the title of true disciple. How infuriating! How could a worthless individual like him possibly be recognized as a true disciple? One wonders what the ancient ancestors were truly thinking. Upon discussing this, many ordinary disciples of the celestial demon palace displayed expressions of jealousy as the disciples exchanged their opinions. A primordial being accompanying Gu Tingfei continued to boast. TSK, TSK. A waste is merely a waste. First, he was reduced to a stray dog in the imperial court, and now he has come to our celestial demon palace like a coward. My young master want to make things difficult for you. If you willingly relinquish your position in the true disciple sequence today, my young master will allow you to survive. Ha ha ha. Chapter 5. The Pride of the Gu Family. Direct suppression outside the Immortal Mountain Dojo where Chu Xiao resided. An increasing number of disciples from the Celestial Demon Palace gathered, drawn by the commotion. Even some of the palace's stewards and elders were secretly observing the unfolding events. Everyone was curious as to how Chu Xiao would respond to Gu Tengfei's provocation. Most were skeptical about Chu Xiao's chances. Even the temporary protector assigned to Chu Xiao by the Celestial Demon Palace advised, Chu, do not act impulsively. That young lad from the Gu family possesses the blood of a berserker. Not long ago, he mastered a quasi-saint divine ability. It would be wise to endure for now. In 3 to 5 years, once your foundation is solidified, he will undoubtedly be no match for you. This protector was a core elder of the Celestial Demon Palace. Highly skilled, and nearly at the threshold of quasi-saint status. He was aware of Chu Xiao awakening the Emperor's bone and receiving the legacy of the Ember Emperor. Yet he still did not believe Chu Xiao could contend with Gu Tengfei, having been rendered powerless before. Chu Xiao had only recently regained his strength to the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm, and his foundation was not sufficiently stable. In contrast, Gu Tengfei not only commanded a quasi-saint divine ability, but had also spent several years consolidating his power at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. Even some of the more ordinary Dharma Manifestation realm cultivators were no match for him. Old song, 3 to 5 years is far too long. We cultivators must seize the moment. After hearing the elder's advice, Chu Xiao showed no intention of retreating. He had fully comprehended the first 3 volumes of the Sutra of Slaughter and possessed the Emperor's bone, making Gu Tengfei's provocation an opportunity for him to test the efficacy of the Sutra of Slaughter. Chu, think carefully. As Chu Xiao took a step forward, preparing to leave the Immortal Mountain, the elder furrowed his brow and positioned himself in front of him. However, Chu Xiao merely smiled faintly, his demeanor calm, and said, Elder Song, please step aside. As he spoke, runes surged from Chu Xiao's chest, radiating golden light that coalesced into strands of imperial might, pressing down upon the surrounding realm. In that instant, the elder's expression shifted. Despite being a superlative expert nearing quasi-saint level, he felt an overwhelming and supreme pressure before Chu Xiao. The might of the Emperor's bone was boundless. Even though Chu Xiao had yet to fully mature, he already exuded a hint of imperial demeanor. Alas, the elder sighed softly. He was merely a temporary protector for Chu Xiao. As long as Chu Xiao's life was not in imminent danger, he could not interfere excessively with Chu Xiao's choices. After nodding toward the elder, Chu Xiao leapt into the air, traversing the void and stepping out of his celestial mountain sanctuary. Outside the mountain, upon noticing Chu Xiao's figure, several powerful figures from the heavenly demon palace, concealed in the shadows, smiled with satisfaction, pleased with Chu Xiao's decision. To confront a formidable adversary and dare to engage in battle, that is the mindset befitting a true warrior. Had Chu Xiao chosen to remain hidden, they would have dismissed him as insignificant. Many disciples of the heavenly demon palace, who had wagered copious amounts of spirit stones on Chu Xiao's reluctance to emerge, now wore sorrowful expressions, their bodies limp with despair. It's over. How dare this waste come forth? My spirit stones. I've lost all my spirit stones. Some even spat blood, fainting from the fury. Ha ha. Oh, is this not the wasteful prince of the imperial court? I thought you would not dare to show yourself. Now that you have, why not hurry and pay your respects to my young master? In midair, the ancient creature accompanying Gu Tengfei wore a look of arrogance. Its eyes filled with disdain toward Chu Xiao. Gu Tengfei, seated upon his warship, kept his eyes half closed, barely sparing a glance at Chu Xiao. The ancient creature that followed him belonged to the Hound Beast clan, a paragon of its kind, boasting an immensely powerful bloodline, rendering it superior even to some core disciples of the heavenly demon palace. It was precisely this strength that emboldened the ancient creature to act so brazenly. Are your final words spoken? Chu Xiao stepped through the void, gazing at the ancient creature as if it were merely a cold corpse. What did you say? The ancient creature seethed with rage, revealing its true form, its body swelling to 100 feet tall, resembling a massive mountain as it charged ferociously toward Chu Xiao. In the shadows, Chu Xiao's protector appeared grave. Should any misfortune befall Chu Xiao, he would spring into action to save him. A pure-blooded being. The followers of Gu Tengfei were astonished. The being accompanying him was indeed a pure-blooded creature. Such an overwhelming sense of oppression, even from thousands of feet away. My heart races with fear. Truly, Gu Tengfei is formidable. Just one of his followers possesses such combat prowess. That esteemed Chu must be in dire peril, devouring the sun and moon, consuming the stars. The ancient creature roared, opening its cavernous maw, where the brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars manifested. This was the Hound Beast clan's grand technique, devouring heaven and consuming the moon. It is said that when perfected, one can swallow an entire world with a single gulp. Boom. Just as many disciples of the heavenly demon palace anticipated Chu Zhao's grievous defeat, they witnessed him raise a fist, striking with sheer physical strength against the colossal hound beast that had unveiled its true form. Arrogance. This is sheer madness. Has Chu Xiao lost his senses? He dares to confront a pure-blooded hound beast at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm without employing any magical power, relying solely on his physical form. The sight of Chu Zhao's audacity left countless disciples of the Heavenly Demon Palace in uproar. Many disciples of the Heavenly Demon Temple remained silent, observing with expressions of disbelief. To them, Chu Xiao either had lost his mind or possessed an unwavering confidence in his own abilities. As his fist descended, a terrifying force erupted forth. And what followed was a scene that left onlookers aghast. Chu Zhao's seemingly casual punch struck with the ferocity of a falling meteor, obliterating half of the pure-blooded hound's body into a cloud of crimson mist. The divine technique he employed, known as the Devourer of Heaven and Moon, was shattered by that singular blow, dissipating into countless ephemeral bubbles. The surrounding air grew tumultuous, and the watching disciples and attendants of the Heavenly Demon Temple fell into a profound silence. Only the hound, now reduced to a mere half-corpse, was engulfed in a palpable dread. Its life force rapidly waned, stripping away any remnants of its previous arrogance. Chu Xiao had no intention of sparing it. He lifted his hand and unleashed another punch. Stop! Gu Tengfei could no longer remain seated. He bellowed, brandishing a long spear that materialized in his grasp, racing toward Chu Xiao in an attempt to save the near-dead hound. Unfortunately, Chu Xiao's punch was too swift. Another resounding crash echoed, and the hound's remaining half was transformed into yet another mist of blood. You seek death. Gu Tengfei seethed with rage. He cared little for the hound's demise. What truly infuriated him was Chu Zhao's blatant disregard for his warning, mercilessly slaying his follower before the eyes of numerous disciples from the Heavenly Demon Temple. This was a direct affront to his dignity. Amongst the younger generation of the Heavenly Demon Temple, Gu Tengfei was considered a figure of prominence, a personage deserving of respect even from other true disciples. The events of today were destined to end poorly. A fierce glint flashed in Gu Tengfei's eyes, and murderous intent began to brew within him. Chapter 6. The enraged Gu Tengfei, heart shattered within the Heavenly Demon Temple. Although there was a strict prohibition against infighting among peers, rules are ultimately lifeless. If he could slay Chu Xiao, any subsequent punishment would merely be a trivial formality. Clang! With a swing of his spear, Gu Tengfei felt the blood of the warrior saint surge within him. In that fleeting moment, he radiated an incandescent glow, akin to a sun god, exuding an imposing and regal presence as he thrust his spear toward Chu Xiao. Roar! An ancient and resonant dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens, as a golden dragon silhouette emerged upon Gu Tengfei's spear. Nearby disciples of the Heavenly Demon Temple swayed, unable to lift their heads under the weight of his overwhelming aura. The 13 dragon spear techniques, the pinnacle of the Gu family's martial arts. Who would have thought that junior brother Gu had mastered them? Over the past 6 months, it was clear that Gu Tengfei's prowess had significantly escalated, perhaps in another 2 or 3 years. I would have to concede my position as the 16th true disciple to him. From a distance, amidst a cluster of dark clouds, a man clad in a brocade robe with an effeminate demeanor sighed. His name was Wang Ran, the 16th true disciple of the Heavenly Demon Temple, and he was also Gu Tengfei's cousin. The Wang and Gu families had maintained a close relationship, intermarrying for millennia. The elevation of Gu Tengfei's status within the Heavenly Demon Palace is undoubtedly advantageous for Wang Ran. However, the palace is not without its internal strife. He and Gu Tengfei are both cousins and, by nature, allies. Palace Master, that lad from the Gu family harbors murderous intent. Should we intervene? If Chu Xiao is indeed killed, the ancestor and the ancient ancestors will surely be enraged. The master of the Heavenly Demon Palace and numerous elders were keenly observing the conflict between Chu Xiao and Gu Tengfei. The core elder, leaning on his staff, wore a face etched with concern. That Chu Shao was appointed to the true succession list by the ancient ancestors. He must possess some merit. The principles of the heavenly demon palace have always been survival of the fittest, with strength reigning supreme. If he cannot withstand Ting Fei, what right does he have to occupy a position on the true succession list? We do not nurture the inept, spoke an elderly man with pointed ears, whose neck was entwined with a small black serpent. This elder, surnamed Gu and named Kai, held the position of core third elder within the palace. The elders of the heavenly demon palace are categorized into core elders, inner gate elders, and outer gate elders. Figures like Gu Kai are among the upper echelons of the palace. In the absence of the ancient ancestors, his words carry significant weight. As a member of the Gu family, his remarks are clearly in favor of Gu Tingfei. Elder Kai, you speak too hastily. Even if Chu Zhao's strength is lacking, he was appointed to the true succession list by the ancient ancestors. Are you questioning their judgment? The core elder furrowed his brow, his tone laced with displeasure, as he and Gu Kai had a history of rivalry and covert conflict. Enough. Silence. The palace master of the heavenly demon palace intervened suddenly. Her voice was melodious, akin to celestial music, yet it resonated with supreme authority in the ears of the assembly. The current master of the heavenly demon palace is a woman, known in the imperial court as the Bloodblade Sorceress. She single-handedly wielded her blade to annihilate 3 ancient families under the imperial court, claiming the lives of millions overnight and constructing towers from the heads of countless cultivators. Remarkably, she has yet to step into the true quasi-saint realm. An ancient ancestor once proclaimed, Palace Master Ji Qingwei possesses the demeanor of an emperor. Her innate talent, prestige, and strength render her a formidable figure that the core elders of the heavenly demon palace dare not provoke. I do not believe Chu Shao will falter, Ji Mingyue proclaimed, quelling the tension between Gu Kai and the elder. Although her words silenced open dissent, deep within, the assembly held little hope for Chu Shao. Gu Tingfei's spear danced closer to Chu Shao, traversing distances of 1,000, 100, then mere 10 feet. Observing Chu Zhao's immobility, a cruel smile graced Gu Tingfei's face. Incompetent fool, perish, he bellowed, casting a spatial talisman from his hand. He was aware that high-ranking elders of the heavenly demon palace were undoubtedly spectating from the shadows, while Chu Shao too must have his guardians. Thus, he resolutely resorted to a precious sacred-level spatial talisman. He aimed to seal off the surrounding space, ensuring that when he struck down Chu Shao, not even the elders of the heavenly demon palace, nor the venerable ancestors of the sacred realm, would have the time to intervene and save him. I intended to grant you a chance at survival. Yet you have sought your own demise by slaying my follower. Gu Tengfei laughed maniacally, his long hair billowing, the demonic energy swirling around his spear. The path of cultivation in the demonic way emphasizes the plundering of the essence of heaven and earth, the spiritual energy of mountains and stones, embodying a ruthless and frenzied dominance that seeks to elevate oneself above all. Gu Tengfei had reached a remarkably profound mastery in this domain. With the Sutra of Slaughter imparted by the Ember Emperor, consuming Gu Tengfei's cultivation should allow him to directly break through to the peak of the Purple Mansion. Die. The true inheritance sequence belongs to me. You, a worthless being, are utterly unworthy. Clash. Clash. The spear swept down, and Gu Tengfei felt exhilarated, envisioning Chu Shao lying dead beneath his spear, reduced to a mass of flesh. Throughout his life, he had never encountered anyone daring to contest what he desired. Even upon entering the heavenly demon palace, he remained a figure of prominence. Among the younger generation, few could rival him, aside from those long revered in the true inheritance sequence. Gu Tengfei, do not act recklessly. Young master, remain calm. Upon witnessing Gu Tengfei employing the spatial talisman to seal off the heavens and earth, his followers, along with the hidden elders of the heavenly demon palace, all changed countenance. They feared for Chu Zhao's life at Gu Tengfei's hands. Gu Tengfei paid no heed to their voices, frantically unleashing his attacks, brandishing his spear. Yet, despite dozens of strikes, he failed to even graze the hem of Chu Zhao's garments. Waste from the imperial court, can you do nothing but evade? Have the courage to receive a strike from me. Gu Tengfei's agitation grew. Faced with Chu Shao, who had snatched away his position among the 17 true inheritance sequences, he was consumed by rage and jealousy. Very well. A slight smirk graced the corner of Chu Zhao's mouth, his demeanor remaining as calm as a still pond. The more unperturbed Chu Xiao appeared, the more Gu Tengfei's mind frayed. Seeing that Chu Xiao truly ceased his evasion, Gu Tengfei's heart surged with joy. He held nothing back, channeling all his strength into his spear, transforming it into a lethal beam aimed directly at Chu Xiao's heart. However, as he approached Chu Xiao, his expression shifted dramatically. The fatal strike imbued with all his cultivation was, astonishingly, grasped by Chu Xiao with his bare hands, his fingers clenching the spear's tip like iron pincers. In the blink of an eye, a phantom sword aura shot forth from Chu Xiao's sleeve, its speed surpassing that of thunder. The chilling intent of the sword arrived at Gu Tengfei's neck in an instant. Desperately evading, he still found his arm severed by the sword aura. Impossible. How could this worthless being possess such strength? The pain from his wound paled in comparison to the anguish tearing at his heart. He howled in despair, unable to accept the reality before him. In this confrontation with Chu Xiao, he had exerted every ounce of his strength, unleashing all his lethal techniques. Yet, the opponent had not even drawn a magical artifact, merely conjuring a sword aura, which nearly led to his own demise. I am the heir of the Gu family, destined to embark on an invincible path. Falsehood. All lies. You must have employed forbidden techniques. I wonder how long you can endure. I shall undoubtedly bring about your demise. Chapter 7. The Tyranny of Strength. Gu Kai's double standards. Gu Tengfei's eyes burned crimson, his speech becoming increasingly incoherent. With one hand gripping his spear, he drew forth a multitude of elixirs from his storage ring, swallowing them all in haste. Empowered by the potency of the elixirs, his aura surged to new heights, nearly breaching the realm of the law manifestation. Boring. Chu Xiao paid Gu Tengfei little heed. With a mere flick of his sleeve, a blade of sword energy coalesced. The killing scriptures, profound and intricate, encompassed 3,000 pathways, containing 72 minor divine arts, 36 major divine arts, and 12 forbidden techniques. The sword energy from the sleeve that Chu Xiao wielded was but one of the 72 minor divine arts contained within the killing scriptures. Stop now, you fool. Within the heavenly demon hall, it is strictly forbidden for disciples to harm one another. Should you dare commit murder, I shall surely extract your soul and refine your essence, subjecting you to eternal torment. Seeing Gu Tengfei at a disadvantage, on the brink of losing his life, Gu Kai grew frantic. He invoked the regulations of the Heavenly Demon Hall, issuing a threat to Chu Xiao. The core elders of the Heavenly Demon Hall scoffed at his actions. Just moments ago, Gu Kai had espoused the doctrine of the demonic path, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Now, he recalled the hall's regulations as his own descendant faced peril. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Chu Xiao's mind. Host has established enmity with Gu Tengfei. Option 1. Spare him. Reward 3 years of cultivation. Option 2. Dismantle his cultivation. Shatter his Tao heart. Reward fragments of the spatial law, with a chance to comprehend the law. Option 3. Annihilate him directly, eliminating future threats. Reward chaotic body refinement technique, a supreme technique that, when perfected, grants one an imperial physique. Upon hearing the voice within his mind, Chu Xiao found himself in a quandary. This time, the system presented 3 options, each with enticing rewards. Aside from the first option, the latter 2 were exceptionally appealing. Alas, the choice was indeed arduous. Chu Xiao gazed at Gu Tengfei, the sword energy within his sleeve poised to strike. Suddenly, a bold idea sparked in his mind. If successful, he could obtain the rewards from all 3 choices. With this thought, Chu Xiao flicked his sleeve, unleashing the sword energy, which sliced through Gu Tengfei's remaining hand and severed his legs as though mowing grass. Lacking limbs, Gu Tengfei gradually regained a semblance of rationality. A wave of immense terror surged within him. He had lost, utterly, and without the means to retaliate. Bowing his head in silence, he contemplated his defeat. Although this battle had ended in his disgrace, it was far from over. After today, he had countless schemes to ensure Chu Xiao's demise. Do you wish to live? Then, shout 3 times, declaring yourself a waste. If you do so thrice, I shall grant you freedom. With a gentle smile gracing his face, Chu Xiao approached Gu Tengfei step by step. You shall not escape. Gu Tengfei glared fiercely at Chu Xiao, his eyes wide with fury. Indeed, you possess great spirit. Thus, you shall meet your demise. Upon uttering these words, Chu Xiao conjured another wave of sword energy from his sleeve. As the ominous aura of death enveloped him, Gu Tengfei trembled. A proud man, he discerned the cold, decisive indifference in Chu Xiao's gaze. If he did not submit, he would surely perish. Young man, do not overstep your bounds. Not far away, Gu Kai radiated murderous intent, attempting to seize Chu Xiao with his divine prowess. Yet the surrounding space was sealed. Even a practitioner of the reflection realm like himself, let alone a quasi-saint or true saint, could not hope to disrupt the spatial barrier formed by the talismans without at least 2 or 3 moments of time. Regret coursed through Gu Tingfei. Had he not employed that holy-grade spatial talisman, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. I grant you 3 breaths to contemplate. Chu Xiao continued nonchalantly. After 3 breaths, should you hesitate again, you shall die. I am worthless. I am worthless. I am worthless. Gu Tingfei cried. Surrendering at last. Chu Xiao, are you satisfied now? Fear of death compelled him to relent. However, after uttering those 3 phrases, his resolve shattered entirely. From this day forth, even if he survived, he would become a laughingstock within the heavenly demon palace. His eyes devoid of spirit, Gu Tengfei's thoughts remained inscrutable to those around him. Very well. In that case, I shall spare your life. Yet, when next we meet, I shall surely kill you, Chu Xiao stated calmly. As he spoke, he extended his hand, striking Gu Tengfei forcefully, shattering his dantian. You vile wretch, you seek death. Outside the barrier, Gu Kai seethed with rage. Gu Tengfei was a prodigy rarely seen in the Gu family for millennia. The family had invested immeasurable resources into his training. With Chu Xiao having crushed Gu Tengfei's resolve and ruined his cultivation, even if he were to survive, his future would be irrevocably shattered. Chu Xiao paid no heed to Gu Tengfei, hastily conversing with the system. System, I have spared him while simultaneously shattering his resolve. Do I not receive those 2 rewards? Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 30 years of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining fragments of the spatial law. With the 2 rewards in hand, Chu Xiao felt elated. He slowly turned, deliberately positioning himself with his back to Gu Tengfei. Yet, in the next moment, he suddenly pivoted, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Ah, we meet again, junior brother. I did say, upon our next encounter, I would assuredly slay you. Whoosh. A piercing sword energy erupted violently from Chu Xiao's sleeve. In the face of Gu Tengfei's horrified gaze, the sword energy howled forth, instantly shattering his corporeal form. Flesh and blood scattered, raining down in a gruesome display. Chu Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust. I am a man of my word, having stated that I would kill you upon our next meeting. I shall not go back on my promise. As Chu Xiao's words echoed, the disciples of the heavenly demon temple around him were left in stunned silence, their mouths agape. Simultaneously, an indescribable chill crept into their hearts. All present were practitioners of demonic arts. Murder, treasure plundering, city slaughtering, and clan annihilation were mere trifles in their daily lives. Yet, they had never encountered such malicious and insidious methods as those exhibited by Chu Xiao. You bastard! You abominable creature! You shall pay dearly for this. Gu Kai seethed, feeling as though his lungs might explode with fury. How dare Chu Xiao humiliate his junior in front of him, a core elder? This was a blatant disregard for his authority and an affront to the ancient lineage of the Gu family. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying Gu Tengfei. You have received the reward chaotic body refinement method. The system's notification continued to resonate in Chu Xiao's mind. By using the card system, he had acquired 3 reward options. Thus, he realized the proper application of the choice system. In the realm of demonic cultivation, one never makes compromises. To be a demon cultivator is to seize everything. At this moment, Chu Xiao achieved a profound understanding. Crack! A crisp sound resonated around him as the power of the spatial talisman shattered. With the spatial talisman no longer obstructing him, Gu Kai raised his hand and lunged fiercely at Chu Xiao. You wretched child! You shall suffer the torment of soul extraction for harming your fellow disciples. Gu Kai bellowed, his attack merciless and aimed directly at Chu Xiao's life. Chapter 8. The imperial weapon guards its master. All talents dim before me as Gu Kumu unleashed his deadly move. A torrential downpour engulfed the land for thousands of miles, accompanied by thunderous roars and howling winds, while a dark sun slowly rose behind Gu Kumu. The chilling black light illuminated all directions, stirring the heavens. As one of the core elders of the heavenly demon temple, Gu Kumu's cultivation had reached the reflective realm. You little beast, come and meet your end. A gigantic hand descended from above Chu Xiao, warping the surrounding void. This strike, imbued with the power of laws, would be exceedingly difficult for even a fellow practitioner of the reflective realm to withstand. Gu Kumu's strength was formidable. In his youth, he too had been a figure of exceptional talent. Without sufficient innate ability and cultivation, he could never have attained the position of the third elder in the heavenly demon temple. The third elder has spoken. This is a matter for the juniors. You should not interfere. Boom. A venerable voice resonated from behind Chu Xiao as the void shifted, revealing a figure that stood protectively in front of him. This figure was none other than Chu Xiao's temporary protector. He gazed intently at Gu Kai and effortlessly neutralized the elder's lethal strike with a mere gesture. Song Fu, do you intend to obstruct me? The rivalry among peers is not a matter I should involve myself in. However, this wretched creature acts with ruthless ferocity and openly flouts the rules of our sect, brazenly slaughtering fellow disciples. According to the regulations of the Heavenly Demon Palace, he ought to be subjected to soul extraction and spirit refinement, confined to the depths of the nine nether, and made to endure countless tortures. Gu Kai's gaze was filled with malice as he invoked the decrees of the Heavenly Demon Palace once more. Chu Xiao has killed Gu Tingfei, severing the future of the Gu family. He cannot rest until Chu Xiao is dead. Moreover, the potential displayed by Chu Xiao has instilled a sense of unease within him. His previous remarks have irrevocably offended Chu Xiao. Should Chu Xiao be allowed to grow unchecked, it is uncertain whether he would seek retribution against the Gu family. But it is highly likely he would settle the score with me, the elder of the Heavenly Demon Palace. For both personal and professional reasons, I must eliminate Chu Xiao. The ancient ancestor has decreed that I protect the true heir of Chu. Let it be known. Not even the palace master may lay a hand on him without stepping over my corpse, unless there is a divine mandate from the ancient ancestor. Even if the true heir were to annihilate every disciple of the Heavenly Demon Palace, I would still ensure his safety without a worry. Gu Kai, my patience is limited. Withdraw at once, or do not blame me for my merciless action. Song Fu, with hands clasped behind his back and a hunched figure, spoke in a voice that, though quiet, reverberated through Gu Kai's very soul, instilling a profound sense of pressure. There are laws of the land and rules of the sect, Song Fu. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Gu Kai, still unwilling to concede, hesitated to act rashly and instead continued to cite the regulations of the Heavenly Demon Palace in an attempt to force Song Fu into submission. At that moment, Chu Xiao, with his eyes half closed, appeared to enter a state of profound enlightenment, having received a system reward equivalent to 30 years of cultivation. Coupled with the essence of Gu Tengfei's power acquired through the Killing Sutra, Chu Xiao began to break through to a new level. A formidable aura, akin to the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion, erupted from him. Witnessing this, Song Fu maintained his composure. He was well aware of Chu Xiao's innate talents and the inheritance he had received. No matter how swiftly Chu Xiao cultivated or how prodigious his performance, he remained unfazed. However, the elders of the Heavenly Demon Palace, who lurked in the shadows observing Chu Xiao, were far from calm. With the mere slaying of Gu Tingfei, Chu Xiao's cultivation had not only ascended to the peak of the Purple Mansion, but also hinted at the imminent breakthrough to the Dharma manifestation realm. According to their intelligence, just days prior, Chu Xiao had been stripped of his powers by the imperial court and had his Dao bones removed. Logically, his future should have been shattered. Yet, the reality was that Chu Xiao had risen anew, even demonstrating a more terrifying talent for cultivation. Had this young man awakened some supreme Dao body following his tribulations? Or was he perhaps a reincarnation of an ancient sage, suddenly regaining his memories? In such a short span, he had first garnered the recognition of the Heavenly Demon Palace's Dao platform and swiftly restored his cultivation. Truly remarkable. One elder of the Heavenly Demon Palace marveled. These elders, whose cultivation had not reached the third realm of the sacred domain, could not perceive the imperial roots within Chu Xiao. Furthermore, with the ancient ancestors of the Heavenly Demon Palace having sealed off information, they were unaware of the specific circumstances surrounding Chu Xiao. That wretched creature is indeed fortuitously blessed. The old man harbored suspicions that this wretched creature was a spy sent by the imperial court. The assertion that his cultivation had been abolished was undoubtedly a ruse. Having infiltrated my Heavenly Demon Hall, he must harbor ulterior motives. For the sake of the legacy of my Heavenly Demon Hall, I shall eliminate this vile creature today. Gu Kai proclaimed, his eyes glinting with ferocity as he prepared to strike once more. As long as Chu Xiao still drew breath, his heart would remain restless. Whether to avenge Gu Tingfei or to uphold the family's honor, he felt compelled to slay Chu Xiao. Perhaps after Chu Xiao's demise, he would face punishment. Yet, with the Gu family backing him, even if he were penalized, his life would not be forfeit. In the Heavenly Demon Hall, a powerful figure of the Reflection Realm was considered a high-ranking individual, as long as they did not betray the hall. It was unlikely that the core elders of the Reflection Realm would be executed lightly. Enough, Elder Gu. Chu Xiao's affairs are beyond your purview. The master of the Heavenly Demon Hall interjected, stepping forward in an attempt to halt Gu Kai. Unmoved by her words, Gu Kai summoned a black ancient tower, raising his hand to press it down upon Chu Xiao. Countless vengeful spirits swirled around the tower. As it descended, a torrent of sacred might erupted, seemingly intent on subduing the very essence of the universe. Gu Kai, have you lost your senses? Exclaimed Song Fu, who stood protectively in front of Chu Xiao, his expression shifting dramatically. The ancient tower Gu Kai had summoned was a special sacred weapon. Within it sealed the power left behind by a supreme being. In the presence of this ancient tower, not even a Reflection Realm expert, let alone a quasi-saint or true saint, could hope to survive. However, this sacred weapon could only be employed once. Once the supreme power within was unleashed, the tower would collapse into mere worthless fragments. Such exceptional sacred weapons were of astronomical value and were typically reserved as life-saving trump cards. Gu Kai acted decisively. When he deemed Chu Xiao a threat, he showed no hesitation in utilizing even the most treasured of his sacred weapons. What a pity! Chu Xiao indeed possessed some potential to have slain Gu Tingfei, yet today, his demise was inevitable. Outside Chu Xiao's celestial mountain abode, a noble youth seated in a white jade carriage shook his head, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. This youth was also a true disciple of the Heavenly Demon Hall. As he spoke, his entourage echoed his sentiments, proclaiming, "What the young master says is absolutely correct. Possessing talent and potential is meaningless without fortune accompanying one. Even the most extraordinary routes are destined for a short journey. In the vast expanse of the 3,000 domains, only you, young master, are graced with profound fortune and divine destiny." As he listened to the flattery of his followers, the youth appeared composed, yet inwardly relished their praise. Suddenly, an unprecedented event unfolded. Within the Heavenly Demon Hall, a jade disc soared forth from the sacred sanctuary, radiating brilliance like a blazing sun. An overwhelming imperial might emanated from the jade disc, exerting pressure across the cosmos and shaking the very foundations of heaven and earth. Chapter 9. The Facade of the Gu Family, Slander and Defamation upon catching sight of the jade plate. Those practitioners of lesser prowess felt their minds waver and their legs weaken. The faint-hearted among them even knelt upon the ground. Clang, clang, clang. High above, the ancient sounds of Tao resonated. The supreme imperial weapon of the Heavenly Demon Palace stirred to life. It was the Tao-knocking mysterious plate. Within the sacred offering ground, the ancestors of the Heavenly Demon Palace gasped in astonishment as they gazed at the imperial weapon soaring from the sacred ground. The elders of the Heavenly Demon Palace were filled with anxiety and uncertainty. The Tao-knocking mysterious plate stands as one of the mightiest imperial weapons of the Heavenly Demon Palace, suspended in its sacred ground for countless ages. Such a phenomenon of an imperial weapon awakening autonomously had never occurred in the annals of the Heavenly Demon Palace. Fear not. The awakening of the imperial weapon is due to that young rascal, Chu Xiao. A voice drifted through the air above the sacred ground. The speaker was a gray figure, clad in tattered garments, with a visage obscured, devoid of any aura of magic. This gray figure stood as if transcending the river of time, embodying the essence of the world's great principles. Whatever he spoke or contemplated could transform into profound truths. Upon beholding the gray figure, the ancestors of the Heavenly Demon Palace hastily lowered their heads, respectfully bowing in homage. "We pay our respects to the ancestor. We bow before the ancestor." This gray figure was indeed a pillar of the Heavenly Demon Palace, possessing a realm nearly at the pinnacle of mortal Tao. He has existed in this world for countless eons. The gray figure was one of the founders of the Heavenly Demon Palace, coexisting in the same era as the Emperor of Ashes, who composed the Sutra of Slaughter. Gazing up at this figure, the elders of the Heavenly Demon Palace were filled with reverence and trepidation. Meanwhile, behind Chu Xiao, the Tao-knocking mysterious plate turned slowly, ancient imperial scripts manifesting in the void. forming an invisible barrier that firmly shielded Chu Xiao within. The imperial weapon protects its master. The Dao-knocking mysterious plate acknowledged Chu Xiao as its master. One of the core elders of the heavenly demon palace exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Imperial weapons possess spirit. We all recognize the Dao-knocking mysterious plate. It is a top-tier imperial weapon. If there were a ranking for the imperial weapons of the Eastern Extension Realm, the might and efficacy of the Dao-knocking mysterious plate would surely place it within the top 5. Such a treasure has now chosen to acknowledge Chu Xiao as its master. No. How could the Dao-knocking mysterious plate protect you? What treachery have you committed, you wretched scoundrel? You must be plotting to steal our palace's guardian imperial weapon. Gu Kai's face was a mask of jealousy. At this juncture, he realized his retreat had been cut off. He resolved to unleash even more of his hidden trump cards. If he could eliminate Chu Xiao, everything would come to an end. With this thought, Gu Kai ignited the essence of his blood and brazenly activated a forbidden technique. At this very moment, his imposing presence rivaled that of an ordinary early-stage quasi-saint. A terrifying malevolence surged around him. The master of the heavenly demon palace, along with several core elders, cast dark glances at Gu Kai, each attempting to subdue him. Yet, Gu Kai had already succumbed to madness. A distorted, menacing grin adorned his face as sinister utterances escaped his lips. You wretched little pest, perish. What does the protection of the imperial artifact matter? I am a formidable being of the illumination realm. Killing you is akin to crushing an ant beneath my heel. Empowered by various forbidden techniques and numerous life-preserving treasures, Gu Kai's speed was astonishing, so much so that even Song Fu could not impede him. However, before he could reach Chu Xiao, all his techniques and artifacts emitted sharp cracks, instantly subdued by an invisible force. Subsequently, a resplendent, ethereal ancient character descended from the heavens, shattering Gu Kai's divine manifestation and landing heavily upon his head. As the character fell, time seemed to freeze in an eternal moment. Gu Kai trembled violently. He opened his mouth, as if to shout something, but no sound emerged. Instead, his body erupted, transforming into a mist of blood. Elder, witnessing Gu Kai's demise. The members of the Gu family within the heavenly demon palace turned pale, their faces contorted in shock. These individuals had received much care from Gu Kai after joining the palace. Without him, their influence within the heavenly demon palace would suffer a grievous blow, and all who practiced there would face significant detriment. Fools, how dare you provoke the might of the imperial artifact? Mere moments after Gu Kai's death, an ancient figure traversed the void, approaching with a majestic aura reminiscent of a primordial chaos deity. The figure, an elder with flowing golden hair, possessed hollow eyes that seemed capable of piercing through the fabric of existence. Core Elder Gu Kai oppressed his juniors and wielded his power tyrannically. He deserved his fate. He is to be stripped of his elder status and permanently expelled from our heavenly demon palace. 17th True Disciple Chu Xiao, in a duel with a fellow disciple, inadvertently caused the death of his comrade. He shall be penalized with a 6-month forfeiture of salary, confined for 3 months, and ordered to reflect in solitude. The elder spoke leisurely, scrutinizing Chu Xiao as he did so. Upon his pronouncement, the majority of elders and disciples within the heavenly demon palace remained silent. This golden-haired elder was one of the revered ancestors of the palace, appearing at this moment to defend Chu Xiao. The so-called penalties of a 6-month salary forfeiture and a 3-month confinement were merely symbolic reprimands. Previously, the ancient ancestor had bestowed upon Chu Xiao a wealth of cultivation resources. As for the 3-month confinement, that hardly constituted punishment, as sometimes Chu Xiao required nearly that long for a single retreat. Wise ancestor. The master of the heavenly demon palace spoke up, her stance unequivocal. Gu Tingfei's death was entirely a consequence of his own actions. No one else could be blamed. As soon as the words of the lord of the heavenly demon palace fell, a middle-aged man clad in a golden robe, with fierce features, stepped forward. With a piercing gaze fixed upon Chu Xiao, he exclaimed loudly, "Ancestor, palace master, Chu Xiao has harmed his fellow disciples and employed sinister means to seize the imperial weapon of our heavenly demon palace. Do you not realize he is a prince of the imperial court? If we do not eliminate him, we may face endless repercussions. In my view, he is a spy sent by the imperial court, and his claims of being stripped of his powers and exiled may merely be a ploy to feign suffering. This young man harbors malicious intent. Should we allow him to grow, he will undoubtedly become a great threat to our heavenly demon palace." The speaker, named Gu Qirong, was a member of the ancient Gu clan. Gu Kai was his cousin, and Gu Tengfei was his nephew. If Chu Xiao were not to be subjected to 1,000 tortures, he would remain unsatisfied. Elder Qirong speaks wisely. After all, Chu Xiao is ultimately a prince of the imperial court. I believe we should detain him and cast him into the underworld prison, where we can interrogate him slowly. Another cultivator from the Gu clan stepped forward. From this day forth, the ancient Gu clan and Chu Xiao had reached a point of no return, destined for an irreconcilable conflict. Silence. Chu Xiao is a true disciple of our heavenly demon palace. Whether he is guilty or not is not for you to judge. Boom. Behind Chu Xiao, Song Fu stepped forward, his aura erupting like a torrential flood, pressuring those of the Gu clan. Chapter 10. The Secret Realm of the Ruins. The gathering of talents feeling Song Fu's overwhelming presence. The Gu clan cultivators fell silent, no longer daring to speak further. Faced with Song Fu's might, Gu Qirong snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on Chu Xiao. If a glance could kill, he would have flayed and skinned Chu Xiao 100 times over. Chu Xiao. The mountains are high and the waters are long. Today's events will not be forgotten by my Gu clan. Moments later, Gu Qirong left behind a harsh declaration, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing into the horizon. Do not worry. Within our heavenly demon palace, the Gu clan does not dare to act openly against you, unless they wish to bring about their own destruction. In the skies above, the silver-haired, elderly patriarch of the heavenly demon palace approached Chu Xiao, scrutinizing him with a satisfied smile before continuing. Indeed, very impressive. The recognition of the knocking of the Xuanpan foretells a future where you shall ascend to the heavens and command the underworld, traversing the universe, undefeated in this era. The voice of the golden-haired patriarch resonated like thunder throughout the stronghold, seemingly intent on spreading Chu Xiao's renown far and wide. However, the patriarch's words, while appearing to bolster Chu Xiao's reputation, actually thrust him into the eye of a greater storm. As Chu Xiao's fame grew, the discontent among the younger prodigies of the palace intensified. Although he had established some notoriety after slaying Gu Tengfei, the other young talents still deemed him a mere product of Tengfei's incompetence. In their relentless pursuit of fame and status, they would undoubtedly present even more challenges to Chu Xiao. If Chu Xiao is able to suppress all challengers, rendering many prodigies incapable of raising their heads, he would be deemed worthy of taking the enigmatic Gray Shadow ancestor as his master, and further, he would be poised for direct elevation as the son of the celestial demon palace. Conversely, should Chu Xiao fail to achieve this, the investment of the celestial demon palace in him would correspondingly diminish. Merely possessing talent and innate abilities is insufficient for the title of son of the celestial demon palace. To ascend to such a position, one must exhibit absolute strength that crushes contemporaries, alongside a dazzling performance that surpasses both ancient and modern times. Contemplating this, the golden-haired elder's gaze towards Chu Xiao grew increasingly expectant. Meanwhile, from the imperial court, the chosen son had already been selected. In stark contrast, the celestial demon palace had yet to confirm a candidate for the son. The elder murmured, "Luck alone will not suffice, Chu Xiao." Chu Xiao humbly clasped his hands in gratitude, responding to the golden-haired elder, "There is no need for modesty. By the way, I must inform you of another matter. In 6 months, the secret realm of the abyss will soon open. At that time, all cultivators below the profound realm will be allowed entry. It is said that this secret realm was established by true immortals, where one can undergo trials and potentially earn a chance to inherit the legacy of a true immortal if they rank among the top 3. What do you think? Are you interested in participating?" The golden-haired elder spoke with a calm demeanor. Nearby, Song Fu, upon hearing the phrase secret realm of the abyss, wore a serious expression and cautioned Chu Xiao, "True disciple Chu, given your current cultivation, it would be wise to refrain from entering the secret realm of the abyss. This realm opens once every 500 years. You have only a short time of practice. It would be prudent to consolidate your strength over the next 500 years and enter the realm during the next opportunity." At this point, Song Fu's expression turned somber as he continued, "Years ago, a dear friend of mine possessed an ancient saint body and ranked 5th in the true disciple hierarchy of our celestial demon palace. Upon entering the secret realm of the abyss, he never returned. The dangers within are immense, fraught with ferocious beasts, malevolent entities, and lethal formations, not to mention the threat of ambush from other prodigies. Those who dare to venture into the secret realm are no ordinary individuals. Some even deliberately suppress their realms for a millennium just to secure a top 3 position within the realm. As Song Fu elaborated on the perils of the secret realm, Chu Xiao, instead of feeling trepidation, found his eyes sparkling with fervor and developed a profound interest in the secret realm of the abyss. This realm resembled a battlefield for prodigies. The martial arts he practiced were rooted in the philosophy of nurturing strength through combat, improving one's path through slaughter. The Sutra of Slaughter. To achieve rapid advancement in power, he needed to engage in continuous battles and vanquish foes. Remaining secluded within the celestial demon palace would not align with the path he had chosen. Moreover, Chu Xiao did not possess the luxury of time for slow growth. He must accelerate his strength, gain greater influence and authority within the celestial demon palace, and ultimately leverage its power to rescue his mother and loyal confidants. Until now, his mother and trusted confidants remain imprisoned in the imperial court's dark dungeons, enduring unspeakable tortures. Esteemed ancestor, 6 months hence, I am willing to venture into the mysterious realm of the ruins. Chu Xiao proclaimed, his countenance serene as he resolved to embark on this perilous journey. Preposterous. To enter the realm of the ruins? This is no trivial matter. Song Fu interjected urgently. Chu Zhenchuan, heed my counsel, do not act recklessly. The dangers of the ruins are not to be trifled with. To be frank, even prodigies like Gu Tingfei do not qualify to serve as mere cannon fodder there. Though you may surpass Gu Tengfei in strength, once inside the ruins, your capabilities will render it nearly impossible to secure a favorable position, let alone preserve your own life. His tone was sharp and unyielding, reflecting his inherent disposition. As Chu Xiao's protector, he felt compelled to consider Chu Xiao's well-being and guide him towards sound decisions. Enough. Little Fu, why the haste? Since Chu Xiao has made his choice, you need not interfere excessively. Without facing storms, one cannot grow into a mighty tree. In the great contest of the Tao, following the current leads to the mundane, while defying it ascends to the divine. Constantly looking back will ultimately hinder long-term progress. Your temperament may be steady, yet it lacks the necessary vigor. Without such vigor, how can one forge a sacred domain? At this moment, the golden-haired elder spoke up. Song Fu, having been a disciple of the elder in part, recognized that his words served both to support Chu Xiao's decision and to enlighten him. Over the years, Song Fu had failed to break through to the quasi-saint realm, a key factor being his lack of inner resolve. Yes, ancestor. Song Fu dared not rebut the elder's wisdom, respectfully listening beside him. Nearby, other elder figures of the heavenly demon palace, including its leader, attentively absorbed every word and phrase uttered by the golden-haired elder. The elder, known as Xian Song, was no ordinary quasi-saint. He had attained the 3rd realm of the sacred domain, the supreme saint level. His words were pearls of wisdom, imbued with profound mysteries capable of unraveling myriad confusions. Now, I must take my leave. Chu Xiao, the Tao knocking Xian Pan recognizes you as its master. Take this imperial artifact and remember, do not tarnish its illustrious name, nor disgrace the legacy of the ancestor Jin Di. After imparting his final instructions, the golden-haired elder moved with deliberate slowness, his figure gradually vanishing into the void. Farewell, ancestor. We bid you farewell. The disciples of the heavenly demon palace bowed in unison, watching the elder's retreating silhouette. Following his departure, the elders and disciples of the palace dispersed in their own directions. Soon after, news of Chu Xiao's swift defeat of Gu Tengfei and his acceptance as the master of the Tao knocking Xian Pan spread rapidly in all directions. In the imperial court, within a grand and imposing palace, seated gracefully upon a jade throne, Chu Liang reveled in the company of 2 enchanting women, his face radiating delight. With the absence of the threat posed by Chu Xiao, the imperial court's power now lay firmly within his grasp. His father's health had been deteriorating rapidly, with a mere year or 2 of life remaining. Once his father departed this world, it would be his turn to ascend the throne and become the new emperor. The thought filled Chu Liang's heart with unbridled joy. Chapter 11. The Threat of Chu Liang. A surge of fury just as Chu Liang indulged in merriment and satisfaction. A figure cloaked in black appeared unexpectedly, as if a specter had materialized within the palace. The moment the figure arrived, the temperature within the palace plummeted. An icy chill spread from beneath his feet, coating the ground in a thin layer of frost. Upon witnessing this sudden apparition, Chu Liang's expression hardened. He gently pushed away the delicate women in his embrace and commanded the dismissal of all servants and attendants within the palace. Only after a few trusted confidants remained did Chu Liang speak in a low voice. "An your presence here indicates a matter of significance?" The figure, known as an was one of Chu Liang's most trusted aides, overseeing the Imperial Intelligence Network. He rarely delivered reports in person unless the matter was of utmost importance. "Your Highness," and Yi's voice echoed coldly, "the 10th Prince, Chu Shao, has not perished as believed after his exile to the barbaric lands. Instead, he has entered the heavenly demon hall. He has fully restored his cultivation and has been recognized as a true disciple of the heavenly demon hall. Moreover, he has acquired an extraordinary imperial weapon, the Tao-seeking Xianpan. There must be an astonishing secret surrounding the 10th Prince. If allowed to grow unchecked, he may become a significant threat to your Highness." An spoke in a somber tone, relaying the intelligence regarding Chu Shao. At these words, Chu Liang's body trembled, and his pupils contracted. "What did you say? My 10th brother not only regained his powers, but has also become a true disciple of the heavenly demon hall." Chu Liang's face was a mask of disbelief, especially upon learning that Chu Shao had obtained an extraordinary imperial weapon. Jealousy surged within him. In his eyes, Chu Shao was merely a worthless, illegitimate son. How could he be worthy of such a revered weapon? It was worth noting that even the strongest artifact in the possession of this imperial heir was merely a holy weapon. Despite the raging jealousy within, Chu Liang maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. Affectedly, he remarked, "Very well. It seems my 10th brother's fate is not yet sealed. What are your thoughts on this matter?" He scanned the faces of his remaining confidants, inquiring in a nonchalant tone. Before anyone could respond, an unkempt elder stepped forward, his visage grimy and disheveled. "Your Highness, I propose that we issue a new decree to summon the 10th Prince back to the imperial court for re-evaluation." Pausing momentarily, a cruel glint flickered in his eyes as he continued with a sinister smile. "Of course, the 10th Prince possesses a rebellious nature, having allied himself with the demonic path. He is unlikely to comply with our commands. Thus, I have devised a cunning plan." The old man waved his feather fan, his voice booming once more. Upon hearing this, Chu Liang furrowed his brow and addressed the elder. "Master Zhou, spare us the suspense." With a sinister chuckle, the old man set aside his fan and grinned malevolently. "Your Highness, as I understand it, the dungeon still holds the mother of the 10th Prince, along with several of his loyal confidants. You could leverage their lives as bargaining chips, drafting a letter to the 10th Prince, urging him to return to the imperial court at once. Should he fail to comply, one of his confidants shall be executed, and a piece of flesh shall be taken from his mother. Furthermore, each day, a messenger could be dispatched bearing the severed heads of the 10th Prince's allies and the flesh from his mother, presenting it before him." The old man's face bore a ruthless expression, and upon his words, Chu Liang's close aides fell into a heavy silence. This tactic was indeed quite vicious. However, upon hearing the proposal, a glimmer of intrigue sparked in Chu Liang's eyes. He wholeheartedly agreed with the elder's suggestion. Contemplating this, Chu Liang waved his sleeve and laughed maniacally. "Excellent. Let us proceed as Master Zhou suggests. Moreover, I shall personally execute the 10th Prince's mother." At this moment, Chu Liang cared little for any moral boundaries. The struggle for succession was undeniably brutal. As long as Chu Shao posed even the slightest threat to him, he would ruthlessly force Chu Shao into a corner. Previously, he had even contemplated eliminating Chu Shao entirely to eradicate any future risks. However, he had hesitated, for the charges he had levied against Chu Shao were mere fabrications, lacking credibility. Had he acted on those thoughts, he would have surely drawn the ire of certain elder statesmen within the imperial court. Now, however, Chu Shao had fully allied himself with the demonic faction. If he could compel Chu Shao to return to the imperial court, then even if he were to slay Chu Shao, there would be no dissent within the court. Scene shifts. At the core of the heavenly demon palace, atop a mountain rich in spiritual energy, Chu Shao sat cross-legged on a mat. Before him lay a severed head and a small piece of flesh. Upon sighting these grim tokens, Chu Shao remained silent, yet a tempest of fury surged within him, nearly impossible to contain. The head belonged to one of Chu Shao's trusted friends, while the flesh was taken from his mother, Chu Liang. Chu Shao clenched his fists tightly, the sharp claws of his armor digging painfully into his palms, drawing forth droplets of blood. Exhaling a breath of frustration, He forced himself to maintain composure and then reached for the letter penned by Chu Liang. Dear brother, since your departure, I have been unable to sleep. Deeply concerned for your well-being. After my earnest pleas, Father has decreed that you must return to the imperial court within half a month. Should you defy this command, the lives of your mother as confidants may be at stake. Additionally, I have prepared a special gift for you. I urge you to consider it carefully upon your arrival. Otherwise, with a flourish of the pen, the letter was signed by the regal brother, Chu Liang. The contents of the letter were laced with both mockery and menace. The gift mentioned by Chu Liang was none other than the severed head of a trusted confidant of Chu Xiao, along with a small piece of flesh cut from his mother. Chu Zhenchuan stood beside Chu Xiao, his words caught in his throat. He yearned to offer comfort to Chu Xiao, yet found himself at a loss for words. I am unharmed, old song. You need not worry, Chu Xiao reassured, his mind unclouded by rage. How absurd it was that Chu Liang would threaten him with the lives of his own confidants and mother, while foolishly hoping to lure him back into the imperial court, a veritable snare. Perhaps this matter warrants the intervention of our esteemed ancestors. If they are willing to assist, they should be able to rescue your mother and confidants, Song Fu suggested. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, with the power of the heavenly demon hall, there was a glimmer of hope for the rescue of his mother and allies. As Chu Xiao and Song Fu deliberated on their strategy, a sudden voice echoed in Chu Xiao's mind, emanating from the system. Significant choice detected for the host. Make the following choices to receive corresponding rewards. Choice 1. Abandon the rescue of your mother and trusted friends, receiving the reward. Supreme technique, heartless demon art. Choice 2. Rescue your trusted friends and mother. Upon task completion, reward, complete sword path. The host will directly gain comprehension of the complete sword path. Faced with the choices presented by the system, Chu Xiao hesitated not a moment and decisively opted for the second choice. After making his decision, he turned to Song Fu and said, Old Song, I kindly ask you to take me to the sacred offering grounds. Very well, Song Fu replied with alacrity. In the next instant, he unleashed his full magical prowess and performed a teleportation spell. In the blink of an eye, he transported Chu Xiao across towering mountains and vast landscapes. The main base of the Heavenly Demon Hall was an immense expanse, sprawling over tens of millions of miles. Even for a powerful being like Song Fu, traversing the entire headquarters would require a considerable amount of time. After more than 2 hours, he finally brought Chu Xiao to the entrance of the sacred offering grounds. The entrance to the sacred grounds was an ancient stone door, suspended in midair and enveloped by various laws. As they approached the door, an authoritative voice resonated from within. Song Fu, Chu Xiao, what brings you here? As the voice spoke, the stone door slowly creaked open, revealing a shimmering void passageway. Esteemed ancestor, the situation is as follows. Song Fu grasped Chu Xiao's arm and knelt, recounting the events in their entirety. I understand, came the voice from within. You may enter. Upon receiving the directive, Song Fu and Chu Xiao stepped through the stone door, entering a dimly lit ancient stone hall. Chu Xiao, we are prepared to assist you. However, whether matters can be accomplished ultimately depends on your own abilities. Within the stone hall, ethereal figures sat solemnly upon wooden chairs, their gazes fixed upon Chu Xiao. One figure spoke languidly, his voice resounding with such force that it seemed to reverberate through the very fabric of the void. The speaker was the blood-soul ancestor of the Heavenly Demon Hall. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao's heart soared with joy. Should these esteemed ancestors of the Heavenly Demon Hall lend their aid, his forthcoming endeavors would undoubtedly proceed with greater ease. Please, venerable ancestor, grant your guidance, and I shall devote myself entirely, Chu Xiao said, bowing respectfully to the blood-soul ancestor. The figures gathered within the stone hall were not the true embodiments of the heavenly demon ancestors. Rather, they were mere projections of their consciousness. This task is straightforward. I can provide you with a legion of Xianwei warriors, which you may command to besiege and conquer the imperial city. Should you capture several major cities, we can intervene in negotiations with the imperial court, utilizing those cities as leverage to secure the release of your mother and confidants. Another consciousness projection of a heavenly demon ancestor spoke, waving his hand to manifest an ancient token that gradually coalesced in the void, eventually drifting before Chu Xiao. By possessing this token, you shall command 300,000 Xianwei warriors, the soldiers cultivated by our heavenly demon hall, even the most ordinary among them, possess the prowess of the spirit realm. Take this token and proceed, he instructed. Chu Xiao accepted the token, fully aware that this represented a trial. Should he successfully navigate this challenge, the ancestors of the Heavenly Demon Hall would undoubtedly intervene on his behalf. Conversely, should he prove insufficiently capable, they would refrain from further involvement. Such is the nature of the demonic path. To gain support from within, one must demonstrate one's own prowess. No matter how commendable Chu Xiao's innate talents may be, or how he had inherited the legacy of the ancestral Flame Emperor, he was compelled to endure trials. All that he desired, all outcomes he wished to achieve, must first be fought for by himself. With clarity of purpose, Chu Xiao firmly grasped the token and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed ancestors. I take my leave. He offered one last bow to the figures of the heavenly demon ancestors before hastily departing the stone hall. Chu Liang had afforded him but a fortnight. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for Chu Xiao to squander. Chu Zhenchuan, I propose commencing from the Yinyang domain. There, our heavenly demon hall is currently engaged in a localized conflict with the imperial court. Our esteemed ancestor Guanyu is stationed in the Yinyang domain, effectively restraining the top-tier experts dispatched by the imperial court. By choosing to launch your campaign in the Yinyang domain, the pressures you face will be somewhat alleviated. Upon exiting the sacred grounds, Song Fu unfurled a map and presented his counsel to Chu Xiao. The Flame Sun domain, situated at the fringes of the Tianma Hall's territory, borders the barbaric domain. 2/3 of the Flame Sun domain is under the dominion of the Tianma Hall, while the remaining expanse is governed by the imperial court. Over the past 3 decades, the imperial court and the Tianma Hall have engaged in 3 fierce battles for control of the Flame Sun domain, with the most devastating conflict resulting in the demise of several quasi-saint powers. By the way, Chu Zhenchuan, you ought to select some attendants, for in your future endeavors, you will invariably require someone to assist you. Moreover, as a true disciple of the Tianma Hall, it is imperative for you to establish your own faction. I happen to have a junior, a maiden of 16 summers, possessing commendable beauty and endowed with a three-in divine body. If you do not find her lacking, I can arrange for her to serve you, Song Fu continued. His recommendation of his junior was not without ulterior motives. He recognized the remarkable potential of Chu Xiao, whose future prospects were boundless. Betting on Chu Xiao would be advantageous for Song Fu's family. Upon hearing Song Fu's words, Chu Xiao did not decline the offer. It would be unreasonable to refuse a maid offered freely, especially since he indeed needed to start building his own foundation. Chu Xiao's ambitions extended beyond merely becoming the son of the Tianma Hall. He aspired to one day command the Tianma Hall itself. Song Fu, you may arrange as you see fit, Chu Xiao responded. The following day, in the Flame Sun domain, at the teleportation platform in the ancient city of Tiankui, a surge of light heralded the appearance of Chu Xiao. Lord of Tiankui City, Luo Liuzhen, welcomes the arrival of the 17th true disciple. The assembled throng knelt in reverence, led by the middle-aged man, Luo Liuzhen, the current lord of Tiankui City. 2 hours earlier, Luo Liuzhen had received word of the impending visit from a true disciple of the Tianma Hall and had gathered numerous officials from the city lord's residence to await Chu Xiao's arrival. Once a disciple of the inner sect of the Tianma Hall, Luo Liuzhen had faced multiple failures in breaking through and was ultimately assigned to Tiankui City, where he became the lord. If he could cultivate a friendship with Chu Xiao, perhaps a single word from him could grant Luo Liuzhen the opportunity to return to the Tianma Hall for further training. 17th true disciple. I have prepared a banquet in my humble abode, Luo Liuzhen said with obsequiousness. Before he could finish, Chu Xiao waved his hand and replied, Your kindness is appreciated. City Lord. Chu Xiao was not inclined to squander time in Tiankui City. Each day of delay meant a trusted ally might fall victim to Chu Liang's machinations. After dismissing Luo Liuzhen and the others, Chu Xiao, following the markings on his map, made his way directly to a military outpost located 400 miles from Tiankui City, where 30,000 Xianwei soldiers were stationed. From a distance, the military outpost was shrouded in a crimson formation. As Chu Xiao approached the outpost, a thunderous voice boomed in his ear. This is the realm of the Xianwei. Halt your advance. If you dare to approach any closer, I shall show no mercy. The source of this thunderous voice was an elderly soldier clad in Taoist armor. Though his hair was as white as snow, his imposing presence resembled that of a fierce beast in its twilight years. How audacious! This is the 17th true transmission of my heavenly demon hall. Song Fu stepped forward, ready to unleash his formidable aura, but was halted by Chu Xiao. Elder Song, please withdraw. As he spoke, Chu Shao produced the token granted by the ancestor of the heavenly demon hall. Addressing the old soldier, I come by the ancestor's decree, bearing this token to take command of the army. I sincerely apologize for any offense caused to the 17th true transmission just now. I implore you to mete out punishment. Upon seeing the token in Chu Zhao's hand and realizing his identity, the old soldier turned pale with fright. Chu Shao merely offered a faint smile, sparing the elderly soldier any further distress. Soon, under the old soldier's guidance, Chu Shao stepped into the core area of the military encampment. I am Left Mo. At your service, 17th true transmission. I am Suda. At your service, 17th true transmission. I am Lu Feng. At your service, 17th true transmission. Upon entering the central military tent, 3 burly men, radiating an air of lethal intent, knelt before Chu Shao and bowed deeply. Their formidable presence marked them as peak practitioners of the divine fire realm, esteemed as ancestors in ordinary factions, yet within the heavenly demon hall, they were merely regarded as lower-tier forces. Gentlemen, there is no need for such formalities. In the time to come, I intend to conquer cities and seize territories, and I hope the 3 of you will lend your efforts to assist me. Should our endeavors proceed favorably, I assure you that I shall not forget your contributions. Chu Shao approached the 3 men and personally helped them to their feet. Chapter 13. We, as practitioners of the demonic way, shall slaughter the living without regret. Witnessing Chu Zhao's gesture left the 3 men somewhat astonished. Despite being peak practitioners of the divine fire realm, their status within the heavenly demon hall was rather ordinary. Their potential had nearly been exhausted, and their prospects of advancing to the reflection realm were bleak. Otherwise, they would not have been assigned to this role as commanders of the Xianwei army. Historically, most core disciples and inner elders of the heavenly demon hall would hardly acknowledge the likes of them. The so-called Xianwei of the heavenly demon hall, to put it bluntly, were merely cannon fodder cultivated by the hall. On the journey here, Song Fu had shared much information about the Xianwei with Chu Shao. I, as a humble soldier, am willing to plunge into the depths of danger for the true transmission. The 3 generals knelt once more, striking their foreheads against the ground in deep reverence to Chu Shao. His promise of not forgetting their contributions was a compelling vow worth risking their lives for. Should they succeed, if they could earn Chu Zhao's esteem, there might be a chance for them to advance further, break through to the reflection realm, and attain higher status within the heavenly demon hall. The general's declarations greatly pleased Chu Shao. The promise he uttered moments ago, though seemingly ambiguous and lacking clarity, was sufficient to stir hope and aspirations within the hearts of the 3. With hope and dreams ignited, they would wholeheartedly dedicate themselves, disregarding all else. As a prince of the imperial court, Chu Shao had mastered the art of commanding others and the intricacies of human relations from a young age. Indeed, even if Chu Shao were to forego such convoluted methods, the trio, constrained by his status and the token of the ancestral figure of the heavenly demon palace, would not dare to openly defy his commands. However, there exists a significant distinction between being compelled to obey and willingly executing orders, leading to markedly different outcomes in execution. The ancestors of the heavenly demon palace sought to test Chu Shao, yet he aimed to seize this opportunity to further solidify his position within the palace, while also gathering some useful forces. This time, he not only intended to rescue his biological mother and trusted confidants, but also to lay out a strategic framework, preparing for all future pursuits. Generals, having been stationed here for an extended period, you possess deeper insights into the surrounding circumstances. Please provide a detailed account of the various conditions in the vicinity. Upon addressing the matter at hand, the gentle smile that adorned Chu Zhao's face vanished, replaced by an air of authority and solemnity. Reporting the truth, the surrounding situation is generally stable, although there are occasional movements from the imperial court scouts. Furthermore, should the heavenly demon palace seek to capture cities and territories, it may prove somewhat challenging. Since our struggles against the imperial court in the Flame Sun domain have gradually shifted in their favor, they have largely adopted a defensive strategy, relying on the city's formations. Coupled with the advantage of home ground, it has become exceedingly difficult for us to seize any major city from the imperial court, unless we dispatch powerful beings of the radiant realm or even those at the quasi-saint level. Suda knelt and respectfully reported the information he possessed to Chu Shao. Beside him, Zhuomu echoed and supplemented. However, in recent years, an unspoken understanding has formed between the imperial court and our heavenly demon palace. those stronger than the divine fire realm refrain from intervening indiscriminately. This tacit agreement is one both parties are hesitant to breach. To capture cities and territories, we must rely on cultivators below the radiant realm to exhaust and eliminate each other. Lu Feng nodded in agreement, stating, in truth, this is a fortuitous circumstance. When a strong entity from the radiant realm intervenes, the consequences can be catastrophic, obliterating mountains and rivers with a mere gesture. Lesser cultivators often cannot withstand the residual energy generated during battles involving radiant realm experts. As for the actions of quasi-saints, that scenario is even more terrifying. The mutual slaughter of lower-tier cultivators is unlikely to result in immediate fatalities due to the backlash of magical energy, leaving no trace behind. Is that so? Chu Xiao furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed upon the map of the Flame Sun domain hanging within the tent, his mind racing. Time was of the essence. Securing more than 10 major cities was imperative to pass the trial and gain the assistance of the ancestors of the Heavenly Demon Palace. Yet, Chu Xiao understood that the more pressing the situation, the more one must avoid haste. Only by maintaining composure could one discern the key to breaking the impasse. Observing Chu Xiao's intense focus on the map in silence, the three generals of the Divine Fire Realm dared not interrupt. Outside the grand tent, snowflakes danced like delicate jade butterflies, obscuring the sky and casting a breathtaking spectacle. The location where Chu Xiao currently stood was known as Cold Crow Ridge, and 1,000 miles ahead lay the ancient city of Cold Snow, under the dominion of the imperial court. Within that city resided millions, guarded by several formidable masters of the Divine Fire Realm. If Song Fu were to intervene, seizing Cold Snow City would be a trivial endeavor. However, the Ten Demon Palace had stipulations. Song Fu could only act when Chu Xiao faced a life-threatening crisis. Moreover, this was intended as a test for Chu Xiao. To rely on Song Fu's strength would be tantamount to cheating. After studying the topographical map of the area surrounding Cold Snow City for a considerable time, a spark of inspiration ignited in Chu Xiao's mind. He then turned and issued a solemn command. General Lu, you shall lead 100,000 troops to Cold Sun Ancient City immediately, feigning an assault. Generals Wu, you will command 30,000 troops to flank and breach the Mist River. General Su, you will take the remainder and follow my orders. Upon receiving their commands, the three men did not hesitate, clasping their fists in acknowledgement. This subordinate obeys. The discipline and execution of the Xianwei army were indeed commendable. Initially, Chu Xiao harbored concerns about potential dissent within the ranks, contemplating the need to establish authority through force, but it soon became evident that his worries were unfounded. The ordinary soldiers and lower-ranking officers in the Xianwei army exhibited unwavering loyalty upon seeing the token bestowed by the ancestral figure of the Ten Demon Palace. They unconditionally complied with Chu Xiao's directives. Whatever tasks he assigned, they would not question or inquire further. 3 hours later, outside Cold Sun Ancient City, on a broad black flying vessel, Chu Xiao stood upon the deck, gazing into the distance. The howling wind and snow raged around him, akin to ferocious beasts roaring, capable of unsettling the mind. Chu Zhenchuan, do you truly intend to proceed in this manner? Within Cold Sun Ancient City, there are millions of cultivators and mortals. According to your plan, even if the city is breached smoothly, it may well transform Cold Sun into a desolate wasteland. Song Fu, following closely behind Chu Xiao, had discerned his intentions at this moment. Chu Xiao aimed to summon the frigid waters of the Mist River to inundate Cold Sun City. Furthermore, he intended to detonate the colossal volcanic rocks outside Cold Sun Ancient City, harnessing the forces of nature to shatter the protective formations surrounding the city. I was once a demonic cultivator. What does it matter if I employ unscrupulous means to achieve my ends? Chu Xiao replied nonchalantly. He had no regrets about this audacious decision. Over these days, he had gradually come to understand that indecisiveness leads to failure. To secure a foothold in this brutal world, one must be ruthless and resolute. One must possess the unflinching resolve to slaughter millions without a flicker of remorse. Upon hearing Chu Xiao's response, Song Fu nodded with a smile, finally recognizing Chu Xiao's position within the true transmission order. The path of demonic cultivation was indeed meant to be this way. Chapter 14. Forged by the Heart of Darkness, the desire to annihilate the Imperial Court. Essential Chapter, Realm Supplement. Boom. As the plan unfolded, the frigid waters of the Mist River surged and roared through the winter snow, racing toward Cold Sun City. The torrential flood surged, enveloping ice shards, mud, and debris, swiftly inundating the ancient city of Hanyang. The protective formation safeguarding the city proved ineffective against this man-made calamity. Yet, the flood alone was not sufficient to plunge Hanyang into chaos. A long, resonant horn echoed throughout the city, intermingled with shouts and curses that arose in a cacophony. The formidable guardians of the city ascended to the skies, unleashing their extraordinary powers to restrain the frigid deluge from the misty river. The demonic forces must be eradicated. They have summoned the waters, wreaking havoc. The cultivators of Hanyang seethed with fury as they momentarily withstood the onslaught of the flood, only for the ground to tremble violently. Soon after, thick black smoke enveloped the heavens. The ice and snow began to melt away, and searing heat radiated outward. Scalding lava erupted from distant mountains, hurling massive boulders skyward, which then plummeted towards Hanyang with astonishing velocity, blanketing the city. From afar, the scene resembled the onset of the apocalypse. The volcano erupted. It was the colossal rock that had unleashed its fury. Many cultivators and mortals alike turned pale. It is the work of the demons of the celestial demon hall. They are beyond redemption, lamented a powerful fire realm guardian of Hanyang, wielding a giant shield artifact, desperately fending off the descending rocks and lava. Alas, this was a calamity of cosmic proportions. In his current state, he could barely safeguard himself amidst the devastation. Behind him, Hanyang lay in ruins, with countless cries of anguish resonating. Chu Xiao observed the chaos with a tranquil heart. This was the essence of war. Compassion does not command armies, and goodness does not cultivate demons. After 5 or 6 hours, the protective formations and the imperial army within Hanyang had all but vanished. The flood gradually receded, and the erupting volcano began to stabilize. Once the situation appeared somewhat contained, Chu Xiao issued a command, and 300,000 troops surged forth, advancing into Hanyang with unstoppable momentum. Kill! 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 The thunderous cries of the 300,000 Xianwei army reverberated through the air. The remnants of the imperial forces offered little resistance, retreating in disarray, choosing to abandon Hanyang. Vile spawn of demons, may you find no peace in death. Before departing, a fire realm expert from the imperial court cast a venomous glare at Chu Xiao, cursing him vehemently. Had he not sustained such grievous injuries, he would have drawn his sword and charged at Chu Xiao without hesitation. Thank you for the compliment, Chu Xiao replied with a gentle smile, dismissing the curses as inconsequential. In the art of warfare, if victory is attainable, one must employ every means at their disposal. In battle, if triumph is within grasp, all tactics should be utilized. As long as one secures the spoils of war, the great scholars shall discern the principles of victory. Standing proudly on the deck of the flying vessel, Chu Xiao, clad in white, held a feather fan, embodying the ethereal grace of an immortal untainted by the mortal realm. Capturing the ancient city of Hanyang marks a commendable beginning. After a brief regrouping of the 300,000 troops amidst the ruins, Chu Xiao pressed onward, intent on conquering additional cities. 10 days swiftly passed. Each day, emissaries from Chu Liang delivered the severed heads of Chu Zhao's trusted allies, along with flesh torn from his mother, to his presence. In a fervor of desperation, Chu Xiao abandoned all restraint, employing every stratagem from the annals of military tactics to seize cities and lands. In a mere 10 days, he led his formidable army to conquer 12 major cities and dozens of smaller ones. Throughout the vast territories, blood flowed like rivers, and corpses lay strewn everywhere. Some of Chu Zhao's methods were so extreme that even the seasoned warlock Song Fu felt a shiver of dread. Numerous times, he contemplated advising Chu Xiao to temper his actions and refrain from creating excessive karmic repercussions. Yet, upon reflection, what did they, as cultivators of dark arts, have to fear from karma? The pressing provocations from Chu Liang served only to intensify Chu Zhao's resolve. The many venerable ancestors of the heavenly demon palace were also deliberately applying pressure on him. Burdened with innumerable responsibilities, Chu Xiao found no alternative but to continue his relentless campaign, slaughtering, besieging cities, and demonstrating his potential, along with the fierce heart of a demon. To the elders of the heavenly demon palace, in this world, one often finds oneself ensnared by circumstances. What choice do I possess? Each night, Chu Xiao would sit alone in his tent, silently reflecting on the actions of recent days. The innocents within those cities suffered. as did his loyal associates who were caught in the turmoil. Yet, the laws of nature have eternally dictated that the weak are devoured by the strong. Since his arrival in this realm, the myriad experiences have catalyzed a profound transformation within his heart, igniting a flame of darkness. Far away, in the imperial palace's depths, a middle-aged man clad in a black dragon robe, enveloped in an aura of despair, slowly opened his eyes. Before him knelt an elderly eunuch, along with several civil and military officials. "Your Majesty, the 10th Prince Chu Xiao has first allied with the heavenly demon palace and subsequently served it with ruthless tactics, conquering 12 major cities in the Sunfire domain and laying waste to vast territories, resulting in untold suffering. We beseech your Majesty to issue a decree for the apprehension of Chu Xiao and to strip him of his princely title. Furthermore, a thorough investigation into those associated with him, both cultivators and commoners, is imperative. In particular, the esteemed Minister Wang, who has mentored Chu Xiao since childhood, must be dismissed from his position and executed outside the imperial city. Only thus can we deter the surrounding realms and assert the majesty of our empire," declared a burly general with a face full of flesh. The officials present, including the elderly eunuch, had all become aligned with Chu Liang. Their intent today was to usurp power. Stripping Chu Xiao of his princely title would signify an irrevocable enmity between him and the imperial court. Henceforth, regardless of how remarkable his innate talents might prove, he could never return to the imperial fold. Chu Liang resorted to palace coercion solely out of his profound apprehension towards Chu Xiao. He feared that certain venerable figures within the imperial court might, due to their admiration for Chu Xiao's innate talents and military prowess, grant him amnesty, allowing him to return to the court and usurp his position as the crown prince. Should the rivalry for the crown prince's title reignite, Chu Liang was devoid of any confidence in his victory. Presently, he harbored two thoughts. First, that by any means necessary, he must eliminate Chu Xiao. Even if he could not slay Chu Xiao immediately, he must ensure that Chu Xiao does not reclaim his place within the imperial court. "Your Majesty, please issue the decree. I implore you to act swiftly." A general slowly drew his sword, suggesting that should the ruler of the court refuse, they would rise in rebellion and assassinate him on the spot. A bitter smile crept across the face of the court's sovereign, his heart heavy with despair. He longed to unsheath his sword and vanquish these civil and military officials, yet he found himself powerless. Age had taken its toll, his vitality had waned, leaving him with but a fraction of his former strength. Within the court, few remained loyal to him. Faced with such threats, he ultimately yielded. The emperor is wise. Upon the issuance of the decree, several officials echoed in unison before hastily departing the imperial palace, decree in hand. Chapter 15. The Crown Prince emerges. Declaring war on the imperial court, the edict from the court's sovereigns swiftly spread. The entire Wang family was uprooted. From the highest-ranking Grand Tutor Wang Changhe to the ordinary collateral relatives, all suffered a thorough purge. In Fengye City, within the temporary residence of Chu Xiao, a letter from Chu Liang lay before him. The content, penned in Chu Liang's own hand, read, "Royal brother, your actions have incited the emperor's wrath, leading to the annihilation of the Grand Tutor's family, which pains me greatly. I implore you, return to the right path. Do not align yourself with the dark forces, lest you continue to err. Royal brother, you have but 4 days remaining. Your mother cannot endure much longer, and your trusted allies are all in peril. I wish to care for them, yet alas, the court's laws are stringent. I urge you to hasten back to the court. Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. Otherwise..." The letter was brief. Chu Xiao seized the parchment and cast it into the fire. As he watched the missive turn to ashes, his countenance darkened. Beside him, Song Fu hesitated to speak. For several days, Chu Liang had sent envoys daily, delivering a letter, a piece of flesh, and a severed head. Under Chu Liang's provocations, Chu Xiao's tactics and conquest grew increasingly ruthless. Just as Song Fu opened his mouth to speak, Chu Xiao raised a hand to silence him. "Relay my orders. Prepare the troops for battle. In a quarter of an hour, we march to Luoxia Ancient City. Furthermore, convey my command to the imperial guards in Luoxia City. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. Should they resist, once the city falls, I shall enact a massacre." At this juncture, Chu Xiao's voice turned frigid. Master Wang, held in the highest esteem by Chu Xiao, stands as both a revered elder and a mentor figure. His unwavering loyalty to the imperial court is matched only by the illustrious legacy of the Wang family, who have rendered significant contributions to the empire. Yet, despite their noble lineage, the millions of clansmen have suffered the cruel fate of purging at the hands of the imperial court. Strangely, none of the ancient ancestors of the imperial family have risen to defend the Wangs, even though Master Wang shares a close bond with them. The Wang family has never involved itself in the power struggles of the imperial succession. Chu Xiao's wrath is directed not only at his royal brother, Chuliang, but also at the entire imperial court. The venerable ancestors of the imperial lineage, who pride themselves on righteousness, choose to turn a blind eye to the transgressions committed by Chuliang. Indeed, Chuzhen is the truth. Songfu acknowledged with a nod and retreated. The royal brother and the imperial court await. Within Chu Xiao's palm, the mystical Dao drum gradually manifested. As if sensing Chu Xiao's fury, the Dao drum erupted with radiant golden light, illuminating the surroundings like a star poised to explode. In the dimly lit sanctum of the Temple of Heavenly Demons, countless sharp gazes fixated upon Chu Xiao. Forged by the heart of a demon, this youth possesses the demeanor of a demon emperor. The fools of the imperial court. Their oppression and humiliation will pave the way for the emergence of a true demon emperor in our Temple of Heavenly Demons. A figure, bearing a blood-soaked coffin, laughed maniacally. This young man's tactics in conquering lands resonate with my approval. It is time for us to step forward and fulfill our promise to him, another voice chimed in. The ancestors of the Temple of Heavenly Demons communicated through their spiritual consciousness. My sword has been silent for many years. It is time to unsheath it. In the past, I wielded my sword to subdue 14 realms, earning the title of Sword Saint of the Demons. Time has passed, and I have not drawn my sword. The hypocrites of the imperial court must have forgotten my name. Clang. Within the sacred sanctum of the Temple of Heavenly Demons, the sound of a sword's song resonated, transforming the once dim space into a bright expanse. Looking up, a brilliant sword light tore through the void, revealing a figure standing atop the luminous blade. Clad in a gray robe with silver hair flowing elegantly, this figure is none other than the sword ancestor of the Temple of Heavenly Demons. The practitioners of the imperial court refer to him as the Demon Sword Saint. The Demon Sword disciple is ready to take action. Perhaps I shall indulge in a little madness on behalf of that foolish boy, Chu Xiao. That Navi lad truly believes that with a mere handful of grand cities, he can compel the imperial court to capitulate and relinquish his mother and trusted confidants. Enough of this idle chatter. The boy has forged a demonic heart. His destiny is to become a formidable demon emperor. For this alone, it is worthwhile for the Temple of Heavenly Demons to lend him our support. In the midst of the sacred sanctum, a colossal shadow, resembling a mountain, loomed ominously in the air. The silhouette took the form of a giant tortoise, its abyss-like maw opening and closing, exhaling chaotic energies. The colossal tortoise before us is, in fact, a primordial deity of chaos, its presence immense and commanding. Upon its back rests a miniature world, with sun, moon, and stars revolving around its shell, known as the Tortoise Mountain. No. According to the customs of my celestial demon palace, from this day forth, we should refer to you as the ancestor of Tortoise Mountain. After many years of absence, we extend our heartfelt congratulations to the ancestor of Tortoise Mountain for successfully breaking through and ascending to the realm of Quasi-Emperor. Gazing up at the celestial tortoise, the venerable ancestors of the celestial demon palace were struck with awe, their faces reflecting deep reverence. This great tortoise, named Tortoise Mountain, belongs to the primordial demonic race, known for its longevity, having existed for countless eons. At the inception of the celestial demon palace, it had already endured for millions of years. Unlike the short-lived human races and the myriad ancient clans, the primordial demons are a unique lineage born of the very fabric of the universe. They are thus impervious to the tribulations of the heavens and possess an almost eternal existence. However, the laws of the universe are inherently just. Although the demonic beings enjoy prolonged lives, their comprehension and cultivation speed pale in comparison to other races. For a demon to transcend to a new realm, it often requires thousands, even millions, of years. Moreover, the demonic race faces significant challenges in reproduction, making it arduous to bear offspring. In the primordial era, the demonic race thrived, but as the ancient clans rose to prominence and the human race flourished, the demons gradually fell into decline. Let us proceed, commanded Tortoise Mountain, raising its head, its eyes gleaming like brilliant stars in the vast expanse of the cosmos. A resounding thud echoed as the laws of the quasi-emperor coalesced around the ancestor of Tortoise Mountain. He unleashed unparalleled powers, opening a void passageway. Relay the order to assault the imperial court. With that, the ancestor of Tortoise Mountain shifted its immense form into the void. His commanding voice resonated throughout the celestial demon palace. Following the departure of the ancestor from the sacred grounds, the sword ancestor, blood soul ancestor, and coffin ancestor of the celestial demon palace began to mobilize as well. The actions of the celestial demon palace soon stirred the imperial court. Across the 3,000 domains, the ancient clans and immortal lineages felt the tremors of impending change. The aura of a quasi-emperor. What are the celestial demon palace's intentions? Have they unleashed the might of a quasi-emperor? Are they preparing for a war of immortality? Anxiety rippled through the top-tier factions as they contemplated the implications. Should a war of immortality erupt, it would spell catastrophe for all involved. If the conflict spirals out of control, the entire Eastern Extension realm, with its 3,000 domains, could be thrown into chaos. Chapter 16. Observing all laws, all paths converging as one in the Flame Sun domain, Chu Xiao received the news. Upon learning that the ancestor of the Celestial Demon Palace had emerged from seclusion, he was taken aback. The rationale behind the Celestial Demon Palace's declaration of war against the Imperial Court was ostensibly to rescue Chu Xiao's confidant and his birth mother. However, the grandiosity of the Celestial Demon Palace's actions hinted at ulterior motives that extended beyond this fade. With its immense influence, the Celestial Demon Palace had no need to deploy a quasi-emperor merely to save Chu Xiao's kin. The notion of rescuing Chu Xiao's people was but a pretext. Within the central military tent, Chu Xiao sat upon a wooden chair, perceiving the intricate web of intentions with clarity. Regardless of the intentions of the Heavenly Demon Palace, their declaration of war against the Imperial Court serves to exert pressure, thereby augmenting the hope that Chu Xiao may rescue his mother and his loyal followers. The army received the command to halt their siege and regroup. With this thought in mind, Chu Xiao emerged from the central command tent and issued a directive to his formidable army of Xianwei. Over the past days of relentless siege and conquest, the 30,000-strong Xianwei army under his command had suffered significant losses, with morale waning. The moment the Heavenly Demon Palace declared war upon the Imperial Court signified that Chu Xiao had passed his trial. Therefore, there was no need to risk further lives by continuing the assault. Chu Jinchuan and the ancient ancestor Han Chan conveyed a message, stating that he could return to the Heavenly Demon Palace. The trials set by the ancient ancestors had concluded. While Chu Xiao's thoughts meandered, the voice of Song Fu resonated behind him. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao turned and replied with a measured tone, "Yes, once I have arranged everything, I shall depart shortly." He intended for the remaining Xianwei troops to be stationed in the Sunfire domain, assigning 3 commanders of Divine Fire Realm to oversee their continued training. Although the army's numbers were modest, Chu Xiao believed that with gradual cultivation and expansion, he could one day establish a formidable legion, capable of sweeping across various territories. Zhuamu, Suda, Lu Feng, I have a task for you. Should you accomplish this, I promise you a place within the Heavenly Demon Palace. Chu Xiao gazed at them with piercing eyes, his expression grave. The trio, upon hearing his intentions, felt a surge of excitement, their eyes alight with fervor. In that moment, they envisioned a luminous path ahead. "We are willing to follow you, my lord. Rest assured, we shall devote ourselves entirely to your cause." Without hesitation, they prostrated themselves before Chu Xiao, pledging their loyalty. They understood that aligning with Chu Xiao represented their opportunity for resurgence. To this end, they willingly offered a fragment of their souls, prepared to serve him as subordinates. Sacrificing their freedom for the promise of a brighter future was a rare opportunity in this world. Chu Xiao was the true heir of the Heavenly Demon Palace. It was anticipated that he would become a formidable demon ancestor in the future. "Rise," he commanded, pleased with their responses. Although their innate qualities were average, they were still valuable assets. By winning over these 3, Chu Xiao had begun to establish a base of support within the Heavenly Demon Palace. "Come, Songlao." After arranging the essentials, Chu Xiao did not linger. Many more matters awaited his attention. Upon arriving in the Sunfire domain, he not only orchestrated military strategies, but also actively participated in combat. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm, and with one more step, he would break through into the Law Manifestation realm. The process of condensing the Law Manifestation was no trivial matter. The realm of Dharma manifestations serves as a threshold on the path of cultivation. In this stage, the higher the tier of the Dharma manifestation condensed, the further the cultivator can traverse in the future. After departing from the military camp, Song Fu employed his divine powers to escort Chu Xiao across vast distances, ultimately arriving at a teleportation platform. Utilizing the teleportation platform crafted by the Heavenly Demon Palace, in merely a quarter of an hour, Chu Xiao returned to the headquarters of the Heavenly Demon Palace. Master Song, I wish to visit the scripture repository. Upon returning to the headquarters, Chu Xiao intended to observe the myriad laws and enrich his foundational knowledge. His current cultivation techniques were rather singular. Although the Sutra of Slaughter encompasses a vast array of profound and minor divine powers, Chu Xiao's current level was too low to practice those techniques. Indeed, Chu Zhenchuan, I shall take you to the scripture repository. Song Fu nodded slightly. As a true disciple of the Heavenly Demon Palace, Chu Xiao had the privilege to freely enter the first 9 levels of the scripture repository. The upper levels, beyond the 9th, were core areas that even true disciples could not tread without permission. Nevertheless, the teachings within the first 9 levels were sufficient for Chu Xiao's contemplation and observation. The scripture repository was situated outside the consecrated grounds of the Heavenly Demon Palace. From a distance, it resembled a towering stone edifice, covering an area exceeding 1,000 miles. Surrounded by a multitude of imperial formations, the tower comprised 13 stories, each soaring to a height of 1,000 zhang. The exterior of the stone tower was inscribed with countless obscure and enigmatic ancient runes, radiating imperial might, each rune harboring terrifying power. Attempting to forcefully breach this repository would result in immediate suppression, even for emperors and sovereigns, by the intricate formations of runes. Chu Zhenchuan, I shall await you outside. Song Fu did not enter the scripture repository, as he was merely a core elder, permitted to access only the first 7 levels. Upon entering the scripture repository, Chu Xiao attracted no attention. The first level was filled with an abundance of paper books, containing accounts of various extraordinary events and some hidden histories of the Eastern Extension realm. Chu Xiao did not linger on the first level but proceeded directly to the second. Upon reaching the second level, the number of paper books diminished significantly. Most of the ancient texts were recorded in jade slips, allowing one to glean all information with a mere sweep of their consciousness. As he perused various techniques, such as blood ignition technique, soul refinement technique, and corpse transformation method, Chu Xiao gradually became entranced. The techniques available on the second level of the scripture repository were primarily low-tier methods suitable only for cultivation up to the Dharma manifestation realm, along with some self-created techniques by lower-level cultivators of the Heavenly Demon Palace. Although these techniques were rudimentary and had their flaws, careful study could yield valuable insights and benefits. As Chu Xiao delved into the myriad teachings, his perspective expanded unconsciously. In this unfolding narrative, Chu Xiao gradually finds clarity within himself. The scene shifts to the Heavenly Demon Palace, where a declaration of war against the imperial court is made. Within a resplendent tower at the residence of the ancient Gu clan, a man clad in a purple robe bears a countenance marred by sorrow. Clenching his fists, a tempest of rage brews within his chest. Teng Fei, my dear Fei Chu Xiao, you wretched spawn, having slain my son, I shall ensure you endure a fate worse than death. The Heavenly Demon Palace. How dare they show such favoritism towards that lowly creature from the imperial court? They promised to confine him for 3 months, yet they have swiftly permitted his departure from the Heavenly Demon Palace, utterly disregarding my Gu clan. Chapter 17. The Rebellion of the Gu clan. An attempt to stifle Chu Xiao. This is sheer audacity. Such intolerable arrogance. Fei my son, I swear to avenge you. I will surely do so. The middle-aged man cries out in anguished desperation. Around him, servants tremble on the ground, fearful of incurring his wrath. Crash! Bang! As he curses and hurls various objects in the tower, he resembles a frenzied beast, completely bereft of reason. This man, known as Gu Wuchuan, is the father of Gu Tingfei and the head of the ancient Gu clan. Due to the deficiencies in his cultivation method, he is only this one descendant after millennia. The death of Gu Tingfei is an inconceivable loss for him. Gu Tingfei possessed exceptional talent and had long been viewed as the heir to the Gu clan. Now, with his only child gone, the hopes of the Gu clan have been extinguished. Wretched spawn Chu Xiao, I vow to slay you. Gu Wuchuan's face flushed crimson as he crushed the stone slab beneath his foot. Brother, remain calm. Do not rashly speak ill of the heavenly demon palace, lest it brings catastrophic repercussions to our Gu clan. Just as Gu Wuchuan vented his fury, a strikingly beautiful woman with fiery red hair entered the tower. Upon hearing her voice, Gu Wuchuan abruptly turned, his spirit shattered, and he murmured, "You may, my fei is dead. It is all that Chu Xiao's doing. Our Gu clan has followed the heavenly demon palace for countless millennia, yet now, alas, how infuriating, how humiliating." As he spoke, Gu Wuchuan's expression twisted with rage, pounding his chest in despair, trembling all over. The intertwining emotions of sorrow and wrath threatened to overwhelm his magical essence. "Brother, do not despair. The matter concerning Fei will not be left unresolved. Just yesterday, the crown prince of the imperial court sent envoys. He too wishes to eliminate Chu Xiao and has requested our Gu clan's assistance at a crucial juncture. Should we succeed, our Gu clan can align with the imperial court, and the crown prince has promised to bestow upon you the title of loyal marquis of the imperial court, along with granting our clan dominion over 3 realms." The woman gently placed her delicate, alabaster hand upon Gu Wuchuan's shoulder, channeling her magical essence to stabilize his turbulent spirit. "Very well, very well. The imperial court seeks to eliminate that wretched spawn, Chu Xiao, as well. Excellent. In light of this, what harm is there in supporting the imperial court? And as for the heavenly demon palace, how dare they treat the Gu family with such disdain? Perhaps one day, the imperial court could also eradicate that accursed palace." Gu Wuchuan expressed his deep resentment. Ever since he received the news of Gu Tengfei's demise, his ire had extended to the heavenly demon palace. Although his son sometimes acted with arrogance and a fierce temperament, frequently slaying his peers within the palace, one must ask, did the heavenly demon palace bear no blame? His son's character was largely forged within that very palace. Ultimately, the root of all troubles lay with the heavenly demon palace. Brother, the annihilation of the heavenly demon palace requires careful deliberation. Our immediate concern is to deal with Chu Xiao. His potential is immensely formidable, and having already provoked him, we cannot allow him to grow unchecked. The consequences would be dire. The young woman sighed wearily. Since Gu Tengfei's death, her brother had become somewhat unhinged, even entertaining the notion of destroying the heavenly demon palace. It must be noted that the imperial court and the heavenly demon palace had been at odds for several epochs, engaging in numerous battles, yet neither side had succeeded in obliterating the other. Nevertheless, the young woman did not wish to engage in further debate with Gu Wuchuan at this moment. "You are right. What does the imperial court require of the Gu family? If we can eliminate that vile Chu Xiao, the Gu family shall cooperate wholeheartedly," Gu Wuchuan declared solemnly, having resolved to go all out in this endeavor. "Brother, we only need to proceed as such." The young woman smiled alluringly, playfully tossing her hair as she laid out the various plans from the imperial court. "Excellent. Let us proceed accordingly." Gu Wuchuan agreed without hesitation to the demands from the imperial court. At the imperial court, within the Tianyuan Hall, where grand assemblies are convened, it is customary for only momentous events to summon the court's ministers and generals. Following the declaration of war from the heavenly demon palace, it took less than 3 days for them to conquer several domains. Caught off guard by the sudden aggression, the imperial court faced continuous defeats at the front lines. At this moment, numerous key figures of the imperial court congregated within Tianyuan Hall. However, seated upon the dragon throne was not the sovereign of the imperial court, but rather the crown prince, Chu Liang. Given his cultivation and standing, he was not yet fully deserving of this position, yet he was backed by numerous factions supporting him. The various branches of the Chu family, too, stood firmly behind Chu Liang. Despite their differing ambitions, his position as crown prince was unassailable. Observing the audacious Chu Liang upon the throne, one of the court's ministers stepped forward respectfully, stating, "Your Highness, the heavenly demon palace approaches with great ferocity, demanding that our imperial court grant pardon to the confidants of the 10th prince, as well as his mother. Should we refuse, they will insist on releasing her and the 10th prince's confidants according to their conditions." Upon hearing the voice, Chu Liang turned his gaze towards an elderly man with white hair, his expression marred by displeasure. He thundered in rebuttal, "Foolishness! The heavenly demon palace encroaches upon the territories of our imperial court and compels us to bow in submission. If our court complies, it would be tantamount to a disgrace to our dignity. Moreover, Do you truly believe that the heavenly demon palace's grandiose display is merely to rescue a handful of treasonous remnants colluding with the demonic path? Chu Liang's words garnered the endorsement of numerous civil and military officials. Your Highness speaks with reason. The heavenly demon palace harbors grand ambitions. Our imperial court must not show weakness. In terms of foundation, our court need not fear the heavenly demon palace. If they desire war, then let it be war. As he listened to the affirmations from the civil and military officials, Chu Liang's expression softened somewhat. His reluctance to release Chu Zhao's confidence and mother stemmed from his own selfish motives. By retaining Chu Zhao's mother and those loyal to him, he could continue to hold Chu Xiao in check. What troubled Chu Liang most at present was the stance of the elder ancestors of the imperial court. Their silence rendered matters exceedingly difficult. The true power brokers of the imperial court were never the sovereign or the officials, but rather the reclusive elders and ancestors. Chu Liang's apprehension towards Chu Xiao had reached its zenith. In recent times, he had exhausted every conceivable means, continuously plotting, even resorting to generous offers to win over some vassal forces of the heavenly demon palace. Until Chu Xiao was eliminated, his heart could find no peace. There was no possibility of reconciliation between him and Chu Xiao. Ironically, the potential exhibited by Chu Xiao grew increasingly formidable. Chapter 18. Breakthrough in Realms. A world transformed as Chu Liang's thoughts swirled. A figure clad in black robes entered the Tianyuan Hall, hands clasped behind his back, moving at a leisurely pace. A faint aura of sanctity emanated from this figure. Upon sighting him, the civil and military officials, including Chu Liang, promptly rose to pay their respects, exclaiming, "We pay homage to the ancestor." Their expressions were filled with reverence, and their breathing was cautious, fearful of incurring the ire of the figure before them. "Do not stand on ceremony," the black-robed figure commanded. Around his neck slithered a slender black serpent, lifting its head to articulate human speech. This enigmatic figure was one of the ancestors of the Chu family in the imperial court, having cultivated an unusual method. Beneath the black robe, his body was a creation of his necromancy. The unassuming black serpent was his true form. As the serpent spoke, its vertical pupils fixated upon Chu Liang. Sensing the serpent's gaze, a wave of trepidation washed over Chu Liang, cold sweat beating upon his forehead, an ominous premonition surfacing in his mind. The potential and talent exhibited by Chu Xiao had recently spread far and wide, and should the elders of the imperial court contemplate sacrificing themselves to restore Chu Xiao, his own situation would become exceedingly perilous. The ancients of the court had always prioritized their interests. With Chu Xiao's qualifications and potential, they might well support him without hesitation. The atmosphere within the Tianyuan Hall grew increasingly oppressive. Numerous civil officials and military generals are astute individuals. Should the ancient figures of the imperial court choose to abandon Chu Liang, they would swiftly alter their allegiance and welcome back Chu Xiao. "Esteemed ancestor, may I inquire as to your commands?" After a prolonged silence, Chu Liang, mustering his courage, took the initiative to speak. He is no ordinary character. Over the years, he has risen above the brutal struggles and garnered support from various factions, not merely by fortune. Even when faced with dire straits, Chu Liang would not surrender easily. Alas, the slender black serpent sighed, gradually withdrawing his gaze from Chu Liang. His intention was indeed to exchange Chu Liang's life for the return of Chu Xiao. However, two revered ancestors held Chu Liang in high regard. According to their wishes, despite Chu Zhao's imperial demeanor, the imperial court must support Chu Liang. This notion perplexed the black serpent, yet he dared not defy the will of the ancestors. "Chu Liang, step forward to receive your decree," commanded the ancestor. "From this moment forth, you shall assume full control of the affairs of the imperial court. Upon your breakthrough to the reflective realm, the ancestors shall personally descend to crown you." As the black serpent's voice echoed, the civil officials and military generals were momentarily taken aback. Even Chu Liang himself felt a sense of astonishment. He contemplated various possibilities, yet never anticipated that the ancestors of the imperial court would wholeheartedly support him. Although Chu Liang could not fathom the ancestors' intentions, this outcome was undeniably fortuitous for him. Traditionally, when a new emperor ascends, ancestors or ancient figures of the imperial court emerge to conduct the coronation ceremony. However, to date, no emperor has ever received a personal coronation from the ancestors of the imperial court. "Thank you for your cultivation and regard, esteemed ancestor. I, Liang, shall strive diligently and cultivate earnestly to strengthen our imperial court. Chu Liang knelt upon the ground, bowing deeply towards the sacred ground of the imperial court. With the support of the ancestors, his position as heir apparent was now firmly established. On the surface, the power structure of the imperial court appears to be controlled by numerous civil officials, military generals, and the court sovereign. In reality, the broader direction is governed by the ancestors of the imperial court. Typically, the ancestors refrain from intervening in the court's affairs. Take heed, the black serpent intoned, exhaling a cloud of apricot mist. He then commanded the black-robed corpse puppet to depart the Tianyuan hall step by step. Farewell, serpent ancestor. Farewell, esteemed ancestor. Within the Tianyuan hall, the civil officials and military generals once again clasped their hands and bowed in reverence to the black serpent. At this moment, within the sacred ground of the imperial court, in the dim void, two towering figures traversed the emptiness, their eyes gently closed, exuding an imperial aura. Beneath their feet, the starry river swirled, and the great Tao surged, with the laws of heaven and earth revolving slowly around them, centered upon their presence. What a tremendous variable indeed. Truly, a momentous upheaval. Possessing the innate potential of an emperor, he should have dominated an era. Alas, he was born in the wrong time, obstructing our paths. Despite sharing the same lineage and blood, this child must be eliminated to avert unforeseen circumstances, murmured one shadowy figure. He shook his head, a sigh escaping his lips, his countenance reflecting a profound empathy. Another indistinct figure, upon hearing this, remarked, "Such is his fate. Chu Xiao. Huh, what a splendid name. Yet it is a pity. Had he been born a generation earlier or later, we could have allowed him to flourish. Our time is dwindling. In this era, if we fail to become true emperors, we shall find no opportunity in the future. The calamities we face are becoming increasingly terrifying. Even employing the technique of false death and reincarnation will not suffice." When discussing the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, both towering figures spoke with grave tones. How lamentable. The path of immortality is ruthless. The road to becoming an emperor permits only a handful of beings to pass. The uncertainties surrounding Chu Xiao are too numerous, and even the heavenly secrets he possesses are obscured by some force. If he is allowed to mature, he may seize the fortunes of this era, and at that time, the path to becoming an emperor may only open for him. One emperor per era is not a boon for us. Even the old immortals from the demon temple regard him with great importance. Their foolishness is astonishing. The 2 figures conversed, their voices resonating through the heavens and earth, stirring the very fabric of time and space. It matters not. They may protect the lad for a moment, but they cannot safeguard him for a lifetime. He is merely an unripe variable. There are countless ways and means to extinguish him. Even if the old immortals of the demon temple wish to shield him, we can still defy fate and swim against the current. The vastness of the great way has led us to this point. We no longer fear the so-called destiny. Our path is self-cultivated. Thunder rumbled as the 2 majestic figures gazed into the distance, their presence radiating an even more terrifying aura. In the demon temple, within the scripture repository, Chu Xiao was wholly absorbed in perusing various martial arts. The runes on his body shimmered with brilliance. Perhaps due to the emperor's bone nestled in his chest, Chu Xiao quickly grasped the essence of each technique he studied. The aura of the law manifestation realm gradually manifested around him. An elder of the demon temple, tasked with guarding the repository, observed Chu Xiao closely. Witnessing the runes swirling around him, the elder could not help but exclaim, "Is this child a monster? He has merely perused the transformation of fortune technique for a quarter of an hour, and he has already comprehended its profound truths, reaching the minor success stage. I recall that I too practiced this technique long ago, yet it took me over 3 centuries to barely touch its threshold. Subsequently, I spent a millennium to achieve minor success. Eventually, I could no longer continue my cultivation and had to relinquish it. Truly, the disparity between individuals is infuriating." The speaker is a hunchbacked old man, leaning on his cane, his mind awash with complex emotions. Just as he emits a sigh of contemplation, dark clouds suddenly gather above the scripture pavilion. Lightning bolts coalesce into dragons, swirling within the tumultuous sea of clouds. At this moment, Chu Xiao's aura surges dramatically. A manifestation of law slowly materializes behind him. Chapter 19. The 3 aspects of the Long River, the convergence of the forbidden law manifestation. It appears that this young man is on the verge of breaking through the realm of law manifestation. I wonder what type of law manifestation he will conjure. On the 10th level of the scripture pavilion, a colossal beast, resembling a tiger-headed, sheep-bodied creature adorned with 9 fox tails, lazily awakens from its slumber. Its appearance is bizarre, yet its presence is terrifying. Within its pupils, a galaxy subtly revolves. Its fur is as dark as night, every strand shimmering with luster, and upon closer inspection, one might discern that each hair harbors a miniature world. As the beast speaks, a woman beside it rests her chin on her hand, pondering thoughtfully. This young man's foundation is profound, and having received the generational inheritance of the Ember Emperor, he should be capable of manifesting either the earthly law aspect or the heavenly law aspect. The tier of a law manifestation varies in strength. The manifestation conjured by a cultivator embodies their foundational principles. The higher the tier of the law manifestation, the further the cultivator's future potential. The tiers of law manifestations in the Eastern Extension realm are classified as flawed law aspect, flawless law aspect, perfect law aspect, earthly law aspect, heavenly law aspect, and celestial law aspect. Most cultivators manifest flawed law aspects. Ordinary prodigies can manifest flawless law aspects, while those of extraordinary talent can achieve perfect law aspects. Manifesting the earthly law aspect signifies the potential to reach the pinnacle of mortal paths and ascend to the Emperor's realm. Every 10,000 years, only 2 or 3 cultivators manage to manifest the earthly law aspect. Thus it is also referred to as the aspect of the Emperor. Roar. As several ancestors of the celestial demon hall converse, a resounding dragon's roar reverberates through the heavens and earth. Behind Chu Shao, numerous ethereal dragon shadows emerge. These dragon figures radiate golden light, each boasting 5 claws. Indeed. Judging by the display, this young man is likely to manifest the earthly law aspect. Remarks one of the ancestors of the celestial demon hall, clad in wide sleeves, his aura ominous. The earthly law aspect possesses the essence of an emperor. In several thousand years, even if Chu Shao does not reach the emperor realm, he will at least attain the status of a quasi-emperor. Before the elder of the celestial demon hall can finish his statement, the dragon shadows behind Chu Shao gradually diminish. Following this, a massive black and white diagram materializes. The dragon shadows encircle the diagram, forming an entirely new law manifestation, the totem of the Tao. The interplay of black and white embodies the essence of yin and yang. This is the heavenly law aspect. Within the Sutra repository, a group of elders from the heavenly demon hall gasped in astonishment. At this moment, the entire repository was under urgent lockdown by the heavenly demon hall. The ordinary disciples surrounding were all dispatched to the repository. The embodiment of the heavenly Tao, this young man has truly condensed the heavenly Tao manifestation. In the future, as he vies for the imperial path, he will undoubtedly carve out his own place. The mere fact that he has manifested the heavenly Tao means that, as long as he does not fall, he can at least cultivate to the realm of an emperor. Suddenly, from the depths of the sacred grounds of the heavenly demon hall, a colossal head emerged from a lake shimmering with ethereal light, erupting into laughter that stirred the vast waters. The realm of the emperor, as mentioned by the head, refers to the second stage of the extreme Tao. The extreme Tao emperor realm consists of 4 stages. Upon entering the first stage, one becomes a quasi-emperor. Upon reaching the second, one becomes an emperor. Upon entering the third, one is known as an emperor supreme. And only by grasping the 4th stage can one become a true great emperor. Wait, something is amiss. This little fellow's manifestation is still coalescing. From an inconspicuous grave in the depths of the sacred grounds, a filthy, emaciated hand suddenly reached out. As the soil shifted, an elderly figure dressed in a burial garment, resembling a rat with sharp features, slowly crawled out. With a pair of triangular eyes and a scruffy beard, he looked around, akin to a sentient rodent. Oh, what a delightful little creature. I wonder if he can advance further and condense the legendary immortal Tao manifestation. The old man reached for his head, speaking with anticipation. Upon hearing his words, the ancient ancestors of the heavenly demon hall fell into a contemplative silence. The condensation of the immortal Tao manifestation is exceedingly arduous. Over the course of several epochs, it is rare for even a single cultivator to achieve such a feat. The immortal Tao manifestation signifies the embodiment of immortality. Since the end of the immortal ancient epoch, Only two cultivators in the Eastern Extension realm have successfully condensed the immortal Tao manifestation. One was the founder of the Heavenly Demon Hall, and the other, the creator of the Imperial Court. Both ultimately transcended the Imperial path and ascended beyond the mortal realm to achieve true immortality. It is precisely because of these two true immortals that the Imperial Court and the Heavenly Demon Hall are revered as powers of longevity. Brother, do you think he can condense the immortal Tao manifestation? Outside the sutra repository of the Heavenly Demon Hall, three ethereal consciousnesses quietly observed Chu Shao. These three consciousnesses seemed to transcend this realm, undetectable even to the venerable ancestors of the Heavenly Demon Hall. Whether they were at the sacred domain level or had reached the quasi-emperor tier. Difficult. One of the consciousnesses repeated the word twice before continuing. In our Eastern Extension realm, the essence of life is scarce. Even a true immortal reincarnated would find it exceedingly challenging to condense the immortal Tao manifestation. The three consciousnesses, fixated on Chu Shao, were indeed the founding figures of the Heavenly Demon Hall. These primordial beings do not dwell within the sanctum of the Heavenly Demon Palace. Instead, they remain in seclusion within the void forbidden zone for countless years. Their existence spans an era so extensive that it is almost unfathomable. It is only through the scant amount of life-sustaining essence found within the forbidden zone that they are able to maintain their vitality and evade the calamities of the world. Perhaps, just as another thought was about to be articulated, the sky above the Heavenly Demon Palace suddenly plunged into an abyss of darkness. The once turbulent thunderclouds above dissipated. A certain celestial law thunderously enveloped the entire domain of the Heavenly Demon Palace. The several ancestors of the Heavenly Demon Palace gazed upward, their true selves within the void forbidden zone jolting awake. Before them unfolded a breathtaking spectacle. Behind Chu Shao, an ethereal river emerged. Within that river, each droplet of water encapsulated an entire universe, and every cresting wave cradled a grand world. The river of time. No, the spectral river bore not merely the essence of time. It was the fabled projection of the river of the three aspects. The forbidden manifestation. He sought to condense the forbidden manifestation. An ancestor of the Heavenly Demon Palace, appearing as an unassuming middle-aged man, spoke with palpable astonishment, his eyes gleaming with a brilliant light. The river of the three aspects embodies destiny, causality, and the flow of time. All beings, celestial and divine, along with the grand principles of the universe, struggle within this great river. Mortal beings need only transcend the river of time to become true immortals. Chapter 20. Veiling the Celestial Mechanism, Undercurrents Roiling. If one could leap beyond the river of destiny, they might ascend to the pinnacle of the immortal path, becoming an inconceivable and immeasurable existence. Should one progress further and escape the river of causality, they could embark on the true path of transcendence, reaching the shores beyond the sea of suffering, transforming into a genuine, immortal taboo. The thoughts of the ancestors of the Heavenly Demon Palace surged like a tide. Within the 3,000 domains, some ancient beings, long in hiding, sensed the projection of the river of the three aspects within the Heavenly Demon Palace. They released their thoughts, attempting to gain a deeper insight into Chu Shao. Though the manifestation of the river of the three aspects that Chu Shao had condensed was but a faint silhouette, it contained myriad mysteries. Some ancient beings, merely by gazing upon it from afar, gleaned the essence of creation. And even the long-standing bottlenecks that had eluded them for years began to subtly loosen, on the verge of breakthrough. Begone, should you dare to pry further. You shall face death. In response to the probing entities, one ancestor of the Heavenly Demon Palace spoke with indifference, his true form manifesting above the scripture vault of the palace. An overwhelming divine might erupted from him. In the next moment, the thoughts of all those who sought to pry were annihilated by a single stroke of his sword. Having concluded his actions, he waved his grand sleeve, utilizing his immense power to shroud the celestial mechanisms of the domain, rendering those formidable beings outside incapable of discerning Chu Zhao's circumstances any longer. What a pity! In a seething sea of molten lava, a colossal being known as Shangliu, adorned with 9 serpentine heads, murmured to itself, towering to an impressive height. Much of its body was submerged in the lava, exuding an imperial aura. Yet, at that moment, a trace of golden blood lingered at the corner of its mouth. Not long ago, the ancestral figure of the Heavenly Demon Hall had struck, severing one of its divine thoughts and inflicting considerable harm. The elder from the heavenly demon hall was indeed tyrannical. Sighing, Shangliu reflected that engaging in conflict with such ancient beings would yield little advantage. In the face of one or two ancestors from the heavenly demon hall, it felt capable of maneuvering. But the crux of the matter lay in the uncertainty surrounding the number of ancestors and ancient beings residing within the heavenly demon hall. As a longevity force, the heavenly demon hall possessed numerous hidden cards, with many ancient monsters lurking in the void's forbidden zones and within its sacred grounds. It was rumored that some living fossils lingered within the hall, teetering between life and death. The power that enabled the heavenly demon hall to dominate half of the eastern extension realm was far more profound than it appeared. The might they displayed to the outside world was merely the tip of the iceberg. As Shangliu pondered, several chaotic beings, each towering 1,000 feet, yet exuding significantly weaker auras, emerged from the lava. Their grotesque visages were fearsome, capable of overwhelming entire domains in the outside world. Yet they appeared exceedingly respectful in the presence of Shangliu. Lord Emperor, it seems that a forbidden figure is destined to emerge from the heavenly demon hall. It is likely that the fate of this era will be seized by them. I beseech you, Lord Emperor, what course should our clan take? One of the humanoid demons inquired, wielding a massive axe and adorned in thick scales, exuding an aura of sanctity with every movement. Fate. Our kind has never placed faith in destiny, Shangliu retorted, vibrant luminescence swirling in its serpent-like eyes. Once our holy sun breaks through the divine source and descends into this world, he shall surely suppress all prodigies and establish our clan's glory anew. Within the imperial court, countless divine thoughts converged, scrutinizing the direction of the heavenly demon hall, each one imbued with murderous intent. Were it not for the apprehension regarding the ancestors of the heavenly demon hall, they would have directly taken action against Chu Xiao. Sensing the malice in those divine thoughts, another figure emerged in the air above the heavenly demon hall, wielding a long spear and bearing a third eye upon its forehead. It radiated pure, demonic energy, with blood-red lotus blossoms blooming beneath its feet, resembling a being that had risen from the depths of hell. You, wretched creatures, may engage in your petty rivalries. I shall not originally. When Chu Xiao obtained the inheritance of the Ember Emperor and was recognized by the Dao-calling Jade Plate, the founder of the Heavenly Demon Palace began to take notice of him. Now, with the manifestation of the three-phase river Dharma aspect, Chu Xiao's standing among the myriad founders of the Heavenly Demon Palace has surged dramatically. The taboo Dharma aspect, whether it is a blessing or a curse, remains uncertain. A figure with an eye upon its forehead gazed at Chu Xiao, shaking his head gently, while others failed to perceive the underlying truth. This figure comprehended fully that the Dharma aspect Chu Xiao had condensed was not of the celestial path, but rather a taboo aspect that exists solely in legend, transcending the celestial Dharma aspect. Taboo signifies invincibility, yet the path of invincibility is fraught with peril. In the figure's heart, Chu Xiao had already become a half-dead being. To condense a celestial Dharma aspect would allow one to stand at the pinnacle of celestial realms, side by side with the Tao of heaven. However, the taboo denotes a position above the Tao of heaven, beyond the three-phase river, standing at the edge of a distant shore. To tread such a path invites the wrath of heaven and earth. Nevertheless, fate is unpredictable. I hope you can reach the end of your journey. The figure extended a hand, forming a seal, and gently pressed it towards Chu Xiao. With his own ultimate principles, he temporarily concealed the rank of Chu Xiao's Dharma aspect. After completing his task, the figure stepped forward and vanished into the void. Sitting cross-legged in the scripture pavilion, Chu Xiao gradually awakened from his state of enlightenment and breakthrough. An aura of early-stage Dharma aspect radiated from him. At his chest, the imperial bone gleamed with a more crystalline and resplendent brilliance. Following the breakthrough of the Dharma aspect realm, Chu Xiao's physical body, soul, and spiritual power had all undergone a sublime transformation. He did not leave the scripture pavilion immediately, but remained seated to further solidify his realm. The commotion caused by Chu Xiao's breakthrough had attracted much discussion among the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Palace. Did you all witness the recent phenomenon? Our ancient figures within the Heavenly Demon Palace have been stirred. It is said that one of our 17 true disciples is cultivating. This newly inaugurated true disciple is indeed extraordinary. If all goes as expected, he may soon become the divine child of our Heavenly Demon Palace. His realm appears to be not yet at the profound understanding stage, Yet the noise from his cultivation surpasses that of some elders achieving sanctity. He is undeniably an anomaly. I suspect he might be the offspring of an ancient emperor, or perhaps a reincarnation of an ancient emperor living a second life. Every disciple within the main residence of the heavenly demon palace is a prodigy. Even the outer disciples exhibit remarkable insights. Many secrets of the celestial path are known to these disciples. When discussing Chu Xiao, they each wore solemn expressions, their eyes filled with reverence. Since Gu Tingfei was slain by Chu Xiao in just 2 moves, Chu Xiao's reputation within the heavenly demon palace has spread like wildfire. The voices questioning Chu Xiao's true disciple status have gradually diminished. Chapter 21. The conditions of the imperial court and the conspiracy against Chu Xiao. However, there were also some malevolent gazes observing from afar the location of Chu Xiao within the sutra repository. Chu Xiao. I hope he possesses a modicum of wisdom. If he refrains from vying for the position of the divine son, he may still luxuriate in the glory of his true inheritance ranking. Should he prove to be obstinate and unyielding, my wand of 10,000 souls would not mind adding another remnant soul to its collection. A youth clad in mourning garb supported an oiled paper umbrella, speaking softly. Intricate and twisted runes adorned the umbrella, shimmering with an enigmatic radiance. Upon closer inspection, each rune appeared as a window, through which one could faintly glimpse another spatial dimension. Within those realms, countless souls writhed in torment. The chilling echoes of piercing wails reverberating through the air. 11 true inheritors, please tread carefully in your words. That true inheritor has garnered the ancestors' esteem, and is by no means an insignificant figure. Not long ago, he had dispatched the heir of the Gu family with merely 2 strikes. It is worth noting that the Gu heir was not an ordinary core disciple, being just a hair's breadth away from ascending to the true inheritance rank. Those lower in the sequence, in terms of skill and strength, were even inferior to that Gu heir. From behind the youth with the umbrella emerged an elder, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Upon hearing the elder's voice, the youth regarded him with disdain. He was the 11th-ranked true inheritor of the heavenly demon temple, a top-tier prodigy who believed himself equal to any adversary. Old bone, you worry too much. I concede that Chu Xiao possesses some strength. Yet he pales in comparison to me, Qiong Xiaohao. The heavens did not birth me, Qiong Xiaohao, for the path of souls to remain in eternal night. Of course, should Chu Xiao dare to contend for the position of divine son, I sincerely hope his strength is not too feeble. It would be rather tedious to suppress an opponent lacking in prowess, Qiong Xiaohao proclaimed with pride. Observing his brashness, the elder sighed inwardly. Choosing not to further admonish Qiong Xiaohao, youthful arrogance is a facet of life, particularly for prodigies like him. Unless thoroughly subdued, even the son of an ancient emperor would not command his respect. Gazing at the spirited and fearless Qiong Xiaohao, the elder retrieved a gourd of wine. Taking a deep swig of the murky liquor. In his youth, he too believed himself the unrivaled champion, capable of vanquishing all foes. Reflecting on those days, though it now seems laughable, the courage and brilliance of that time shone like gilded gold, illuminating the years that followed. The aspirations of youth are most precious. However, the original intent is hard to maintain. As time flows, the sharpness of the youthful spirit will inevitably dull. As the liquor slid down his throat, memories surged within the elder, evoking a deep sense of nostalgia. Besides Qiong Xiaohao, many other true inheritors of the heavenly demon temple were also fixated on the direction of Chu Xiao's breakthrough. Their expressions varied. Some were filled with a fervent battle spirit. Others remained indifferent and tranquil, while a few were filled with trepidation and fear. As Chu Xiao broke through, in the desolate skies above the barren desert of the Kanglan domain, 2 formidable figures from the imperial court and the heavenly demon palace stood poised in confrontation. Hong Chan, does your heavenly demon palace truly intend to wage an all-out war against my imperial court? The image of the imperial court's quasi-emperor appeared as a young man clad in blue, surrounded by a multitude of swords that formed a domain spanning millions of miles. All centered around him. The might of a quasi-emperor surged through the youth, who cast a wary gaze upon a woman before him. The woman, adorned in an elegant long dress, sat gracefully within a carriage of white jade. Her ethereal presence, untainted and celestial, resembled a goddess descending from the heavens, instilling a sense of reverence and fear in those who dared to look upon her. This woman was none other than the ancient ancestor of the heavenly demon palace who had once guided Chu Xiao. The beings of the outside world referred to her as Quasi-Emperor Hong Chan. She was not of the human race, but rather a member of the cicada clan. Having attained the status of Quasi-Emperor, you, Imperial Court, pride yourselves on your enlightenment, yet secretly engage in the most despicable deeds. Your hypocrisy knows no bounds. Upon seeing you, I am filled with an overwhelming desire to reduce you to ashes and refine your souls. Enough of your empty rhetoric. You have half a day to surrender my heavenly demon palace's trusted confidant and my biological mother. Otherwise, my heavenly demon palace shall march upon your Imperial Court's capital, obliterating your legacy into nothingness. Quasi-Emperor Hong Chan declared, her words dripping with arrogance, deliberately provoking the Quasi-Emperor of the Imperial Court across from her. The rescue of Chu Xiao was merely a pretext. The heavenly demon palace sought an excuse to annex certain territories. To date, they had not acquired the benefits they desired, thus refusing any negotiations with the Imperial Court. Infuriating. The Imperial Court will not suffer humiliation. If your heavenly demon palace seeks war, my Imperial Court shall engage to the bitter end. The Quasi-Emperor of the Imperial Court growled fiercely, his presence becoming increasingly agitated, as if ready to charge forth and engage Quasi-Emperor Hong Chan in a desperate battle. However, he remained inert, reluctant to engage in a life-and-death struggle with her. The Imperial Court was also disinclined to initiate a full-scale war against the Heavenly Demon Palace. In recent years, the Imperial Court faced severe internal challenges, with its ancestors experiencing gradual decline and nearing their end. At this critical juncture, a prolonged conflict with the Heavenly Demon Palace would be detrimental to the Imperial Court. Yet, as the leader of the righteous forces, the Imperial Court could not fully concede to the Heavenly Demon Palace, lest it sow discord within its ranks. Contemplating this dilemma, the Quasi-Emperor of the Imperial Court found himself in a precarious position. Just as he prepared to speak again and engage in negotiations with Quasi-Emperor Hong Chan, a resounding chime echoed through the heavens. Dong! The resonant sound reverberated, shaking the very fabric of the world. Following this, a cascade of radiant light burst forth, revealing a time-worn figure descending slowly while cradling an ancient bell. The silhouette appeared ethereal and hazy, like a projection from a higher realm. He gazed at the shadow of the red cicada sovereign, an aura of overwhelming imperial might emanating from him, causing the red cicada sovereign to breathe heavily and tense up. In an instant, the expression on the red cicada sovereign's face changed dramatically. The shadow's power was terrifying, having surpassed the realm of sovereignty. This shadow was, in fact, a certain ancestor of the Imperial Court. Salutations, ancestor. Upon seeing the shadow, the sovereign of the Imperial Court was taken aback and hurriedly bowed in respect. Despite his cultivation level being at sovereignty, he dared not show any negligence in front of the shadow. Before such a shadow, even a peak sovereign paled in comparison. In the four realms of ultimate path, each advancement represented a chasm of power. Young friend Red Cicada, you have crossed the threshold of the Celestial Demon Palace. If a prolonged conflict erupts between the Imperial Court and the Celestial Demon Palace, it will surely result in untold suffering for the populace. Alas, the world is already rife with hardships, and as the Imperial Court upholds the righteous path, we cannot bear to see the common people suffer. The shadow sighed softly in the void, his tone imbued with compassion. Upon hearing these words, the red cicada sovereign could not help but let out a cold smile inwardly. For the righteous path? For the common people? Each of the shadow's statements was grandiloquent. Yet those capable of cultivating to the realm of the ultimate path were invariably ruthless individuals. It seemed the shadow discerned the thoughts of the red cicada sovereign. He smiled faintly and continued, the true disciple of your celestial demon palace originates from my Imperial Court. Naturally, we shall not make things difficult for his confidants and mother. If he wishes to forge his own path, even if it leads to the demonic way, we shall not obstruct him. However, every path has its corresponding price. If he wishes to save his confidants and mother, let him come forth himself. My Imperial Court is willing to offer him a chance. A month hence, we shall establish a platform in the Kanglan domain. Should he succeed in defeating the younger generation of my Imperial Court, we shall pardon his mother and those confidants. The shadow's words floated down lightly. As he spoke, his gaze slowly shifted away from the red cicada sovereign, resting instead on a distant void. Chapter 22. The Path of Slaughter. Unrelenting progress. The shadow's intentions were unmistakable. The so-called platform was merely an opportunity to eliminate Chu Xiao. The red cicada sovereign furrowed her beautiful brows, ready to reject the shadow's proposal. In her eyes, the lives of Chu Zhao's mother and those confidants were of little consequence. With Chu Zhao's innate talent and potential, he could live for countless ages, with prospects of reaching the fourth realm of the ultimate path, even becoming a true immortal. As one traverses the path of cultivation, the bonds of family, friendship, and love are inevitably severed by the passage of time. However, before the red cicada sovereign could voice her thoughts, a voice suddenly echoed from the distant void. But the voice belonged to an old fisherman clad in a straw coat, who sat calmly on a bamboo raft, floating in the void, holding a fishing rod in his hands. Upon encountering the elderly fisherman, whose appearance bore an air of enigma, the esteemed red cicada emperor hastily bowed in greeting. This mysterious old fisherman was none other than a foundational figure of the heavenly demon palace. The five ancestors cannot acquiesce to the imperial court. The mother of Chu Xiao, along with his confidants, were not worth the risk she was willing to take. Red cicada emperor lamented. Before she could finish her thought, the old fisherman set down his fishing rod, interrupting her discourse. Red cicada, you are mistaken. In this world, there exists nothing that is unequivocally worthy or unworthy. As practitioners, we must cultivate a clear understanding of our thoughts, the old fisherman intoned, his voice reverberating like a gentle breeze. Hearing this, Red Cicada Emperor remained perplexed. Observing her confusion, the old fisherman chose not to elaborate further. Some insights must be discovered through personal reflection. If one cannot grasp them, the words of others will bear no significance. My true disciple from the heavenly demon palace, Chu Xiao, may indeed engage in battle against the prodigies of your imperial court upon this arena in the Kanglan domain, as per your counsel. However, there is one stipulation. Those who ascend the stage must possess cultivation below the profound realm. As the old fisherman concluded his words, the shadow standing amidst the heavens nodded with a smile, responding, "Let it be so. In that case, the conflict between your heavenly demon palace and my imperial court should come to an end. Continuing this strife would yield no benefit to either side." The old fisherman nodded in agreement and subsequently issued a decree commanding all cultivators of the heavenly demon palace to temporarily cease their offensive against the imperial court. Excellent. The shadow retracted the ancient bell artifact from his palm, clasped his hands in salutation to the old fisherman, and then stepped forth, vanishing into the void. In this skirmish, it was evident that the imperial court had suffered losses. Within a mere few days, the heavenly demon palace had consumed the influence of over 10 domains belonging to the imperial court. The shadow, however, felt powerless in the face of this development. After careful consideration, the imperial court was reluctant to sever ties completely with the heavenly demon palace. Although the two dominant forces had always been adversaries, the time was not yet ripe for a full-scale war of immortality. After the shadow's departure, a certain from the imperial court snorted disdainfully before sweeping away in a huff. The five ancestors, the imperial court harbors ulterior motives. They will undoubtedly employ every means to eliminate Chu Xiao. Why did you acquiesce to their proposal? Once the shadow and the had departed, Red Cicada Emperor turned to the old fisherman, her face a canvas of confusion. She still could not comprehend. The rise of the powerful is invariably accompanied by trials and tribulations. The imperial court seeks to extinguish that young one, yet their various oppressions serve as a whetstone. A jade must be polished to become a gem. A blade must be honed to attain sharpness. This matter is settled. Let there be no further discourse. The old fisherman waved his sleeve, standing upon the bamboo raft as he gracefully vanished into the ether, soon becoming a mere memory. Alas, Red Cicada Emperor sighed. With matters having reached this juncture, she found herself powerless. She dared not defy the decision of the ancestor. Perhaps it was best to inform Chu Xiao first. I have already pledged to rescue him, yet not only has the task remained unfulfilled, but he must now personally venture into danger. A bittersweet smile graced the face of the Empress Han Chan as she channeled her mystical energy and stepped into the vastness beyond, departing from the Kanglan domain. In the Hall of Demons, within the scripture repository, Chu Xiao had just stabilized his cultivation and was preparing to leave when an ethereal figure materialized before him. Upon recognizing the visage of the ancient ancestor, he hastily clasped his hands in greeting. The figure was none other than the Empress Han Chan. She gazed at Chu Xiao, her expression fraught with hesitation and inner turmoil, ultimately revealing everything to him. Chu Xiao, we have indeed failed you in this matter. The journey to the Kanglan domain is fraught with peril, My counsel is to temporarily set this matter aside. I surmise that the imperial court will not act against your mother immediately. They may only eliminate a few of your confidants to threaten you. Given your remarkable talents, this situation can be approached gradually. Should it come to the worst eventuality, we shall devise a solution for you. As she spoke, an expression of regret adorned the Empress Hongchan's features. Chu Xiao, upon hearing her words, felt a tranquil acceptance within his heart. This outcome was anticipated, for the current imperial court harbored a deep desire to eliminate him swiftly. The quest to save his mother and confidants was akin to scaling insurmountable heights. Nevertheless, Chu Xiao was determined to confront this tribulation, driven by both the rewards of the system and the fervent desires within his heart. Ancient Ancestor, a month from now, I shall venture to the Kanglan domain. I wish to gauge the true measure of those prodigies in the imperial court. I am also curious whether my royal brother would dare to engage me in battle personally, Chu Xiao declared resolutely, his voice resonating with conviction. The Empress Hongchan regarded him intently, her lips moving as if to speak, yet she hesitated. After a prolonged silence, she sighed softly and flicked her fingers, sending a delicate storage ring before Chu Xiao. Within this, you will find some resources for cultivation. Given your current strength, you are still vastly outmatched by the ancient monstrosities sealed within the divine sources. Since you have made your decision, focus on enhancing your power. Even in defeat, it is essential to preserve your life. On the path of longevity, only by surviving can there be a future. With those words, the Empress Hongchan's figure faded away into the void. Each of her statements bore the weight of a mentor's earnest admonition, as well as the profound truths she had gleaned through her trials. In this realm of celestial and demonic beings, whether one is a genius or a mediocre talent, the paramount concern remains survival, living long enough to grasp the opportunity for greatness. Only then does one earn the right to tread the depths of the great path and ascend to the pinnacle of existence. To live is to lay the foundation for infinite possibilities. Should one perish along the journey, all grand aspirations dissolve into mere illusions. I shall remember your teachings. And I bid farewell to the ancient ancestor, Chu Xiao murmured as he watched the transcendent figure vanish into the ether, bowing deeply in respect. The wisdom imparted by the Empress Hongchan resonated profoundly, yet he understood that each individual's path is unique. The path of the red cicada sovereign leans towards survival, while the cultivation method of Chu Xiao lies in the sutra of slaughter. In the realm of violence, one must not lose their fierce spirit. Even when faced with overwhelming terror, one must possess the courage to draw their sword and fight. To live in the face of death is the essence of the path of slaughter. Moments later, Chu Xiao emerged from the scripture pavilion. Chu Zhenchuan, said Song Fu, who quickly approached as he saw Chu Xiao exit. He had witnessed the extraordinary phenomenon triggered by Chu Xiao's recent breakthrough, and now, facing him, Song Fu could not help but feel a tinge of reverence in his eyes. Chapter 23. The Three-Yin Divine Body, Receiving Song Yaoji. Song Fu understood well that it would not be long before Chu Xiao would grow to a height that he could only look up to. Despite his current cultivation level surpassing that of Chu Xiao, he had reached the limits of his own path, unless a great opportunity arose. It would be difficult for him to make further breakthroughs in his realm. Congratulations, Chu Zhenchuan, on condensing your Dharma form. Song Fu continued, introducing a young maiden beside him. This is my junior, named Song Yaoji, whom I mentioned to you previously. The maiden was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin, appearing just over 17 years of age. Dressed in a flowing white gown, her attire danced gracefully in the breeze, resembling an ethereal spirit from the heavens. Little girl Yaoji, I have met Chu Zhenchuan, she said with a gentle demeanor, her movements elegant. She bowed respectfully to Chu Xiao, her enchanting eyes reminiscent of autumn waters, capable of captivating one's soul. Not far off, many disciples of the heavenly demon Hall noticed the maiden, engaging in fervent discussions. Some male disciples displayed unmistakable admiration for Song Yaoji. Look, that seems to be the renowned beauty among the core disciples, Sister Song Yaoji. The Hall Master has stated she possesses the potential for sanctification. Her three-yin divine body is a rare treasure of a millennium. Her future is boundless. If I could become her Tao partner, even death would hold no regrets, remarked a disciple with a horse-like face. However, his words drew a wave of laughter. Neo Shitty, has your brain been muddled by your cultivation? With your aptitude, you dare to court Sister Song? You are like a toad yearning for a swan's flesh. Indeed, indeed. Even I, a charming and exceptional individual, find it difficult to pursue Sister Song. As for you, I suggest you wash up and sleep, for dreams can hold anything. Upon hearing the mockery surrounding him, the horse-faced youth remained unfazed, clenching his fists tightly and silently vowing, 30 years in the West River, 30 years in the East River. My time to rise will surely come. He was still young, and with diligent effort, he believed he could defy fate and become an extraordinary cultivator of the immortal path. Wait, do you hear? It seems Sister Song intends to follow Chu Zhenchuan. Alas, what do we mere mortals have to compete with the lineage of true transmission? When Sister Song approached the side of Chu Zhenchuan, we feared that our chances were utterly extinguished. The numerous male disciples lamented in discontent. A graceful lady, a gentleman's ideal partner. Even among the demonic cultivators, as long as one's heart remains youthful, they are inclined to admire the exquisite gentlemen and ladies. Amidst the crowd, a young man with a face marred by scars and a stout figure fixated on the silhouette of Song Yaoji. Furrowing his brows, he murmured, Song Yaoji? Senior brother Xia Xian has been pursuing her all along, and now she intends to follow that Chu Xiao. I must swiftly report this matter to senior brother Xia Xian. With these words, the young man mounted a flying sword and quickly vanished from sight. Within the core disciples of the Heavenly Demon Palace, Song Yaoji held a notable reputation. Many of the core prodigies, and even those of the true transmission sequence, entertained thoughts of her. Her decision to become a follower of Chu Xiao stirred quite a commotion among the disciples. However, Chu Xiao remained indifferent to such matters. His sole desire was to grow stronger. As for beauty, such beauty was merely a transient allure. Without the path to immortality, all is but an illusion. The burning emperor spoke in the Sutra of Slaughter: no self, no others, no sentient beings, no lifespan. The physical forms of sentient beings, devoid of their skin, are nothing but mere skeletons. With every thought and intention, the path to greatness becomes elusive. Indeed, while Chu Zhao's comprehension of this philosophy was far from complete, he had grasped the first 3 chapters of the Sutra of Slaughter, allowing his heart to remain tranquil, observing the myriad forms with detachment. To follow me, there are but a few rules. First, betrayal is forbidden. Second, unless matters of great importance arise, you shall not disturb my cultivation without my permission. Chu Xiao regarded Song Yaoji with a calm demeanor, yet each word he uttered bore an undeniable authority. In terms of cultivation, Song Yaoji was at the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm, while Chu Xiao had only just broken through to the early stages of the same realm. Yet, under the influence of Chu Zhao's imposing aura, Song Yaoji felt an overwhelming pressure. She perceived Chu Xiao before her as a primordial beast, while she herself appeared as a feeble lamb. If Chu Xiao wished to end her life, it would require but a mere thought. Cold sweat beaded on Song Yaoji's forehead. She, a once celebrated prodigy, faced few disciples within her realm capable of defeating her. Over the years, she had encountered several true transmission disciples of the Heavenly Demon Palace, but none had instilled in her the same sense of oppression as Chu Xiao. Yes, Chu Zhenchuan. This little girl shall remember, she replied respectfully, bowing her head. Filled with trepidation towards Chu Xiao, yet simultaneously harboring a flicker of curiosity. Previously, those core disciples and true transmission figures had gazed at her beauty with unbridled desire. Even when they made efforts to conceal their intentions, feigning modesty, Song Yaoji could still perceive their underlying thoughts. In contrast, when Chu Xiao looked at her, it was as if he viewed an inanimate object. Perhaps, this was the true heart of a formidable individual. Chu Xiao paid no heed to Song Yaoji's thoughts. Instead, he cast a glance at Song Fu and casually remarked, "Let us return to my dojo, old Song." Upon hearing Chu Xiao's words, Song Fu nodded in agreement. He employed a teleportation technique, swiftly transporting Chu Xiao and Song Yaoji across mountains and rivers, covering a distance of several 100,000 miles in an instant. Before long, the trio arrived at the entrance of a celestial mountain dojo, surrounded by intricate formations. Chu Xiao entered the mountain and casually assigned Song Yaoji a quaint and elegant courtyard before retreating to his palace for seclusion and cultivation. With his sights set on further enhancing his strength, Chu Xiao aimed to comprehend the 4th chapter of the Sutra of Slaughter. Only by grasping this chapter could he unleash the true might of this imperial legacy. According to the words of the inextinguishable emperor, mastering the 4th chapter would enable him to seize the innate talents and insights of his adversaries upon vanquishing them. Ultimately, he would amalgamate various talents and insights within himself, paving the way to ascend as an emperor and ultimately attain immortality. Contemplating this, Chu Xiao felt an impatient yearning. In the realm of celestial and demonic beings, the so-called fame, beauty, and wealth were but ephemeral illusions. Only cultivation and strength formed the foundation of all existence. With the arena battle a month away and the imminent opening of the Shujia Secret Realm competition, Chu Xiao resolved to elevate his prowess to a level capable of contending with those ancient prodigies. Meanwhile, in the depths of the imperial capital's prison, Chuliang sat upon a wooden chair, his expression contorted as he commanded the attendants around him while tormenting a beautiful woman, whose form was barely recognizable. This woman bore numerous scars and appeared haggard, her disheveled hair suggesting a significant loss of vitality, leaving her lips pallid and her eyes deeply sunken, rendering her visage woefully tragic. Lady Luo, your current plight is of your own making. Were it not for your beloved son, I would not need to treat you thus. Nevertheless, your release is near. In a month, it shall be time for Chu Xiao to meet his demise, and I shall ensure you are sent along. Allowing you to reunite with your son in the underworld, Chuliang said with a feigned smile. Observing the woman's persistent silence, he gestured for a pot of scalding iron water to be brought forth, which he then splashed upon her face. With a sizzle, dark smoke billowed forth as the woman's visage was marred beyond recognition. Had she been an ordinary cultivator, she would not have withstood the corrosive nature of the molten iron. However, this woman possessed commendable cultivation. The various tortures inflicted by Chuliang would not claim her life, but they would subject her to enduring agony. Within the prison that confined the woman, numerous men, women, and children hung in torment. These individuals were once Chu Xiao's trusted allies, former officials of the imperial court, or high-ranking members of influential families. Now, their bodies were pierced by iron chains, with some reduced to mere breaths away from death. A middle-aged man, his eyes gouged out and body severely mutilated, was cursing Chu Liang with a garbled voice. Beast, Chu Liang, you vile creature. If you possess any courage, confront me, Shen grandfather, and spare Lady Luo. Otherwise, I shall not let you go, even in death. I will haunt you as a vengeful spirit and ensure your demise. You wretched dog. You scoundrel. Cursed spawn of a dog. This man was Chu Xiao's uncle, once a formidable figure in the realm of reflection, holding considerable status within the imperial court. However, since Chu Xiao became embroiled in the struggle for succession, he had been reduced to a prisoner. His powers were stripped away, and his limbs shattered. He should have perished long ago, but Chu Liang had deliberately commanded the imperial physicians to prolong his life, rendering him unable to live or die peacefully. Even in such a state, your tongue remains foul, Chu Liang remarked disdainfully. Wei Gonggong, go slap him. He instructed an elderly eunuch beside him. The eunuch obeyed, approaching the middle-aged man and delivering a forceful slap that rendered him unconscious. Your Highness, he is nearing his end, the eunuch reported, having kicked the middle-aged man lightly. Upon hearing this, Chu Liang glanced at the man and ordered the eunuch once more, summon the imperial physician. Ensure his life is sustained. I wonder how my royal brother feels witnessing this scene. I must admit, I am rather curious. Chu Liang said with a wicked smile playing on his lips. He then turned to a guard and said, You, take this recording stone. Remember to capture every moment here. I intend to surprise my royal brother. Chu Liang laughed maniacally. According to his original plan, he intended to eliminate Chu Xiao's mother and numerous confidants within the given time frame. However, the elders of the imperial court decreed that if Chu Xiao were to perish in the arena, they would subsequently pardon his mother and those loyal to him in a display of the court's benevolence. After all, the affair concerning Chu Xiao had caused significant unrest within the imperial court. As a righteous force, the court needed to uphold the faade of justice. Half a month passed swiftly. Seated quietly on a white jade mat, Chu Xiao meditated, his palms interlacing with runes, exuding the aura of the late stage of the Dharma manifestation realm. After a deep exhale, he concluded his training. Everything unfolded more smoothly than he had anticipated. Perhaps due to his prior observations of myriad techniques, Chu Xiao grasped the intricacies of the 4th chapter of the Sutra of Slaughter in merely half a month. His cultivation level surged directly from the early to the late stage of the Dharma manifestation realm. Now, Chu Xiao yearned for an opponent to validate the might of the Sutra of Slaughter. Regrettably, within the confines of the heavenly demon palace, he dared not strike down his fellow disciples without sufficient justification. To ascertain the efficacy of the Killing Sutra, one must engage in unrestrained slaughter. Especially after cultivating the fourth chapter of the Killing Sutra, only by vanquishing opponents can one plunder their foundational cultivation and insights. With half a month remaining until the arena battle, he resolved to continue his seclusion. When the time comes to face the prodigies of the imperial court in the Kanglan domain, he could unleash his full strength without reservation. Even if he were to slay them, the heavenly demon palace would shield him from the ensuing repercussions. Chu Xiao murmured. Having spoken, he closed his eyes, re-entering a state of profound enlightenment. Should any external cultivators witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left agape. For even those peerless prodigies found it exceedingly difficult to attain such a state. Chu Xiao's cultivation journey had persisted almost entirely in a state of enlightenment. After condensing his Dharma form and undergoing another half-month of introspection, Chu Xiao's foundational prowess escalated to a remarkably formidable level. Song Fu had been discreetly guarding Chu Xiao, and through his observations, he surmised that Chu Xiao's true combat strength was likely sufficient to rival those in the profound realm. Perhaps in a few months, he would genuinely carve out a reputation within the ruins realm secret, gaining certain advantages and opportunities. Observing Chu Xiao's figure, Song Fu could not help but reflect. Possessing strength comparable to that of profound realm cultivators, as long as he exercised caution, survival within the ruins realm secret should pose no issue. If, over the next 2 months, Chu Xiao's strength were to increase further, and with a bit of fortune, he might truly secure an impressive ranking. As Song Fu pondered, time steadily elapsed. Within the heavenly demon palace, news of Chu Xiao's impending challenge against the prodigies of the imperial court in the Kanglan domain spread fervently. That little wretch, Chu Xiao, truly does not comprehend the gravity of the situation. Within the imperial court, several ancient prodigies have recently broken through to the divine source. By the standards of power and realm, these ancient prodigies are indeed contemporaries of Chu Xiao. Yet should he encounter them, that little wretch would undoubtedly meet a fate worse than death. Several disgruntled disciples of the Gu family expressed their disdain. They eagerly anticipated Chu Xiao's demise, as his death would allow them to cancel their subsequent adventurous schemes. Besides the Gu family disciples, various ancient demonic clans, ancestral families, and sect forces were closely monitoring Chu Xiao. Within a time-worn, unadorned stone hall of the Star River sect, the solemn sect leader, clad in a brown robe, earnestly advised a frigid young lady. According to revelations from a friend of mine, Chu Xiao possesses the bones of an emperor and has acquired an imperial inheritance. It is highly probable that the future leader of the heavenly demon palace will be none other than Chu Xiao. Though our Star River sect occupies a realm and has birthed emperors, our foundation pales in comparison to that of the heavenly demon hall, akin to a solitary drop of water in the vast ocean. Feng Shui, your aptitude is commendable. Should the opportunity arise, you must certainly follow the path of Chu Xiao, even if it means serving him as a subordinate. Only in this manner can you traverse further, and only thus can the legacy of our Star River sect be preserved. Alas, Feng Shui, the future of our sect now rests upon your shoulders, sighed the astute leader of the Star River sect, whose brows were like sharp swords and whose gaze was starry. To send our sect's holy maiden to serve another, to become a mere follower, weighed heavily upon his heart. Yet, the Star River sect had no other choice. Not long ago, our sole quasi-emperor ancestor met his demise, and although we have temporarily sealed this news, the other demonic forces nearby are already stirring restlessly. Without a quasi-emperor to safeguard us, we cannot maintain our influence in this domain. Moreover, should this matter be mishandled, our sect could face annihilation. Though the Eastern Extension realm is divided into righteous and demonic factions, the internal dynamics of these factions are far from monolithic. There exists a covert struggle for power among them. Should a faction begin to decline, it will inevitably be consumed and divided by others. The Star River sect, in its quest for survival, faces 2 paths. The first is to give rise to another quasi-emperor within our ranks. This path is evidently unfeasible, as the 2 most powerful ancestral figures in our sect are merely at the late true saint stage, with a considerable distance yet to traverse before achieving the status of quasi-emperor. The remaining path is to align with a formidable force. The Heavenly Demon Hall presents itself as an excellent choice. Even if all ancient clans and major sects within the demonic faction were to unite, their foundational strength would still fall short of that of the Heavenly Demon Hall. Listening to the words of the sect leader, the young lady in the red dress nodded within the stone hall. Regardless of her personal inclinations, She must now make sacrifices for the sake of the sect. Rest assured, Master, I shall strive earnestly. Please await my good news. As soon as that esteemed figure from the heavenly demon hall, Chu Zhenchuan, announces the recruitment of followers, I will immediately seek his allegiance. Upon receiving the young lady's assurance, a faint smile emerged on the face of the sect leader, who said with deep remorse, "It is you who must endure, Feng Shui. These burdens should not have fallen upon you. It is my incompetence as the leader that has led us here." The leader of the Star River sect felt a profound bitterness within. Once, our sect basked in glory. Yet, in recent millennia, our older generation of strong figures has successively departed, leaving the younger generation lacking. Just as we finally produced a holy maiden with the potential to become a quasi-emperor, we are now compelled to send her forth as a subordinate to another. Master, you need not blame yourself, the young maiden reassured the sect leader. As the holy maiden of the Star River sect, I have enjoyed the sect's resources since childhood and must naturally contribute to its welfare. Observing the young maiden's understanding demeanor, the leader of the Star River sect felt an even greater pang of guilt. The young girl, whom he had watched grow, held a place in his heart akin to that of a beloved granddaughter. Not only the Star River sect, but also several formidable demonic sects and ancient clans were in motion, all poised to invest in Chu Xiao. Winning Chu Xiao's favor and recognition would grant these powers substantial benefits once he rose to prominence. In the Kanglan domain, at Feishan City, what was once an inconspicuous town had burgeoned exponentially in size within a mere span of days, thanks to the imperial court establishing the life and death arena there. Elite factions from various corners were converging upon Feishan City. These factions comprised half from the righteous sects and half from the demonic sects, which traditionally maintained an irreconcilable enmity. Nonetheless, due to the edicts set forth by the Heavenly Demon Palace and the Imperial Court, these top-tier forces refrained from overt conflict, resorting instead to subtle skirmishes in the shadows. This atmosphere fostered an undercurrent of tension, reminiscent of a storm brewing beneath the surface. Bets were being placed. The former Imperial Prince and now the true successor of the Heavenly Demon Palace, Chu Xiao, was about to face off against his contemporaries from the Imperial Court. Let us witness how many victories he can secure. In the small taverns scattered throughout Feishan City, the clamor of wagers filled the air, with numerous cultivators eagerly joining in the betting frenzy. A successful wager promised a return that could double or even multiply by 100. For many cultivators, this gamble represented a chance for a significant turnaround. I wager that Chu Xiao will triumph in more than 3 matches. Here are 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. I'm all in, boomed an ancient clan cultivator with the head of an ox. The surrounding cultivators, upon hearing his words, found merit in his reasoning and hastily placed their own bets. I bet Chu Xiao will win over 6 matches. I wager that Chu Xiao will ultimately fall. Here are 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Let us do this. My name is Lu Daji, and this time I'm destined for a grand fortune. The majority of cultivators did not place their complete faith in Chu Xiao. They largely believed he could win a maximum of 3 or 6 matches and almost unanimously expected him to ultimately succumb, for the Imperial Court boasted too many remarkable figures. Although Chu Xiao had slain Gu Tengfei and gradually gained some fame, he still paled in comparison to those long-established prodigies. Primarily, the specifics of Chu Xiao's innate talents and cultivation methods remained shrouded in secrecy, known only to the elite of the superpowers. As the excitement in Feishan City escalated, a contingent from the Imperial Court made its grand entrance. The cultivators in the city were irresistibly drawn to this formidable procession, which comprised over 30 aerial warships. The lead warship emanated an aura of sanctity, unmistakably a treasure of the holy tier. One could only wonder which prodigy from the Imperial Court it might be. Given the grandeur of the display, it could very well be a scion from one of the royal houses. On the streets, numerous cultivators gazed up at the celestial vessel with expressions of profound reverence. There could be no mistake. Observe the banner fluttering atop the foremost ship. It bears the insignia of the hidden king's manor. It is likely that the enigmatic heir, Chu Yuenga, resides aboard that vessel. Whispers abound that the prowess of Yuenga has reached a level comparable to that of an early-stage Divine Fire Realm cultivator. A young female cultivator spoke with admiration. The surrounding practitioners were struck with awe. They had all heard of the illustrious reputation of Chu Yuenga from the hidden king's manor. Should Yuenga choose to engage, it is said that the likes of Chu Xiao would falter in no more than 3 exchanges. Chapter 25. a convergence of prodigies. Open and covert struggles as the cultivators conversed, the heavens trembled unexpectedly. Soon after, a resounding horn echoed through the air. Upon the horn's reverberation, the firmament split open, revealing a terrifying chasm that stretched endlessly into the void. Thud, thud, thud. The ground shook with the weighty footsteps of a battalion. Emerging from the rift, mounted on ferocious hounds and clad in the armor of celestial soldiers. These hounds were colossal and exuded an overwhelming presence, though they traversed the void. Each step resonated as if upon solid earth, producing a series of deep, synchronized thuds. It was the iron cavalry of the north. The forces of the northern king's manor under the imperial court. The might of those hounds suggested they were at least at the divine fire realm, and their riders were likewise formidable cultivators of that caliber. At the gates of Phasian city, an elderly cultivator with graying hair gasped in astonishment. His eyes filled with awe as he gazed upon the hound riders emerging from the chasm. Under the imperial court, there were many lords of the Chu surname. Yet the northern king's manor stands as the most powerful and deeply rooted among them. This manor has birthed true sovereigns of the extreme path. During its zenith, the northern king's manor could even contend on equal footing with the imperial court, jointly governing the righteous forces of the eastern Yin realm. Though the northern king's manor may no longer bask in its former glory, its influence still extends over more than 200 domains. The imperial court has long sought to suppress the northern king's manor. However, the manor's profound heritage and the presence of a sovereign artifact within its walls have deterred the court from exerting excessive pressure. The arrival of the northern king's manor seemed to herald the commencement of a grand spectacle. Following closely were several elite factions from the Hall of Heavenly Demons. Clang! Outside Phasian city, a glimmer of cold light sliced through the heavens, akin to a roaring silver dragon, stirring the winds and clouds. Hee. From within the chilling radiance came a sinister, eerie laughter. In an instant, silence fell over the entirety of Phasian. As the cold light dissipated, a figure emerged before the gathered crowd. In the vast expanse of the universe, who holds dominion? Only I, Ingdawi, with a bamboo flute in hand. He stands proudly in the void, his black robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. The figure's visage remains shrouded in a veil of chaotic mist, obscuring his true appearance from the gaze of others. However, it can be discerned that he is a young man in his early 20s. How tedious these individuals are. The youth raises his head high, an expression of arrogance etched upon his face. In his eyes, what are the heirs of the hidden king's mansion or the third young master of the northern king's manor? They seem nothing more than frail detritus. In an instant, this demeanor incites the ire of the crowd. Who is this audacious rogue? How brazen! Amidst the rising tide of indignation, a cultivator suddenly recognizes the identity of the young man. He is Ingdawi. Indeed, it is he, the fifth true disciple of the heavenly demon hall, the scion of the imperial clan, the Ing family. An elder from a minor clan slowly articulates this revelation. Nearby, a young cultivator, clearly inexperienced and unfamiliar with Ingdawi's renown, inquires with a puzzled expression, "Elder, is Ingdawi truly formidable?" The moment his words escape, he is met with a chorus of disdainful glances, as if he were a fool. The elder, however, patiently elucidates. Ingdawi was born with the potential of a quasi-saint. Later, he severed his own powers to forge an unparalleled foundation. At the tender age of 3, he killed a pure-blood fiend beast of the law manifestation realm with his early purple palace cultivation. By the age of 12, single-handedly wielding a spear, he annihilated a minor clan guarded by a master of the profound realm. Now, at 30, it is rumored that he possesses the combat prowess of the divine fire realm. Yet, his current cultivation level is merely at the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm. At this point, the elder cannot help but draw in a sharp breath. It is vital to comprehend that the leap from the law manifestation realm to the divine fire realm encompasses 2 significant tiers. Although Ingdawi has suppressed his cultivation level and practiced numerous secret arts, allowing him to unleash power rivaling that of a divine fire realm expert while still at the law manifestation realm, this remains extraordinarily defiant. So he is indeed Ingdawi? No wonder. As a true disciple of the heavenly demon hall and an heir of the imperial lineage, he possesses the audacity to be so presumptuous. The cultivators engage in a flurry of conversation, their previously burning anger dissipating into thin air, replaced by an aura of reverence. Following Ingdawi's appearance, Several other true disciples of the heavenly demon hall descend in succession, each more flamboyant and ostentatious than the last. A few imperial prodigies wear displeased expressions, particularly the heir of the hidden king's mansion. He steps off his warship, eager to contest these true disciples of the heavenly demon hall, but is swiftly restrained by his protector. Young master, do not act impulsively. The ancestor has decreed that our target is not them, but rather that Chu Shao. If you recklessly confront these true disciples of the heavenly demon hall, revealing your trump cards could prove detrimental. The guardian of the young master of the hidden king's manor gently advised him. Upon hearing these words, the young master of the hidden king's manor calmed himself. As the heir to the royal residence, he was not a rash individual. However, witnessing the arrogance of the true disciples from the heavenly demon hall stirred a sense of displeasure within him. Very well, let them revel in their hubris for the moment. One could only wonder when Chu Shao would arrive. To be frank, I hope that Chu Shao possesses sufficient strength. It would be splendid if he could directly eliminate Chu Liang. That good-for-nothing Chu Liang actually contends for the position of heir to the imperial court? The current imperial court, in my eyes, is utterly decayed. The young master of the hidden king's manor chuckled coldly, his tone laced with sarcasm. The relationship between the hidden king's manor and the imperial court was exceptionally delicate. In terms of bloodline, the hidden king's lineage shared a common ancestry with the Chu family of the imperial court. Nevertheless, the imperial court had consistently suppressed the hidden king's manor, as well as other royal residences. If an opportunity arose, the hidden king's manor, along with the other royal houses, would aspire to usurp the imperial court's primary lineage. To be a king is ultimately inferior to being an emperor. Young master, there are numerous eyes and ears within Flying Immortal City. It would be prudent for you to be cautious with your words, lest you attract unnecessary trouble. The guardian of the young master cautioned in a hushed tone. The young master, however, dismissed the warning. With a bold laugh, he declared, "What is there to fear? My hidden king's manor is no soft persimmon. Even if the imperial court spies hear of this, what of it? If the imperial court dares to act against my hidden king's manor, then we shall boldly ally with the heavenly demon hall." Humph. The imperial court? The primary lineage? Utterly laughable. They can be displaced. The young master of the hidden king's manor laughed heartily. His guardian, taken aback, felt a deep sense of alarm. Certain truths were forbidden to be spoken aloud. Just as the young master finished speaking, dozens of imposing groups entered Flying Immortal City. Among them was a contingent from the imperial court. "Young master, the heir to the imperial court has arrived. According to tradition, you must extend your greetings," his guardian remarked. Gazing into the distance, the young master remained unmoved, snorting in dissatisfaction at his guardian's words. Extend greetings? What is that Chu Liang worth? The disdain on the young master's face was palpable when Chu Liang was mentioned. In terms of innate talent, comprehension, and aptitude, he far surpassed Chu Liang. Were it not for his direct lineage and the backing of some ancient supporters from the imperial court, could he possibly secure the position of heir? The young master held Chu Liang in utter contempt. However, his guardian, anxious, sought to persuade him further. Yet, before he could finish, Ying Dao-yi, clutching a bamboo flute, suddenly stepped forward, boldly blocking the path of the imperial court's entourage. "The heir of the imperial court? Step forth. Let us engage in battle. It has been half a year since I last tasted blood. Today is most fitting to use your imperial court heiress blood to refine my treasures." Ying Dao-yi spoke with a calm yet haughty demeanor. He intercepted the imperial court's procession not as a spur-of-the-moment decision. Prior to arriving at Feishan City, his master had instructed him to stir the winds of change within the city, to establish his reputation and authority. Ideally, he would suppress a few of the imperial court's prodigies. In this manner, even if Chu Shao suffered a devastating defeat, the Heavenly Demon Hall would not be left in disgrace. Most of the higher-ups of the Heavenly Demon Hall held little hope for Chu Zhao's confrontation with the imperial court's elite, the Ying clan's younger generation. To dare provoke the heir of the imperial court is akin to courting death. Within the ranks of Chu Liang, a middle-aged scholar, bearing a long sword and exuding righteousness, stepped forward. His countenance was stern, and a formidable aura emanated from him, resonating with the realm of reflection. Boom! A torrent of overwhelming pressure surged forth, akin to a mountain flood directed at Ying Dao-yi. Under this oppressive force, even ordinary experts of the divine fire realm would struggle to withstand it. Yet, Ying Daoi remained unfazed. What? The middle-aged scholar was taken aback to see Ying Daoi endure his overwhelming aura, as his cultivation was merely at the peak of the Dharma aspect. Kneel before me, the scholar bellowed, unleashing his soul-shocking technique in an attempt to forcibly subdue Ying Daoi with the power of his own soul. Who do you think you are? Attempting to bully the weak before me? Do you believe the heavenly demon hall lacks capable individuals? Boom. Before the scholar's soul attack could descend, a resounding voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth, followed by a colossal hand of magical power coalescing and descending heavily upon him. In an instant, the middle-aged scholar's body exploded, resulting in his immediate demise. Witnessing this scene, the numerous cultivators within Facian City were left astounded. The middle-aged scholar was, after all, a formidable figure in the realm of reflection, despite their relatively low status within the Imperial Court and the Heavenly Demon Hall. Any force commanded by a reflection realm cultivator could dominate vast territories and earn the reverence of countless beings. What does this mean for the Heavenly Demon Hall? The fall of the middle-aged scholar incited immense fury among the Imperial Court's powerful figures. That is precisely the implication. If you are unwilling to accept it, then let us engage in battle. Behind Ying Daoi, a towering figure, a primordial dragon brimming with malevolence, materialized. Its aura unmistakably reached the sacred domain realm. Upon seeing the dragon, Ying Daoi clasped his hands in greeting, addressing it. Old Ao. Chapter 26. Thunder Tribulation Sacred Body. The prodigy Chu Boyan, the ancient dragon that loomed behind Ying Daoi, was his protector. Enough. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, a golden crow, radiant and majestic, descended from the heavens, its wings spanning thousands of miles. Its eyes resembled blazing stars, surveying the earth and exerting its dominion over the universe. The golden crow exhaled chaotic energy, rendering all ordinary cultivators within Facian City, as well as the lurking titans of the sacred domain, weak and insignificant in its presence. The golden crow before them was, in fact, a formidable presence at the quasi-emperor level. I am Jin Wu Yan, summoned by the Imperial Court and the Celestial Demon Hall to oversee the order of this contest. I trust that all factions will cooperate. Any who disrupt the order shall face my personal wrath. Upon concluding his words, Jin Wu transformed into a young man clad in golden robes, exuding both elegance and authority. The Jin Wu ancient clan. It is astonishing that this contest is presided over by a powerful figure from the Jin Wu ancient clan. However, this is not entirely surprising. Had the adjudicators been from the Imperial Court or the Celestial Demon Hall, both sides would have perceived the proceedings as biased. The Jin Wu ancient clan was once the leader among the demon clans, reigning supreme during the chaotic era, and although it has since waned, it remains one of the top 3 superpowers in the Eastern Extension realm. Within the city of Flying Immortals, billions of gazes converged upon Jin Wu Yan, with numerous cultivators regarding the Jin Wu ancient clan with deep respect. Among the 3,000 domains of the Eastern Extension realm, most ancient clans and sacred teachings serve as vassals to the Imperial Court and the Celestial Demon Hall, yet the Jin Wu ancient clan has consistently maintained its independence. Despite lacking the strength to rival the Imperial Court and the Celestial Demon Hall, neither dares to recklessly offend the Jin Wu ancient clan. Following Jin Wu Yan's pronouncement, Ying Daoi, along with the ancient dragon safeguarding him, ceased their pursuit of trouble with the Imperial Court, which was left with no choice but to temporarily swallow their pride. After all, their objective in this contest was to seize the opportunity to eliminate Chu Xiao. With a flourish, the farcical drama concluded, and the fleet escorting Chu Xiao arrived at the city of Flying Immortals. This was the 17th banner of the Celestial Demon Hall. The arrival of the 17th true disciple heralded that the spectacle was about to commence. It remained uncertain how many rounds this Chu true disciple would prevail in. As soon as Chu Xiao's entourage arrived, it attracted the attention of various factions, particularly the numerous royal houses of the Imperial Court, who keenly observed the fleet carrying Chu Xiao. The atmosphere in the city grew increasingly delicate. Some hidden elders of the Imperial Court bore murderous intentions, and had it not been for their apprehension regarding the powerful figures of the Celestial Demon Hall, they would have struck directly to eliminate Chu Xiao. Sensing the malicious gazes directed at them, an elderly man beside Chu Xiao suddenly opened his murky eyes. With a disdainful snort, he manifested the aura of a quasi-emperor. Should anyone dare to make a move, they would meet their end. The elder rasped a warning to the elders of the Imperial Court. Having said this, The elder turned to Chu Xiao and reassured him, "Fear not in your contest. With the celestial demon hall at your back, should the imperial court act shamelessly, we shall surely turn it upside down. Do not feel pressured in this competition. Win when you can, and should you lose, I shall personally intervene to rescue your mother and trusted allies." The elder's words were imbued with an undeniable dominance. This venerable figure, known as Chimo, was one of the quasi-emperor ancestors of the celestial demon hall. Initially, he had intended to take Chu Xiao as his disciple, but alas, the hall's founder had set his sights on Chu Xiao, forcing him to relinquish his ambitions. "Thank you, esteemed ancestor of the demon clan." Chu Xiao respectfully responded to the elder. Moments later, the warship carrying Chu Xiao came to a steady halt outside an arena. As he gazed around, he observed that the arena spanned at least 100 miles, easily accommodating hundreds of thousands. Surrounding the arena was a grand formation that formed a barrier. This arena was the battleground. Just as Chu Xiao was about to ascend the arena, Chu Liang approached leisurely from a distance. With a sincere expression, he feigned concern and said, after leaving the warship, Chu Xiao, under the escort of Song Fu, arrived at the entrance of the arena. "My dear brother, it has been a long time. I have greatly missed you." "Alas, dear brother." Within the arena, swords and blades know no mercy. Should you suffer injury or worse, it would grieve me deeply. As the designated heir to the imperial court, Chu Liang had always portrayed an image of benevolence and virtue to the outside world. His words endeared him to many cultivators of the imperial faction, who sighed in admiration. Indeed, His Highness embodies the qualities of a benevolent ruler and a great leader. Conversely, they believed that Chu Xiao, as a prince of the imperial court, colluded with the demonic path and betrayed the righteous way, deserving of 1,000 cuts. Despite the imperial court's nurturing, he remains ungrateful and even seeks to oppose it. He truly deserves death. Some righteous cultivators from the imperial court, with righteous indignation, vocally condemned Chu Xiao. Among them were a few misled souls, but most were followers of Chu Liang, deliberately attempting to provoke Chu Xiao. Unperturbed by these voices, Chu Xiao refrained from rebuttal, for after comprehending the Sutra of Slaughter, his heart gradually approached enlightenment. On the path of cultivation, the opinions of others held no significance. Only by becoming powerful could one endure through the ages, unyielding and everlasting. When absolute strength is attained, all schemes and strife, along with the cacophony of the outside world, become mere jokes. Beside Chu Xiao, Song Yaoji could no longer tolerate the scene. Recently, she had learned some troubling truths about Chu Xiao from Song Fu. Witnessing Chu Liang's hypocritical demeanor filled her with rage. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Her little face flushed crimson. She stood up and rebuked Chu Liang. "Chu Liang, cease your pretentious facade. You have slain blood relatives, imprisoned your own father, driven your sister to her demise, and stolen her true blood, all while secretly slaughtering cities to refine living pills. To accuse us of being demon cultivators? Your actions reveal you to be the true embodiment of evil. You are shameless and despicable." Song Yaoji's lack of experience in cursing made her words appear adorably fierce. Who is this little girl, daring to distort the truth and slander the heir of our imperial court? Your crimes warrant punishment. A follower of Chu Liang drew his sword, preparing to strike at Song Yaoji. This follower possessed considerable skill, having reached the mid-stage of the profound realm, and his sword intent surged forth like the relentless tide of a river. As the sword descended, it was evident that with Song Yaoji's cultivation, she could hardly withstand it. Alas, her complexion turned pale as she let out a cry of alarm. She attempted to evade, but it was already too late. In this dire moment, she could only channel her mystical energy to conjure a protective shield, swiftly shutting her beautiful eyes. Boom! Just as the sword's edge was a mere 3 inches away from her, Chu Xiao made his move. From his sleeve, a surge of sword energy coalesced, erupting forth to transform into a cascading waterfall, gently obstructing the follower of Chu Liang. "Brother, your dog seems rather disobedient. Without your command, it dares to bite indiscriminately. Such a dog deserves to be put down," Chu Xiao remarked coolly as another wave of sword energy shot from his sleeve. In an instant, blood splattered. The follower of Chu Liang met his demise on the spot. How could this be? This scene sent shockwaves not only through Chu Liang, but also among the esteemed figures of the imperial court. The fallen follower was no ordinary adversary. His physique was robust, and his cultivation was at the mid-stage of the profound realm. Yet, Chu Xiao, merely at the Dharma aspect stage, had slain him with a single strike. You, Chu Liang seethed with anger. Observing this, Chu Xiao smiled nonchalantly and leapt onto the arena. What now? Does brother intend to strike at me? Come, I await you here. Chu Xiao's demeanor was calm, and after dispatching Chu Liang's follower, the effects of the Slaughter Sutra surged through him, elevating his cultivation to the late stage of the Dharma aspect, with the potential to eliminate 2 or 3 more of the same caliber. He was confident of breaking through to the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect. Glaring at Chu Xiao on the platform, Chu Liang suppressed his fury, a false smile once again gracing his face. Dear brother, what are you saying? We are brothers, bound by blood. How could we turn our blades against one another? Furthermore, I genuinely do not wish to harm you. Chu Liang spoke with meticulous care. The earlier display of Chu Xiao's prowess in slaying a mid-stage profound realm opponent left him wary. He dared not recklessly engage in battle with Chu Xiao. If he were to confront him, he would first send forth the prodigies of the noble houses to gauge Chu Xiao's true capabilities. Chu Xiao, I shall contend with you. At that moment, from a contingent of the imperial court, a young man exuding an overwhelming aura stepped forward, armed with a long blade and eyes ablaze with intensity. He fixed his gaze steadily upon the arena. It was he, the Thunder Calamity's sacred body, Chu Boyan. His appearance sparked an uproar. Chu Boyan was among the pinnacle of prodigies within the imperial court, as the heir of the Huaijiang Marquisate. He had stirred the winds and thunder upon his arrival 2 decades prior. The Marquis held him in high esteem, often proclaiming, "My son Chu Boyan possesses the demeanor of an emperor." Upon ascending the arena, Chu Boyan did not rush to engage Chu Xiao. Instead, he stood with an air of arrogance, radiating with the brilliance of thunder, resembling a divine son of the thunder gods, both sacred and domineering. Chu Xiao, to perish at my hands is indeed your honor. You make your move. As for the weak, I have always dismissed the notion of striking first. Chu Boyan's voice was soft, and he floated in midair, the long blade in his palm trembling, emanating an astonishing sense of oppression. Remarkable. No wonder he is a saint body of the thunder tribulation. A millennium hence, the Huai River King's mansion shall likely boast another sovereign. Numerous powerful figures from the imperial court gazed upon Chu Boyan, filled with admiration. It appeared that Chu Boyan had grasped a fragment of the Thunder Tao's principles. Although he had yet to break through to the profound realm, the aura surrounding him was already comparable to that of an ordinary early-stage divine fire realm. Furthermore, empowered by the Thunder Tao's principles, even a typical early-stage divine fire realm practitioner would dare not confront him head-on. Encountering Chu Boyan, the rogue Chu Xiao was undoubtedly doomed. A powerful figure from the imperial court, in the reflection realm, stroked his beard and confidently asserted with a smile. The other imperial court strongmen around nodded in agreement. However, before he could finish speaking, a wretched cry echoed from the arena. Poof! Following the sound, they beheld Chu Xiao unleashing a punch. Its force akin to an overwhelming tide, shattering the thunderous light enveloping Chu Boyan and brutally exploding half of his body. Chapter 27. The Sutra of Slaughter. The plunder of talent blood gushed from Chu Boyan's mouth. His expression twisted in agony as he fell from the sky, collapsing to the ground like a ragged cloth. In an instant, silence enveloped the arena. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the heir be defeated? It must be that vile Chu Xiao cheated. He cheated. This wretch disregards the rules and employs despicable means to deceive our heir. I implore the esteemed Jin Wuyan to suppress this scoundrel and uphold justice. A reflection realm expert from the Huai River King's mansion bellowed, his eyes aflame with fury, wishing to rush onto the stage and swallow Chu Xiao whole. Silence. The first match is won by Chu Xiao. Jin Wuyan thundered, ignoring the reflection realm expert from the Huai River King's mansion. His divine sense had been fixed on Chu Xiao. Chu Boyan had merely been overly arrogant, or he would not have suffered such grievous wounds from a single punch. On the stage, Chu Xiao did not grant Chu Boyan a moment to recover. He raised his hand once more, delivering another punch aimed directly at Chu Boyan's vital point. You dare, you little wretch. Sensing that Chu Xiao was intent on killing Chu Boyan, a mighty being from the sacred domain of the Huai River King's mansion instantly appeared, stepping forth to rescue Chu Boyan. Yet, before he could approach the arena, an invisible principle descended, instantly binding him, rendering him immobile. I have stated before, Those who engage in petty actions shall meet their demise. The voice of the ancestor of the demon hall resounded, though hunched and shrouded in gloom, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, the moment he acted. The entire starry sky seemed to dim. The sacred domain expert from the Huai River King's mansion was struck with terror, his anger morphing into fear. The scent of death enveloped him. As he opened his mouth to plead for mercy, his physical form was suddenly obliterated into a mist of blood. Sacred blood rained down from the heavens, igniting into a blazing inferno in the void. A mournful wail echoed through the realms, mourning the fall of a true saint. The heavens wept, and the earth lamented. This figure from the Huaijiang royal family was a quasi-saint, having ascended to the second realm of the saint domain. Who dared to covet the true legacy of my heavenly demon palace? The ancient demon elder was poised to extinguish the remnant soul of that mighty saint. Friend, grant me a favor and allow him to retain a fragment of his soul for reincarnation, the golden crow sighed from the sky, addressing the ancient demon elder with a tone of earnest supplication. After all, he was a formidable being from the saint domain. Should the ancient demon elder act too ruthlessly, it could provoke the imperial court into a full-blown confrontation. Such a conflict would inevitably impact the ancient Golden Crow clan behind him. Very well, I shall heed your request. The ancient demon elder conceded, having lived for countless ages and not being prone to rash decisions. At that moment, Chu Xiao unleashed a punch, reducing Chu Boyan to mere fragments. A surge of thunderous energy coursed through the remnants of Chu Boyan's body and into Chu Xiao. Simultaneously, all of Chu Boyan's cultivation was siphoned away by Chu Xiao. In an instant, Chu Xiao's aura surged dramatically, radiating the overwhelming pressure of a peak law manifestation. However, the real boon for Chu Xiao was not merely the increase in cultivation. With his innate talent, reaching the pinnacle of law manifestation would not take long. His greatest gain from this encounter was the successful acquisition of Chu Boyan's Thunder Calamity, sacred body through the Slaughter Sutra. Possessing the Thunder Calamity sacred body, once fully realized, would grant him dominion over myriad lightning, enabling him to obliterate any adversary. Feeling the enhancement of his innate potential, Chu Xiao was in high spirits. Concurrently, a notification chimed in his mind. Detection indicates the host is on the arena. Mission selection triggered. Option 1. Slay 30 more prodigies. Seize over 10 types of innate physiques. Reward. True immortal technique, Kuanping escape technique. Option 2. Slay 10 more prodigies. Seize over 5 types of innate physiques. Reward. Imperial technique soul swallowing demon art. Option 3. Preserve oneself. Immediately leave the arena and cease further combat. Reward. Survival manual. Surprised by the system's prompt, Chu Xiao had not anticipated such an opportunity for reward selection at this moment. The final option was swiftly dismissed. Even if he wished to pursue the path of survival, there was no chance left. As for the first and second options, Chu Xiao was determined to claim them both. Thus, he resolved to exploit the system once more. System. I shall choose the second option. With a flicker of thought, Chu Xiao communicated with the system. In the next instant, the system responded to him. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Commencing task. After making his choice, Chu Xiao conjured a ball of flame in his palm, incinerating the remains of Chu Boyan into ashes, all while brazenly seizing the storage ring from Chu Boyan's lifeless form in front of the many formidable figures of the Huaijiang Wangfu. Cursed wretch. Infuriating. Chu Xiao's actions incited the wrath of the onlookers from the Huaijiang Wangfu. Yet, they could only hurl curses from the sidelines, too intimidated to take any further action. The ancestor of the heavenly demon palace stood not far away. Should they dare to strike at Chu Xiao, the ancestor would not hesitate to annihilate them. Moreover, who knew how many more ancestors of the heavenly demon palace were covertly lurking in the shadows? To eliminate Chu Xiao, one must adhere to the established rules. Who will dare to slay that little brat? Whoever succeeds will be rewarded with a supreme Dao weapon from the Huaijiang Wangfu. A supreme figure of the Huaijiang Wangfu boldly proclaimed, offering a substantial reward. The value of a supreme Dao weapon is astronomical. Within the 3,000 realms of the eastern extension, only about 100 factions possess such a treasure. It was precisely because of the Huaijiang Wangfu's profound foundation that they could afford to offer a supreme Dao weapon as a reward. Yet, even with such a tempting incentive, none of the young prodigies from the various Wangfus of the imperial court, nor the younger generation of the imperial court itself, were willing to step forward. Chu Xiao's earlier ferocity had thoroughly intimidated this group. In the center of the arena, Chu Xiao sensed the fear reflected in the eyes of the imperial court's prodigies. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he thought it rather unfortunate. To secure the system's reward, he needed to slay a requisite number of these prodigies. If they lacked the courage to enter the arena, fulfilling his task would prove exceedingly difficult. Humph. A pack of cowardly rodents. Chu Xiao, I shall take it upon myself to eliminate him. As no one else dared to enter the fray, a bronze-skinned youth, wielding a heavy sword, ascended the stage. The youth's cultivation was also at the pinnacle of the law manifestation stage. However, his aura was even more formidable than that of the previous Chu Boyan. A thread of sword intent swirled around him. He stood there like a blade poised to be unsheathed, akin to a frenzied primordial beast. Chapter 28. Once again threatened, dignity cast aside to have defeated Chu Boyan. You indeed possess some skill. However, upon encountering me, all of that ends here. The youth unsheathed the heavy sword from his back. Unlike Chu Boyan, he did not extend an invitation for Chu Xiao to take 3 moves. Myriad phantom sword formation. The youth bellowed, his heavy sword slicing through the air like a meteor, instantly arriving before Chu Xiao. Swish, swish, swish. Although it was a mighty heavy sword in the youth's hands, it appeared remarkably agile. Yet, within that agility lay a terrifying intent to kill. Chu Xiao hurriedly evaded, opting not to engage him head-on. After evading a sword strike, Chu Xiao summoned a treasured artifact, engaging in an intense duel with the young warrior. How exhilarating! Among my peers, few can withstand my sword. You have earned the right to face my full power. With myriad transformations, the sword astonished all. After several exchanges with Chu Xiao, the boy's face radiated delight as his internal mana surged into the heavy sword, causing its blade to emanate layers of resplendent azure light. At this moment, Chu Xiao perceived a shift in his surroundings. The original arena had transformed into a vast expanse of grassland. Whoosh! Before Chu Xiao could react, heavy swords erupted from the grass, piercing towards him in unison. The deluge of swords converged like a torrential rain, fierce and merciless. A typical practitioner of the would be reduced to mere flesh in an instant. Enter the fray. In midair, the boy bellowed once more, unleashing his mana, intensifying the onslaught of sword rain. Such formidable divine abilities, marveled a powerful figure from a prominent clan outside the arena. The boy's lethal technique was evidently a pinnacle of divine prowess. Would Chu Xiao be unable to withstand it? Given the presence of such an anomaly, it would not be surprising if Chu Xiao were to falter. Within the ranks of the Celestial Demon Hall, Ying Dao furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of apprehension towards the boy's swordsmanship. If he were to face the boy, Ying Dao could not guarantee victory. Clang! Clang! Inside the arena, Chu Xiao wielded a spear in one hand while employing divine techniques with the other, barely managing to fend off the relentless sword rain. Could he still hold on? This futile resistance was utterly meaningless. The sword rain transformed into a tumultuous wave. The boy's offensive grew even more ferocious. And behind him manifested a colossal phantom, a 3-headed, 6-armed figure resembling a mountain. Heavy sword of judgment. In less than 2 breaths, the boy unleashed 2 more divine techniques. Beneath his feet, sword energy surged like turbulent waves, while before him, an ethereal giant, sword of mountain-like girth materialized. The entire arena trembled violently. Fortunately, various protective formations surrounded the arena. Otherwise, the boy could have easily overturned it. How terrifying! Was this truly a battle between practitioners of the realm? Witnessing the clash between the boy and Chu Xiao, some cultivators stood in awe, speechless. Sword rain transformed into waves, the sword of judgment. I recognized these 2 techniques. They are the pinnacle skills of the imperial court. It is said that these techniques were created by the Dark Knight Emperor. Mastering the transformation of sword rain into waves to perfection allows one sword strike to unleash a torrent of sword energy, capable of engulfing vast territories. If one could elevate the sword of judgment to its zenith, they could slay an emperor with a single stroke. In times past, the Dark Knight Emperor, wielding these 2 divine abilities, single-handedly battled 3 emperors, ultimately slaying them. His might was truly magnificent, echoing throughout the ages. An elder from an ancient clan marveled, gazing at Chu Xiao and shaking his head, convinced that Chu Xiao was doomed to perish. Little did he know, the young warrior seemingly holding the advantage was, in truth, out of options and at his limit. Although Chu Xiao had been on the defensive, he had yet to reveal many of his hidden cards. After engaging in a fierce struggle with the youth for a quarter of an hour, Chu Xiao unleashed a surge of sword energy from his sleeve, effortlessly dismantling the youth's various mystical techniques. The fusion of illusion and sword formations was indeed impressive, yet it was unfortunate. As Chu Xiao gazed at the youth, he deftly maneuvered his spear, resembling a dragon soaring and a tiger pouncing, thrusting it directly towards the youth's brow. This strike was unadorned, yet swift and fierce. The youth, unable to evade in time, felt the spear pierce through his chest. With this injury inflicted by Chu Xiao, the youth's heart surged with alarm. He swiftly executed the 7-star step, creating distance between himself and Chu Xiao. Having arrived at this juncture, he resolved to remain calm. Chu Xiao, however, offered no respite. With a single, powerful motion of his arm, he unleashed a force capable of shaking mountains and splitting the heavens, hurling his spear with tremendous might. The youth, now cautious, had not anticipated that the Chu Xiao he had so thoroughly suppressed would suddenly unleash a power far surpassing his own. In the celestial gaze of mountains and rivers, within the world of divine laws, my divine eye reflects the universe. Realizing he could not evade the spear hurled by Chu Xiao, the youth came to a standstill. A single pupil slowly opened upon his forehead, his innate divine eye. In the instant his divine power surged, the youth's aura intensified as he clenched his fists, meeting the oncoming spear with a heavy blow. When the spear tip collided with the youth's fist, it erupted with force. Bang! An invisible shockwave radiated outward, causing the very void to tremble. Although the youth managed to block the strike, he sustained grave injuries, his momentum quickly waning, and his form teetering as if he might collapse at any moment. Was this the limit? Now it was my turn. Chu Xiao's expression remained serene. The spear he had just thrown had drained most of his magical energy. However, compared to the youth, his condition was significantly better. The 7-killing palm. A totem materialized in Chu Xiao's mind. Following its guidance, he swept his hand, palm open, as if to carve out a domain within his grasp, forcefully pressing down upon the youth. You cannot kill me. The youth bellowed, retrieving a purple talisman from his storage ring and positioning it before himself. Within the talisman, the faint essence of imperial laws intertwined. Should the youth activate the talisman, Chu Xiao would be utterly powerless against him. Aware of this, Chu Xiao acted with greater urgency. The technique he was now executing was one of the 72 minor divine techniques from the Sutra of Slaughter, the 7-killing palm. Thud! The palm descended like a mountain crashing to the ground, bearing down upon the youth. Wait! A voice, filled with a melancholic gravity, resonated from beyond the arena. You cannot slay him, or else your birth mother and your confidants will all accompany him to the grave. The speaker was an elder, half reclining within a dark, lacquered coffin, poised to descend upon Chu Xiao with overwhelming force. You individuals from the imperial court are indeed shameless. If that is the case, there is no need for any further competition. Chu Xiao, feel free to kill. If the emperor dares to harm your mother and trusted allies, the heavenly demon temple will certainly storm the imperial city, rendering the imperial court a relic of history. An elder from the heavenly demon temple stepped forward, blocking the arena's edge. Chapter 29. The path ahead, the most difficult choice on the arena. Chu Xiao incapacitated the youth with a single palm strike, refraining from delivering a fatal blow. In the face of the imperial court's threats, Chu Xiao remained apprehensive. Having come into this world, he was nurtured by his mother's milk and cared for by her since childhood. Even without the system's assigned tasks, he would strive to rescue his mother. Moreover, those trusted allies of his, entangled in his fate, would not have suffered such calamities or been imprisoned within the imperial court's dungeons. Ha! Chu Xiao, think carefully. Behold, this is your mother, and these individuals are your uncles, aunts, and your closest friends. Do you wish for their survival? Comply with the imperial court, or with but a thought, I could extract their souls and condemn them to eternal torment. The sinister laughter of the elder from the imperial court echoed from within the dark coffin. With a wave of his frail hand, figures pierced by iron chains materialized around his coffin. As Chu Xiao gazed upon those figures, his heart swelled with a tumult of sorrow and fury. Chu Xiao, do not concern yourself with us. If you are to become a true disciple of the heavenly demon temple, you must press onward. Go further, ascend higher. Should you attain the throne or reach immortality, you shall exact vengeance for us. One man with a resolute visage shouted towards Chu Xiao, cursing the imperial court amidst his cries. His body was battered, his legs broken, and his form soaked in dark blood. Yet he still refused to yield to the imperial court, unwilling to let Chu Shao be manipulated because of him and the others. Had his powers not been sealed, he would have long chosen to end his own life. Seeing the man, Chu Shao felt his heart wrench. This man was his uncle. Memories of his childhood flooded back. When his uncle would take him on excursions, capturing spirit beasts in the mountains. Those moments were the happiest of Chu Zhao's life. Do not hesitate. Do not heed any words from the imperial court. Our deaths are of little consequence. Chu Shao, the path of cultivation is fraught with thorns. Only those with a ruthless heart, willing to relinquish everything, can aspire to the highest peaks. You must grow stronger, live for us, and behold the pinnacle of the immortal path. Another man spoke, his voice weak, yet filled with conviction. Blood streamed from his eyes, his limbs severed, his body riddled with countless wounds and lash marks. Yet he remained unfazed. Since entering the dungeon, he had cast aside all thoughts of life and death. Upon discovering that Chu Shao is still alive and has become the true disciple of the heavenly demon palace, he felt an immense sense of joy. With Chu Zhao's survival, there is hope for their lineage. This man, named Luo Wuyo, is Chu Zhao's cousin, and their bond has always been strong. During their childhood, whenever Chu Shao found himself in trouble, it was Luo Wuyo who willingly shouldered the blame. In Chu Zhao's heart, Luo Wuyo is his true brother. Brother, Chu Shao softly called. Stop being so sentimental. Chu Shao, regardless of the conditions the imperial court offers, do not acquiesce. They have no intention of sparing us, and they seek to crush you. If you truly care for us, you must become more ruthless, more heartless, more domineering, and more powerful. The path of cultivation allows no room for the weak. Another of Chu Shao's uncles spoke, his voice nearly a roar. Meanwhile, Chu Zhao's mother remained silent, fully aware that her words would only affect him adversely. In her heart, she wished for her own demise, believing that her death would eliminate any weakness in her child. Chu Shao, do not let us down. Your veins carry the blood of the Luo clan. Even if all our kin are slaughtered by the imperial court, as long as you exist, the Luo clan will never truly perish. Voices echoed around, some instructing Chu Shao, others urging him not to yield to the imperial court. In Chu Zhao's eyes, emotions swirled like mist. Imperial court, do you intend to wage a full-scale war against the heavenly demon palace? The ancient ancestor of the demon clan soared into the sky, a weapon of imperial might manifesting in his palm, as the supreme laws of the universe radiated from him. The red cicada, a quasi-emperor of the heavenly demon palace, along with numerous elders, also made their presence known. Song Fu and others prepared their treasures, ready to engage the cultivators of the imperial court at any moment. The hypocrisy of the imperial court was evident. Such actions are a mockery of the righteous path. The ancient dragon, Ing Dao Yi, growled in anger, having long held disdain for the imperial court. Years ago, when the imperial court annihilated his tribe, had it not been for the protection of the heavenly demon palace, he too would have met a grim fate. Imperial court, you have gone too far. Jin Wuyan, equally displeased, cast a frosty glance at those from the imperial court. The Jinwu ancient clan is one of the supreme powers of the Eastern Extension realm. He had been invited to preside over this contest, and the imperial court's blatant disregard for the rules was a slap in the face to his clan. Fellow Taoist Jin Wuyan, the imperial court shall offer apologies to your esteemed clan regarding this matter. I kindly ask that you refrain from meddling further, replied an elder from the imperial court, his tone somber, as he waved his hand, sealing the mouths of Chu Zhao's loyal confidants with his magic. He feared that if these individuals continued to speak, it would cause Chu Shao to waver in his resolve. Initially, the imperial court intended to extinguish Chu Shao through combat. However, it now appeared that Chu Zhao's innate talent and potential had surpassed their expectations. Among the young prodigies of the imperial court, none could vanquish Chu Shao. Perhaps the ancient aberrations sealed within the sacred grounds of the imperial court could subdue him, yet they belonged to a different era. Furthermore, the opportune moment had not yet arrived for them to break free from their seals. Chu Shao, I can assure you, as long as you are willing to return to the imperial court, your mother and these loyal confidants will be granted clemency, the elder continued from within the dark coffin. As the elder spoke, the system's notification echoed once more in Chu Zhao's mind. Threat detected against the host. System activation triggered. Option 1. Surrender and return to the imperial court. Reward: 30 years of cultivation. Option 2. Refuse outright. Rewards: Kuanping escape technique. Soul-devouring sorcery, complete survival manual. After the system's voice faded, Chu Xiao hesitated to make a choice. Without a doubt, the second option presented was the most prudent. By selecting it, he would directly acquire 3 rewards. It was important to note that, based on the previous choices given by the system, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Chu Xiao to obtain all rewards even if he attempted to manipulate the system. Now, he merely needed to reject the return to the imperial court to reap all the benefits. Chapter 30. The Death of His Birth Mother. The resurrection of the Ember Emperor. Seeing Chu Xiao in doubt, the elder from the imperial court's expression darkened, and his tone grew increasingly severe. He fixed his gaze upon Chu Xiao and threatened, "My patience is limited. Chu Xiao, I grant you 10 breaths to deliberate. Should you fail to make a decision within that time, I shall first eliminate your confidence and then extract your mother's soul, ensuring she can never attain rebirth." As he spoke, the elder rose from the coffin. A chilling aura emanated from him, seemingly freezing the surrounding space. "Jinghu, old monster, dare you?" Upon hearing the elder's brazen threat, the esteemed red cicada, a peaked quasi-emperor, exclaimed in fury, stepping forward with her sword pointed at the elder. "I am but a frail remnant of my former self." With L in an instant, the heavens and the earth changed color, as if the Kingland domain were on the brink of apocalypse. Within Facian City, numerous cultivators were overwhelmed by the oppressive aura of the red cicada emperor, causing many to prostrate themselves on the ground, while others, weaker in cultivation, fainted on the spot. The powerful figures from various ancient families and sacred lands felt a deep unease as they observed the tense standoff between the heavenly demon palace and the imperial court. Worry etched on their faces, they hastily sent urgent messages to their respective factions, knowing that should war erupt once more, they must be fully prepared to avoid being caught in the crossfire, lest they face annihilation. Meanwhile, some cultivators secretly reveled in the impending chaos. In a secluded corner of Facian City, several strong members of the ancient Gu clan gazed up at the sky, feeling a sense of satisfaction. "Chu Xiao, you wretched spawn. If you perish, our Gu family will be spared much trouble." Some members of the Gu clan longed to eliminate Chu Xiao immediately. In the grasp of an elder from the imperial court, tears glistened in the eyes of Chu Xiao's mother as she gazed deeply at her son, seemingly intent on etching his visage into her memory forever. Soon, a trickle of magical energy surged from her sealed meridians. "Shower, you must take care of yourself. Mother will no longer be able to witness your growth." She spoke softly, a serene smile gracing her face. "What? How is this possible? How can you break my seal? Humph. Are you wishing to end your own life? Dream on." The elder from the imperial court was taken aback upon sensing the surge of magic within Chu Xiao's mother. He wasted no time contemplating other matters and hastily attempted to thwart her actions. However, it was too late. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air as Chu Xiao's mother disintegrated, transforming into a pure and terrifying surge of cosmic energy. The soul sacrifice technique. Wasn't he this lost to time? The bewildered ancient demon ancestor inquired, gazing at the dissipating essence of Chu Xiao's mother. The technique she employed during her self-detonation was created by the forbidden demon ancestor of the heavenly demon palace, long thought to be forgotten. The use of such a technique meant the sacrifice of one's own soul and true spirit, leading to a complete severance from the cycle of reincarnation, an absolute vanishing from this world. Even an immortal standing at the pinnacle of the celestial path, capable of traversing the river of time, could not restore a being whose soul and true spirit had completely disintegrated. "Mother." On the arena, Chu Xiao stood in a daze, his eyes fixed on the sky. Everything transpired too swiftly. His mother's self-detonation occurred in the blink of an eye, and even the elder from the imperial court could not intervene in time. Chu Xiao's expression was vacant, his heart a hollow void. The depths of his sorrow rendered him voiceless, and for a fleeting moment, he lost the ability to think. In her self-explosive act using the soul sacrifice technique, she also eradicated all of Chu Xiao's loyal confidants who had fallen into the hands of the imperial court. Fully aware that their existence would hinder her son, for the sake of her son, she was willing to risk her very soul, even to become a villain in order to sever all ties for Chu Xiao. To await this opportunity, Luo Fei endured for a long time. Everything she did was for Chu Xiao, her only son. "Old fool, I want you dead." Chu Xiao's voice resonated, imbued with intense fury. He stamped his foot, and with a thunderous crash, the prodigious youth of the imperial court perished on the spot, transforming into a crimson mist of blood. "Do not act impulsively," Chu Xiao. Upon witnessing Chu Xiao's bloodthirsty frenzy, the Hongshan spoke again. Yet this time, she could not restrain him, for a trace of imperial pressure emanated from Chu Xiao, forcing Hongshan back several dozen paces. This imperial might emanating from Chu Xiao was derived half from the imperial bone within his chest and half from the Tao-connecting celestial vessel. Having witnessed his mother being forced to death by the imperial court, Chu Xiao's eyes turned red, shedding tears of blood. Kill! 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 Before Chu Xiao, the world was shrouded in crimson. In his mind, the desire to kill surged like a tempest. Tao-connecting celestial vessel, aid me in this battle. Grasping the celestial vessel, Chu Xiao ignited the essence of his life within. In that moment, he appeared as a madman. Observing Chu Xiao's figure, a sense of dread unexpectedly welled up within Hongshan's heart. She was no ordinary. Her cultivation was but a half step from the realm of the emperors, while Chu Xiao was merely at the I must summon the ancestors immediately. Hongshan's expression turned solemn. Just as she intended to send a message to the ancestors of the heavenly demon palace, suddenly, a divine light erupted from the palm of Chu Xiao. The source of this divine light was the Tao-connecting celestial vessel. An ancient will gradually awaken from within. As the divine light converged, the great Tao resonated. In an instant, the divine light coalesced into a figure. This figure was a man, tall and imposing, with eyes like deep abysses. He stood there as if he were the very center of this realm, influencing the flow of time and space around him. His visage was hazy, shrouded in a veil of mist, obscuring his true appearance. In the man's hand was a broken blade, and he walked through the void, wearing a half-smile as he regarded Chu Xiao. Indeed, bearing the imperial bone and with the nascent heart of a demon, as my heir, you are barely adequate. The man spoke to himself. Boom. His voice thundered, resonant and profound, shaking the heavens and the earth. Upon seeing the man, the elders and ancient ancestors of the heavenly demon palace were all taken aback in astonishment. After a long while, the ancient demon, lost in reverie, was the first to regain composure. He hurriedly knelt and bowed toward the figure, voice trembling with excitement. I pay my respects to the ancestor of the Jinxing Emperor. I, the disciple of the mad demon, humbly welcome the ancestor's return. As the words of the ancient ancestor of the demon clan echoed, the red cicada sovereign and the numerous venerable elders of the heavenly demon palace simultaneously prostrated themselves upon the ground. In unison, they fervently proclaimed, "We pay our respects to the Ember Emperor ancestor." Chapter 31. Come, my disciple, let us take vengeance. The figure before them was none other than the illustrious Ember Emperor, a monumental figure of the heavenly demon palace. Though this presence was merely a remnant of the Ember Emperor's will, lingering within the Tao-knocking mysterious plate, his aura remained capable of instilling awe throughout the cosmos, overshadowing all realms. My disciple, awaken, the Ember Emperor commanded, disregarding the throng of the heavenly demon palace. His gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Chu Xiao. Observing Chu Xiao's disoriented state, showing signs of being consumed by madness, he extended his hand and gently roused him. Subsequently, he pointed delicately at Chu Xiao's brow, stabilizing his life force. Should Chu Xiao continue to burn his vital essence unchecked, he would soon become nothing more than a withered corpse. Once Chu Xiao regained his senses, the Ember Emperor stroked his long beard and spoke with a gentle smile. Disciple, upon seeing your master, why do you not pay your respects? His voice was deep and resonant, revealing a character that was far from the bloodthirsty and ferocious image portrayed in rumors. Instead, he appeared noble and upright. Standing there, he resembled a towering mountain, capable of obstructing the heavens and overpowering all. Upon encountering him, all beings could not help but feel an innate sense of submission. Master, Chu Xiao responded, having regained his composure. Though his heart still burned with rage, the Ember Emperor's magical influence granted him clarity. After performing a grand gesture of reverence, Chu Xiao unhesitatingly summoned the system and made his selection. System, I choose option 2. Chu Xiao's mind stirred, and the system swiftly responded. Congratulations, host, on making a wise choice. Congratulations, host, for receiving rewards. Kuanping escape technique, heaven-swallowing demon art, complete Tao registry. Beep. Due to the host's failure to save his biological mother and trusted aides, full-level sword Tao acquisition failed. Beep. A new selection has been triggered. Option 1. Storm the Imperial Court, avenge your mother, and take vengeance for your trusted aides. Reward. Full-level sword Tao, Pangu visualization method. Option 2. Temporarily endure. Reward, Semi-Emperor Dao weapon, the 7-star sword of the Big Dipper. Listening to the options presented by the system, Chu Xiao fell into deep contemplation. Come, disciple. Let us go forth and take lives. At that moment, the Ember Emperor's words decisively influenced Chu Xiao's choice. Standing before him, with his back turned, the Ember Emperor casually remarked. In the next instant, Chu Xiao witnessed the down-knocking mysterious plate expanding rapidly. The vast territory, spanning millions of miles, was enveloped by the plate. The old man from the imperial court's expression changed drastically. The other powerful figures from the court, along with the young prodigies, were thrown into disarray. The Ember Emperor of the Heavenly Demon Palace was about to strike against them. My disciple, those younger generations shall be left for you to dispatch. As for the old fellows, I shall take care of them. Behold, my disciple, the Emperor of Ash proclaimed with a thunderous voice, intent on elucidating the principles of the killing scripture to Chu Xiao. His movements were deliberate, not hurried. As the Dao-sealing Xianpan in his grasp seemed to pulsate with genuine life and an overwhelming aura of divinity. The first 3 chapters serve as foundational texts, which require no further elaboration. The essence of this art commences from the 4th chapter. Observe closely. For here lies the 4th chapter's minor divine technique, to quell conflict through annihilation. With a swift gesture, the Emperor encapsulated the realm, transforming the entire Kanglan domain into a prison. Before him, an elder of the imperial court, possessing quasi-emperor prowess, resembled naught but an insignificant insect, utterly defenseless against a single strike, which reduced him to a mere mist of crimson. Throughout this display, the Emperor did not invoke the power of the Xianpan. His actions were akin to crushing a minuscule bug between his fingers. In his earlier days, when he first embarked upon the celestial path, he harbored noble intentions of chivalry, only to later realize that benevolence is often ineffectual in swaying the masses. Thus, he discovered a divine technique he named the stopping conflict formula. Through slaughter, peace is achieved. The world proclaims my heart to be laden with bloodlust. Yet, it is through decisive action that order is forged. Slay until there exists no strife upon this earth. As the Emperor spoke, he was awash in nostalgia, reminiscing about his past glories while imparting his insights and cultivation experiences to Chu Xiao. Behold this technique, which annihilates all life. Upon its execution, the world weeps. Bang! Before the Emperor could finish his statement, he had already slain 2 more formidable figures of the imperial court. These powerful individuals attempted to resist, and some even sought to escape, yet the Emperor afforded them no reprieve. Demon, you fiend! They cursed in terror. The ancestor will not spare you. The strong from the Jinwu flame and other factions remained frozen, their breaths nearly stifled, too fearful to move or speak, lest the Emperor's ire befall them and they be swept away in his wrath. What you call slaughter is merely my path. The world is fraught with suffering. Falling beneath my blade and sword is not without its form of liberation. You are all too attached to your notions. Furthermore, you have forced my disciple's hand and provoked my heavenly demon hall, a grave transgression. I shall overlook past grievances and grant you a swift death, a display of my great compassion and benevolence. The Emperor's tone was serene, and even amidst the carnage, he exuded an aura of tranquility, imparting a sense of calm. Disciple, why do you linger? Why not take action? What are you waiting for? Noticing Chu Xiao's hesitation, the Emperor urged him forth. Upon witnessing the Emperor's display of power, Chu Shi as Chu Liang beheld Chu Xiao advancing step by step from the sky. A wave of panic washed over him. Even the formidable Chu Boyan, along with the young prodigy from the imperial court, could not stand against Chu Xiao. He was utterly no match for him. In terms of talent, innate potential, and cultivation prowess, Chu Liang could only be considered a second-rate genius. Conversely, Chu Xiao's current innate qualities had reached a level comparable to those ancient anomalies. Chu Xiao, you are being outrageous. Inflicting harm upon your kin is a grave offense, a powerful figure from the imperial court rebuked. However, scarcely had he finished his words when he was obliterated by the Jin Emperor's mere gesture, leaving not even a trace behind. Such a noisy nuisance, the Jin Emperor remarked after dispatching him, turning his attention back to Chu Xiao. Disciple, this is the essence of the 5th chapter of the Slaughter Sutra. You may attempt to wield it. With that, he vanquished several more powerful figures from the imperial court. On the path of slaughter, one must first achieve clarity of thought, then attain inner tranquility, and ultimately, cultivate a serene heart. transcending with composure. Upon reaching this stage, one can be deemed to have comprehended the way of slaughter. Clang. From the Jin Emperor emanated waves of sword energy, blade intent, and spear brilliance, converging and manifesting. He integrated various divine techniques and weaponry into a singular, celestial path leading to the imperial realm. Now, he imparted all that he had comprehended without reservation to Chu Shao. Chapter 32. The Might of the Emperor. Overwhelming the 3,000 domains under the guidance of the Jin Emperor, Chu Shao grasped a treasured spear and, in a flash, like a dragon plunging into a river, he appeared before Chu Liang. Chu Liang, prepare to meet your end. Chu Shao thrust the spear forward, stirring the winds and clouds, conjuring thousands of illusory spears and blades across the heavens. Faced with the relentless advance of Chu Shao, Chu Liang, adorned in resplendent robes, frantically evaded. Ancestors, save me. At this moment, he cast aside all semblance of dignity, shouting desperately while summoning various life-preserving artifacts, hoping to withstand Chu Zhao's onslaught for just a moment. I beseech the ancestors to intervene and spare my life. Qinji ancestor, Yuming ancestor, save me, I implore you. Confronted with the specter of death, Chu Liang was utterly consumed by terror, frantically calling out one name after another. These names belonged to the supreme beings of the imperial court. Within the Eastern Extension realm's 3,000 domains, invoking the true names of such entities would provoke celestial phenomena, resonating with the awareness of these ancestral figures. In the instant that Chu Liang uttered those true names, the heavens began to stir. Portals to the void gradually opened in the azure expanse of the Kanglan domain. Ancient and profound wills seemed to transcend the river of time, echoing through eternity as they descended upon the Kanglan domain. Jin Emperor, you are exceedingly tyrannical. You have slain several true saints and quasi-emperors of my imperial court, even if you are but a remnant of the great emperor of the heavenly demon palace. You must provide my imperial court with an explanation today. In the vast expanse of the universe, a figure emerged. The newcomer was a woman clad in flowing green garments. Her visage bore the semblance of both an aged crone and a youthful maiden. Her eyes, shrouded in a haze of uncertainty, emanated an ominous aura. The breaths of life and death intertwined beneath her verdant attire, revealing an unsettling mystery. The woman glided upon a lotus platform, and with a mere wave of her hand, radiant light surged forth, her divine presence rippling through the air, rescuing Chu Liang from peril. At the moment she acted, time itself seemed to stall. Chu Shao, caught off guard, could only watch as Chu Liang was transported thousands of zhang away by the woman in green. In that fleeting instant, Chu Shao distinctly sensed a chilling intent to kill emanating from her, aimed squarely at him. Were it not for her caution regarding the presence of the Ember Emperor beside Chu Shao, the woman in green would have struck down with lethal force. The might of the Ember Emperor instilled fear across the realms. Even in his diminished state, a mere remnant of his former self, he could still command respect throughout the 3,000 domains, compelling the progenitors of the imperial courts to refrain from action. You seek to question me? The Ember Emperor's tone remained calm. Silence. With that, he lightly raised his hand, causing the Tao-resounding celestial disk to tremble violently. This is my decree. The Ember Emperor's eyes radiated dominance as he wielded the imperial weapon, launching a formidable oppression towards the woman in green. A hum resonated as the symbols of emperors appeared around the Tao-resounding celestial disk. A dazzling brilliance intertwined, causing the disk, already encompassing millions of miles, to swell further. In an instant, the heavens fell silent, and the very earth shifted. When an emperor strikes, the world shatters. Although the Ember Emperor was but a remnant, his aura remained terrifying. A mere fragment dared to be audacious. Do you truly believe yourself to be the same Ember Emperor of old? Everyone, join me in obliterating this remnant and eradicating that traitorous wretch. Another progenitor of the imperial court materialized amidst the cosmos. His voice reverberated through the universe, resonating across billions of miles. The newcomer was a peak emperor, having cultivated to the second realm of the ultimate path. His appearance was enigmatic, straddling the line between masculine and feminine, and behind him loomed a jar-shaped imperial weapon. Within that jar, blood mist swirled, emanating an icy chill. The progenitor of dreaming wanderlust. The many cultivators of the imperial courts gazed upon him with awe, bowing respectfully to the androgynous progenitor. The progenitor of dreaming wanderlust was among the most renowned of the imperial court progenitors. Unlike others, he reveled in ostentation, with statues of his likeness erected throughout the imperial territories, rendering even ordinary cultivators familiar with his appearance and true name. Indeed, the progenitor of dreaming wanderlust nodded slightly, relishing the adoration of countless followers. The jar-shaped imperial weapon behind him was known as the Heavenly Refinement Jar. This ultimate imperial weapon was bequeathed by a true immortal of the imperial court. Subsequently, it fell into the hands of the progenitor of dreaming wanderlust, becoming one of his most formidable trump cards. Just so, my jar is in need of a certain catalyst. The Ember Emperor of the Demon Temple? Ha ha ha. A mere failure on the path to immortality, you lament your lost potential. Even if you were to return defiant, I would still possess the power to forge you into a grand elixir. The progenitor of Dream Wanderer proclaimed, his voice resonating with authority. As his aura rippled, the ancient heavenly refining cauldron behind him shook violently, releasing a primal energy that wafted through the air. The cauldron's surface bubbled with chaotic essence, imbued with a terrifying power capable of subduing the ages. A thunderous sound reverberated. From within the cauldron, chains of divine laws surged forth, each exuding an overwhelming force of annihilation. The very fabric of the cosmos quivered in response, instilling dread in all living beings. Across the 3,000 realms, a suffocating sensation gripped every creature. The red cicada sovereign and the ancient demon ancestors stood solemnly, their expressions grave. Even the venerable ancestors of the heavenly demon palace, seated in meditation, began to invoke the true names of their forebears, fearful that the remnants of the Ember Emperor would prove insufficient against the cataclysmic might unleashed by the heavenly refining cauldron. As the progenitor of Dream Wanderer wielded the cauldron, he waved his grand sleeves, transporting numerous cultivators from the imperial court, including the young prodigies of various royal houses, to a place of safety. He was poised to unleash a massacre. Chu Yuming, I am acquainted with you. At the time of my ascendance, you were but a mere child. You lack the qualification to act with impudence before me. The Ember Emperor spoke, his tone calm. Having lived for countless ages, he was unfazed by the words of a junior. The passage of time had rendered him a relic of the past, and it seemed the beings of this realm had forgotten his formidable reputation. Indeed, without achieving true immortality, all endeavors are rendered futile, he murmured. Chu Xiao gripped his spear, his gaze fixed upon the heavens, observing the forebears of the imperial court. Each of these ancestors possessed strength surpassing that of the early emperors, capable of submerging entire realms beneath their might. In their presence, Chu Xiao appeared insignificant and frail, akin to an ant adrift in an ocean. Yet, he felt no fear. Instead, a fierce determination ignited within him. One day, he too would ascend to emperorship. Memories of his mother's gentle gaze before her passing flickered in his mind, accompanied by the echoes of her voice and those of his loyal confidants. For their sake, he vowed to grow stronger. He would one day shatter the imperial capital. He would compel the ancient figures behind the Chu family of the imperial court to kneel before the graves of his mother and loyal allies. Chu Xiao silently swore an oath. Clang! At that moment, the heavenly knocking disc, controlled by the Ember Emperor, descended from the heavens, unleashing a terrifying aura of ferocity. Chapter 33. A rampage into the imperial court. The cosmos trembles, a resounding thunder shook the air. Vast expanses of void were crushed by the heavenly knocking disc, as strands of chaotic energy seeped from the web-like fissures in the fabric of reality. In a fleeting instant, the ancestors of the dreaming emperor and the 1,000 mechanisms, along with several quasi-imperial figures, unleashed their might. Each of these quasi-emperors and emperors was an unparalleled existence. With a mere gesture, they stirred the heavens and the earth, disrupting the very fabric of reality. Were it not for the intervention of the Ember Emperor, who enveloped flying immortal city with his grand powers, the cultivation of Chu Xiao would have been crushed to mere pulp under the overwhelming pressure of those quasi-emperors and emperors. Ancestors, we come to your aid, declared the ancient demon ancestor, alongside the quasi-emperor Red Cicada, as they moved in unison. Meanwhile, the golden crow Flame stood at a distance, his countenance grave as he gazed skyward. The situation had transcended his expectations. Above, the celestial demon palace and the imperial court had already descended into a fierce battle. Oh, truly worthy of the Ember Emperor. Delightful. Exhilarating. Chu Yuming, the dreaming ancestor, charged at the forefront, wielding the heaven-refining jar to withstand the descending Tao-calling mysterious disc that enveloped the land. Behind him, the dark heaven refining jar expanded to a colossal size, with myriad imperial laws surging from its mouth, bestowing it with an awe-inspiring presence. The ancient ancestors of the celestial demon palace regarded the heaven refining jar with solemnity, for it was an extreme imperial weapon that could rival the Tao-calling mysterious disc. Concern rippled through the crowd as they feared the Ember Emperor would falter and be suppressed by the heaven refining jar, as Chu Yumeng had articulated. The figure standing in the void was ultimately but a remnant of the Ember Emperor, though the Emperor possessed immeasurable power. The residual essence of the Ember Emperor was likely far weaker than a fraction of his former might. Conversely, the imperial ancestor Chu Yumeng was merely a step away from breaking through to the Emperor's realm, and with his mastery over the extreme imperial weapon, the Ember Emperor's remnant might not be his match. At that moment, the other ancestors of the celestial demon palace remained hidden, should the Ember Emperor falter. The practitioners present would likely find themselves in dire straits. The expressions of the celestial demon palace's members were all observed by the Ember Emperor, who shook his head slightly, feeling an indescribable sense of desolation and nostalgia. Time had passed, and not only had the beings of the 3,000 domains forgotten his renown, but even the cultivators of the celestial demon palace had long since lost remembrance of his name. Thus, he resolved to once again unleash his might in this lifetime, compelling the world to remember him anew. I am known as Ember, having attained the Tao amidst the ashes, and I bear witness to the fruits of the Emperor's path. His resonant voice echoed through the cosmos. In that moment, the figure of the Ember Emperor suddenly solidified from the void. He stood proudly amidst the world, seemingly resurrected. The light of slaughter erupted from him. This is not good. A shiver ran down Chu Yomeng's spine as he swiftly produced an Emperor's Dan and consumed it without hesitation, channeling his power to its utmost, amplifying the might of the heaven refining jar to its zenith. Upon its surface, imperial runes illuminated the surroundings, each rune encapsulating the myriad wonders of the galaxy, each signifying a small, yet vast world. Yet, in but a fleeting moment, the Tao-calling mysterious disc suppressed the heaven refining jar. In the blink of an eye, the formidable might of the heavenly refinement jar began to wane, and even the runes swirling around its body dimmed. With a sudden gasp, Chu Yumeng spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His skin cracked, and the essence within him threatened to dissolve. "Ancestor, are you all right?" Several ancient ancestors from the imperial court hurriedly approached, guarding Chu Yomeng's side. He remained silent, channeling his power, and his injuries healed almost instantaneously. Externally composed, his heart, however, surged with tumultuous waves. The residual power of the burning emperor had grievously wounded him with a single strike. Had he not consumed an imperial pill, he would have surely faced death just moments ago. Yet, at this juncture, he had no choice but to fight on, even if it meant gritting his teeth. As the ancestor of the imperial court, how could he allow himself to be intimidated by a mere remnant? "Kill. I will hold him off." You all seized the opportunity to slay Chu Shao. Chu Yumeng was determined to go all out. He formed seals with his hands, invoking an ancient celestial secret technique. Behind him, a colossal red python manifested. It roared, its immense form stretching across 1,000,000 miles, exuding an overwhelming might, a divine presence of immeasurable power. Its 9 heads roared in unison, striking fear into the hearts of all, like thunder crashing down. Boom! The giant red python surged towards Chu Shao, its eyes blazing like stars, illuminating the surroundings and stirring ripples of profound energy. "You dare to kill my disciple? Huh!" Upon witnessing this, the burning emperor let out a maniacal laughter that reverberated through the heavens. Behind him, a magnificent celestial manifestation emerged with overwhelming pressure. Simultaneously, he unleashed an imperial domain, firmly ensnaring Chu Shao within its protective embrace. "Come, my disciple, let me lead you into the heart of the imperial court. Allow me to show you the true path of slaughter." Before the burning emperor's words could fade, his overwhelming force descended, crushing Chu Yomeng's divine manifestation. Bang! The moment he suppressed Chu Yumeng, the celestial manifestation behind the burning emperor erupted with dazzling brilliance. The vast imperial might surged forth. Several ancient ancestors of the imperial court perished on the spot. Above the Kanglan domain, imperial blood flowed like a river, echoing with sorrow. Open! The burning emperor's manifestation took the form of a blade. This blade was ethereal and elusive, woven from the very fabric of the Tao. As it rose and fell, It seemed capable of severing all things in existence. With a mere thought, the long-bladed manifestation tore through the heavens, creating two void gates. He reached out, casting all disciples and elders of the heavenly demon hall within flying immortal city into one of the void gates. Your presence here is far too cumbersome. The burning emperor remarked coolly, sending those disciples and elders back to the central stronghold of the heavenly demon hall. After all, these individuals were considered his juniors. The situation in the Kanglan domain had spiraled completely out of control. Should the battle continue, no matter how formidable his strength, he could not protect everyone. Chu Zhenchuan. In the void gate, Song Yaoji gazed at Chu Xiao, her face etched with concern. Fear not, for the ancestor of the burning emperor watches over us. Chu Zhenchuan shall remain unharmed. Moreover, the ancestors of our heavenly demon palace have also descended. It is high time to teach this imperial court a lesson for their duplicity. Song Fu interjected, expressing his desire to join the fray had his cultivation permitted. Today, he had truly broadened his horizons. Witnessing the fierce clash between quasi-emperors and emperors, an experience akin to divine fortune. After observing the battle for several breaths, Song Fu sensed a nascent breakthrough towards the sacred domain within himself. Within the heavenly demon palace, ascending to the sacred domain would allow one to become an ancestor, while breaking through to quasi-emperor would elevate one to the rank of ancient ancestor. Should one cultivate to the level of emperor or emperor sovereign, they could ascend to the status of ancestor. Just as the burning emperor had seen off numerous disciples and elders of the heavenly demon palace, quasi-emperor ancient ancestors, and even ancestors began to materialize, descending into the Kanglan domain. This conflict had reached a level where even beings of the sacred domain were unqualified to intervene. Within the confines of flying immortal city, the remaining cultivators of various factions wore expressions of panic. Earlier, the battle between the burning emperor and Chu Yumeng was restrained, with neither side allowing their power to run rampant. Otherwise, the might of the extreme path emperor could unleash catastrophic waves, devastating vast territories. A battle of such imperial magnitude could obliterate star rivers and shatter realms, rendering the boundless universe into a desolate wasteland. This matter is entrusted to you. I shall take my disciple to the imperial capital, the burning emperor declared, addressing several ancestors of the heavenly demon palace with a smile. As he spoke, he stowed the Dao Xian disc and cast a fleeting glance at the distant Chu Yumeng, stating, "You are not yet qualified to contend with me. I spare your life now. In the years to come, my disciple Chu Xiao shall personally claim your head." With that, the burning emperor stepped through a portal of void with Chu Xiao in tow. Stop him. Upon hearing that the burning emperor intended to take Chu Xiao to breach the imperial capital, Chu Yumeng shouted, wielding the refining heaven jar in a futile attempt to obstruct the burning emperor, only to be sent flying once more by a single hand of the emperor. Just as other ancestors of the imperial court prepared to act against the remnants of the burning emperor, the ancestors of the heavenly demon palace unleashed their formidable killing moves, blocking the way of the imperial ancestors. "Your adversaries are us," declared one ancestor of the heavenly demon palace, brandishing a colossal axe, his entire being radiating a sanguine aura, exuding a fearsome majesty. "Begone!" The ancestors of the imperial court seethed with fury. Their initial plan had been to exploit the guise of a contest to eliminate Chu Xiao, but instead, it had backfired, resulting in the loss of two young prodigies and the demise of several quasi-emperors and powerful beings of the sacred domain. Moreover, even a remnant of the burning emperor was poised to wreak havoc in the imperial capital. Enraged by this turn of events, the ancestors of the imperial court seethed with indignation. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, as the nominal core stronghold of the imperial court, the capital exudes an imposing grandeur and luxurious splendor. Within its vast expanse resides a population exceeding 10 billion. At a single glance, the city appears boundless. For an ordinary person devoid of cultivation, traversing the capital from south to north would prove an insurmountable challenge, even over a lifetime. Chu Xiao gazed at the towering city walls, rising over 3,000 zhang, reminiscent of the abyss, his emotions a tumultuous blend. Once, this place could have been considered home. Yet, within the current realm of the imperial court, he found himself bereft of kin and friends. Disciple, behold. This is the 7th chapter of the Sutra of Slaughter. The arrival of the burning emperor has thrown the capital into chaos. His overwhelming presence is utterly terrifying. The various protective formations and killing arrays safeguarding the city have been shattered by his might. Within the city, numerous powerful beings ascended to the skies. Upon noticing the figures of the burning emperor and Chu Shao, they sought to speak, only to be instantly suppressed by the emperor's grand laws. At that moment, the burning emperor uttered a soft command, conjuring a series of massive magical blades in the heavens. As these blades descended, the capital was engulfed in a horrific calamity. Splendid edifices crumbled with thunderous crashes, while countless formidable beings of the imperial court were crushed, their bodies obliterated and souls extinguished. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, tens of millions of lives perished beneath the emperor's blade. Chapter 34. The Majesty of the Great Emperor, Chu Liang's Demise. A lingering remnant dares to act so recklessly within my imperial court. A voice suddenly resonated from within the deep palace of the imperial court. Following the source of that voice, a massive white beast, comparable in stature to a mountain, came into view before Chu Shao and the burning emperor. The white beast traversed the void, enveloped in purple aura, with a crown formed from imperial light flickering above its head. Is this a spirit offering of the imperial court? Quite intriguing. I have seen you before. At that time, you were merely a beast with nascent intelligence. Time has flown, and epochs have shifted. I never anticipated you would cultivate to the realm of the imperial sovereign. From your state, it appears you have undergone several rebirths, living multiple lives, the burning emperor remarked nonchalantly. The beast, upon hearing this, offered no reply. Instead, it lunged at the burning emperor, exhaling a torrent of golden flames that warped the void and shattered the heavenly pathways. Pure Yang True Fire? The supreme secret art of the Bei clan? Ha! Indeed, you possess some strength, barely earning the right to contend with this remnant of mine. The burning emperor continued to muse. Chu Shao, witnessing the emperor's words, was struck with astonishment. This attacking beast was, astonishingly, a being of the extreme path sovereign level. An extreme path sovereign, with but a step further, could theoretically ascend to the status of a true emperor. Such beings are exceedingly rare across the 3,000 domains of the Eastern Extension realm. Yet, this remnant of the burning emperor stood capable of confronting the beast, even forcing it to struggle to defend itself. As the remnant of the Ember Emperor confronted the beast, he still possessed the vigor to shield Chu Shao from the residual impact of imperial might. The power of the emperor was indeed terrifying beyond measure, prompting a silent contemplation from Chu Shao. Disciple, this is the 8th chapter of the Sutra of Slaughter. In the void, the Ember Emperor's remnant intoned gravely, manipulating the Tao-resounding mystic disk to subdue the beast. An immense and boundless force surged forth. At that moment, the mystic disk seemed poised to rend the very heavens, enveloping billions of miles of sky, shattering the great Tao, obliterating space, and reducing a significant portion of the imperial capital to ashes. Countless lives were caught in the tumult. Alas! No, please do not kill me. I do not wish to die. Ancestors, where are you? I beseech the ancestors to intervene and quell this calamity. Members of the Chu family knelt in despair, crying out loudly. Yet, no voice answered their pleas. Within the sacred grounds of the imperial court, ancient wolves observed the unfolding chaos in the capital. They remained impassive, showing no intention to halt the Ember Emperor's remnant. Let him wreak havoc. What of an imperial capital? Even if the entire Cold Sun domain were to be shattered, what of it? His fierce aura, though formidable, is ultimately but a fleeting remnant, destined to dissipate within 2 or 3 hours. One of the ancestors of the imperial court spoke. The others, ancient figures surrounding him, remained silent, their hearts stirred by a flicker of fear at the power displayed by the Ember Emperor's remnant. First, Chu Yuming and others wielding supreme imperial weapons could not withstand 2 strikes from the remnant, and then the beast, at the level of the emperor's respect, was also unable to thwart it. Even if these ancient figures of the imperial court intervened, they would likely fare no better against the remnant. Their vitality was limited, and they dared not rashly abandon their sanctuary in the void. Without the sustenance of the longevity material within the void and the protective formations against calamity, these ancestors would not endure long. The path to the emperor's realm was soon to be forged. There was no need to squander our life essence on a mere remnant of the deceased. Let him, the celestial demon hall, be arrogant. When we ascend the emperor's path and reshape our Tao bodies, it shall be the time of the celestial demon hall's demise. As for that Chu Shao, even if the celestial demon hall may temporarily shield him, it cannot protect him for eternity. he will inevitably venture forth into the world, wandering alone. Another ancestor of the imperial court proclaimed. This ancestor's presence was as profound as an abyss, clad in a golden robe, and with the resonance of his voice. The robe shimmered with myriad celestial phenomena, revealing cycles of stars around him. Each star bore imperial runes upon its surface. The legendary spectacle of dawning stars and commanding the celestial bodies was vividly portrayed in this scene. Your words bear wisdom, brother. Let the remnant of the Ember Emperor create turmoil. At this moment, more ancient figures of the imperial court began to speak, and in a few exchanges, they sealed the fate of the imperial capital. To them, the imperial capital was merely an ordinary large city. Should the imperial capital be destroyed, it could easily be rebuilt. With their extraordinary abilities, they could effortlessly construct 10 or even 100 grander cities in the blink of an eye. Even if every member of the Chu family within the imperial capital were to be slaughtered, they would remain indifferent. The true prodigies of the imperial court lay in slumber within the divine source. As long as these exceptional individuals still drew breath, within 300 to 500 years, the population of the Chu family would inevitably be restored. Abai, return. Bring with you Chu Liang and the others. As for the remaining family members, their fates are sealed. Whether they live or die is a matter of their own fortune. A primordial spirit of an ancestor from the imperial court resonated, reaching the ears of the guarding beast. At that moment, the beast was battered and its breath unstable. As an extreme path emperor, it wielded immense power. Yet it found itself outmatched before the lingering remnants of the Ashen Emperor. The remnants of an emperor, even as a mere wisp, could still dominate the world with unparalleled authority. Roar! The beast bellowed in frustration. In the long past, it had roamed freely across the realms, and even among those of the same emperor status, few dared to challenge it. Now, however, it found itself cornered by a mere remnant. Anger and humiliation surged within its chest. With a sudden burst, a pearl, swirling with profound energy, floated from its mouth. After releasing the pearl to clash with the Ashen Emperor's remnants, the beast swiftly retreated, fully aware that further combat could lead to its demise. You old wretch, just wait. This matter is far from over, it proclaimed defiantly. It detonated the pearl it had expelled, temporarily halting the remnants of the Ashen Emperor. Subsequently, it summoned its formidable powers, uprooting a significant structure from the heart of the imperial court. With all the beings within that edifice, it ascended into the void, vanishing from sight. The structure it took was none other than the imperial palace, housing Chu Liang, the young prodigies of the court, and numerous civil and military officials. Attempt to flee? The Ashen Emperor extended a colossal hand toward the horizon. In that instant, the spiritual energy of the entire Kanglan domain was siphoned away. The energy of an entire domain was mobilized, coalescing into a colossal hand that overshadowed the heavens, a sight both awe-inspiring and oppressive. At that moment, the ancestral beings of the imperial court, previously engaged in battle, halted their movements. They turned to gaze towards the direction of the cold sun domain, a chill of dread washing over them. When the Ashen Emperor had struck, he had not even exerted his full power. I am the Ashen Emperor. At this very moment, across the 3,000 domains of the Eastern Extension Realm, within various void zones and ancient divine lands, the voice of the Ashen Emperor resounded. The vast expanse trembled profoundly. The beast, which had initially fled into the depths of space, abruptly turned back, fear reflected in its eyes. It realized that the fabric of time and space surrounding it seemed to have become disordered. As a being of the Emperor's realm, it found itself losing control, on the verge of falling into the grasp of the Ashen Emperor. The palace complex it carried began to collapse, extinguishing all realms, suppressing everything. My disciple, Chu Xiao, observe closely. Alas, the path ahead must be explored by you alone. This is the last time I shall guide you. It is a pity that we could not shatter the sacred grounds of the imperial court, the Ashen Emperor lamented. After unleashing the devastating technique, his residual consciousness began to dissipate, sustained by the spiritual essence of the mountains and rivers of a single domain. The might of the Ashen Emperor's unleashed power possessed half the strength of his prime. How could such power exist? Impossible. The beast felt a surge of panic. Within the palace complex it carried, Chu Liang's eyes widened in despair, his pupils bloodshot, his chest heaving violently, reduced to a feeble state upon a shattered tile. As the beast struggled to withstand the remnants of the Ashen Emperor, the fear within him rose like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf him. Brother, Spare me. Spare me. Chu Liang cried, tears streaming down his face, his voice sharp and hoarse from sheer terror. He did not wish to die. I was wrong. I truly realized my errors. We are blood brothers, connected by flesh. You cannot watch me perish. The position of crown prince is yours. I relinquish it to you. All of it is yours. I shall no longer contend. Chu Liang babbled incoherently, his pleas drawing the attention of the Ashen Emperor's remnants. Oh, my disciple, is this your royal brother? TSK, so afraid of death? In that case, I shall leave him to you. The Ashen Emperor indifferently raised his hand, a subtle motion causing Chu Liang to be seized by an invisible force and drawn instantly before Chu Xiao, gazing at the disheveled, tear-streaked, trembling figure of Chu Liang, who resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter. Chu Xiao's eyes were as frigid as eternal ice. You realize your errors? He queried, a cold smirk gracing his lips, his voice deep and laced with mockery. No, you do not truly understand your faults. With that, Chu Xiao stepped forward, shadows enveloping the feeble Chu Liang, his icy gaze descending like a blade. You only comprehend that you are about to die. Before his words could settle, a dark soul banner, entwined with wailing vengeful spirits and exuding malevolence, erupted from Chu Xiao's palm. Ah! Chu Liang let out a heart-wrenching scream, his face contorted in agony, suffering excruciating torment as his soul felt as if it were being stripped and refined, akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, fried and boiled in oil. You shall not die well. You shall not die well at all. As despair loomed, Chu Liang resembled a cornered beast on the brink of death, his eyes bulging with rage as he unleashed a venomous and hopeless roar, cursing Chu Xiao with fervor. Yet, his vitriol was abruptly silenced. In the air, only a contorted figure remained, twisted by excruciating agony, with bulging eyes and a body convulsing in rigidity. Chu Liang was dead, his spirit shattered, his true essence obliterated. The wind swept across the heavens, stirring a hint of bloodshed. Chu Xiao stood silently, the malevolent energy in his palm yet to dissipate. However, there was no trace of vengeful satisfaction in his eyes, only an icy void, almost devoid of emotion. Chu Liang had merely been a pawn in the hands of the ancient patriarchs of the imperial court. It was those patriarchs who orchestrated the entire affair from behind the scenes. Suddenly, a formidable shift occurred as a slender vine, piercing the heavens and earth, descended with tremendous force. The impact shattered the firmament. Throughout the 3,000 realms, countless beings beheld this slender vine. Heaven above was rent asunder. What could this vine possibly be? It was dreadfully terrifying. The cries of astonishment echoed among the ancient factions. Within the stronghold of the Golden Crow clan, an elderly man, frail yet resolute, sat by a roaring inferno, seemingly fishing for something. Sensing the aura of the vine above, he slowly set aside his fishing rod, his gaze piercing the distance. Was it a remnant of a celestial artifact? It appeared that the imperial court was pushed to the brink. Upon hearing the elder's words, the figures standing behind him wore solemn expressions. One among them gravely remarked, "Patriarch, if the conflict between the heavenly demon palace and the imperial court spirals out of control, the entire eastern extension realm, encompassing 3,000 domains, may be engulfed in a war of immortality. Fear not, chaos will not ensue," the elder replied nonchalantly, his demeanor unwavering, as if he had already transcended the mortal realm. Even if the heavens were to collapse and the world descend into chaos, it would not perturb his tranquility. The path to the imperial realm had yet to be opened. Neither the heavenly demon palace nor the imperial court would engage in genuine warfare just yet. The elder's tone remained serene as he resumed his focus on fishing, dismissing all external matters. "All of you may depart," he uttered softly, and with a flick of his rod, he transformed his words into the very laws of heaven and earth, sending the figures behind him to the edge of the flames. Sighing, they acquiesced, understanding that they could not defy their patriarch's will. Not only the Golden Crow clan, but several other ancient factions within the Eastern Extension realm, which had once birthed emperors and possessed profound heritage, had awakened their supreme existences. Their consciousness spread like a tide, penetrating the void, directed toward the direction of the Cold Sun domain. These ancient beings remained as steadfast as mountains, sharing the belief that the conflict between the imperial court and the heavenly demon palace would not culminate in an all-out war of immortality. "Friend Jean, do not make matters too extreme." From the slender vine, a woman with azure hair emerged, her voice clear and melodious. each word imbued with the profound truths of the universe, exuding an overwhelming power capable of suppressing the cosmos. A remnant spirit, is it? Huh. Do not presume that merely being a remnant spirit intimidates me. Even in your prime, I would remain unafraid. Your imperial court has repeatedly coerced my disciple. Do you think your trifling words can compel me to relent? A jest. The Ember Emperor waved his hand, reaching for the woman. With this gesture, the might of a sovereign unfurled, epitomizing the power to obliterate realms. Annihilation. Within the palm of the Ember Emperor, a torrent of lethal runes surged forth. The passage of time is desolate, epics shift, yet you, my friend Ember, persist in your arrogance and hubris. Little do you realize that your era has waned. Reduced to a mere wisp of memory. Do you still believe you can dominate all, commanding the heavens and earth? The woman furrowed her brow, remaining suspended in the void, neither retreating nor evading, as she prepared to confront the Ember Emperor's divine might head-on. Two forces, each harboring the potential to obliterate the world, collided in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the cosmos dimmed, and silence enveloped the void. Within the depths of the demon temple and the forbidden sanctum of the imperial court, those ancient beings lurking in the void could no longer remain still. A resounding aura of magnificence began to awaken. Seal the heavens. A rasping voice echoed. Soon after, Chu Xiao witnessed the convergence of demonic and celestial light. These luminescent energies formed a barrier, imprisoning the void and forcibly severing the cold sun realm from the eastern extension. Had this not been done, half of the eastern extension would have surely perished. Both the Ember Emperor's remnant and the celestial artifact's spirit unleashed powers surpassing that of a sovereign. The fabric of this realm could not endure such residual might. My disciple, Chu Xiao, this shall be the final time I impart my teachings. Observe closely, the Ember Emperor proclaimed, as he shielded Chu Xiao while advancing towards the distant woman. In days of yore, I exhausted my life to compose the 8th chapter of the Scripture of Slaughter. Yet just moments ago, I experienced an epiphany, finally crafting the 9th chapter. To die is to live is to die. Life and death are boundless, and creation is infinite. This is the path of the 9th chapter of the Scripture of Slaughter. The Ember Emperor's voice resonated in Chu Xiao's mind. The 9th chapter of the Scripture of Slaughter signifies transcending the extreme limits of mortal paths, leading to the true road of eternal life. My disciple, do not celebrate too soon. This 9th chapter, conceived in haste, is incomplete. It can scarcely be deemed a full chapter. For I have yet to grasp the cycle of life and death, nor have I transformed the mortal into the immortal before my lifespan wanes. I have not attained immortality. Thus I cannot forge authentic celestial arts. At this juncture, a shadow of melancholy flickered in the Ember Emperor's gaze. He had once suppressed an era, instilling fear across the world, compelling the imperial court to yield. Yet, he still could not ascend to immortality. Without achieving immortality, no matter how dazzling or formidable one may be, all shall dissipate into nothingness when the thread of fate is severed. To thoroughly perfect the 9th chapter of the Sutra of Slaughter, it must rely solely on your own efforts. The Emperor of Flames spoke once more. In an instant, while conveying a message to Chu Xiao, the Emperor had already engaged in combat with the woman in the void for several hundred exchanges. Looking around, within the cold sun domain, mountains crumbled, the earth sank, and the stars and sun shifted positions. The noble clans residing on this land suffered inexplicable calamities. In the face of the Emperor's might, even the most revered saints and quasi-emperors found it difficult to ensure their own safety. From this day forth, the cold sun domain would become a forbidden zone for life. To annihilate the universe, my heart holds no regrets. The Emperor of Flames laughed heartily, striking out with his palm, shattering much of the woman's form. The woman's already battered celestial vine essence was further marred by the Emperor's devastating blow. In the moment of the disciple's fading consciousness, the Emperor expended his final strength, fiercely tearing through the void and sending Chu Xiao back to the headquarters of the heavenly demon palace. He had intended to speak further, but his strength had waned. His unfinished words dissipated into the void along with his last remnants. The profound sound of the Taoist Xianpan resonated, akin to weeping. The dissolution of the Emperor's final remnants signified the complete curtain fall of an era, relegating him to mere history in the annals of time. Farewell, Master. Within the core of the heavenly demon palace, Chu Xiao knelt deeply, bowing to the position of the cold sun domain. Although his time with the Emperor was brief, Chu Xiao had already accepted him as a master. Without the emperor's guidance, he could hardly fathom how long it would take to penetrate the imperial capital. Most importantly, before the emperor's remnants faded, he had illuminated a path to immortality for him. Congratulations, host, for avenging your mother and your confidant. Host has successfully infiltrated the imperial court. Congratulations on receiving the reward max level sword path and Pangu visualization method. Simultaneously, a notification resonated in Chu Zhao's mind. Upon receiving the system's reward, a peculiar sensation surged throughout Chu Zhao's being. Within his soul, a totem materialized, a golden totem depicting a figure wielding a colossal axe, creating the heavens and the earth. Standing atop the totem was a rugged man, surrounded by surging chaotic energy, with one eye embodying the moon and the other the sun. This man was none other than the primordial god Pangu. After observing this totem for a moment, Chu Zhao felt a significant enhancement in his spiritual power and soul. This totem could fortify the soul, protect the true spirit, and if contemplated over a long duration, could prevent the invasion of inner demons, granting immortality to the soul and permanence to the true spirit. With the acquisition of the Pangu visualization method, Chu Zhao also mastered the max-level sword path. In that instant, his understanding of the sword reached an unparalleled enlightenment. The sword path is one of the great laws of heaven and earth. Mastering a complete great law signifies the qualification for transcendence. However, the journey to immortality is far from simple. From the inception of the cosmos to the ancient epics, including the celestial and primordial eras, there have been numerous entities capable of mastering a complete path. Yet, the number of those who have ascended to immortality is starkly limited, with only 2 individuals documented in history. The rest of those remarkable beings have largely remained at the level of the great emperors. Take for instance Chu Zhao's master, the Ember Emperor, who commanded several complete paths. At the pinnacle of the extreme path emperor tier, the Ember Emperor stands as an unparalleled and extraordinary presence, for otherwise, he could not have suppressed an entire era. However, even the Ember Emperor ultimately failed to attain immortality. In the current epoch of Chu Zhao, the prospect of achieving immortality is daunting, and even the path to becoming a great emperor has become fraught with challenges. Not even the longevity powers such as the Heavenly Demon Palace and the Imperial Court have witnessed the emergence of a great emperor for a considerable duration. In this age, to ascend as an emperor or an emperor lord is already a remarkable feat. As Chu Zhao pondered, powerful auras descended from the heavens, encircling him. These auras emanated from the core elders of the Heavenly Demon Palace, as well as from the venerable ancestors of the sacred domain. Chu Zhenchuan, are you unharmed? Among them was Song Fu, who stepped forward, his face etched with concern. Chu Zhao steadied himself and nodded slightly to Song Fu. Elder Song, I am well. He then turned to the surrounding formidable figures of the Heavenly Demon Palace, bowing gracefully, greetings to all the elders and ancestors. After exchanging pleasantries, as Chu Zhao prepared to depart, an ancient and commanding voice resounded unexpectedly in his ears, resounding with authority. Chu Zhao, the ancestor wishes to see you. As the words fell, the heavens abruptly split open, revealing a radiant golden light. Majestic steps adorned with emerging runes materialized from the unfathomable void above. Descending steadily before Chu Zhao, the end of the steps pointed unmistakably towards the dreaded and enigmatic forbidden realm that would instill fear in the hearts of ordinary cultivators. Upon realizing that he was summoned by the ancestor of the Heavenly Demon Palace, a fleeting glimmer of surprise crossed Chu Zhao's eyes, yet his demeanor remained composed. He offered a respectful salute towards the source of the steps and ascended the staircase with measured steps, his figure gradually merging with the deep celestial glow. The Forbidden Realm, often referred to as the Domain of Taboo, housed most of the ancestors of the Heavenly Demon Palace in secluded cultivation. As Chu Zhao's thoughts swirled, it took him a quarter of an hour to reach the top of the steps. Simultaneously, the scenery around him began to shift gradually. A hazy and chaotic spatial landscape unfolded before his eyes. The moment he stepped into this space, Chu Zhao distinctly sensed that time itself seemed to halt. Within this realm, wisps of mysterious substances swirled and drifted, emanating a ghostly luminescence. Chu Zhao observed that these enigmatic materials harbored astonishing power. Even a mere trace could ignite divine fire within an ordinary mortal, elevating them to the realm of divine fire mastery. Alas, the power contained within these mysterious substances was exceedingly volatile. If one were to recklessly attempt to refine and absorb it, Even a formidable being of the sacred realm would likely find their corporeal form overwhelmed, resulting in immediate annihilation of the soul. Chapter 36. Becoming the Son of God. The beautiful Chu Mingwe. The mysterious substances swirling around are the legendary essence of immortality. Come here, little one. As Chu Shao pondered, a voice unexpectedly resonated from afar. The source of the voice was a hazy silhouette, clad in a simple long robe, standing with hands clasped behind his back, facing away from Chu Shao. There was no discernible aura of magic emanating from him. He appeared rather ordinary. Come, sit down and have some tea, the silhouette spoke with a calm demeanor, his every action exuding simplicity and order. As he began to speak, the void rippled with waves. In an instant, an ancient wooden table, adorned with teacups, materialized behind the figure, landing steadily. Chu Shao was taken aback by this sight. The figure's ability was indeed that of creating from thin air. Even an emperor, let alone a sovereign of the third realm, might not be capable of such a feat. Disciple Chu Shao pays respects to the ancestor. Chu Shao regarded the figure with reverence. Undoubtedly, this silhouette was one of the revered ancestors of the heavenly demon palace. Do not be anxious. The figure smiled gently, gesturing for Chu Shao to take a seat. Heeding the invitation, Chu Shao cautiously settled beside the wooden table. Little one, having earned the recognition of Brother Jin, I wish to appoint you as the Son of God. Are you prepared to occupy this position? The figure inquired once more. In that moment, Chu Shao felt an even greater shock. The figure referred to Emperor Jin as his brother. One must understand that several grand epochs had passed since Emperor Jin's era. The ability of this figure to endure through such epochs was a testament to his unfathomable strength. How is it, little one? Do you perhaps hesitate to ascend to this Son of God position? The figure smiled, his voice imbued with a unique power that seemed to soothe the mind and instill tranquility. In response to the ancestor, I assure you, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Chu Shao respectfully rose and replied. According to tradition, the position of Son of God in the heavenly demon palace necessitated fierce competition to be established. Chu Zhao's direct appointment would undoubtedly incite controversy. The true disciples would not relent easily. Yet, Chu Shao felt no fear. If dissent arose, he would simply suppress it. He possessed that confidence. Indeed, very well. You bear a resemblance to Brother Jin in his prime, the figure remarked, pleased. Now let us enjoy some tea. Tomorrow, I shall proclaim this news to the world, announcing it to the Eastern Extension and the 3,000 domains. With that, the figure contentedly lifted his teacup, savoring the infused tea within. Chu Shao lifted the teacup resting upon the wooden table. Within this cup lay a mystical tea, imbued with vibrant life force. Each drop was akin to the essence of the Tao. As it flowed down his throat, it transformed into an invigorating elixir, nourishing his very being. During the act of drinking, Chu Shao found himself lost in contemplation. Since becoming the son of the heavenly demon hall, he surmised that countless gazes across the 3,000 domains of the Eastern Extension would soon converge upon him. In due time, his name would echo throughout these realms, placing him squarely in the eye of the storm. Various challenges and troubles were bound to arise incessantly. Little one, once you return from the secret realm of the ruins, a grand coronation ceremony shall be held in your honor. Of course, this was contingent upon your survival. The figure spoke again, his gaze profound and his tone laden with meaning. He was fully aware of the Gu family and the imperial court's maneuvers against Chu Shao, yet refrained from offering excessive warnings. Some tempests, he believed, must be faced by Chu Shao alone. By the way, should you return alive, you shall be my disciple. As the figure concluded his words, an invisible law enveloped Chu Shao, transporting him to the outskirts of the void forbidden land. Go forth. With a whoosh. Once Chu Shao regained his footing, he found himself back at the residence of the heavenly demon hall, the secret realm of the ruins. The coronation ceremony. Chu Shao pondered the figure's words. Unbeknownst to him, he had returned to his celestial mountain dojo. I pay my respects to the true inheritance. We have encountered the true inheritance. Upon seeing Chu Shao, the servants within the celestial mountain dojo wore expressions of reverence, bowing their heads and offering respectful salutes. Order and hierarchy reigned supreme within the heavenly demon hall. Most of these servants were inner disciples of the hall, assigned to assist Chu Shao with various trivial tasks. Chu Shao acknowledged them with a casual nod, responding lightly. Meanwhile, in the imperial court, in the Zhanyu domain, following the actions of the burning emperor that shattered the old capital, the imperial court abandoned the Cold Sun domain and relocated their new capital to the Jianyu domain. At this moment, numerous ancestors of the imperial court gathered within the new imperial palace, their gazes fixed upon the dragon throne. Seated there was a woman of unparalleled beauty, adorned in resplendent imperial robes. This woman, radiating an air of cold elegance, sat regally upon the throne. In her eyes, brilliance flowed like starlight, subtly hinting at the currents of the Tao. Her name was Chu Mingyue. She was not of this era, but hailed from the ancient celestial age. Her father was the renowned Ice Emperor, a figure of monumental significance in the annals of the imperial court's history. The Ice Emperor had ascended to the fourth realm of the ultimate path, nearing the threshold of immortality. Within Chu Mingyue coursed the blood of emperors. In the ancient celestial age, the Ice Emperor had proclaimed that Chu Mingyue's future was destined for imperial greatness, with the potential to vie for immortality. At that time, it was the twilight of the age of immortals, with the path of immortality obscured and the imperial road sealed. Thus, the Ice Emperor, wielding immense power, confined Chu Mingyue within the divine source. It was only recently, when the Flame Emperor invaded the Cold Sun domain and razed the ancient capital of the imperial court, causing upheaval in the heavenly mechanism, that Chu Mingyue was able to break free from the divine source and awaken. Upon learning that the imperial court had lost its heir in this era, and that the old emperor was shrouded in gloom, with but a short time left to live, Chu Mingyue took the initiative to declare her intention to inherit the position of the heir. No one in the imperial court dared to oppose her, for she was the daughter of the Ice Emperor and a prodigious being capable of astonishing the ages. In the present era of the imperial court, none of the distinguished heirs, whether from noble houses or the direct lineage of the Chu family, could be compared to Chu Mingyue. When she was sealed in the divine source, she was merely 17 years of age. Yet at that time, her cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the divine fire realm, standing on the precipice of the reflection realm. Chu Xiao, he possesses some merit. The ancestors hold him in high regard, indicating he has potential and talent. However, before me, he pales in comparison. Should I encounter him, I shall undoubtedly vanquish him. Upon the dragon throne, Chu Mingyue spoke with a tone devoid of emotion. Just as her words fell, an ancient ancestor of the imperial court sighed and interjected. Little ancestor Mingyue, should you take action, it would be deemed improper. The old fellows of the demon temple are in commendable condition, whereas our ancestors face a great calamity. If you were to act against Chu Xiao, those from the demon temple would accuse you of bullying the weak and would intervene. Before the opening of the imperial road, it is unwise for us to clash with the demon temple. As he spoke, the expression of the ancestor from the demon temple turned somewhat bitter. Humph, rules you say? I am well aware of them. Is it not merely a contest among those of equal standing, where the elders must not intervene? Very well. I shall adhere to the rules set forth by the demon temple. Chu Mingyue replied coolly. The members of the imperial court looked on with confusion. Just as they were puzzled, Chu Mingyue elegantly waved her delicate hand, and streams of divine light surged forth around her. In that moment, she appeared as a true goddess, radiating brilliance that overshadowed the world. Flash! Chu Mingyue uttered a soft command. In the void, an exquisite force erupted, manifesting as an invisible blade that descended upon her. Clang! In an instant, the crisp sound of shattering resonated throughout the Jianyu realm. The intangible long blade fell, causing Chu Mingyue's form to tremble and dissolve into a mere wisp of ethereal foam. Little ancestor! The ancient ancestors of the imperial court were taken aback. At that moment, a series of imperial laws descended from the heavens, enveloping the ancient Jianyu realm. Chu Mingyue's physical form began to reconstruct. I wield the Tao as my blade. I condense my being through the law, reconstructing the imperial fetus, forging the imperial body, and living out a second life. Wasn't he Chu Xiao at the level of the Dharma realm? This palace shall sever some of my cultivation to reshape my corporeal form and suppress him with the Dharma realm's strength. Chu Mingyue's ruby lips parted slightly, her chilling voice resonating throughout the imperial palace. The numerous powerful figures of the imperial court were rendered speechless in astonishment. To sever one's own path to life is a feat beyond the capabilities of many quasi-emperors. Yet, Chu Mingyue accomplished it with ease. It is essential to recognize that self-severance carries immense risks. Even emperors and imperial lords hesitate to lightly sever their paths. Although a successful severance can lead to rebirth in a second or even third life, The slightest misstep in this process could lead to demise. The ancient figures of the imperial court bore expressions of shock. In the presence of this prodigious anomaly, even the imperial scion of this generation felt a sense of inferiority. What a lament it is to share an era with such a remarkable being, one elder of the imperial court lamented. They addressed Chu Mingyue with a term of respect, denoting her lineage. Despite the cultivation world valuing strength above all else, disregarding lineage, Chu Mingyue was no ordinary individual. She was the offspring of the Ice Emperor, possessing astonishing talent. In her presence, even typical imperial fetuses seemed inadequate. Thus, even the quasi-emperor ancestors of the Heavenly Demon Hall, the founders of the sacred domain, referred to her as Little Ancestor. This was both an acknowledgement of her prowess and a tribute to the Ice Emperor. Gu Wuchuan. After Chu Xiao enters the secret realm of the void, we will require assistance from your Gu clan. Your younger clan members are also disciples of the Heavenly Demon Hall, and at that time, you shall be responsible for reporting Chu Xiao's whereabouts. This palace shall naturally dispatch someone to eliminate him. From the Dragon Throne, Chu Mingyue looked down imperiously upon Gu Wuchuan, the patriarch of the ancient Gu clan. Ever since Gu Tongfei perished at Chu Xiao's hands, Gu Wuchuan had been relentlessly seeking an opportunity to eliminate him and avenge his son. He was prepared to risk betraying the Heavenly Demon Hall if necessary. Chapter 37. The Struggle of the Younger Generation. Wang Chongqing, refused to accept this. Reflecting on this, Gu Wuchuan deeply prostrated himself. His head bowed low as he swore to Chu Mingyue in a strained voice. The Gu clan is willing to devote all its strength to serve the imperial court. Please rest assured, Little Ancestor. Gu Wuchuan lowered his brows in humility, adopting a posture of utmost deference. Although Chu Liang had fallen, the cooperation between the Gu clan and the imperial court remained unbroken. The imperial court promised that as long as the Gu clan continued to serve, they would receive greater rewards and benefits. Very well, you may withdraw for now. Chu Mingyue did not spare a glance at Gu Wuchuan on the ground. In her eyes, the Gu clan was merely a pawn. Understood, Little Ancestor. After bowing deeply once more to Chu Mingyue, Gu Wuchuan rose to take his leave. As he reached the entrance of the imperial palace, a thought crossed his mind, and he abruptly halted. Turning to face Chu Mingyue and the assembly of powerful figures at the imperial court, and solemnly declared, "By the way, Little Ancestor and esteemed seniors, those who wish to slay Chu Xiao are not limited to my Gu clan within the Heavenly Demon Hall. According to the intelligence relayed by my family from the Hall of Celestial Demons, the imminent opening of the Abyssal Realm has attracted numerous true disciples and core members of the Hall. We may seize this opportunity to ensnare Chu Xiao, ensuring his demise within our meticulously crafted trap." The mere mention of Chu Xiao incited a fierce expression on Gu Wuchuan's face, his eyes ablaze with malice. The imperial court seeks to eliminate Chu Xiao solely to safeguard its own interests. In contrast, Gu Wuchuan's heart is consumed by the desire for vengeance, yearning for Chu Xiao's death in the most brutal manner possible. "I shall consider it," Chu Mingyue replied dismissively to Gu Wuchuan. Internally, she brimmed with pride. As a stunningly exceptional heiress, she felt no need for assistance in vanquishing her foes. To slay Chu Xiao, she aspired to act alone. Invincibility was her creed. She, Chu Mingyue, was born to be the moon of the mortal realm. When the moon rises, all stars in the long night fade into insignificance. This was the esteemed evaluation her father had bestowed upon her. In the Eastern Extension Realm, as the Abyssal Realm prepares to unveil its mysteries, various factions stir restlessly. Among the myriad superpowers such as the Golden Crow Ancient Clan, the Skeleton Holy Mountain, the Bloodslaughter Sect, and the Soul Refinement Immortal School, ancient prodigies emerge from the divine origins. Even some hidden sects' elites begin to traverse the world, stirring the winds of change. Ordinary cultivators can sense that a monumental upheaval is on the horizon for the Eastern Extension Realm. Although a temporary truce appears to exist between the Imperial Court and the Hall of Celestial Demons, the full-scale conflict between these two dominant forces has already commenced behind the scenes. The elder generation of formidable beings remains in the shadows. Yet the rivalry among the youth of these two ruling factions intensifies. The Golden Crow Ancient Clan and others are not idle either, as all factions await their moment to strike. Should the opportunity arise, these powers would not hesitate to wager everything in pursuit of the heavenly mandate. No faction desires to remain in perpetual subservience to others. as various forces diligently prepare their strategies. An explosive announcement reverberated throughout the 3,000 domains of the Eastern Extension realm from within the Hall of Celestial Demons, by decree of the five ancestors. From this day forth, Chu Shao is to be proclaimed the Divine Son. All disciples and elders of the Hall must heed his command. All plans and strategies must involve the Divine Son's participation in deliberations. Upon the release of this news, chaos ensued. Within the Hall of Celestial Demons, many true disciples and core members seethed with indignation. Their dissatisfaction with Chu Zhao's previous elevation to the ranks of true disciples was already palpable. Now, with this unprecedented declaration elevating him to the status of Divine Son, their pent-up resentment and jealousy erupted. Crash! At the Hall of Celestial Demons, on Black Zombie Mountain, a pale youth clad in a robe burst forth from a coffin. The young man emitted no trace of life. His residence, Black Zombie Mountain, was littered with countless graves, and the trees within were all tainted with malevolent energy. By what right? What qualifies him to be the Divine Son? The youth let out a piercing roar. The young man, named Wang Chongqing, at this moment, harbored a deep-seated resentment and fury reminiscent of Gu Tengfei's past. Gu Tengfei was on the verge of ascending to the rank of the 17th true inheritor, only to have his position usurped by the emergence of Chu Shao. As the second true inheritor, Wang Chongqing had also been poised to vie for the title of Divine Son, particularly since the first true inheritor of the Heavenly Demon Palace remained in seclusion, showing no interest in the competition. Had that esteemed first true inheritor claimed the title of the Divine Son, Wang Chongqing would have reluctantly accepted the outcome, for that individual was indeed formidable. 6 months prior, Wang Chongqing had dared to challenge him, only to be vanquished in 2 swift moves. With a howl that pierced the heavens, Wang Chongqing's eyes blazed crimson, and 2 pairs of fangs erupted from his mouth. The path he cultivated was the Corpse Tao, a journey aimed at transforming oneself into a zombie to seize the essence of heaven and earth, refining both body and soul. Ultimately, this path would allow for the separation of spirit and body, enabling the soul to dominate the corporeal form and suppress all. Unlike ordinary cultivators who crafted magical artifacts, Wang Chongqing's very body served as his indestructible treasure. Yet, this path was fraught with peril. Should his spiritual cultivation falter, his body might spiral out of control, leading to a backlash against his soul. The actions of the ancestor incited Wang Chongqing's defiance. In a fit of rage, the Black Zombie Mountain trembled violently as tens of thousands of undead burst forth from the earth, echoing his furious roar. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Palace passing by Black Zombie Mountain were stricken with terror, their faces paling as they hastily fled on their swords. At the ancestral grounds of Dragon Mountain, within the domain of Ingdawi, he sat cross-legged, devoid of joy or sorrow. Ingzhenchuan, are you not anxious? Have you not long aspired to claim the title of Divine Son? In front of Ingdawi, an elderly man with a cane, gnawing on a chicken leg, casually remarked, his head adorned with a pair of dragon horns. This elder was none other than the ancient flood dragon assigned to protect Ingdawi. Upon hearing the elder's words, Ingdawi shook his head and replied, there is no rush. The situation has yet to settle. That lad Chu Shao does possess some strength, but securing the position of Divine Son is far from simple. Moreover, he foolishly intends to infiltrate the Ruins Realm's secret territory. He may very well meet his demise therein. As he spoke, Ingdawi took up a large chicken leg, gnawing on it without a care for appearances. While he maintained a grand and invincible persona in public, privately, he exuded a relaxed nonchalance. Are you planning to attend the opening of the Ruins Realm's secret territory? The elder inquired, puzzled. Ingdawi took a hearty bite of his chicken leg, responding with a muffled voice, I won't go. I fear for my life. People can indeed die in there. When he spoke of his fear of death, his eyes were unclouded by shame. The old man beside him nodded gently, expressing his agreement with Ingdawi's decision. You possess keen insight. While fame and fortune may be pursued, it is unnecessary to gamble with one's life. To live is to have the opportunity to become an emperor or an immortal. If one perishes midway, no matter how great their innate talents, they become utterly meaningless. Unperturbed by the capricious tides of the outside world, Chu Shao remained oblivious and uninterested. He was immersed in his cultivation, reaching a state of near oblivion. The profound mysteries of the great Tao intertwined around him like silken threads. In the shadows, Song Fu observed Chu Shao's state. Although it was not the first time he had witnessed Chu Zhao's training, he was still awed by the imperial aura that emanated from him. If that little girl, Yao Ji, could deepen her relationship with Chu Zhenchuan, my Song family could surely stand resilient in the future, possibly even evolve into a prominent imperial clan. Song Fu mused internally. However, he was acutely aware of the difficulty of this endeavor, for Chu Xiao was not one to be swayed by feminine allure. To touch Chu Zhao's heart and earn his acceptance would be a feat beyond even the daughters of great emperors. As Chu Xiao continued his cultivation, time slipped silently away. Since he had become the son of heaven, the atmosphere within the heavenly demon palace had grown increasingly delicate. Countless eyes were fixated on the celestial mountain where Chu Xiao resided. In recent days, many disciples of the heavenly demon palace had gathered outside his mountain abode. These individuals either harbored ill intentions or had ulterior motives. With the impending opening of the secret realm of the void, and Chu Xiao preparing to venture there, it was decided that he would lead the expedition from the heavenly demon palace. This decision, however, was met with discontent among the various prodigies of the palace. Undercurrents of unrest surged as all factions stirred with anticipation. The elder ancestors of the heavenly demon palace watched everything unfold in silence. The dim sanctum felt as deep as an abyss. A golden-haired ancestor sat atop a dark, ferocious beast, exuding an air of authority. His voice rumbled like distant thunder. "Ladies and gentlemen, the Gu family has crossed the line. Intelligence has confirmed it. The Gu family has pledged allegiance to the imperial court and intends to ambush Chu Xiao within the secret realm of the void." Before his words could fully settle, a flicker of black lightning ignited in the golden-haired ancestor's gaze, his eyes sharp as blades, cutting toward the Gu family with an overwhelming intent to kill. The Gu family must be exterminated. All other vermin and opportunists should be purged as well. His somber voice resonated like war drums, causing the void to hum ominously. "Hold on." A raspy voice emerged from within a shadowy figure. The elder with the coffin spoke, his murky eyes seemingly swirling with the cosmos. "Those who enter the secret realm of the void must possess cultivation below the transcendental realm, in the mysterious realm of the void. Even if the imperial court and the Gu family wished to encircle and eliminate the young Chu Xiao, they could only dispatch a few youthful prodigies of the law manifestation realm. For Chu Xiao, this was akin to a trial by fire." Upon these words being spoken, several ancient wills within the forbidden ground stirred slightly, indicating their agreement. Indeed, true gold does not fear the flames of adversity. A voice resonated, deep and thunderous, akin to the toll of a great bell, echoing through the void. "If one cannot overcome this tribulation, how could I, the son of the heavenly demon palace, aspire to tread the path of the emperors? I have faith in that young man." After a brief silence, the voice of the mad ancestor emerged, affirming, "Your words are indeed profound, yet we must not neglect our contingencies. The contest of destiny has already commenced. In this era, our heavenly demon palace shall undoubtedly eradicate the imperial court and unify the 3,000 domains." Chapter 38. Chu Xiao selects his followers. Stirring the prodigies of the 3,000 domains half a month later, above an inconspicuous island in the illusory sea of the southern chameleon domain, violent spatial fluctuations erupted. A resonant, heavy sound reverberated, sweeping across vast expanses, reaching the ears of countless beings. Following the source of the sound, an ancient gate materialized in the celestial firmament. This gate appeared ethereal, as though it were a projection from another dimension, towering majestically between heaven and earth. It stood a myriad of miles high and several thousand miles wide, adorned with vivid and fearsome beast carvings that seemed poised to spring to life. The Gate of the Void. The 500-year cycle of the Void's secret realm has finally reopened. Within the southern chameleon domain, ancient forces were stirred. Young prodigies wore expressions of exhilaration. The Void's secret realm is a perilous place, yet a confluence of opportunities. This time, I, Luo Baitsong, must secure a place among the top 3 to obtain the legacy of the true immortals. Within a prominent clan, a shard of divine essence, imbued with the aura of ages and radiating a spectrum of light, suddenly shattered. From this divine essence emerged a young man clad in silver, with sword-like brows and an imposing demeanor. Swish, swish. At the instant he broke free from the divine source, formidable auras surrounded him, their bearers all having entered the sacred realm of immortal Tao. At that moment, they bowed respectfully, addressing the young man. we welcome the revival of the imperial ancestor, who has successfully lived through 3 lifetimes. Hail to the imperial ancestor. The assembly of saints bowed deeply, their voices resonating thunderously, shaking the heavens and earth, invoking a myriad of celestial phenomena. No need for formalities. The young man, referred to as Luo Baitsong, raised his hand to signal the crowd to rise. He was the 3rd incarnation of the founder of the Luo family, an imperial lineage. In the archaic era, he had attained the fruit of the emperor's path and established a sovereign clan. Later, he had defied the odds to live through 2 lifetimes, yet still failed to embark on the true road of longevity. Thus, before the fate of his 2nd lifetime was exhausted, he employed his mighty powers to seal his 3rd incarnation within the divine essence. As the twilight of this era approached, he sensed the impending turmoil of celestial secrets. Seizing the opportunity presented by the opening of the mystical realm, he stepped forth from the divine source. His aspiration in this lifetime remained unchanged, to pursue the path of immortality and attain longevity. Thus, he regarded the ranking within the mystical realm with utmost seriousness, feeling an insatiable desire to secure his position. At the moment when Luo Baitsong emerged from the divine source, ancient monstrosities from the imperial court, the heavenly demon palace, and other ancient powers also stirred, awakening in this present age. Additionally, from remote locations, renowned yet unheralded young prodigies emerged from their secluded mountains, hastening towards the entrance of the mystical realm. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao, in the midst of his seclusion, received a transmission from the Hongchan. He paused his cultivation and summoned Song Fu and Song Yaoji. The realm has opened. The ancient ancestors have conveyed to me that our heavenly demon palace will set forth in 2 days' time. Yaoji, will you accompany me, or remain here to continue your training? Chu Xiao inquired, glancing at Song Yaoji's exquisitely beautiful visage. After a brief moment of contemplation, Song Yaoji respectfully responded, "If it pleases you, my lord, I wish to accompany you in exploring the mystical realm." Given Song Yaoji's current cultivation level, she would essentially be cannon fodder within the depths of the mystical realm. Nevertheless, she resolutely made this daring choice. To her, it represented an opportunity, a chance to draw closer to Chu Xiao. If she could share life and death experiences alongside him, enduring crises together, their bond would undoubtedly deepen, provided they emerged unscathed. Nearby, Song Fu remained silent. He had initially intended to dissuade Song Yaoji, but upon reflection, he recognized that she was no longer a mere child. Although her decision could very well cost her life, the path of cultivation was fraught with peril. Should Song Yaoji return successfully, it was conceivable that she might become Chu Xiao's consort or even his partner in the near future. If that were to happen, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune for the Song family. Very well, Chu Xiao replied nonchalantly, unperturbed by Song Yaoji's intentions. His singular focus for the mystical realm was to vie for a position among the top 3 on the leaderboard, while simultaneously hunting talented individuals to enhance his own foundation. Song Lao, please help me spread the word. I intend to select some followers within the palace, Chu Xiao said, turning his gaze towards Song Fu. In the heavenly demon palace, even ordinary inner disciples commanded several, if not dozens, of followers. The core disciples often had hundreds, or even thousands. Since becoming a true disciple, Chu Xiao had been too preoccupied with various matters to recruit followers. Now that he had ascended to the status of the divine son of the heavenly demon palace, he resolved to gather some followers before embarking on the journey to the mystical realm, thereby establishing a solid foundation of his own within the palace. In the realm of celestial beings and demons, while one may venture forth alone, lacking a solid foundation and support system often results in significant disadvantages. Moreover, when minor troubles arise, having a personal entourage could spare Chu Xiao from the necessity of intervening directly. Indeed, the Son of Heaven. Upon hearing that Chu Xiao would finally begin to recruit followers, Song Fu displayed considerable enthusiasm. Previously, as Chu Xiao suppressed several prodigies of the imperial clan in the Kanglan domain, he garnered immense renown within the Heavenly Demon Hall. Apart from a few prominent disciples of the Heavenly Demon Hall and the ancient aberrations sealed within the divine source, most core and inner disciples no longer dared to underestimate Chu Xiao. Rest assured, Son of Heaven, I will ensure this matter is handled impeccably, Song Fu cheerfully proclaimed. He stepped forth and vanished from sight. Shortly after Song Fu's departure, the news of Chu Xiao's recruitment spread throughout the Heavenly Demon Hall. To amplify the news, Song Fu sought out the Hall Master and utilized some of the Hall's resources to disseminate the information swiftly across the 3,000 domains. The announcement of the Son of Heaven recruiting followers was indeed a momentous affair in the Eastern Extension's 3,000 domains. Once the news reached various locations, the factions of the demonic path quickly stirred with intent. They began to strategize, preparing to dispatch their second and third-tier prodigies to become Chu Zhao's followers. As for sending first-tier prodigies, setting aside whether these factions were willing, even if they agreed, the proud first-tier prodigies would hardly consent to becoming mere vassals. Following the actions taken by the factions of the demonic path, the imperial court remained equally active. Chu Mingyue, disdainful of employing excessive schemes, focused solely on defeating Chu Xiao head-on, while several ancestors of the imperial court contemplated more devious tactics. They planned to send prodigies from the imperial court to infiltrate Chu Zhao's side. This way, even if these prodigies lacked the capability to assassinate Chu Xiao directly, they could gather more intelligence for the imperial court, enabling them to seek an opportunity to eliminate Chu Xiao decisively. Naturally, while this strategy sounds feasible, its execution proved to be quite troublesome. The Heavenly Demon Hall is deeply entrenched with formidable forces, and even placing one or two ordinary spies within its ranks is fraught with challenges, let alone embedding agents beside the Son of Heaven. Nevertheless, the ancestors of the imperial court were unwilling to relinquish this opportunity. They were prepared to employ any means necessary to eliminate Chu Xiao. Simultaneously, within the righteous factions overseen by the imperial court, there were indeed young cultivators earnestly aspiring to follow Chu Xiao. For instance, at this very moment in the residence of the Hidden King, a ragged youth leaned against a wall, gazing into the distance, softly murmuring, "The Son of Heaven, Chu Xiao? Quite intriguing. Perhaps I should give it a try." Following him seems more promising than directly joining the Heavenly Demon Hall, the youth pondered earnestly. The young man, named Chu Aoran, is a scion of the Hidden King's mansion, albeit born of a servant. While the mansion has conferred upon him the title of a noble, his elder brothers regard him with disdain. Thus, his existence within the mansion is akin to treading on thin ice. The internal strife within the mansion is fierce. In a bid for survival, he has feigned madness, even reducing himself to a state resembling that of a beggar. Over the years, he has endured in silence, fully aware that the external realm of cultivation is equally ruthless. Should his abilities prove inadequate, venturing beyond the Hidden King's mansion could result in capture by malevolent cultivators for body refinement or being devoured by ferocious beasts, or worse, becoming a slave. Now, he has gradually cultivated some abilities. Most importantly, he recently acquired a fragment of an emperor's scripture. Although incomplete, this text is sufficient for him to advance to the third realm of the holy domain, thereby becoming a formidable being of the supreme sanctuary. Having practiced with this emperor's fragment, he has successfully broken through to the late stage of the Dharma aspect realm. In the outside world, cultivators at the Dharma aspect level are considered to be relatively powerful. With careful conduct, a practitioner of this realm can navigate the external world. The Eastern Yin realm spans an immense expanse. Apart from the colossal cities housing over 100 billion beings and the core regions of ancient clans and sacred teachings, even those at the Divine Fire realm find it challenging to encounter formidable opponents. In many remote areas, a cultivator of the Dharma aspect can be hailed as a marquis, while one of the profound realm might dare to claim the title of emperor. At this moment, Chu Aoran is poised to depart the Hidden King's mansion. He is unwilling to continue his charade of madness and mere existence. He seeks to advance step by step until he reaches great heights. The Celestial Demon Hall presents itself as an excellent destination. Within the sphere of influence of the righteous faction, young cultivators akin to Chu Aoran are not in short supply. Upon hearing the news that Chu Xiao seeks to recruit followers, their eyes gleam with determination, eager to align themselves with him and seize the opportunity to alter their fates dramatically. However, traversing several realms, even dozens of them, within a brief period is no simple task. Outside the main residence of the Celestial Demon Hall, the gathering of various factions intensifies. Above, magnificent and resplendent winged beasts perch in the sky, as if seeking to fill the heavens. Below, countless colossal beasts roar. The aspirants wishing to follow Chu Xiao are not solely of the human race. Numerous ancient beings, peculiar entities, and even chaotic deities yearn to align themselves with him. The Celestial Demon Hall stands atop the pinnacle of power, reigning over the demonic path and dominating half of the Eastern Yin realm. As the son of the celestial demon hall, Chu Zhao's call for followers naturally creates a stir, attracting countless cultivators. As various cultivators converge, an oppressive and melancholic aura suddenly descends, stirring fierce winds and altering the very fabric of the heavens and earth. It is the eight-winged swallowing ant of the ancient Ko clan. Could it be that a prodigy from the ancient Ko clan also wishes to follow the divine sun? Countless cultivators look up towards the sky, where a shadow as immense as a mountain spirals above them. The source of the terrifying pressure that loomed moments ago emanated from a shadowy figure. As the shadow gradually descended toward the earth, the onlookers beheld its true form. It was a monstrous ant beast with wings spanning hundreds of miles, ferocious and menacing. Before it, the human cultivators appeared as insignificant as grains of sand. Upon the creature's head stood several figures clad in opulent attire, all of whom were members of the ancient Ko clan. Who would have thought the ancient Ko clan would arrive as well? Alas, it seems my hopes are dashed, sighed a young man. The number of cultivators wishing to follow Chu Xiao is overwhelming, and as a divine son, he cannot accept everyone. To become a follower of Chu Xiao, one must endure fierce competition. Do not be disheartened. We have come this far, and there is always hope, said a venerable elder beside the youth. The young man nodded earnestly and replied, Third elder, rest assured, I will strive with all my might, even if I cannot become a follower of Chu Xiao this time. Being recognized by other true disciples or core members of the Heavenly Demon Hall would still be a fortunate outcome. As the youth spoke, those surrounding him shared similar sentiments. The recruitment of followers by Chu Xiao had indeed stirred considerable excitement. Some true disciples and core members of the Heavenly Demon Hall took this opportunity to select their followers. After all, the number of cultivators present was vast, and among them were many exceptionally talented individuals. The competition within the Heavenly Demon Hall is fierce. Whenever there is an opportunity, numerous true disciples and core members seek to strengthen their own foundations. I must say, it is quite lively here, remarked a chubby, 6-year-old child. Clutching a bottle of beast's milk, his voice soft and sweet. As he drank, he gazed around with wide-eyed wonder at everything surrounding him. Indeed, it is lively. After all, it is the divine son of the Heavenly Demon Hall recruiting followers. Little Sean, if only you were not so young. You would surely have a chance to vie for a spot, chuckled a kind-faced elderly man beside the child. Upon hearing this, the child shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, No, I do not want to be someone else's follower. If I am to be anything, I want to be the leader. Milk stains still lingered at the corners of his mouth as he spoke. Look at this adorable little one, the elder said, ruffling the child's hair. You, my little rascal, have yet to grow up and already aspire to be the leader. As he spoke, the elder's gaze shifted to a maiden draped in a flowing black skirt, her face veiled. Saintess, do you possess confidence? I observe that many cultivators have come this time, including a few old-timers who have also arrived to compete for the chance to be a follower of that divine son, Chu. In my opinion, he may not recruit too many followers, as his foundation is unstable. Accepting too many at once would make it quite difficult to manage and nurture them. The elder's expression turned grave as he spoke. The woman in the stood atop the head of the eight-winged celestial ant, her demeanor exuding a frigid elegance, reminiscent of a fairy descending from the heavens. In response to the elder's inquiry, she nodded gently and replied, Elder, rest assured, I shall become a follower of that esteemed Chu Shensi. As she spoke, the woman bit her lip, born with the ice-profound sacred body. She had subsequently inherited the legacy of an unnamed female emperor in her dreams. Her path was destined to be one of unwavering progression, standing proudly above the world's prodigies. Yet now, she was to become a vassal to another, a fate she could not accept. However, with her family in peril, she found herself compelled to compromise and sacrifice. Sacred maiden, you have suffered, the elder lamented softly, sensing the turmoil within the girl, his heart brimming with helplessness. There is no need for the great elder to say more. This is my duty, she asserted with unwavering resolve. As the of the Ko family, I have enjoyed the resources of my lineage since childhood. Whatever is required for the family's legacy, I shall fulfill without hesitation. The girl's determination only deepened the elder's feelings of guilt. It was their generation's inadequacy that had led to the being sent forth to become a mere attendant. Alas, the elder sighed deeply. As their conversation unfolded, an ancient ship suddenly pierced through the air, drawing the attention of numerous cultivators. Upon this vessel, banners billowed, and a multitude of formidable young prodigies stood proud. At the forefront of the deck, a man stood with an air of sovereignty, akin to a divine offspring, commanding the present age and demanding reverence. Is that the Chu Shinsi of the heavenly demon palace? Gasps of awe erupted among the cultivators. All gazes converged on the man aboard the ancient ship. Humph! How dare that Chu Shao presume to stand alongside me? He scoffed, furrowing his brow in displeasure, the sound of his voice resonating far and wide. Outside the main headquarters of the heavenly demon palace, several seasoned cultivators, possessing keen insight, regarded the man on the ancient ship, then glanced at the emblazoned characters on the banners. They explained to the surrounding cultivators, that individual is not the Chu Shinsi of the heavenly demon palace. However, his background is equally significant. Observe the number 13 emblazoned on that banner, indicating that he is one of the 13 true inheritors of the heavenly demon palace. To follow him and become his follower would indeed be a tremendous fortune. The true inheritor sequence of the heavenly demon palace holds immense status and power. Those who align themselves with the true inheritors stand to gain benefits and resources that could rival those of certain ancient aristocratic families. This is why many prodigious individuals willingly forsake their dignity and freedom to follow the true inheritors of the heavenly demon palace. Now I understand, several young cultivators muttered, realizing the dynamics at play. However, it seems that this 13 true inheritor is somewhat at odds with the Chu Shinsi. At that moment, several more ancient ships descended from the sky, each exuding an overwhelming presence, vast as great cities. However, each ship bore its own distinct flag, marked by subtle differences. 12, 11, 7, 4. Some individuals fixated on the characters emblazoned on the flags, unable to resist voicing them aloud. The characters represented the ranking of the true disciples of the heavenly demon hall aboard the ships. The higher the rank, the more esteemed the position and the greater the power. A resounding roar erupted once more. At this moment, 12 of the 16 true disciples of the heavenly demon hall had gathered. They are quite impressive. Would you consider becoming a follower of this true disciple? At that juncture, a youth resembling an iron tower stepped forward, traversing the void as he emerged from the ancient vessel. His hair shimmered like gold, radiating a brilliant light. His robe, adorned with intricate patterns of mountains, rivers, sun, and moon, billowed as he spoke, causing the very heavens to tremble. The motifs on his robe glowed, conjuring marvelous phenomena. Upon hearing the youth's words, a boy amidst the crowd appeared utterly astonished. Clad in tattered garments, he emanated a foul odor. At that moment, the gazes of numerous cultivators converged upon the boy. Some expressed jealousy, others envy, and many were shrouded in confusion. The youth approaching the boy was none other than Yen Fujiu, the fourth true disciple of the heavenly demon hall. What extraordinary luck for that lad to catch the eye of Yen, murmured the onlookers. What merit does he possess? He seems to possess only average strength, and his filthy appearance betrays a lack of potential. Whispers circulated around them. Yen Fujiu was renowned as a prodigy of the sword path. It was said that when he first wielded a sword at the tender age of 3, he stirred the forces of heaven, cleaving open the celestial gate, which garnered the attention of an ancestor from the heavenly demon hall. What's this? You hesitate? Yen Fujiu spoke again, his voice sharp and commanding as he looked down upon the boy. Foolish child, why do you not respond promptly? Several cultivators behind the boy could not refrain from urging him on. Yet, the boy remained silent, contemplating his response. This boy was none other than Chu Aoran from the hidden royal court of the empire. He had traversed mountains and rivers, utilizing a dilapidated and unstable ancient teleportation array, risking disorientation in the chaotic void to arrive at this place. According to his plan, he aimed to follow Chu Shao, the divine son of the heavenly demon hall. Now, with the fourth true disciple extending an olive branch, he found himself at a crossroads, torn between choices. He discerned that these true disciples of the heavenly demon hall held no respect for Chu Shao, the divine son, who had yet to arrive. The true disciples were prematurely selecting followers, blatantly disregarding decorum. Should he accept the offer from this fourth true disciple, he would likely find himself opposing his own kin, the divine son. However, should he refuse, he risked falling into peril, with his life hanging by a thread. A grave expression settled upon Chu Aoran's face. Just as he prepared to speak, intending to parry Yen Fujiu's advances and bide his time, a tremor rippled through the distant void, abruptly tearing open a rift. A sharp crack echoed through the air. A colossal ship emerged from the rift of the void, its mast adorned with a blood-red flag. This flag, entwined with the souls of the damned, exuded an eerie aura. Surrounding the banner, a faint mist of gray drifted, echoing with the mournful wails of lost spirits. "The son of the heavenly demon palace has arrived," murmured an elder from the ancient Ko clan. The numerous cultivators nearby were drawn to the sight of the immense vessel in the void. Within the palace aboard the ship, Chu Shao sat in meditation, continuously inhaling and exhaling, contemplating the myriad of laws. He had begun to unravel some of the mysteries contained within the chaotic body refinement technique and the fragments of spatial laws rewarded to him by the system. Particularly, the fragment of spatial laws had granted him a tenuous grasp of spatial power. Chu Zhao's foundational strength surged dramatically. He now dared to confront even the ancient monstrosities birthed from the divine source or the resurrected forms of ancient emperors. Chapter 40. Suppressing all, Chu Zhao's dominance. As he gazed upon the warship housing Chu Shao, Yin Fuju's eyes suddenly gleamed with a chilling light. He flicked his sleeve, unleashing an overwhelming aura. "Chu Shao, the son of Chu," he scoffed coldly, his voice laced with venom. The mere thought of Chu Shao being appointed as the son ignited a flame of wrath within him. He felt an insatiable resentment. How could this be? The position of son in the heavenly demon palace had always been reserved for the most capable. What right did Chu Shao possess? Even if Chu Shao had some fortuitous encounters and a modicum of power, Yin Fuju remained unconvinced. Inwardly, Yin Fuju seethed. "How dare you?" Suddenly, he advanced a step, seizing Chu Aoran by the throat with a vice-like grip, demanding, "Do you believe I am inferior to that Chu Shao? Hence your reluctance to follow me?" Under Yin Fuju's oppressive aura, Chu Aoran, despite being at the same law manifestation realm, was utterly powerless to resist. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, rendering him as helpless as a newly hatched chick in Yin Fuju's grasp. "I demand an answer." Yin Fuju's expression was a mask of fury, directing his pent-up anger towards Chu Aoran. With a desperate struggle, Chu Aoran sensed the imminent threat to his life. In a moment of dire urgency, he unleashed a forbidden technique, striving to break free from Yin Fuju's clutches. "Then you shall perish." Yin Fuju's hand tightened, intent on crushing Chu Aoran to death. "No, I cannot fall here." Pain etched on his face. Chu Aoran exerted all his strength in vain. Alas, his efforts were futile. Yin Fuju's prowess was indeed terrifying. He did not even employ any divine abilities, relying solely on his physical strength to effortlessly dominate Chu Aoran. It must be noted that Chu Aoran practiced the Emperor's residual scriptures, making him a distinguished figure among those of the law manifestation realm. "Yin Fuju, you have overstepped your bounds." At this very moment, a seemingly unremarkable voice resonated in the ears of numerous cultivators. The atmosphere grew tense, as if the voice possessed an unparalleled authority capable of suppressing all. The hearts of the cultivators tightened, and their breaths quickened. Upon hearing these words, Yin Fuju did not relent. Rather, he intensified his grip. Just as Chu Ao ran the risk of imminent demise, an ethereal Dao seal unexpectedly descended from the heavens, striking down heavily upon Yin Fuju. The seal carried an awe-inspiring might, causing the void to tremble and divine light to soar skyward. In an instant, Yin Fuju was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a distant mountain peak, which collapsed under the impact. The moment he was struck by the Dao seal, Yin Fuju's hand relinquished its hold on Chu Ao's neck. Everything transpired so swiftly, almost in the blink of an eye. "Chu Shao." Amidst the rubble, Yin Fuju staggered to his feet, his voice hoarse, and the pent-up fury within him erupted. The one who had just attacked him was none other than Chu Shao. With a clang, Yin Fuju brushed the dust from his robe, leaping into the air, stepping upon the void, as a black immortal sword materialized in his palm. A torrent of sword intent surged forth from Yin Fuju, even coalescing into a river of sword energy beneath his feet. "The position of the divine son rightfully belongs to me. Chu Shao, if you dare, come forth in battle. Should you be defeated, you shall lack the qualifications to become the divine son of my heavenly demon hall." Yin Fuju bellowed, standing atop the river of sword energy, as if transformed into an unstoppable, sharp blade. What a terrifying presence! A formidable being from an ancient clan gasped in astonishment. He was a practitioner at the early stage of the divine fire realm, yet beneath Yin Fuju's river of sword energy, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Yin Fujiu possessed the combat prowess to slay ordinary divine fire realm cultivators. The Sword Dao. He had undoubtedly grasped a fragment of the true essence of the Sword Dao. Truly deserving of the title of the fourth true disciple of the Heavenly Demon Hall, it was indeed a well-earned reputation. The gathered cultivators marveled and expressed their sentiments. As they gazed up at Yin Fujiu, they were also curious whether Chu Xiao could defeat him. Although Chu Xiao had previously repelled Yin Fujiu with a single technique, the onlookers did not interpret this as evidence of Chu Xiao's superiority. After all, Yin Fujiu had been caught off guard, while Chu Xiao's sudden strike bore the air of a sneak attack. "Oh, you wish to battle me?" On the ancient vessel, Chu Xiao strolled forward, gazing down at Yin Fujiu with indifference. "Since you aspire to contend for the position of Divine Son, I shall grant you this opportunity. Come, strike at me. If you can force me to retreat even half a step within 3 exchanges, I shall consider you victorious." As Chu Xiao concluded his statement, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Even Song Fu's expression shifted in shock. He could not help but exclaim, "Divine Son, do not overestimate yourself." Song Fu's demeanor was grave, as he believed Chu Xiao was being overly presumptuous. Blocking 3 of Yin Fujiu's strikes without yielding even half a step was a feat that even those ancient prodigies might struggle to accomplish. Chu Xiao paid no heed to Song Fu's voice, instead smiling at Yin Fujiu as he continued, "What do you think? This time, Chu Xiao intends to firmly establish his authority. Before venturing into the secret realm of the market, he aims to quell all dissent within the Heavenly Demon Palace and conveniently claim the rewards promised by the system. By subduing all the prodigies of the Heavenly Demon Palace, Chu Xiao would secure the system's reward of the Nirvana Sacred Body. Although this Nirvana Sacred Body may not possess the overwhelming might of the Emperor's Root Bones or the Thunder Tribulation Sacred Body he seized from Chu Boyan, it harbors an extraordinarily defiant effect, the ability of rebirth through nirvana. Those who possess the Nirvana Sacred Body are granted a chance of resurrection with each breakthrough of a significant boundary, even if reduced to ashes. As long as a trace of true spirit remains, one can undergo nirvana once more and be reborn anew. When the Nirvana Sacred Body reaches its zenith, one achieves immortality and ascends directly to become an immortal. Upon hearing Chu Xiao's words, Yin Fujiu was consumed by rage atop the river of sword energy. He felt that Chu Xiao was humiliating him. To challenge him to 3 moves? Since his birth, he had never been so underestimated. "Chu Xiao, do not rely solely on your words. Is 3 moves truly necessary to subdue you?" Yin Fujiu struck. He strode upon the river of sword energy, sweeping across 1,000 miles. The sword light whistled as he let out a sharp cry, akin to a shooting star, tearing through the void, his entire being radiating brilliance. Countless runes intertwined around Yin Fujiu, exuding an ancient pressure, each rune seemingly carrying the will of a sword immortal, embodying the might to slice through chaos and forge the heavens. With his sword drawn, each sword represents a realm, each strike embodies a universe. Yin Fujiu's momentum surged once more, blinding weaker cultivators who struggled to keep their eyes open. At last, Yin Fujiu unleashed a strike. This sword, infused with the essence of the Tao, dazzled the heavens, akin to a blazing sun illuminating all. The true intent of the sword. It was indeed the true essence of the sword. He had cultivated the sword path to such an extraordinary level. "Son of Heaven, quickly evade," Song Fu exclaimed anxiously. At this moment, even if he wished to intervene, it was too late to save Chu Xiao, empowered by the true intent of the sword. Yin Fujiu's combat prowess could even slay those of the ordinary divine fire realm's midstage. In midair, Chu Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, showing no inclination to evade. Yin Fujiu's brow furrowed. He felt both anger and apprehension. If he truly killed Chu Xiao, it would be difficult to handle the aftermath. Yet, he could not restrain his power any longer. This strike was his most formidable sword, conceived from his comprehension. With this sword unleashed, there was only a relentless advance. "Very well, you indeed possess some strength." As Yin Fujiu's lethal sword intent approached, Chu Xiao remained unfazed, standing amidst the tempest of sword energy, his white robe undisturbed, entirely unaffected by the force. "Break." Just 3 inches from Chu Xiao, he leisurely raised his hand. Boom. Chu Xiao's chest gleamed with an imperial bone, radiating a brilliant celestial light that spread like ripples in water, abruptly dominating the surroundings. Wherever the light reached, all sword energies dissipated like mere bubbles. "What? Yin Fuju stared wide-eyed, his heart trembling with shock. The sword strike he had just unleashed was capable of slaying an ordinary practitioner at the Divine Fire realm. Yet, before Chu Xiao, it was effortlessly neutralized with a calm demeanor. This scene did not escape the notice of the many practitioners present. Song Fu gazed at Chu Xiao's silhouette, his eyes reflecting the astonishment of confronting a monster. An imperial bone? He actually possesses an imperial bone. In the distance, Wang Chongqing, clad in a Taoist robe, murmured to himself, his body pulsating with a chilling aura, his emotions notably agitated. Beside him, a man of delicate temperament, upon hearing the term imperial bone, was equally taken aback. Cousin, are you certain that Chu Xiao bears an imperial bone? The effeminate man was none other than Wang Ran, the 16th true disciple of the Celestial Demon Palace. Both he and Wang Chongqing hailed from the ancient Wang clan. It cannot be mistaken. It is said that Chu Xiao had his Dao bone excavated by the imperial court. Who would have thought he would come into possession of an imperial bone? If we could seize this imperial bone, it would undoubtedly aid me in advancing further, achieving the supreme Dao. Wang Chongqing discreetly conveyed to Wang Ran. Hearing this, a glimmer of avarice flickered in Wang Ran's eyes. He too yearned to claim Chu Xiao's imperial bone. However, he maintained a facade of indifference. Rest assured, this Chu Xiao will enter the secret realm of the ruins. At that time, we shall join forces with the Gu family, the imperial court, and a few other senior brothers to surely suppress him. When the moment comes, seizing his imperial bone will be as easy as pie. Wang Ran respectfully communicated to Wang Chongqing. Upon hearing this, a cruel smile curled at the corners of Wang Chongqing's lips. He intended not only to vie for the title of son, but also to obtain Chu Xiao's imperial bone and all the opportunities that came with it. Indeed, fear not. Once I become the son, I shall find a way to elevate you. One day, the entire Celestial Demon Palace will be under the control of the Wang family. Wang Chongqing transmitted to Wang Ran once more. Their mental exchange went unnoticed by anyone else. The confrontation between Yin Fuju and Chu Xiao was gradually reaching its conclusion. However, Yin Fuju was far from conceding defeat. Gripping his sword tightly, he resembled a cornered beast, the demonic energy surging around him, accentuating his fierce demeanor. Chu Xiao, I have not yet been vanquished. Yin Fuju bellowed defiantly, unwilling to accept defeat. My swordsmanship is unparalleled, destined to be invincible. No one can defeat me. He channeled his magical power, the veins on his forehead bulging like twisted serpents, his entire being appearing frenzied. In response, Chu Xiao merely raised an eyebrow, his expression calm. As he casually waved a finger, summoning a surge of sword energy. You dare to claim invincibility with such swordsmanship? Very well. Today I shall show you what true swordsmanship entails. At this moment, an endless radiance of sword light erupted from Chu Xiao's fingertips, surging forth like the furious tides of the vast ocean, its momentum far surpassing the thousandfold of Yin Fuju's sword energy river. The sword comes. Amidst the tumultuous waves of swords, Chu Xiao uttered a soft call. Chapter 41. The Arrival of the Sword, an indomitable presence in an instant. The heavens and the earth transformed. Clang. The echoes of sword chants resonated throughout the 8 barren realms, shaking mountains and valleys alike. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, countless cultivators' flying swords rang out in unison, breaking free from their control, merging into the sea of sword energy at Chu Xiao's feet like a torrent. Among these flying swords, there were indeed formidable sacred weapons, and even 2 pieces containing imperial might, approaching the status of quasi-imperial weapons. This was the gathering of myriad swords. Countless cultivators gasped in astonishment. In the depths of the forbidden zone of the heavenly demon hall, elders and ancient ancestors were also stirred. That brat Chu Xiao again. Such pure sword intent. His sword path has likely reached the pinnacle of transformation. Swish. The sword ancestor of the heavenly demon hall stood upon his long sword, his gaze burning with fervor as he fixed his eyes upon Chu Xiao. Feeling the sword intent emanating from Chu Xiao, the long-standing bottleneck of his realm began to subtly loosen. So this is the true essence of the sword path. I comprehend it. I understand it. Ha ha. The sword ancestor laughed boisterously, his long hair billowing, his robes fluttering, and in that moment, his aura surged immensely. Hiss. The demon sword master is about to break through? The elder figures of the heavenly demon hall were taken aback, gazing at the sword ancestor with envy. They understood that this breakthrough would undoubtedly elevate the sword ancestor to the quasi-imperial level. When that time comes, the title of Demon Sword Saint would transform into Demon Sword Quasi-Emperor. On the other side, Yin Fuju stared fixedly at the sea of sword energy beneath Chu Xiao, his eyes wide with disbelief. The pride that once filled his heart, along with the conviction of his invincibility, was utterly shattered at this moment. No, I shall not be defeated. It's all an illusion. Yin Fuju, unwilling to accept this reality, stepped into the void, his body transforming into countless afterimages, once again charging towards Chu Xiao. However, before he could strike, thousands of flying swords surged forth, piercing through his limbs, pinning him firmly in midair. PFF. Blood, infused with immense magical power, gushed forth from Yin Fuju's mouth. No matter how he struggled, whether he acknowledged it or not, he had already lost. Moreover, he had been defeated without the slightest chance to retaliate. Even his most cherished invincible sword path was directly crushed by Chu Xiao. Now, Yin Fuju appeared utterly wretched, his body riddled with countless sword wounds, and his chest exposed, revealing ghastly white bones. Within the forbidden zone of the heavenly demon hall, the minds of many elders and ancient ancestors were captivated by this scene, their astonishment palpable. They gazed at Chu Xiao's figure, their hearts churning with admiration. Incredible, simply incredible. Even the rumored true immortal heirs would likely pale in comparison. At less than 20 years of age, Chu Xiao has already mastered a complete path. As he matures, it is evident that no one in the 3,000 domains of the Eastern Extension realm will be able to rival him. From my observations, he did not even exert his full strength just now. Perhaps his current prowess already rivals that of ancient prodigies. None of the ancient anomalies from our heavenly demon palace have yet awakened from the divine source. Initially, I believed that our heavenly demon palace would merely serve as a backdrop for other forces during this expedition into the ruins realm. However, it now appears that the outcome is uncertain. Perhaps Chu Xiao truly has the potential to break into the top 3 and even seize the inheritance of the true immortal. An elder from the heavenly demon palace stroked his beard and smiled, expressing great anticipation for Chu Xiao's performance after entering the ruins realm. As for Yin Fuyu, he can also be considered a top-tier genius. Observe the glowing runes etched upon his chest bones. They are evidently extraordinary, likely an inheritance from a certain emperor. With the augmentation of such runic heritage, ordinary cultivators at the divine fire realm would probably find themselves fleeing in his presence. Yet, he still fell short against Chu Xiao, crushed within just a few exchanges. Yin Fuyu's defeat was utterly humiliating and disheartening. The venerable figures of the heavenly demon palace conversed amongst themselves, while the young prodigies and stunning maidens from various factions gazed at Chu Xiao's figure with fervent admiration. In their hearts remained a singular thought: the son of the heavenly demon palace is invincible. Even though Yin Fuyu suffered a crushing defeat, none would dare to belittle him. His loss was not due to a lack of strength, but rather because he faced a true monstrosity in Chu Xiao. The sword's true resolution. I shall transcend the ages. Despite being pinned in the void by countless swords, Yin Fuyu continued to roar, his entire being aglow as he sought to dislodge the flying swords embedded in his limbs. His heart was filled with both rage and hatred. Though his animosity was not directed at Chu Xiao, rather, he loathed his own weakness. As the fourth true disciple of the heavenly demon palace and a practitioner of the sword path, Yin Fuyu held immense pride within. He would rather die gloriously beneath Chu Xiao's blade than face the bitter truth of his defeat. Chu Xiao, kill me. See, the elders of the heavenly demon palace would not idly watch as Chu Xiao executed Yin Fuju. With this thought, Chu Xiao refrained from striking again. Kill me. I implore you to end my life. In the face of Chu Xiao's mercy, Yin Fuju grew increasingly deranged, his face ashen, consumed by a singular desire for death. The 4 true transmissions still remain unawakened. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed, followed by the arrival of a profound figure beside Yin Fuju. It was a refined middle-aged man, his gaze tranquil and flowing like a gentle stream. He looked upon Yin Fuju and sighed deeply. This man was indeed Yin Fuju's protector. Buzzing. The man's voice resonated like an ancient bell, imbued with a hint of zen, gradually calming the agitated Yin Fuju. Once he had awakened Yin Fuju, the man turned to Chu Xiao and clasped his hands in respect, saying, I have the honor to meet the divine son. I am grateful for your mercy just now. His expression was intricate as he spoke. In response, Chu Xiao nodded slightly, replying, There is no need for such formalities, elder. The refined middle-aged man One of the core elders of the heavenly demon palace possessed a cultivation level that reached the reflection realm, making him a formidable force even in the outside world. Sighing softly, the middle-aged man understood all too well that if Yin Fujiu could not transcend his inner turmoil after today, he would be utterly incapacitated, forever unable to advance. Previously, he had cautioned Yin Fujiu on multiple occasions not to provoke Chu Xiao lightly, but Yin Fujiu had never heeded his words. Yin Fujiu, you pride yourself as a swordsman, but do you truly grasp the essence of the sword path? Chu Xiao waved his sleeve, dissipating the sea of swords beneath him, returning the myriad flying swords to their rightful owner. Hearing Chu Xiao's words, the despondent Yin Fujiu offered no reply, bowing his head in silence. Observing Yin Fujiu's disheartened demeanor, Chu Xiao shook his head and turned away, stating, "The sword path is an unwavering brilliance, a will that does not wane. To traverse the sword path is to dare to confront the stronger, to face one's inner deficiencies, and to embrace the tranquility of victory and defeat. Moving mountains and calming seas is the sword path. Never succumbing is the heart of the sword. When the heart is steadfast, the sword path unfolds." With that, Chu Xiao cast one last glance at Yin Fujiu and chose not to linger further. His words encapsulated his own understanding of the sword path. If Yin Fujiu could grasp them, perhaps he might shatter his constraints and look forward to future advancements. Should he remain in despair, however, his celestial journey would reach a definitive end. Heart of the sword, path of the sword. Yin Fujiu gradually regained his composure, repeatedly murmuring these phrases. After a long silence, he departed without a word. "Divine Son, thank you." Before leaving, Yin Fujiu clasped his hands toward Chu Xiao, transformed as if he were a different person. The arrogance, dominance, and brilliance that once defined him now faded. Witnessing this change in Yin Fujiu, the refined middle-aged man felt a deep sense of relief. In the forbidden ground of the heavenly demon palace, the esteemed ancestors and ancient forebears expressed their satisfaction with Chu Xiao's actions. The potential downfall of Yin Fujiu would indeed represent a loss for the heavenly demon palace. When the heart reaches its destination, the path of the sword unfolds. How well said. The sword ancestor, already in a state of enlightenment, felt a tremor throughout his being, and the bottleneck of his realm loosened ever so slightly. In no more than 3 to 5 years, he would achieve a breakthrough and step into the realm of the utmost. Reflecting on the past, he had considered taking Chu Xiao as his disciple. Now, however, he could only find this thought laughable. In terms of cultivation, he undeniably surpassed Chu Xiao. Yet, in the comprehension of the sword path, Chu Xiao far surpassed him by immeasurable degrees. Contemplating this, the sword ancestor felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The scene of Yin Fujiu's crushing defeat left the core disciples of the heavenly demon palace and the true disciples utterly stunned. Ing Daoi, clutching his bamboo flute, fell into deep contemplation. His own strength paled in comparison to that of Yin Fujiu. Had he been in Yin Fujiu's place, the defeat would have been even more catastrophic. Acknowledging the disparity between himself and Chu Xiao, Ing Daoi found a sense of acceptance. He had never been one to relish in rivalry, focusing solely on the perpetual transcendence of his own self. The path is boundless, and viewing others as adversaries signifies a lack of insight. For in this world, there are always those who are exceedingly difficult to surpass. If one were to regard such individuals as targets to pursue, over time, faith may crumble, and despair may deepen within. Even if one strives to transcend them, upon achieving this, the heart would only experience fleeting triumph before succumbing to confusion and emptiness. Therefore, he had no need to surpass anyone nor to regard others as goals to chase. The path he chose was to continuously surpass the self of yesterday. Chapter 42. The Saintess of the Ko clan, graceful as a frightened swan after Yin Fujiu departed. Chu Xiao's gaze shifted to the tattered figure of Chu Aoran. Bow before the divine sun. Upon noticing Chu Xiao's attention, Chu Aoran felt a tightening in his chest and hurriedly clasped his hands in reverence, his tone imbued with awe. "What is your name?" Chu Xiao inquired calmly, recognizing that Chu Aoran had indeed captured Yin Fujiu's attention and possessed remarkable qualities. Having practiced a form of divination in the scripture repository of the heavenly demon palace, Chu Xiao, though not yet a master, could faintly perceive a cluster of purple energy gathering above Chu Aoran's head. All living beings possess Qian fortune. The purple energy signifies an auspicious fate and rich blessings. In other words, this Chu Aoran could be considered a child of destiny, and accepting him as a subordinate could bestow significant fortune upon Chu Xiao himself. Above his own head, Chu Xiao's chi and fortune manifested as a crimson-black state, interwoven with a mysterious chaotic light. Hearing Chu Xiao's question, Chu Aoran felt a mix of trepidation and excitement. If he were to gain Chu Xiao's favor, he would ascend to great heights. His future would be limitless. I am Chu Aoran, honorable son. I hail from the imperial court's hidden prince manor, being a child of lesser birth. I have long harbored a deep yearning for the temple of heavenly demons. Thus, Chu Aoran stammered. Having witnessed the ferocity of Chu Xiao, he found it impossible to maintain his composure. What? He is of the imperial court? If so, this Chu Aoran and the honorable son must share a bloodline. Yet I have heard whispers that the imperial court has sought to extinguish the honorable son on numerous occasions. Could this lad perhaps be a spy sent by the imperial court? Upon revealing his identity and disclosing his origins from the imperial court's hidden prince manor, the surrounding cultivators erupted into a flurry of discussions, their conjectures swirling incessantly. The cacophony of voices only served to heighten Chu Aoran's unease. His disclosure was a decision made after much contemplation. Given the imperial court's vast resources, tracing his origins would be a simple matter. Should he attempt to conceal his identity? Entering the temple of heavenly demons could lead to dire consequences if his true nature were to be uncovered. Silence. Stepping forward beside Chu Xiao, Song Fu let out a cold snort. A tremendous pressure erupted from him, cascading outward. In an instant, the cultivators felt as though 100,000 mountains bore down upon them, and the clamor faded into an eerie stillness. The hidden prince manor, you say? I am aware of it. In that case, you ought to address me as elder brother, Chu Xiao remarked with a soft chuckle. Hearing this, Chu Aoran's tension significantly dissipated. He sensed that Chu Xiao was not as unapproachable as he had feared. I dare not. I am but a child of lesser birth, of lowly status. How could I presume to call the honorable son my elder brother? Chu Aoran replied with a wry smile. Though his name bore the character for pride, his demeanor was devoid of arrogance, instead exuding caution and humility. In the realm of cultivation, status matters not, only strength prevails. Since you have come here, I shall offer you an opportunity. Do you dare to follow me into the treacherous realms of the abyss? Chu Xiao surveyed Chu Aoran, his tone casual. At that moment, countless gazes converged upon Chu Aoran, all eager to witness his choice. To accompany the honorable son of the Temple of Heavenly Demons would undoubtedly be a momentous fortune. Not only would he gain access to some of the most elite techniques, but he would also be afforded the cultivation resources provided by the temple. However, the treacheries of the abyss are fraught with peril. Given Chu Aoran's current cultivation level, he would likely not survive even half a day within. Chu Aoran found himself in a quandary. He had arrived at the Temple of Heavenly Demons with the intent of following Chu Xiao to seize the opportunity to change his fate and attain strength. Now, that opportunity lay before him, yet seizing it would require a gamble with his life. What to choose? To abandon the chance or to risk it all? In the blink of an eye, Chu Aoran contemplated many possibilities. In the end, he steeled his resolve and firmly declared, I, your humble servant, am willing to follow the divine sun. Even amidst the perilous mountains and raging infernos, I shall remain by your side. As he spoke, Chu Aoran did not even blink. He directly summoned a fragment of his divine soul and presented it before Chu Xiao. Please, divine son, refine this soul. From this day forth, my life shall be entrusted to your command. Chu Xiao was taken aback by Chu Aoran's actions. Typically, followers would not offer their souls. At most, they would swear a heavenly oath to pledge their loyalty. What a remarkable young man. He possesses true courage. This boy is indeed extraordinary. His future accomplishments are destined to be significant, whispered an elder from the heavenly demon hall in the shadows. Chu Aoran's choice not only signified the relinquishment of his freedom, but also his willingness to become Chu Xiao's servant, forever bound to his control. Yet, this act would earn him Chu Xiao's unwavering trust. Consequently, Chu Xiao would dedicate himself to nurturing and promoting Chu Aoran, ensuring that his status would far exceed that of other followers. How intriguing. Truly fascinating, Chu Aoran. I shall remember this name. Ha ha ha. Some of the elders from the Heavenly Demon Hall, who were observing the situation, developed a keen interest in Chu Aoran. Should he reveal greater potential in the future, they would consider taking him as their disciple. You are quite impressive. From now on, you shall remain by my side. When I vanquish the imperial court, I shall grant you a fief, allowing you to rule over a territory establish a royal court, and open a palace, Chu Shao proclaimed, simultaneously refining Chu Aoran's fragment of divine soul and incorporating it into his artifact. Thank you, divine son. I shall not disappoint you, Chu Aoran replied earnestly. Deeply bowing to Chu Shao, he wholeheartedly believed in Chu Zhao's promise. If anyone else had told him they would annihilate the imperial court and grant him a fief, he would have scoffed in disbelief. However, Chu Shao was different. As a true disciple of the heavenly demon hall, possessing unparalleled roots, he was destined to become a formidable figure stirring the Eastern Extension realm. Should the heavenly demon hall and the imperial court truly contest for supremacy in this lifetime? As long as the heavenly demon hall ultimately claimed the mandate of heaven, Chu Shao would indeed have the qualifications to bestow titles and govern the order of the realm. As Chu Shao chose Chu Aoran, the holy maiden of the Ko family, perched atop the eight-winged swallowing ant, unveiled her veil and gracefully approached Chu Shao. Without the veil's concealment, her exquisite and captivating visage was fully revealed to the world. A gentle breeze tousled her long hair, releasing a faint, enchanting fragrance that wafted far and wide. Beneath her flowing black gown, her delicate feet glimmered, igniting the imagination of those who beheld her. In her presence, the world seemed to lose its color, leaving many young cultivators in a daze, as if their souls had been captivated. I am Ko Yinxue, and I have met the divine son. Ko Yinxue, indeed the name of this Ko clan saintess, stood there like her name suggested, a vision of ethereal beauty, as pristine as snow. Oh, how breathtaking, how enchanting. It turned out she was the renowned Ko saintess. And it was unexpected that such a woman would come to compete to become a follower of the divine son. Alas, among the cultivators, some gasped in awe while others sighed deeply. The thought of Ko Yinxue becoming a follower of Chu Shao, relegating her status to that of a mere attendant, painted expressions of regret and sorrow on the faces of many young cultivators. In the Eastern Extension realm's 3,000 domains, Ko Yinxue was somewhat famous. Numerous prodigies sought her affection. Even within the imperial court's righteous faction, several young lords discreetly pursued her. Is it her? Humph, just a flirtatious vixen. In the distance, Song Yaoji's small face was filled with indignation. She harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Ko Yinxue. The two shared a history, yet they were not friends but rather sworn adversaries. In terms of beauty, Song Yaoji paled in comparison to Ko Yinxue. However, this does not imply that Song Yaoji was not captivating in her own right. Each of the two women possessed their own unique charm. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ko Yinxue approached Chu Shao. Her demeanor was as cool and serene as a jade lotus in water. As the saintess of a prominent clan, she had received exemplary upbringing, and her every gesture exuded grace, confidence, and distinction. Deep down, she felt a sense of pride, convinced that upon her arrival, Chu Shao would undoubtedly choose her. However, Chu Shao merely acknowledged her with indifference, leaving her standing aside. In response to his aloofness, Ko Yinxue's expression stiffened for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. She remained certain that Chu Shao would choose her. Among all the cultivators, she considered herself the true prodigy. After a quarter of an hour, Chu Shao selected several dozen followers from the multitude of cultivators, yet he never cast a glance in Ko Yinxue's direction. Gradually, she could no longer contain herself. The words of her father before her departure and the expectations of the clan elders flooded her mind. For the sake of her family, she endeavored to suppress her inner pride, biting her lip as she addressed Chu Shao once more, divine son. Ko Yinxue hesitated, observing her. Chu Shao merely lowered his gaze and asked with indifference, "What is it?" Not long ago, Song Fu had mentioned the ancient Ko clan to Chu Shao. The ancient Ko clan boasted profound heritage and immense prestige. However, those days were long past. The present Ko family was fraught with internal strife and external threats, teetering on the brink of decline and destruction. Ko Yinxue's participation in Chu Zhao's selection of followers was not entirely voluntary. She sought to leverage his renown to alleviate the precarious situation facing her clan. Ko Yinxue trembled slightly, her throat constricted as if choked by an unseen force. The thought of groveling and offering herself as a pillow companion filled her with suffocating dread, making the words stick in her throat. Ultimately, she bit her lip hard and managed to squeeze out a few words, and nothing. Her proud heart rendered her unwilling to completely bow down. Oh! Chu Shao discerned Ko Yinxue's thoughts, yet chose not to expose them, nor did he express any desire to accept her. What he required was an utterly obedient and loyal follower, and it was evident that Ko Yinxue was not such a candidate. Chapter 43. The journey begins. The secret realm of the market. The selection of followers soon concluded. Gazing at the fleeting figure of Chu Xiao, who departed with Chu Aoran and the others, Ko Yinxue remained rooted to the spot, lost in thought for a long time. Meanwhile, the other rejected cultivators wore expressions of regret, shaking their heads with sighs of disappointment. Upon returning to his celestial mountain dojo, a sudden notification resonated in Chu Xiao's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully quelled the dissenting voices within the heavenly demon palace. Host has received the reward of the Nirvana sacred body. Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy ignited within Chu Xiao's heart. With the Nirvana sacred body, he effectively gained several additional lives. The Nirvana sacred body allows one to resurrect upon breaking through each level of cultivation. Currently, Chu Xiao's cultivation level was at the law form realm, the 4th level of the mortal path. The moment he acquired the Nirvana sacred body, he instantly gained 4 extra lives. Is this truly the dojo where the Divine Sun cultivates? The spiritual energy of this place is so rich. Even our Dao Mountain sect's sacred grounds pale in comparison to this cultivation environment. As Chu Xiao assimilated the Nirvana sacred body, a young woman in green attire trailing behind him could not help but exclaim. This girl, just past 16, bore a slightly youthful appearance and was one of the chosen followers of Chu Xiao. Her name was Mu Baiwan, a true disciple of the saintly force, Dao Mountain sect. Possessing remarkable talent and a pure character, she had caught Chu Xiao's attention. Junior Sister Mu, we are still merely in the outermost area. We have yet to reach our destination. Seeing Mu Baiwan's wide-eyed wonder, Song Yaoji smiled gently and offered a soft explanation. At her words, Mu Baiwan's heart quivered. The sights before her were already those of divine islands floating in the air, with colorful waterfalls cascading downwards. As she gazed further, she beheld towering divine trees taking root in the void. These colossal trees, adorned with swirling runes, harbored numerous powerful celestial birds and extraordinary beasts, exuding spiritual energy with an unfathomable majesty. Such a surreal paradise was merely the outermost layer of Chu Xiao's dojo. Whoosh! Whoosh! The group sat aboard a massive ancient warship, traversing the sea of clouds, skimming past one majestic divine mountain after another. After more than 3 hours, they finally arrived at the core of Chu Xiao's dojo. In contrast to Mu Baiwan and the others, Chu Aoran appeared remarkably composed on the surface, yet within, he was a tempest of emotions, overwhelmed by an indescribable awe. Divine Sun. As Chu Xiao disembarked from the ancient warship, a crimson figure approached him. The striking figure was none other than the Blood Knife Demoness, the leader of the heavenly demon palace. She stood tall and graceful, radiating an unparalleled elegance, causing Song Fu, who was also at the pinnacle of his level, to bow his head in reverence before her. Is there something of importance, esteemed leader? Chu Xiao appeared remarkably composed, unlike Song Fu, who was visibly anxious. In terms of status, Chu Xiao, as a divine child, held a position far superior to that of the leader of the Heavenly Demon Hall. At first glance, the title of leader of the Heavenly Demon Hall seems to bestow considerable authority, granting the power to command all cultivators within the hall. However, in reality, the leader's capacity to make significant decisions is quite limited. Most of the time, the leader is preoccupied with trivial matters. The major affairs of the Heavenly Demon Hall require collective deliberation among numerous core elders and venerable ancestors of the sacred domain before any resolution can be reached. The ancient ancestor has instructed you to prepare. Our expedition to the secret realm of the ruins is about to commence, the leader of the Heavenly Demon Hall remarked pleasantly, gazing at Chu Xiao. In response, Chu Xiao nodded slightly. Understood, he replied, before scanning the area and organizing a few of his followers. For this journey to the secret realm of the ruins, Chu Xiao intended to bring only Song Yaoji and Chu Aoran with him. As for Mu Baiwan and the other 2 followers from ancient clans, he decided against including them, as their strength was insufficient, rendering them unfit even to serve as cannon fodder in the perilous realm. Having conveyed what I needed, I must take my leave. As there are many matters to attend to within the hall, the leader of the Heavenly Demon Hall stated, departing swiftly on a circular magical artifact, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Let us make our way as well. After finalizing his arrangements, Chu Xiao turned and prepared to head to the assembly point of the Heavenly Demon Hall's contingent. Shortly thereafter, he boarded a colossal ancient warship, which gracefully descended above a vast plaza. Gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of the plaza, paved with the rare nine heavens profound crystal, Chu Aoran's heart raced in exhilaration. Hailing from the hidden king's manor of the imperial court, he considered himself well-traveled. Yet, upon witnessing the heavenly demon hall utilizing nine heavens profound crystal as flooring for an infinite plaza, he found himself rendered speechless in awe. The nine heavens profound crystal is a rare material for refining weapons. In the outside world, a piece the size of a palm can fetch a staggering price of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The tiles beneath his feet each measure 3 zhang in width and half a zhang in thickness. If one were to sell all the tiles from this plaza, it could potentially yield trillions of low-grade spirit stones. What are you dawdling for? Let us move, Song Yaoji called out, noticing Chu Aoran's astonished expression. At that moment, Chu Xiao had already ventured far ahead, stepping onto an even larger and more imposing ship in the distance. Oh right, Chu Aoran snapped back to reality, shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. In the distance, numerous cultivators of the heavenly demon hall observed Chu Xiao and bowed in respect. We have met the divine child. Greetings, divine child. Salutations, esteemed divine one. With a gentle smile gracing his face, Chu Xiao nodded in acknowledgement to the gathered crowd. This expedition to the mystic realm involved merely 300 disciples from the heavenly demon palace. However, the escorting entourage exceeded several tens of thousands. Among them were 2 battalions composed of formidable beings from the divine fire realm. Additionally, over 500 core elders from the reflection realm were personally stationed within the ranks. Hidden from view were at least several dozen ancestors from the sacred domain accompanying them discreetly. Furthermore, the quasi-imperial ancestors of the heavenly demon palace, along with those of imperial rank and above, would be vigilant regarding the movements of the group at all times. Each disciple eligible to enter the mystic realm was exceptionally talented. Any one of them could be regarded as a successor worthy of cultivation in other factions. The heavenly demon palace, understandably, held these disciples in high esteem, especially given that Chu Xiao was among them. Reporting to the divine sun, nearly everyone has arrived. According to the reports, the Jinwu ancient clan and several prodigies from imperial factions have already entered the mystic realm ahead of us. We may set forth as well, stated a core elder of the heavenly demon palace as he approached Chu Xiao, clasping his hands in respect. Chapter 44, Serving as Servants. Only seeking to follow the divine sun according to the original plan, the group was to wait another day before departing. However, entering the mystic realm ahead could indeed provide them with a strategic advantage. After considering the core elder's proposal, Chu Xiao nodded slightly and replied, "Very well. Please convey the order to depart in half an hour. Ensure that everyone is informed to avoid any omissions." Having received Chu Xiao's consent, the elder retreated to begin counting the number of participants and promptly informed everyone of the early departure. Half an hour passed swiftly. Chu Xiao meditated in the most central and opulent palace aboard the warship. He did not squander the time en route to the mystic realm. Cultivation is indeed a race against time. The divine sun truly possesses remarkable diligence, remarked an elder of the heavenly demon palace, his face lined with wrinkles. In my youth, though I too was engrossed in cultivation, I often spent my leisure hours with a few friends, wandering the streets, seeking love, or enjoying drinks together. Reflecting on those days fills me with nostalgia. Outside the palace where Chu Xiao was in seclusion, another elder, with a long nose and broad face, sighed. Youth is blind to the value of time. It slips away unnoticed, and only in hindsight does one realize the loss, but alas, it is too late. In his youth, he had considerable talent. His half-day of diligent practice equaled the efforts of an ordinary person over 6 months. He believed that even a leisurely approach to cultivation would lead him to the pinnacle, to become a sage or an emperor. Only later did he comprehend the arduous nature of attaining such heights. Yet, decades have since passed, and regrets are of no avail. For those who have transcended into the realm of reflection, several decades may seem inconsequential. Yet, when the vitality of life wanes, one comprehends that even a fleeting moment of existence is as arduous as scaling the heavens. At this very moment, outside the celestial stronghold of the demon palace, beneath a towering azure mountain, Ko Yinxue stood in bewilderment atop the head of the 8-winged sky-devouring ant beside her. A venerable elder of the Ko clan wore a visage of despair. Despite this, he consoled Ko Yinshua, saying, "Holy maiden, you need not bear the burden of guilt. The plight of our family can still be remedied." Just as he spoke, a jade talisman hanging from his waist began to radiate light. Streams of information surged forth from the talisman. The instant the elder received the news, his expression froze, his voice abruptly silenced. "Grandfather, what troubles you?" A puzzled Ko clan guard inquired upon witnessing the elder's distress. After a prolonged silence, the elder finally spoke, his tone grave. "Our clan is in peril. All the 3 teachings and 7 sects that relied upon us have turned traitor. Moreover, the 3 ancient families that oppose us have united to strike back. We have lost all 13 elders of our clan in battle. The clan leader has made arrangements to dispatch all our prodigies to various locales. It seems we are on the brink of annihilation." As he spoke, the elder's voice quivered, and weariness etched itself onto his face, making him appear as though he had aged centuries in mere moments. "It is all my fault, entirely my fault. Had I been willing to humble myself, I might have caught the attention of the divine son of Chu. With his renown, those trifling ancient families would not dare to offend the Ko clan," lamented Ko Yinshua, her face as pale as death, guilt gnawing at her heart. Beside her, a young child cradling beast's milk wore a solemn expression, his tiny hands clenched, and a spark of determination ignited in his bright eyes. "The 3 ancient families. I shall ensure they pay dearly for this transgression," he declared through gritted teeth. Filled with righteous indignation, the elder of the Ko clan sighed bitterly, gazing into the distance as he murmured, "Holy maiden, and dear little one, the clan leader has instructed us not to return to the family. Perhaps soon, the foundations of our clan will face utter destruction. You both possess extraordinary talents. If you can transcend to the sacred realm in the future, there is hope to reclaim our ancestral lands and rebuild the Ko clan." Upon hearing the elder's words, Ko Yinshua was engulfed in panic. She could not bear the thought of her family's demise, nor of becoming a wanderer without a home. "No, there is still a chance. I shall seek the divine son of Chu. If he is willing, he can certainly save our clan," Ko Yinshua asserted with conviction. Observing her fervor, the elder shook his head. "What manner of person is the divine son of the demon palace? Having missed the last opportunity, do we truly possess another chance to meet Chu Shao? Please take me to meet the divine son of Chu," pleaded Ko Yinshua, her heart in turmoil. Her expression was resolute, clinging to the mention of Chu Shao as if grasping at a final lifeline. Upon hearing her words, the elder of the Ko clan sighed repeatedly, unable to withstand her fervent insistence, and ultimately acquiesced. In his heart, however, he harbored a flicker of hope. Perhaps if Ko Yinshua succeeded, the legacy of the Ko clan could indeed be preserved. "Saintess, do not be anxious. Our Ko clan has a long-standing heritage. Even if the 3 ancient families unite against us, we can endure for a year and a half," the elder calmly stated. According to reports, the divine son of Chu is heading to the secret realm of the ruins. "We can first journey to the southern Chan domain and await his arrival." Ko Yinshua nodded heavily, having come to a firm resolution. She was now entirely convinced that she would do anything to safeguard her family, even if it meant becoming a servant to Chu Shao. Observing her transformation, the elder's emotions were complex. Had she relinquished her pride earlier, Chu Shao would likely have chosen her. But now, he was uncertain, as her initial impression on him had been far from favorable. On the grand plaza of the Tiangmo Palace, an imposing fleet of warships set forth. An ancient ancestor of the Tiangmo Palace personally shattered the void, wielding immense power to establish a passageway to the southern Chan domain. The fleet would traverse this void, covering countless miles in merely 2 hours to reach the distant southern Chan domain. A low, thunderous roar emerged from the front of the warship. It was a ground dragon beast, a colossal creature resembling a giant tortoise, yet possessing the head of a dragon, the tail of a horse, and sturdy hooves akin to a bull. The aura exuded by this dragon beast was terrifying. According to Song Fu, its cultivation approached the level of a quasi-emperor. Should it unleash its full might, even some ordinary early-stage quasi-emperors might not stand a chance against it. Surrounding the ground dragon beast were hundreds of formidable beasts, each as large as a small mountain. Chapter 45. Intercepting the path to meet the divine son. This expedition to the secret realm was fraught with peril. When confronted by formidable foes, do not act recklessly. Prioritize your survival. On the deck of the warship, a core elder of the Tiangmo Palace sat cross-legged, solemnly advising the disciples before him. In a corner, Wang Chongqing lingered, his demeanor sinister, exuding an aura that repelled other disciples of the Tiangmo Palace. Listening to the elders' counsel, Wang Chongqing wore an eerie smile, occasionally casting furtive glances in the direction of Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao, once we reach the secret realm, your demise awaits. He coldly mused, having conspired with the prodigies of the Gu, Su, Yun families, and several other ancient clans to devise a plan. Upon entering the mystical realm of the void, he took action to suppress Chu Xiao. Meanwhile, over a dozen distinguished individuals were tasked with preventing Chu Xiao's escape. Additionally, the imperial court would also dispatch individuals to hunt down Chu Xiao. Once he entered the void, he was convinced that Chu Xiao was destined to be ensnared. It was all your fault for seizing that which was not rightfully yours. Otherwise, I might have spared your life. Wang Chongqing's murderous intent grew increasingly intense. On the other side, several young members of the Gu family harbored their own ambitions. The Gu family, along with promises from the imperial court, stood to gain substantial rewards upon successfully eliminating Chu Xiao. The imperial court even pledged to bestow upon them the path to quasi-emperor status and to elevate them all to noble ranks. The noble ranks bestowed by the imperial court carried immense weight. It is important to note that even the lowest-ranking marquis within the imperial court could command territories spanning millions of miles, earning the reverence of countless individuals. With this in mind, the hearts of these young prodigies from the Gu family burned fervently. Killing Chu Xiao would yield unimaginable benefits. If not for the timing, they would be eager to launch an assault on Chu Xiao right away. Boom! The ancient warship soared forward, traversing the dim chaos of the void, and arrived at the southern Shan domain at the designated time. With a clamor, as the heavenly demon hall's entourage descended, numerous gazes converged upon them. The entrance to the void was not far from the heavenly demon hall's contingent. Surrounding it, many other factions had already taken up residence. The heavenly demon hall, exclaimed a cultivator in astonishment. As they beheld the leading earth dragon beast of the heavenly demon hall's entourage, their expressions changed dramatically. Truly, it was fitting for a power that dominated the demonic path to pave the way with a beast comparable to a quasi-emperor. Such depth was indeed formidable. In the void, a figure clad in yellow robes, a quasi-saint, displayed profound astonishment, his tone imbued with reverence and respect for the heavenly demon hall. He hailed from a powerful faction, his family under the protection of an emperor. Yet, the disparity between his family and the heavenly demon hall was insurmountable. In this era, it was known that not only quasi-emperors, but even those at the illumination realm could exert dominance over vast territories. Quasi-saints and true saints stood at the pinnacle, gazing down upon the endless expanse of the earth. Beside the yellow-robed quasi-saint, a tall and slender quasi-saint nodded in agreement, stating, "The hundreds of fierce birds and beasts surrounding that earth dragon beast are also extraordinary, especially that Sangjiao dragon, its aura immense, clearly another divine beast of the saint realm. Furthermore, those two-hound beasts and swanee beasts also exude a true saint level of energy." Just as many cultivators were engaged in discussion and amazement, a figure suddenly stepped forward, blocking the grand procession of the heavenly demon hall. Is he mad? Daring to obstruct the heavenly demon hall's entourage, does he seek death? A young cultivator remarked. The renown of the heavenly demon hall was known across the 3,000 domains. To provoke the hall of heavenly demons is to invite a bloodbath, even for the most esteemed of imperial lineages. With a fearsome roar, the earth dragon beast unleashed its formidable presence, its abyss-like eyes narrowing and expanding, mercilessly bearing down upon the figures before it. "Predecessor, please show mercy. This is our clan's saintess. She seeks an audience with the divine son." The elder of the Ko clan, in a state of urgency, transformed into a streak of light, his divine form coalescing behind him into a resplendent pair of golden wings that soared into the heavens, placing himself in front of the dragon beast. The one obstructing the path to the hall of heavenly demons was none other than Ko Yinxue. The elder was taken aback. He had not anticipated that their saintess would dare to stand directly in front of the forces of the hall, an act that was nothing short of sacrilege. Should things go awry, they might all meet their doom here today. In this world, the law of the jungle prevails. The hall of heavenly demons, as a force of the demonic path, was known for its tyrannical conduct. Should they perceive this as a provocation, a merciless massacre would surely ensue. The Ko clan? Is that the ancient Ko clan? The earth dragon beast retracted its oppressive aura, raising its head in condescension, gazing down at Ko Yinxue, and the elder. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Ko clan hastily affirmed, "Indeed, venerable one." As he spoke, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Could it be that this terrifying earth dragon beast had some connection to their Ko clan? However, he swiftly dismissed the thought. If the earth dragon beast had any association with the Ko clan, they would not be on the brink of annihilation, should the beast choose to strike. No ancient clan nor esteemed lineage could withstand its might. The aura emanating from the earth dragon beast was overwhelmingly fearsome, already imbued with traces of imperial might. In the past, before I attained sainthood, the ancestors of your ancient Ko clan accompanied me on a perilous journey through a sacred tomb. The earth dragon beast spoke with a voice that resonated powerfully, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. The elder of the Ko clan was left astonished. He had never imagined that this dragon beast shared a thread of fate with his clan. Yet, judging by its tone, such events had transpired in an era long past. As for the ancestor it referred to, he had no knowledge of which one it could be. Ko clan's lineage was extensive, with countless ancestors throughout history. The earth dragon beast's gaze was distant, its pupils seemingly swirling with the cosmos. And as it came to a halt without unleashing its wrath upon Ko Yinxue and the elders of the Hall of Heavenly Demons dared not utter a word. As a primordial beast whose combat prowess rivaled that of an ordinary quasi-emperor, it held a significant position within the hall. Even figures like the quasi-emperor Hanshan would afford it a measure of respect. After a brief moment of contemplation, the earth dragon beast finally declared, "The divine son is aboard the vessel. You may seek an audience with him. As for whether he will meet with you, that remains uncertain. Go forth." Perhaps out of respect for old acquaintances, the earth dragon beast granted Ko Yinxue and the elder this opportunity. With its utterance, the formidable warriors of the Celestial Demon Palace did not obstruct Ko Yinxue from approaching the warship. "Thank you, esteemed elder. Thank you." Ko Yinxue expressed her profound gratitude, bowing deeply to the earth dragon beast. At that moment, Chu Xiao, who was within the warship's palace, concluded his cultivation. Chapter 46, Hunter? Prey? Entering the secret realm. Divine Son, the saintess of the Ko clan, is blocking our warship's path. She wishes to see you. Song Fu said respectfully as he approached Chu Xiao, who had awakened. Ever since Chu Xiao was designated as the Divine Son, Song Fu's demeanor toward him had become increasingly cautious. The saintess of the Ko clan? Not interested. I shall not meet her, Chu Xiao replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, Song Fu nodded and exited the palace where Chu Xiao resided. Seeing Song Fu's arrival, Ko Yinxue, who stood outside the warship's palace, was filled with anticipation. Her expression humble, devoid of her previous arrogance. Yinxue pays her respects to the esteemed elder, Ko Yinxue began, but was abruptly interrupted by Song Fu. The Divine Son does not wish to see you. Do not disturb him again, lest you provoke my ire. Song Fu's expression was cold, his tone laced with a hint of menace. Upon receiving this response, Ko Yinxue's face drained of color, her body swaying as she nearly collapsed. Glancing at her, Song Fu turned away, offering no sympathy. Even if he felt pity for her, he dared not show it. After all, Chu Xiao had spoken, and he did not wish to incur his displeasure. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. I shall no longer disturb the Divine Son. Tears glimmered in Ko Yinxue's beautiful eyes. She was a proud individual, yet recent setbacks had left her spirit somewhat diminished. On the grand warship of the Celestial Demon Palace, none of the numerous core disciples or true inheritors spared Ko Yinxue a glance. Each of these disciples was an exceptional talent, possessing formidable strength. In their presence, Ko Yinxue was simply overshadowed. Even the aptitude of Song Yaoji surpassed hers slightly. Everyone, we may set forth. Ahead lies the entrance to the Shujia secret realm. The warship of the Celestial Demon Palace will await your safe return here. An elder of the Celestial Demon Palace announced from the deck, entirely disregarding the stationary Ko Yinxue. The Celestial Demon Palace's expedition would not depart immediately. As a courtesy to the Earth Dragon Beast, they allowed Ko Yinxue to remain without driving her away. Proud, Yaoji, take good care of this jade pendant. With it, I shall always be able to monitor your movements within the secret realm. Once I conclude my matters, I will seek you out and guide you out of the Shujia secret realm. However, before that, you must first ensure your survival. Within the palace of the warship, Chu Xiao produced 2 jade pendants, tossing one to Chu Xiaoran and handing the other to Song Yaoji. Understood, Divine Son. Clutching the jade pendant, Both individuals felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. After all, they were about to enter the enigmatic realm of the ruins. For them, stepping inside was akin to courting death. "Let us depart," declared Chu Xiao, stepping forward from the palace. Simultaneously, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Warning! According to system detection, upon entering the secret realm, the host will be besieged by prodigies from various factions. Please make the following choices and receive the corresponding rewards. Choice 1. Seek fortune and avoid calamity. Abandon the journey to the ruins. Reward: 300 years of cultivation. Choice 2. Forge ahead. Eliminate all enemies. Reward: treasure technique, sealing heaven seal. Note: this is a treasure technique created by an unknown celestial king. Even grasping a mere fragment of its true essence can unleash astounding power, potentially allowing one to defy the peak. As the system's voice faded, Chu Xiao's gaze momentarily faltered. He opted not to choose the path of safety, but stepped resolutely through the gates of the ruins. Curiosity stirred within him. Who were the forces that sought his demise? The imperial court? The Jinwu ancient clan? Or perhaps the prodigies within the heavenly demon palace? As this thought crossed his mind, a fierce glimmer ignited in his eyes. During his time in the heavenly demon palace, certain institutional regulations had restrained his desire for bloodshed. Even when conflicts arose with other prodigies, the elders of the palace would not permit him to indiscriminately slay his peers. However, within the ruins, those constraints would cease to exist. How could one advance rapidly in their cultivation of the Sutra of Slaughter without engaging in acts of violence? In response to the system's warning, Chu Xiao felt no fear. Instead, a potent surge of battle intent arose within him. System, I choose the second option. Without hesitation, he made his choice. Although he could not claim both rewards presented by the system, he was unconcerned about the 300 years of cultivation. As a practitioner of the Sutra of Slaughter, he could easily reap decades, if not centuries, of cultivation by eliminating a few prodigies. Ding! Congratulations. Host has acquired the treasure technique, Sealing Heaven Seal. Just as Chu Xiao stepped into the ruins, the system's notification resounded once more in his mind. According to the information provided by the Heavenly Demon Palace, most of the cultivators entering the ruins hailed from the Imperial Court, the Heavenly Demon Palace, the Jinwu ancient clan, and several other formidable imperial factions. As Song Fu noted, some ancient anomalies possessed strength rivaling that of typical peak Divine Fire Realm cultivators. Now fully immersed within the secret realm, Chu Xiao found himself transported to a desolate meadow. Surveying his surroundings, he murmured to himself, piecing together the intelligence he had gathered. The notion of unleashing combat prowess surpassing two major realms while at the level of the Dharma manifestation was indeed astonishing. Yet, Chu Xiao felt no surprise regarding this phenomenon. An ordinary cultivator finds it exceedingly arduous to transcend a minor realm in order to vanquish foes. Conversely, for the prodigies of the premier factions, such feats are merely routine. From the moment of their birth, these exceptional individuals have been privileged with the finest resources, far surpassing ordinary cultivators in terms of physical prowess, magical artifacts, and the arcane arts. More significantly, during their cultivation, they are often accompanied by formidable mentors, thus circumventing many potential pitfalls along their journey. As for the ancient anomalies, their prowess is beyond compare. They are either scions of ancient emperors from the celestial or primal eras, endowed with potent bloodline inheritances, or they embody the reincarnations of supreme emperors, with some legends even suggesting they have lived through countless lifetimes. Such beings, regardless of their current cultivation state, wield terrifying abilities that even genuine powerhouses must regard with caution. However, as of now, these supremely formidable ancient anomalies have yet to fully awaken. Among the multitude of prodigies who have entered the secret realm, although a few possess extraordinary attributes, they do not render Chu Xiao utterly defenseless. Currently, Chu Xiao's foundational strength allows him to contend with ordinary cultivators at the late stages of the Divine Fire Realm, and should he choose to evade conflict, even the pinnacle of that realm would find him unassailable. Chu Xiao muses that by slaying several prodigies within the secret realm, he could further elevate his power to an even more formidable level. Within the confines of the secret realm, a cultivator's realm is suppressed, preventing ascension to the profound realm. To enhance their prowess, one must diligently cultivate their magical abilities and artifacts. In Chapter 47, titled Journey Through the Secret Realm, the killing intent of the Falcon Clan, It is noted that artifacts and special talismans cannot be utilized within the secret realm. Chu Xiao carries the Supreme Emperor's artifact, the Dao-knocking Xian Pan, yet upon entering the secret realm, it fell into a state of silence. The laws of heaven and earth within the realm are exceedingly enigmatic. Even imperial artifacts are constrained by these celestial regulations. Chu Xiao cannot help but reflect on the profound nature of the secret realm, a legacy of true immortals. Over the ages, countless cultivators have ventured into this domain, with tales suggesting that those who rank among the top 3 stand a chance of acquiring the legacy of a true immortal. However, throughout the endless epochs, while innumerable prodigies have achieved such ranks, none have successfully claimed the true immortal's inheritance. Occasionally, a few have obtained remnants of the immortal's techniques. Some powerful beings speculate that the prerequisites for receiving this inheritance extend beyond mere placement among the top 3. Other conditions must also be fulfilled. In essence, one must meet the standards set forth by the true immortal who bequeathed the secret realm. Chu Xiao, however, is not overly concerned with this so-called immortal inheritance. The divine ability, the seal of the heavens, which he recently acquired from the system, is of such exquisite caliber that it far exceeds the typical secret techniques of true immortals. With the system at his disposal, Chu Xiao finds it effortlessly easy to acquire various martial arts legacies. For him, the most crucial aspect of entering the ruins realm is the opportunity to hunt down those exceptional figures. By vanquishing these prodigies, he can seize their cultivation, innate talents, and swiftly enhance his own foundation. Chu Xiao did not linger on the grass for long. He produced a jade slip and immersed his consciousness within it. Within the slip, a vast map soon materialized in his mind, guided by his mental perception. This map delineated the topography of the ruins realm. Over countless years, countless gifted disciples of the heavenly demon palace had ventured into the ruins realm, gradually creating such a map. Though referred to as a secret realm, the ruins realm resembles an independent miniature world. The entire realm is divided into 5 domains, each spanning over 30,000 miles in diameter, a truly colossal expanse. However, within the ruins realm, there are no genuine living beings. The flora and fauna here are not authentic life forms, but projections evolved from the laws of the realm. Currently, Chu Xiao finds himself in the eastern domain. The rules for ranking within the secret realm are quite straightforward. One must compete for the ruins orders. The more ruins orders one acquires, the higher their rank will naturally rise. These ruins orders are scattered throughout the domains of various projection beasts. To obtain a ruins order, one must slay these projection beasts. Within the ruins realm, the laws have constructed mountains, stones, flora, rivers, and lakes while also giving rise to various terrifying law projection beasts. Each of these beasts embodies the essence of the realm's laws and proves to be exceedingly formidable. Moreover, while confronting these projection beasts, one may also fall prey to ambushes from other cultivators. Guided by the map, Chu Xiao made his way toward an area likely inhabited by projection beasts. The projection beasts in the ruins realm are akin to those from Chu Xiao's previous life in an online game. They do not respawn at fixed intervals, but rather appear randomly within certain regions. Furthermore, the 5 domains of the ruins realm are not perpetually safe and stable. In the last 10 days before the realm closes, the 5 domains will gradually collapse, leaving behind only a small safe zone. Only by entering this secure area can one await the arrival of the teleportation platform to escape the realm. It is precisely due to the myriad rules that the ruins realm is fraught with peril, especially in those final days. All prodigies will be compelled to converge in a small area, inevitably leading to brutal conflicts and bloodshed. Suddenly, as Chu Xiao pondered these matters, a fierce voice echoed from above. He looked up to behold a monstrous bird, overshadowing the sky like a colossal cloud of darkness. This fearsome creature radiated malice. It was evidently not a projection beast of the realm, but a being from the ancient tribes of the outside world. The moment Chu Xiao locked eyes with the beast, it returned his gaze with an intense hostility. Humanity? Huh? Are you the divine offspring of the heavenly demon palace? The ferocious bird spoke with human words, a glimmer of greed flickering in its eyes. The imperial authority had once issued a bounty, slay Chu Xiao, and one would be granted the title of nobility along with extraordinary treasures. This monstrous avian, perched in the sky, was an ancient prodigy from the righteous faction. Fixating its gaze upon Chu Xiao, it refrained from recklessly attacking him. Instead, it produced a golden feather and swiftly signaled to its kin in the vicinity. The feather it brandished resembled the jade pendants bestowed upon Song Yaoji and Chu Xiao, possessing the unique ability to transmit messages unaffected by the laws of the desolate realm. Observing this, Chu Xiao chose not to interfere. Once the message was sent, he surged into the air, preparing to strike it down. Yet, the ancient being was not foolish. Upon sensing Chu Xiao's approach, it opted not to confront him directly, but rather to evade. Having witnessed Chu Xiao's might in flying Immortal City, it understood that despite its ancient pure bloodline and mastery of several near-emperor techniques, it was no match for him. Its objective was to stall for time. Believing that once its fellow prodigies arrived, even Chu Xiao's formidable strength would succumb to their collective assault. With this thought in mind, it flapped its wings, darting left and right, maintaining a strategic distance from Chu Xiao. Haha. In terms of combat prowess, perhaps I fall short of you, but when it comes to speed, the Falcon Hawk ancient clan reigns supreme. Chu Godchild, my brethren are already on their way. You may rest easy in awaiting your demise. With a cacophony, the howling winds accompanied the ancient being's boastful laughter. As it spoke of speed, its tone brimmed with pride and arrogance. The Falcon Hawk ancient clan excelled in swiftness. In days of yore, an ancestor of the clan comprehended the path of wind, subsequently bequeathing a supreme divine art, the wind void escape technique. This ancestor, wielding this divine art, had once evaded the pursuit of an emperor-level being, thereby achieving great renown. The ancient prodigy currently toying with Chu Xiao had likewise mastered the wind void escape technique, instilling in it immense confidence regarding its speed. Is that so? Chu Xiao replied calmly, his demeanor unruffled. In the next moment, he waved his hand, invoking the heavenly seal he had recently acquired from the system. Seal the mountains and seas, tremble the earth and sky. From the palm of Chu Xiao, countless runes surged forth. Resplendent celestial light illuminated the space, akin to an endless array of stars igniting in splendor. In an instant, the vast expanse of the heavens appeared ensnared by the laws of the great path. As a dark, colossal seal descended, carrying an overwhelming force capable of obliterating all in its path. Chapter 48, The World Destruction Seal, a display of divine power. With a shriek, as the seal descended, the ancient being of the Falcon Hawk clan was taken aback, its wings trembling as it ignited in a blaze of golden divine flames. In the depths of its gaze, a look of terror emerged. Although the great seal descended at a seemingly slow pace, no matter how it attempted to evade, the seal perpetually loomed above its head. Wind and fire 9 evasions. It roared, its speed surging as it sought to escape. Yet, all efforts proved futile. In the void, Chu Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor as tranquil as water. The technique he invoked, the heavenly seal, was a divine power of the celestial king. Despite Chu Xiao's limited comprehension of the heavenly seal, merely scratching the surface of its profundity, he nonetheless unleashed a force capable of shaking the heavens and crushing all that existed. With a resounding crash, the great seal struck down heavily upon the back of the ancient being of the Falcon clan. Its massive form shattered instantaneously, extinguishing even the divine flames that blazed upon its wings. In a single strike, it fell before Chu Xiao. The essence of its blood and cultivation, bolstered by the Killing Sutra, was entirely siphoned away by Chu Xiao. Due to the constraints of the laws within the secret realm, Chu Xiao could not further advance to the profound realm, so he chose to convert all excess cultivation into his physical form. Currently, Chu Xiao practiced the chaotic body refinement technique, which had only reached the early stage of the 4th realm of physical cultivation. With the enhancement from this ancient being's cultivation, his physical prowess surged forward at an astonishing rate. Although the effects of the chaotic body refinement technique did not rival the dominance of the Killing Sutra or the Heavenly Seal, reaching perfection in this technique would still unleash unfathomable might. Upon attaining perfection in the chaotic body refinement technique, his physical form could rival that of primordial deities, wielding sheer brute strength to contest with even the true emperors, without the need for any magical abilities or external aids. This technique emphasizes the ascension of the body to imperial status, utilizing oneself as a weapon to shatter myriad laws. With a single sweep of his arm, one could fracture great realms, collapse cosmic rivers, and even achieve rebirth through blood. How dare you kill my brother? You seek death. I shall grind you to dust. As Chu Xiao vanquished the ancient being of the Falcon clan, dozens of radiant figures approached from the distance, led by a furious roar. Upon closer inspection, the approaching figures were colossal beasts. At the forefront was a fearsome avian creature, its wings spanning hundreds of feet and adorned in vibrant red feathers. The other beasts included a Pishio with a dragon's head and a tiger's body, a Baifeng radiating auspicious light with splendid wings, and several terrifying Xiongqi. These creatures were all pure-blood beings. Were they to reach maturity, each could unleash power rivaling that of quasi-emperors. They roared in unison, their voices shattering the void. Various divine abilities erupted from their forms. Among them, a fox maiden from Qingqiu, holding a pipa, cast a cold, piercing glance at Chu Xiao. Her voice was frigid as she spoke. Chu Xiao, as a prince of the imperial court, you ought to serve the righteous path. Yet you have betrayed the court and allied with demons. Today, we shall strive for the well-being of all beings and eradicate evil in the name of righteousness. The words of the fox maiden resounded with grandeur and profound justice. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao's face contorted into a mocking smile. Kill me? Eradicate evil in the name of righteousness? Just by you? Come now. I stand here. Do you dare to challenge me? With that, Chu Xiao stepped forward, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, pressing down upon the ancient being before him. Humph! You treacherous fiend, I shall not be deceived. Let us join forces. He is but one man. Slay him. The imperial court shall bestow upon us great rewards. The fox maiden spoke once more. She dared not confront Chu Xiao alone, having witnessed his display of might moments before. Ha! It is said that beings of the ancient race are valiant and fearless in the face of any foe. Yet it appears you have brought shame upon your lineage. Come forth, all of you. I too wish to see how much strength you possess collectively. Chu Xiao laughed heartily, dark mist swirling around him as a banner of a myriad of souls ascended. Ancient runes shimmered within the banner. As a practitioner of demonic arts, Chu Xiao possessed his own soul banner, a vessel capable of refining the souls of his adversaries for his own use. Although he could not summon its full power within the realm of the ruins, he could still gather a few lingering souls. The ancient beings surrounding him were all exceptional individuals, their spiritual power far exceeding that of ordinary beings. Chu Xiao intended to slay them and utilize their souls for his own craft. Arrogant. Upon hearing Chu Xiao's words, dozens of ancient prodigies were incensed. His few remarks pierced their hearts like sharp blades. They had trained for years, always regarded as the best among their kin. When had they ever faced such humiliation? How dare Chu Xiao belittle them and claim they had tarnished the reputation of the ancient race? The leader of the Falcon tribe, an ancient being, was the first to strike. Chu Xiao had slain his brother, igniting a fury beyond measure. Come forth and pay with your life. The winds of the domain surged forth, the tempest reigning supreme. Die! With a deafening roar, his form shattered into countless afterimages, conjuring a raging wind that enveloped tens of thousands of miles. A typical practitioner at the Law Avatar stage could influence the celestial phenomena within a radius of a few hundred miles at most. To stir the winds across tens of thousands of miles was a power reserved for those of the divine fire realm. Compared to the previous ancient falcon, this ancient falcon was more than tenfold stronger. The howling winds roared, turning heaven and earth upside down. The commotion of the battle drew the attention of other prodigies. After all, the realm of the ruins spanned over 100,000 miles, an expanse unfathomable to mortals. Yet, to cultivators, distances of 100,000 or 1,000,000 miles were but a mere stone's throw. The winds howled through the cosmos. Suppress. At the moment the ancient hawk struck, the Qingqiu fox maiden, the ancient Pishio, and the ancient Xiongqi simultaneously unleashed their power. Thunderous roars erupted as myriad brilliant divine abilities filled the air, intertwining and resonating, as if capable of shattering the very fabric of reality and extinguishing all paths. Indeed, these ancient race prodigies were formidable. They radiated an overwhelming brilliance, conjuring terrifying phenomena. Chu Xiao's expression remained placid as he stepped forward, neither evading nor retreating, to confront the onslaught of lethal attacks. As his inner magical energy surged forth, a colossal seal descended behind him, accompanied by a blazing sun that soared into existence. A swirling black mist enveloped Chu Xiao's feet, exuding a formidable demonic aura. Shatter! Chu Xiao uttered softly. The seal struck out, and the sun erupted in golden light. In an instant, time and space fell silent, and the world itself seemed to pause. Following that, with a flick of his sleeve, another divine ability coalesced and burst forth. Sword energy from his sleeve. Clang. Chapter 49. alone, suppressing all prodigies. Chu Xiao, you truly are a madman. The Qingqiu fox maiden's beautiful eyes glimmered with iciness as she plucked the strings of her pipa, sending invisible sound waves rapidly expanding towards Chu Xiao, ruthlessly aiming to obliterate him. Do not waste time with him. Everyone, unleash your strongest techniques. We must eliminate him swiftly to avert any unforeseen changes. A massive Pishio roared, its eyes reflecting dark light, emanating an aura of ferocity as it raised its claw to strike at Chu Xiao. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded. As the Pishio approached within 3 paces of Chu Xiao, its corporeal form suddenly detonated, shattering into countless fragments. The very force that obliterated its body was the heavenly seal. How could this be? The other ancient race prodigies were momentarily paralyzed with fear. The creature that Chu Xiao had just vanquished was a Pishio. One must understand that the Pishio's physical body is exceptionally robust. Even among the myriad races of antiquity, few possess a physique that surpasses that of the Pishio. Yet, it had failed to withstand a single strike from Chu Xiao. Continue the assault. He is but a solitary individual. He shall inevitably exhaust his strength. One prodigy from the Hawk clan spoke, consumed by fury, wishing nothing more than to devour Chu Xiao to relieve his wrath. However, upon hearing his words, no one else responded. To slay Chu Xiao would indeed yield great rewards from the imperial court, but one must first possess the strength to achieve that. What are you all afraid of? Seeing the other ancient race prodigies hesitating to continue their assault, the Hawk clan prodigy bellowed. Yet, just as his words left his mouth, a blade of sword energy whistled past, piercing through his wings. Golden divine blood gushed forth, and as it fell to the ground, it transformed into flames, illuminating the surroundings with a dazzling brilliance. This rogue is treacherous and vicious. The matter of his demise requires careful deliberation. The Qingqiu fox maiden spoke softly, her entire body retreating abruptly, creating a considerable distance from Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao fixed his gaze upon the ancient race prodigies, a fierce aura manifesting upon his face. He had no intention of letting these ancient race prodigies escape. From the moment they took action against themselves, their fates were irrevocably sealed. Wishing to escape, it was too late. Boom! Chu Xiao stepped forward, akin to a meteor streaking through the heavens, and in an instant, he was before the Qingtian fox maiden cradling her pipa. Annihilation. A single, nonchalant word fell from his lips, and the Qingtian fox maiden had no time to evade. She channeled her magical essence, sacrificing her very life force to unleash numerous forbidden techniques. Save me, please, she cried out in desperation. She did not wish to perish. As a celestial maiden of the Qingtian fox lineage, with her exceptional talent, she envisioned a future where she would lead her clan and become a formidable figure in the celestial realm. Her promising prospects had only just begun. Alas, regardless of her pleas for aid, none of the ancient clan prodigies paid her heed. Even the prodigy of the Falcon Eagle clan had awakened to the grim reality. The sword chi that Chu Xiao had unleashed from his sleeve had made him acutely aware of Chu Xiao's terrifying prowess. Fortunately, that sword chi had merely struck his wing. Had it landed on his head, he would have met an untimely end. He had to concede that Chu Xiao was indeed on par with them, the prodigies. In terms of strength, Chu Xiao's combat ability was alarmingly close to that of some seasoned veterans. Realizing this, not only the Falcon Eagle clan's prodigy, but also the other ancient clan prodigies surrounding them wore expressions of sheer terror. No, at that moment, the Qingtian fox maiden let out a heart-wrenching scream. She manifested her true form, transforming into a colossal four-tailed white fox. Countless stars intertwined around her, imparting an aura of sanctity that was breathtaking. However, what was even more astounding was that with a mere wave of his hand, Chu Xiao effortlessly crushed her true form. Throughout this entire process, he did not even employ any divine abilities. He simply relied on his physical strength to overpower the Qingtian fox maiden. After slaying the ancient clan's Pishio, Chu Xiao absorbed its cultivation and vitality. Bolstered by this newfound energy, he made further advancements in his training of the chaotic body refinement technique. Leave, quickly. The ancient clan prodigies finally reacted. They scattered like frightened fish, completely abandoning their previous arrogance and dominance. It was too late, as Chu Xiao had no intentions of sparing them. Even if he had to scour the entirety of the ruins realm, he would ensure their complete eradication. Just as the Pishio and the Qingtian fox maiden met their demise, a tremor surged outside the ruins realm. Within the ranks of the two clans, an ancient, furious presence emerged. How could my grandson perish in the secret realm? Is someone plotting against him? An elder Pichio roared in rage, stepping forth from the void and landing at the entrance of the ruins realm. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the laws within the ruins realm, he would have stormed inside to uncover the truth behind his grandson's fall. The Pichio prodigy slain by Chu Xiao was his only grandson. He had always doted on him dearly. Before the illustrious Pai Xiu entered the secret realm of the Su realm, he had bestowed upon his grandson numerous life-preserving elixirs. Logically, as long as his grandson exercised caution, he should not have perished within the confines of the secret realm. At the very least, the restrictions and lethal formations within ought not to pose a genuine threat to his grandson's life. It is highly probable that someone has slain him. Gazing upon the shattered soul tablet of his grandson, the old Pai Xiu felt a tumultuous surge of emotions, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, exhaling a tempestuous aura with each breath. Within the ranks of the Qingxiu Fox clan, several formidable ancient beings bore similarly grim expressions. For the soul tablet of their clan's celestial maiden had also fragmented into two. The shattering of a soul tablet signifies the demise of its owner. Who could have dared to slay our celestial maiden? It must have been a prodigious figure from the demonic path. We must hasten to restore our celestial maiden. In comparison to the Pai Xiu clan, the reaction of the Qingxiu Fox clan was less intense, primarily due to the celestial maiden's status within the clan being markedly inferior to that of the Pai Xiu's prodigy. As the two clans were engulfed in turmoil, whispers of dismay echoed through several other ancient clans. This is disastrous. The young master has fallen. Quick, inform our ancestors. How could it be? Our holy son has perished as well. What in the world has transpired? The forces aligned with the imperial court found themselves in a state of frantic disarray. Observing this scene, the patriarch of the Gu clan in the void narrowed his gaze, as though a realization dawned upon him. Yet, he swiftly dismissed the thoughts swirling in his mind. Nothing mattered. It was merely the demise of a few illustrious clan scions. He pondered whether Wang Chongqing and his companions' plans were proceeding smoothly. Chu Xiao, just wait. With Wang Chongqing and that young ancestor from the imperial court intervening, your demise is assured, the Gu patriarch silently mused. Chapter 50. The arrival of Chu Mingyue, unparalleled grace at this very moment, within the Su realm's secret realm. Dozens of prodigies from ancient clans met their untimely demise. Chu Xiao resembled a bloodthirsty deity of slaughter, effortlessly dispatching an ancient clan's prodigy with a mere flick of his hand. These ancient prodigies, when placed in the outside world, would be deemed exceptional among their peers. Having demonstrated astonishing potential since childhood, not only would they outshine their contemporaries, but even some seasoned elders might struggle to subdue them. Yet, before Chu Xiao, they appeared as lambs awaiting slaughter, devoid of the strength to resist. You cannot kill me. I am the offspring of a quasi-emperor. My father is a quasi-emperor, cried one ancient clan prodigy in his final moments, invoking his powerful lineage. Chu Xiao merely chuckled coldly, disregarding the plea. Regardless of being a quasi-emperor's offspring, once within the Su realm's secret realm, even the progeny of true immortals would not escape his blade. What nonsense about being a quasi-emperor's scion. Take that to my divine abilities, Chu Xiao replied indifferently, his sword energy surging forth from his sleeves, overwhelming the void and plunging the world into chaos. What a pity. As he witnessed the fall of yet another ancient clan prodigy, a hint of reluctance surfaced on Chu Xiao's countenance. The flesh and blood of these prodigious beings were invaluable resources. Had he been able to preserve their corporeal forms intact for alchemical purposes, they would undoubtedly nourish his entire being and enrich his spirit. Alas, their struggles were so fervent that Chu Xiao was compelled to exert all his strength, reducing their bodies to a mist of crimson. Creatures such as the Pichio, the Hound, and the Glutton were rare ingredients for potent elixirs. What a pity. The thought deepened his sorrow. Hearing Chu Xiao's soliloquy, the remaining ancient clan prodigies were filled with fury, yet felt utterly powerless. They had come to besiege Chu Xiao, only to find themselves ensnared as his prey, with Chu Xiao contemplating their use as ingredients to enhance his own power. Chu Xiao, you certainly possess some prowess. However, this ends here. Just as Chu Xiao was about to strike at the ancient clan prodigies, two melodious female voices resounded from afar. The young ancestor Mingyue has arrived. Upon hearing this, the remaining ancient clan prodigies rejoiced. They were well aware of Chu Mingyue's lineage. As the descendant of the Ice Emperor, her strength was beyond question. Greetings. Young ancestor, we pay our respects. The ancient clan prodigies expressed their veneration, fervently bowing towards the source of the voice. In response, Chu Mingyue did not acknowledge their homage. Draped in a flowing palace gown, she glided through the void, her countenance adorned with a composed and regal smile. Having encountered this palace, Chu Xiao, why do you not pay your respects? As the offspring of the Ice Emperor, by virtue of lineage, you should refer to me as young ancestor. I now offer you a chance. Kneel, open your mind, and from this day forth, become my servant. I may spare your life. Chu Mingyue spoke softly. Upon hearing her words, some ancient clan prodigies wore expressions of discontent. Was it not her intent to engage Chu Xiao in combat? The notion of becoming Chu Mingyue's servant was tempting. If such an opportunity arose, they would gladly prostrate themselves beneath her pomegranate skirts, willing to heed her every command. Not only was Chu Mingyue breathtakingly beautiful, but she also possessed extraordinary talent, with the potential to ascend to immortality. Serving her might not be a misfortune after all. In years to come, should Chu Mingyue reach the realm of true immortals, being her servant could grant them a chance at eternal life. Damn it! A profound jealousy flickered across the faces of some ancient clan prodigies, their hearts seething with resentment. Further afield, Wang Chongqing, Wang Ran, and several prodigies from the Demon Temple also arrived in succession, all intent on slaying Chu Xiao. Yet, with Chu Mingyue abstaining from action, they dared not make any reckless moves. Should Chu Xiao truly bow down and consent to become Chu Mingyue's servant, they would return empty-handed. Patience. Let us observe how events unfold. Chu Xiao is notoriously arrogant. He would never willingly become a servant. Moreover, should he truly be willing to relinquish his pride and become a servant to Chu Mingyue, it would not necessarily be a misfortune for us. Wang Ran analyzed calmly. Beside him, Wang Chongqing and several disciples from the heavenly demon temple nodded in agreement. If Chu Xiao were to yield and forsake his position as the divine son of the heavenly demon temple, he would undoubtedly be stripped of his title. However, Wang Chongqing did not wish for Chu Xiao to bow down. He had long coveted the imperial bone within Chu Xiao's chest. Wang Ran, too, harbored his own schemes. Each of these true disciples of the heavenly demon held their own ulterior motives. In the southern region of the Ruins Realm Secret, Song Yaoji wore a face of anxiety. The voice of Chu Mingyue had echoed throughout the entire Ruins Realm Secret. She swiftly moved towards the eastern region, hoping to lend her strength to Chu Xiao. She did not consider her own abilities, nor did she contemplate the dangers of life and death. At some point, it seemed she had developed feelings for Chu Xiao. Perhaps it was admiration for his strength, or respect for his dedication and diligence in cultivation. In this moment, her heart was in turmoil. The Ice Emperor's daughter, Chu Mingyue, she had indeed entered the Ruins Realm Secret. Let them fight. The more intense the conflict, the better. Ideally, they would all perish together. That way, I could smoothly ascend into the top 3, perhaps even claim the first position. In a certain part of the secret realm, a young man crouched in the grass. A sinister grin plastered across his face. This young man was Luo Baizong, the third incarnation of the ancestral lineage of the Luo clan. Upon entering the secret realm, he did not rush to collect the ruins tokens, but rather found a place to lie low. His plan was to quietly conserve his strength. When the secret realm was about to close, he would spring into action, seizing the ruins tokens collected by the other prodigies. He played the role of the hidden fox. As a being that had existed for countless years, Luo Baizong understood better than anyone that shouting and clamoring for battle was indeed foolish. In the pursuit of immortality, the most crucial aspect was to endure until the end. As long as one could survive to the conclusion, they could firmly secure the pinnacle and reap the greatest rewards. Simultaneously, in the western region of the Ruins Realm Secret, Chu Aoran, much like Luo Baizong, cautiously navigated through the turbulent river. Perhaps fortune favored him. Not only did Chu Aoran encounter no dangers, but he also stumbled upon certain fortuitous opportunities. Upon hearing Chu Mingyue's threat towards Chu Xiao, he found himself in a dilemma. Clearly, Chu Xiao was in trouble. He contemplated whether he should offer assistance to Chu Xiao. Yet, the concern remained. With his current level of cultivation, would he merely end up as cannon fodder? Although he had followed Chu Xiao and become his attendant, the bond between them was not particularly deep, having only recently acquainted. Should he venture forth recklessly? Rationality urged him to refrain, deeming it the wiser choice. Yet, a persistent voice within him urged, he must take action. Chu Aoran wrestled with his thoughts for quite some time. Ultimately, he resolved to act. Chapter 51. The Great Battle, Surrounded and Assailed. With a determined heart, Chu Aoran yielded to his inner calling. What is a youth without a touch of recklessness? Huh. With a hearty laugh, he leaped into action, racing towards Chu Xiao. Is the son of Chu in peril? I owe him a debt of gratitude, and regardless of the treacherous paths ahead, I must undertake this journey. Yet, that Chu Mingyue poses a significant challenge. In a stone cavern not far from Chu Xiao, within the eastern domain of the Ruins realm, Yin Fuju's words barely left his lips before his figure transformed into a streak of light, swiftly darting forth. Yin Fuju had also arrived at the Ruins realm. He had always remembered the few words of guidance imparted by Chu Xiao. His nature was flamboyant, domineering, and his actions often lacked decorum. Yet he was unmistakably clear about his grievances and loyalties. Chu Xiao had once enlightened him, preventing the collapse of his Dao heart. Today, even if faced with the depths of despair, he would stand shoulder to shoulder with Chu Xiao. Whoosh! Yin Fuju soared on his sword, traversing thousands of miles in an instant. After his previous defeat at the hands of Chu Xiao, he returned to his practice ground, engaging in deep contemplation, ultimately achieving enlightenment. His strength now far surpassed his former self, having even devised a stunning sword technique, shattering the void with a single stroke. Boom! At this moment, Chu Xiao and Chu Mingyue were locked in a fierce standoff. Unyielding in the face of Chu Mingyue's formidable aura, Chu Xiao met her gaze with calmness. Speaking in a measured tone, Chu Mingyue, are you truly the daughter of the Ice Emperor? Come, let me witness your prowess. As he spoke, a long sword materialized in his palm. The Chu Mingyue who threatened to enslave him was undeniably powerful. Her presence exerted a certain pressure on Chu Xiao. Yet it was nothing more than that. Ignorance. Since you wish to confront despair directly, I shall oblige, Chu Mingyue declared, her every word and action exuding an air of disdain and absolute confidence. As her voice faded, wisps of imperial energy swirled around her, rising majestically. Though ethereal, this imperial might cause the very heavens to tremble and the great Tao to resonate. The moonlight illuminates the 9 provinces. Chu Mingyue's crimson lips parted slightly. Behind her, the silhouette of a crescent moon quietly materialized. Its radiant glow cascaded down, illuminating her flowing hair like a waterfall, akin to a celestial maiden descending from the lunar palace. Reflecting upon the heavens, beneath the brilliance of the moonlight, layers of domains spread like tidal waves, enveloping Chu Xiao in an instant. Now, feel the depths of despair. Chu Mingyue's voice, soft as a whisper, bore an undeniable authority. From her elevated stance, she looked down upon Chu Xiao, resembling a deity who held dominion over all. A domain? Within the lunar domain, Chu Xiao's pupils constricted. The so-called domain is a unique divine ability that practitioners can wield only after breaking through to the holy domain realm. The character domain within the holy domain signifies a realm of its own. Once activated, the domain master can annihilate all beings of lower realms within their domain with but a thought. No, this is not a true domain. Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow. The realm of moonlight conjured by Chu Mingyue is far inferior to the overwhelming dominance of a true sage's domain. With a hint of a smile curling her lips, she remarked, my domain may be a mere remnant, yet even as such, it is sufficient to suppress you. With confidence radiating from her, she extended her delicate hand and unleashed her lethal move. A beam of moonlight, stretching 1,000 feet, suddenly descended upon Chu Xiao's head. Attempting to evade, Chu Xiao found himself ensnared by an invisible force, the very essence of Chu Mingyue's domain power. Futile, she declared, though my domain is but a remnant. It can impose suppression upon all beings beneath the quasi-saint realm. Submit now, and you may yet have a chance at survival. Should you persist in your defiance, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Her tone was calm, yet she recognized Chu Xiao's potential. If she could make him her servant, he would prove to be a formidable ally on her path to immortality. Become my servant? What gives you such confidence? Do you truly believe this remnant domain can contain me? Chu Xiao responded indifferently, drawing his long sword with a resonant clang. Flash! With a commanding shout, the sword light surged forth, a tempest of sword energy erupting violently. Upon witnessing this, Chu Mingyue scoffed, you think to shatter my domain with a mere broken sword? Or do you dare to block my divine power with it? Such arrogance is laughable. Her tone grew colder, anger simmering beneath the surface. How dare Chu Xiao challenge her deadly move with an ordinary iron blade? a blatant display of contempt. With resolve, Chu Xiao remained silent. Indeed, the long sword in his grasp was merely an iron blade. Yet, what need has a true swordsman for divine weapons? Where the heart directs, there the sword points. Even an unrefined blade can transform the path into a cutting edge, vanquishing all that lies ahead. Chu Mingyue, take heed. This strike of mine shall be swift. Before his words faded, Chu Xiao's aura shifted dramatically. He became a streak of light, merging with his sword. The ordinary iron blade vibrated as if it had awakened a spirit, erupting in his hand with a prison-like force, an oppressive presence sweeping through the surroundings. As the sword was drawn, the winds and clouds shifted. Where the blade passed, the void fractured. With a resounding thud, the sword energy descended. And Chu Mingyue felt as if struck by lightning, blood spurting from her mouth. Her pupils contracted, disbelief etched upon her face. This strike from Chu Xiao not only shattered all her divine powers, but also caused the Ice Moon avatar behind her to tremble violently, cracks appearing ominously. It must be noted that the Ice Moon avatar harbored a fragment of the Ice Emperor's true essence. How is this possible? You are but an ordinary person. Chu Mingyue's heart trembled profoundly. In her eyes, Chu Xiao was merely an unremarkable cultivator. Despite some innate talent and a modicum of fame, he ultimately lacked the profound heritage of the ancients. As a being of ancient lineage, her reliance extended beyond mere innate gifts. She possessed her father's imperial bloodline and had inherited a portion of his cultivation memories. Even the reincarnations of those great emperors may not possess the depth that she does. Yet, she was unexpectedly shaken by a single strike from Chu Xiao. Both her moonlight domain and the divine powers she wielded stemmed from the profound heritage of an unparalleled emperor. Such a foundation, even if Chu Xiao fortuitously acquired the emperor's legacy, could not be compared. Taoist friend Chu Mingyue, let us unite. We must eliminate this fiend to prevent future troubles. Witnessing that Chu Mingyue could also do nothing against Chu Xiao, Wang Chongqing felt a chill down his spine, stepping forward with intensified murderous intent. Today, I shall slay Chu Xiao. A number of prodigies from the imperial court soon followed, surrounding Chu Xiao, all exuding a fierce aura, their murderous intent palpable. Surveying the formidable foes around him, Chu Xiao suddenly burst into laughter. A bunch of rodents dares to speak of killing me? Alone with his sword, he faced hundreds of prodigies, unflinching, his fighting spirit surging. Kill! Kill! Wang Chongqing took the lead, roaring as he charged forward. Chu Mingyue's phoenix eyes glinted with menace as she scanned the battlefield, her brow furrowed. She did not wish for others to intervene in her battle with Chu Xiao. She desired to suppress him fairly. As the daughter of an emperor, she held her own pride. Chapter 52. Before me, who dares to claim invincibility? All of you, retreat. I shall suppress him myself. It is not your place to intervene here, Chu Mingyue commanded vehemently. Upon hearing her words, Wang Chongqing and the others turned solemn. A prodigy from the imperial court stepped forward, cupping his hands towards Chu Mingyue and speaking. Little ancestor, this rogue is quite troublesome. With your strength, while you can subdue him, what if he escapes? As he finished, other prodigies quickly echoed his sentiments. Little ancestor, please reconsider. Chu Mingyue paid no heed to these prodigies. She had declared her intention to confront Chu Xiao fairly, ice enveloping 1,000 miles. With this thought, an extremely frigid domain unfolded beneath her feet. Within this domain, thousands of colossal dragon apparitions materialized from the gathered cold, roaring as if they were indeed living beings. Their voices resonated through the void like the thunder of war drums. Chu Xiao, you are indeed powerful. You merit my full effort, Chu Mingyue proclaimed as her skirt billowed elegantly, radiating an astonishing celestial aura. Above her head, white cranes soared, flowers of the Tao bloomed, and divine beasts revealed their might. In this moment, it seemed as though a grand world was evolving above her. Although these manifestations were but illusions, they were nonetheless awe-inspiring. Standing amidst these extraordinary phenomena, Chu Mingyue appeared as if she were on the verge of transcending to immortality. Bathed in holy light, her already stunning visage became even more breathtaking. The surrounding prodigies found themselves overshadowed by her brilliance. The Ice Emperor's domain. The little ancestor has truly comprehended this divine power. It seems now that Chu Xiao's death is inevitable. A figure of extraordinary talent from the imperial court marveled at the prowess of the Ice Emperor's domain. A supreme divine art forged by the Ice Emperor himself. It is said that he once wielded this power to vanquish a great emperor with a single strike. Throughout the long ages, no one has mastered this formidable art until today, when its might once again graces the world. As they gazed upon the silhouette of Chu Mingyue, many prodigies felt a wave of reverie wash over them. In her, they seemed to glimpse the splendor of the bygone Ice Emperor. "In this realm, I shall subdue all," she proclaimed. "Be it you, Chu Shao, or any other ancient anomaly. You shall serve as mere stepping stones beneath my feet. In this great contest of the ages, only I shall prevail." With a resonant crack, her voice reverberated through the surroundings, as if the very void were on the verge of being encased in ice. A terrifying aura radiated for miles, enveloping the entire secret realm. Those prodigies lurking in the shadows watched with trepidation, their expressions grave, their gazes fixated on Chu Mingyue's position. "She is indeed an anomaly," one from a powerful lineage remarked. "No wonder she is the daughter of an emperor. Her strength is utterly formidable. Even if I were to confront her, I fear I would gain no advantage." Even Luo Baizong, who had remained hidden, found his mood heavy. The might of Chu Mingyue had exceeded his expectations. "The Ice Emperor's domain is indeed remarkable. I hope you do not obstruct my path, otherwise I shall be forced to eliminate you." A glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. In the contest for the imperial path, he remained indifferent. As a being of 3 reincarnations, he knew he could easily ascend to emperorhood in this lifetime. What truly concerned him was the contest for the immortal path. Traversing the imperial road was merely the commencement of the journey toward eternal life. In the Eastern Extension realm, there exist 3,000 domains. The heavenly fortunes of a single domain are sufficient to support the birth of a great emperor. Thus, when the imperial road opens, it theoretically allows for the emergence of numerous emperors. In the ancient era of immortals, the Eastern Extension realm once witnessed the simultaneous birth of 3,000 emperors. However, the immortal path resembles a narrow bridge. Only through prolonged opportunity can one forge a singular immortal road. In the clash of emperors, only one can transcend the path of longevity and reach the shores of immortality. To live without becoming an immortal is futile, even if one lives for myriad ages. Luo Baizong reflected, weariness etched in his eyes. Having experienced 3 lifetimes, his vitality had been restored to its zenith, and he felt rejuvenated. Yet his heart could never return to the innocence of his first life. Having endured the passage of time, he had witnessed too much change and turmoil. The matters of love and desire, familial glory, and sentimental attachments to his homeland no longer held significance for him. In this lifetime, he cared only for longevity. Yearning to become an immortal, the long road ahead was solitary, and with a sigh, Luo Baizong silently observed the happenings in the eastern domain of the secret realm. "Chu Shao, I shall ask you one final time. Will you kneel in submission or seek death? The choice lies within your thoughts," Chu Mingyue declared once more. Her voice grew increasingly frigid, and as it resonated, it conjured terrifying storms of extreme cold. Countless ethereal dragons descended along the path of her voice. Bearing down upon Chu Shao, the wind and snow swirled, and all life withered. It is hard to fathom that a practitioner at the law manifestation realm could unleash a force potent enough to influence vast expanses, nearly rivaling the might of the reflection realm. How fearsome! In the distance, Chu Ao Ran arrived, braving the tempest, his body trembling from the cold. As a cultivator of the law manifestation realm, he should have been impervious to water and fire. Yet, the blizzard conjured by Chu Mingyue was no ordinary snowstorm. Each flake bore the will of an emperor, leaving the fates of many in uncertainty. Chu Shao remained composed and transcendent. Behind him, the sun soared, casting golden light. A blazing inferno surged around him, melting the ice and snow, clashing with Chu Mingyue in a fierce stalemate. "Before me, who dares to claim invincibility?" Chu Zhao's tone was tinged with anger. He harbored deep resentment towards the imperial court. His mother and kin had perished at their hands. Were it not for his insufficient power, he would have charged into the sacred grounds of the imperial court, even delving into the depths of its voided sanctuaries. Revolution of creation. With another resounding shout, Chu Shao made his move. He unleashed a punch, employing the most formidable divine ability he had mastered thus far. This revolution of creation was the most domineering and potent divine technique recorded in the Sutra of Slaughter, second only to the heaven-sealing seal. Currently, Chu Shao lacked the strength to wield the full might of the heaven-sealing seal, but he could unleash the full brilliance of revolution of creation. As his fist struck, it seemed capable of shattering the very path of Tao, embodying the force to overturn the cosmos. A torrent of magical power converged into his fist, illuminating his arm with resplendence. Bang! The punch landed, akin to a celestial body crashing to earth. The entire secret realm trembled violently. A rift in the void appeared, revealing the heavens and the earth. The swirling snowstorm dissipated, and the ethereal dragon figures dissolved into mere bubbles. Puffed. Chu Minghua coughed up blood once more. Despite unleashing all her hidden cards, she was still subdued by Chu Xiao. In this grand conflict, only you shall be traversed, Chu Xiao declared. Then I shall shatter your delusions. With that, he struck again. At this moment, Wang Chongqing and the others could no longer remain indifferent. Take action. Kill him. Those who had been watching from the shadows also emerged to join the fray. They all understood that if this villain were not eliminated, he would undoubtedly become a stumbling block in their paths. Wang Chongqing shouted fervently, shaken by the revelation that Chu Mingyue was unable to best Chu Xiao. Chu Mingyue was the daughter of the Ice Emperor, even hailed as possessing the grace of an immortal. Such a figure, even throughout ancient history, was exceedingly rare. Even if those ancient aberrations were to awaken from the divine source, there would undoubtedly be a place for Chu Mingyue on the path of immortality. Yet, she ultimately fell to Chu Xiao. The members of the Gu family bore fierce expressions, for they harbored the deepest desire for Chu Xiao's demise. His existence posed a significant threat to the ancient ancestor of the Gu clan. The people of the imperial court shared this sentiment. Whether for personal gain or the interests of their factions, they felt compelled to eliminate Chu Xiao. With the cry of Phoenix burns the sky, and suppress the mountains and rivers. The formidable talents unleashed their powers, launching a relentless assault on Chu Xiao. At that moment, Yan Fujiu descended from the heavens, wielding a flying sword, standing shoulder to shoulder with Chu Xiao. Who dares to harm my family's divine son? As he spoke, a torrent of sword energy surged forth from his being, sweeping outward like a tidal wave. Chu Xiao was somewhat taken aback by Yan Fujiu's arrival. Divine son, we have come as well. Concurrently, disciples from the heavenly demon palace joined the fray. Having witnessed Chu Xiao's suppression of Chu Mingyue, they reflected deeply and ultimately chose to stand by his side. These prodigies of the heavenly demon palace had previously doubted Chu Xiao's strength, yet upon realizing his true capabilities, they resolutely decided to support him. They believed that once Chu Xiao matured, he would undoubtedly lead them to dominate the realm and even suppress those ancient aberrations from the divine source. Divine son, I have arrived too. Divine son. Chu Aoran and Song Yaoji also made their appearances. In an instant, over 100 prodigies from the heavenly demon palace, along with dozens from other demonic factions, gathered around Chu Xiao. As he surveyed these allies, a sense of invigoration surged within him. These individuals were all prodigies. With such followers, the path of immortality would not be lonely. I shall forge the way ahead. Today, I will lead you all to wreak havoc within this secret realm. With the sealing of the heavens and the manipulation of fate, Chu Xiao's vitality surged. One hand wielded the seal of heaven while the other commanded the forces of creation. His chest aglow with imperial light, enveloping his entire being like a deity or demon, his presence overwhelming. Let us turn the world upside down. The divine son is magnificent. Let us fight alongside the divine son. The youthful prodigies were now ablaze with fervor. Let us take action. Wang Chongqing's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that so many prodigies would willingly follow Chu Xiao. Sword, come forth. Yan Fujiu, refusing to be outdone, emulated Chu Xiao's earlier sword momentum, unleashing a breathtaking strike. The sword energy radiated with brilliance, and several imperial court prodigies fell in an instant. Chu Xiao, come again. Chu Mingyue, momentarily stunned, once more unleashed her realm of ice. From a distance, several sighs echoed. The lurking Luo Baizong and a few ancient aberrations also descended. They felt a sense of threat and uncertainty emanating from Chu Xiao. Consequently, they resolved to take action against him. The struggles along the path of immortality are inherently such. In the contest for celestial supremacy, it is a matter of either your demise or my survival. Chapter 53. A startling turn. The Abyssal Rift. Alas, throughout history, there have always been exceptional individuals. Chu Xiao, if I were to ascend to immortality, I would inscribe your name upon the celestial steel, ensuring your legacy endures through the ages. For now, You may rest easy. Luo Baizong emerged, his long hair billowing in the wind. Adorned in a robe interwoven with the brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars, surrounded by divine beasts and celestial creatures. With his arrival, time and space seemed to flow backward. A towering manifestation of immense power appeared behind him, a fearsome, luminous creature known as the Nine Nether Hound. Beneath the hound's feet, a river of blood surged, and the wails of countless spirits echoed in despair. Though these images were mere phantoms woven from the fabric of the great Tao, they remained astonishingly impactful. In the past, I have witnessed countless prodigies: the world-devouring Kuan beast, the moon-reaching giant ape, and the young emperor of humanity who shattered the fabric of time with his sword. Few can be compared to you, who, in just one lifetime, stands shoulder to shoulder with the ancient anomalies at the level of the manifestation. What a pity! When a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will inevitably bring it down. Regrettably, your youthful arrogance has led to your demise. Luo Baizong sighed, advancing towards Chu Xiao with the demeanor of a sovereign, his presence far surpassing that of Chu Mingwei. Dare not harm the son of the divine. Yan Fuyu brandished his sword, his aura soaring. Yet, with a mere flick of his wrist, Luo Baizong sent Yan Fuyu flying thousands of feet away. What audacity for an insignificant insect to obstruct my path, he remarked casually, treating Yan Fuyu's dismissal as though swatting a fly. Upon hearing Luo Baizong's derisive comparison, Yan Fuyu seethed with rage. He steadied his injuries, intent on charging at Luo Baizong, but was halted by Chu Xiao. Let me handle this. He has lived far longer than you. You are no match for him. Although Chu Xiao's words were meant to console, they sounded peculiar to Yan Fuyu's ears, considering that Chu Xiao was over a decade his junior. Brother Fuyu, this is not the time for bravado. Alas, the true inheritor, master brother, is absent. We are truly in a predicament, spoke a member of the Tianma Hall's true inheritor ranks. The true inheritor he referred to was none other than the foremost true inheritor of Tianma Hall, Mu Qinkong. That traitor Wang Chongqing. How dare he conspire with the imperial court? I will kill him. After regaining composure, Yan Fuyu no longer attacked Luo Baizong, but cast his gaze toward Wang Chongqing. Even injured, Yan Fuyu's aura remained terrifyingly formidable. With sword in hand, he stepped forward, shaking the very void around him. Wang, come forth and meet your demise. And you, the rabble of the Gu family. I shall summon my ancestral forces to annihilate your entire lineage upon my return from this secret realm. Flames surged in Yan Fuyu's eyes. His identity transcends merely being a direct disciple of the heavenly demon hall. Behind him lies the ancient and venerable imperial clan of the Sword Dao, the Yin family. The Yin family's heritage far surpasses that of the Gu family. Throughout the annals of the Yin family's history, numerous emperors have emerged. Even in contemporary times, the Yin family retains influence across 3 realms, with living emperors residing within their dominion. Upon hearing the threat from Yan Fuyu, several prodigies of the Gu family turned pale. If the Yin family truly decided to confront the Gu family, their supporting clan would undoubtedly falter. Yan Fuyu, who would have imagined you would willingly degrade yourself, choosing to serve others like a dog? Chu Xiao, does he even deserve to be called a divine son? He is nothing more than a stray dog. Humph. You seem irredeemable. Die. The secret realm of the void shall be your burial ground, Wang Chongqing scoffed. At the mention of Chu Xiao, jealousy consumed him. Why should it be so? In his eyes, Chu Xiao was merely fortunate to have caught the attention of the ancestors and received the resources of the heavenly demon hall for cultivation, which led to his current strength. Were the heavenly demon hall to nurture him, he would undoubtedly surpass Chu Xiao. It is merely the ancestors' favoritism. Chu Xiao deserves death. Yan Fuyu deserves death. They all deserve death. Wang Chongqing's expression twisted increasingly. With a roar, he revealed his fangs, completely succumbing to his demonic transformation. Let them all perish. Whoosh. Wang Chongqing moved with the speed of light, lunging towards Yan Fuyu. Simultaneously, ancient monstrosities materialized around Chu Xiao, surrounding him and striking mercilessly. Chief among them was Luo Baizong, whose divine abilities were extraordinarily ruthless. Each technique unleashed was imbued with the power to suppress the myriad worlds. Let the curtain fall. Allow all dust to return to dust, and earth to return to earth. Namoamitba. A serene chant resonated through the void. This sound was gentle as jade, stirring the air and giving rise to magnificent lotus platforms. Countless ancient Buddhas sat upon these platforms, their voices reciting scriptures, sacred and solemn. The sound of the transcendent chant. Was it the legacy of the great Buddha Emperor? No, you are the fourth reincarnation of the great Buddha Emperor. Who could have anticipated that you would defy fate and return, stealthily entering the secret realm of the void? Luo Baizong marveled, gazing at the figure draped in white emerging from the void, feeling a deep sense of trepidation. The figure was a young monk, his lips red and teeth white, appearing impossibly youthful, akin to a mere 15 or 16-year-old. Yet, who could fathom that this young monk was the fourth reincarnation of an unparalleled emperor? In this world, to live as the fourth reincarnation of an emperor is exceedingly rare, though upon reaching the extreme realm, even a quasi-emperor may have the hope of living out a second life. Defying the cycle of reincarnation is an incredibly perilous endeavor. With each additional life lived, the trials and tribulations one must confront become increasingly formidable. In an age-long past, certain ancient beings have managed to endure from the era of the celestial ancients to the present day, relying not on a reversal of fate, but rather on survival within the void's forbidden zones, drawing upon the essence of longevity to sustain their lives, or simply sealing their own vitality to enter an extended state of suspended animation. Amitabha, how splendid! It is a surprise, dear friend Luo, that you too have revived in this lifetime. The meeting of old acquaintances brings great joy to this humble monk. The white-clad monk smiled as they exchanged pleasantries. They had already engaged in hundreds of exchanges against the formidable Chu Shao. Faced with the assault of several ancient monstrosities, Chu Shao gradually found himself at a disadvantage. These beings possessed an extraordinary power. Even when confronting a single one, Chu Shao would not dare to claim absolute victory. After all, how long had he been cultivating? These ancient entities had either lived through their third or fourth lives, or were in possession of complete imperial legacies, with the imperial seals residing within their very beings. Although Chu Shao had also acquired the legacy of the Ember Emperor, it was merely a transmission of techniques, devoid of the true imperial seals of the Ember Emperor. Fortunately, Chu Shao had practiced other arts and mastered divine powers such as the Seal of the Heavens. Otherwise, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to withstand even for a moment against these ancient monstrosities. Time is relentless. In the blink of an eye, the era of celestial antiquity has faded into the past, and the age of the ancients has drawn to a close. Yet the verdant mountains remain, with only the old friends and their stories lost to time. Luo Baizong spoke with a calm demeanor, his eyes reflecting nostalgia, as if reminiscing about bygone days. The white-clad monk nodded in agreement. While the two conversed with composure, beads of cold sweat began to form on Chu Zhao's forehead. Meanwhile, Chu Mingwei refrained from intervening on Chu Zhao's behalf. Her captivating gaze shimmered with a mysterious light, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind at that moment. Luo Baizong and the others paid her no heed. Even if she chose not to strike, it was evident that Chu Shao was destined to meet his demise today. Son of Heaven, you shameless old monsters! Song Yaoji exclaimed with concern, yearning to rush forward and stand alongside Chu Shao in battle. Yet her strength was far too insufficient, as 2 or 3 prodigies from the imperial courts barred her path, leaving her unable to assist, forced to watch helplessly as Chu Shao was besieged. Tears welled in the corners of Song Yaoji's eyes. At that moment, her thirst for power reached its zenith. Earthly suppression technique. Chu Shao gazed defiantly at the heavens. His spirit stirred as he unleashed his power into divine manifestations, striking fiercely at the surrounding prodigies. Sister Song, do not worry. I have faith in the Son of Heaven, Chu Shao declared with unwavering conviction. Deep within, he was filled with confidence in Chu Shao, although he could not pinpoint the source of this confidence. He firmly believed that Chu Shao would surely overcome this tribulation. As Chu Zhao's words fell, the sky trembled. A colossal seal descended, forcefully repelling Luo Baizong and the others. After being struck by the great seal, Luo Baizong's expression shifted in astonishment. Even when united, they, as a collective, would struggle against an ordinary reflection realm expert. Yet, Chu Shao had managed to withstand their assault and drive them back relentlessly. This child truly cannot be left unhindered. Luo Baizong became utterly serious. The white-clad monk beside him also reined in his smile, realizing that if Chu Shao were allowed to continue his growth, they would stand no chance in the future contest for the path of immortality. The Sutra of Worldly Passage. The Wrath of the Malicious Blade. The Imperial Descent upon the 9 Heavens. One by one, ancient anomalies unleashed even more terrifying attacks. The sky darkened, resembling an impending collapse into oblivion. Chu Xiao surveyed his surroundings, panting heavily. His foundation was still insufficient. If only he could cultivate the chaos body refinement technique to a deeper level, or comprehend the seal of heaven to the minor success stage, he could single-handedly confront these ancient monstrosities. If you wish to kill me, then let us perish together. Chu Xiao steeled his resolve. No longer passively defending, he prepared to unleash all his might for a desperate struggle. The overwhelming momentum that suppressed the universe manifested in the palm of Chu Xiao's hand. Boom! The seal of heaven coalesced. A myriad of sword energies howled from his sleeve. One after another, celestial illusions began to intertwine and emerge behind Chu Xiao. Remarkable. You are truly remarkable. Though I share the same realm as you, I am inferior. Luo Baizong spoke, his gaze towards Chu Xiao filled with admiration, yet tinged with murderous intent. Bang! Various terrifying forces collided once more, as if to bring the stars themselves crashing down. However, at that very moment, a dark abyssal rift suddenly opened in the midair of the ruined realm's secret domain. Before Chu Xiao and the others could continue their battle, a powerful suction emerged from the void rift. This force was insurmountable, seemingly transcending all worldly laws, descending upon Chu Xiao as if it sought to drag him into the depths of the abyss. Chu Xiao attempted to break free from this force, but it was overwhelmingly formidable. His struggles bore no fruit. In the blink of an eye, he lost control of his body, the power from the rift targeting him alone, leaving the other cultivators unaffected. Bang! At the moment of his descent into the abyss, Chu Xiao unexpectedly collided with Chu Mingyue. In the next instant, both were swept into the rift, vanishing directly from the ruined realm's secret domain. Chapter 54. Ensnared by emotion, plunging into the unknown. What was that? As they watched Chu Xiao and Chu Mingyue disappear, the celestial beings engaged in battle all came to a halt. At the moment, the abyssal rift manifested. Every cultivator present felt a chill of terror. The strands of law spilling forth from the rift seemed to possess the power to suppress all and disrupt the ancient order. Even Luo Baizong and the white-clad monk felt an indescribable fear. Could that power be the might of the immortals? Luo Baizong murmured thoughtfully. The ruined realm's secret domain was left by a true immortal. It would not be surprising if a trace of the immortals will still lingered within the domain. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Not far away, a monk clad in white joined his hands in prayer, his countenance radiating compassion and tranquility as he chanted the Buddha's name. Upon hearing this, Luo Baizong turned his gaze towards the monk and inquired, "Esteemed monk, endowed with profound knowledge and experience, might you be aware of the origins of the abyssal fissure that just appeared?" As Luo Baizong spoke, numerous eyes converged upon the white-clad monk. This monk had lived through 4 lifetimes, traversing vast realms and acquiring wisdom far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. However, upon hearing Luo Baizong's question, the monk merely shook his head gently. "I too am unaware. Yet, the fissure harbored celestial might, clearly concealing great secrets. Alas, it has vanished. Otherwise, those curious among you could have ventured within to uncover its mysteries," the monk replied with a smile. The gathering of exceptional talents fell into a contemplative silence. The recent fissure was evidently abnormal. Even the mere emanation of its rule-bound power had instilled trepidation in their hearts. Who would dare to recklessly intrude? So, has the fiend Chu Xiao perished? One of the imperial court's prodigies could not suppress his inquiry. The moment these words escaped his lips, several other prodigies of the imperial court furrowed their brows, their expressions darkening with displeasure. "Silence," one reprimanded sternly. "If Chu Xiao has indeed succumbed to the abyssal fissure, how could our young lord possibly escape unscathed? It is all that wretched Chu Xiao's fault." Another gritted his teeth, bitterness evident in his voice. That power was clearly aimed solely at him, yet this despicable scoundrel dared to entangle our young lord in his calamity. A fiend is a fiend. 1,000 tortures would not suffice. The anger among the prodigies surged as they mentioned Chu Xiao, their eyes glinting with deep-seated hatred, as if they yearned to consume him alive. Hearing the words of the imperial court's prodigies, a true disciple from the Temple of Demons could no longer contain himself. "Humph! You hypocrites, self-proclaimed paragons of righteousness, yet you are utterly deceitful, daring to malign my lord as a fiend. Absurd. I shall slay you." The speaker, surrounded by crackling thunder and exuding a fierce aura, leaped into the fray, targeting each imperial prodigy. "A fiend? Do you think I fear you? The Imperial prodigies retorted bravely, grasping their magical artifacts and charging forward. Luo Baitsong and the ancient anomalies, including the white-clad monk, chose to depart. With the fates of Chu Xiao and Chu Mingwei uncertain, they found themselves devoid of a common enemy. From this moment forth, these ancient anomalies would become rivals to one another, each vying for prestige and legacy. At this moment, within a dimly lit passage, the silhouette of Chu Xiao stood solemnly. Observing his surroundings, a grave expression adorned his face. The passage ahead was an endless abyss of darkness, while the rear was marked by a bronze wall, etched with an intricate array of ancient characters. Alas, Chu Xiao could not decipher a single one of these inscriptions. Could these inscriptions be remnants from an ancient era? Chu Xiao pondered recklessly. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as he scrutinized the bronze wall, attempting to unleash his powers to shatter it. Yet, this seemingly ordinary bronze surface emitted a faint glow, absorbing the entirety of his assault, leaving the wall unscathed. This predicament was troubling. Was he destined to be trapped here? Chu Xiao continued to examine the walls surrounding the passage. Both sides were also adorned with bronze walls, while above and below him, the same material enveloped his surroundings. It appeared that his only recourse was to advance forward. As Chu Xiao contemplated his next move, a dense fog began to envelop the passage ahead. Instantly, his senses heightened. This mist felt distinctly unnatural. Cough, cough, cough. A crisp sound of coughing resonated beneath his feet. It was then that Chu Xiao realized he was standing on someone. Chu Mingwei. He swiftly stepped back, only to find that the person he had inadvertently stepped upon was indeed Chu Mingwei, now in a semi-conscious state. A chill coursed through his gaze as he concentrated his sword energy within his sleeve. Seizing this opportunity, he contemplated ending Chu Mingwei's life. After all, their relationship was one of relentless enmity. Just as he was about to strike, the dense fog surged forward, and in an instant, Chu Xiao succumbed to unconsciousness. In a hazy state, time seemed to drift away without his awareness. Chu Xiao felt his consciousness fading, akin to being ensnared in a disorienting dream. Suddenly, a brilliant light illuminated his mind, prompting him to jolt awake. Upon awakening, he discovered himself disrobed and entangled with Chu Mingwei. Struggling to maintain his composure, he cursed inwardly. What was that white mist? It was capable of disorienting the mind. He lifted his gaze, and the fog had begun to dissipate. Ah, Chu Xiao, you fiend. What have you done to me? Chu Mingwei exclaimed as she suddenly regained consciousness. Observing her disheveled state, a terrifying aura of rage emanated from her. Her expression was frigid, as if she were poised to devour him whole. There's no need to glare at me so. Do you think I desired this? Chu Xiao slowly rose, creating some distance between them. Stop with the pleasantries, and prepare to face your doom. Chu Mingwei raged, her magical energy surging as though she had lost all sense of restraint. Throughout her life, no man had ever laid a finger on her aside from her father. And now she found herself entangled with Chu Xiao. Humph, you dare to strike? Do not expect me to show mercy. Chu Xiao displayed no signs of tenderness, inciting further fury in Chu Mingwei. She suddenly lunged at Chu Xiao. Clang. Yet, with a single move, she was sent flying by him. You are no match for me. Calm down, old woman. Take a look around us. If we're not careful, we may end up trapped here. Chu Xiao spoke indifferently, withholding lethal intent. If Chu Mingwei could maintain her composure, having her by his side would not be unwelcome. After all, being alone in this wretched place would inevitably lead to madness. I won't listen, you beast. Tears streamed from the corners of Chu Mingwei's eyes, her demeanor one of utter grievance. Although she hailed from the ancient celestial era and was referred to as a little ancestor by the powerful figures of the imperial courts, she was merely a girl in her teens, lacking experience in many matters. As for her surname and bloodline, though it sounded as if she and Chu Xiao were of the same lineage, their bloodlines were separated by countless generations. The era of Chu Xiao was eons removed from the celestial ancient times, during which numerous emperors had fallen. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Mingwei paid no heed to Chu Xiao's thoughts. She roared in fury, unleashing all her magical abilities. Fortunately, the passage was sturdy. Otherwise, faced with Chu Mingwei's wrath, even ordinary artifacts would likely shatter under her assault. After more than half an hour, she finally exhausted her powers, teetering before collapsing to the ground. Hey, are you awake yet? I told you, you are not my opponent. Chu Xiao stood not far away, unruffled, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. Chu Mingyue's efforts had no impact on him whatsoever. How is that possible? Gazing at Chu Xiao, her complexion turned ashen. She could distinctly sense that he seemed considerably stronger than before. Despite his aura still being at the realm of Dharma manifestation, it exuded a powerful sense of danger. It is worth noting that even the ancient Buddha emperor, who had lived 4 lives, had never instilled such a feeling in her. In truth, Chu Mingyue's suspicion was accurate. Chu Xiao had indeed grown stronger. Just moments ago, in the face of the ancient monstrosity's onslaught, the power of the imperial bone in his chest had been fully awakened. If he were to confront those ancient creatures again, while he could not guarantee their complete annihilation, he was more than capable of retreating unscathed and maintaining his invincibility. What do you intend to do? Don't come any closer. Even if I die, I won't allow you to succeed. Seeing Chu Xiao step forward, closing the distance, Chu Mingyue struggled to rise, her delicate face set in determination as her internal energy began to flow in reverse. I warn you, with her hair cascading around her, she emanated a faint, ethereal fragrance. In that moment, her demeanor remained cool and transcendent, but now infused with a hint of mature allure. In the dimly lit corridor, her appearance was particularly enchanting. Chu Xiao paused, saying, "What are you thinking? I already explained that what happened earlier was not intentional. This place is peculiar. A thick fog enveloped me, and I fainted, as you can see. Humph. Do you think I wish to take advantage of you? I am not yet 20. While you are an ancient woman from the celestial era," Chu Xiao remarked casually. At this, Chu Mingyue's anger surged, nearly causing her to spit blood. It was the first time in her life that someone had called her old. "You are the old woman. Your entire family consists of old women." As she spoke, she struggled to rise again. "Rest for a moment. Don't waste your effort. I already told you that you are not my opponent at present. And do not assume I would hesitate to kill you." With a flick of his sleeve, several sharp sword auras surged forth, emanating a terrifying pressure that left Chu Mingyue momentarily breathless and her chest heavy. Nevertheless, she defiantly lifted her delicate face, gritting her teeth, unwilling to yield. Chapter 55. The Emergence of Affection. What path to take? Let us consider today's events as if they never occurred. Chu Mingyue fixed her gaze upon Chu Xiao, her tone laced with menace. "If you dare to speak carelessly, I will surely kill you." Despite knowing she was no match for him, she still managed to warn him fiercely. Seeing her resolve, Chu Xiao waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, "Understood, fine. You should recover your strength swiftly. There may be clues to escape at the front of this corridor." At his words, Chu Mingyue shot him a fierce glare, the barrier in her heart still insurmountable. And she reiterated sternly, "No? You must swear. Otherwise. Before she could finish, Chu Xiao pondered briefly before casually raising his hand. "All right, I swear." After all, he had no intention of revealing this matter. His current identity was that of the son of the demonic path. As for Chu Mingyue, although she was not the son of the imperial court, being the true daughter of a great emperor, her actual status exceeded that of the imperial son by a considerable margin. If what had transpired between them were to be disclosed, it would spell trouble for both Chu Xiao and Chu Mingyue. Seeing Chu Xiao make an oath, Chu Mingyue felt slightly relieved. Gradually calming down, she began to realize that the events that had unfolded were indeed as Chu Xiao had described, nothing more than an unexpected occurrence. She stole a glance at Chu Xiao's handsome visage. He did not appear to be a lecherous opportunist. In fact, to label Chu Xiao as such would be an understatement. He was more accurately a cold, merciless, bloodthirsty fiend. The only reasons he had not killed her outright were twofold. First, he could not leave this place and required someone to converse and negotiate with. Secondly, in the event of danger, it is highly likely that Chu Xiao would cast himself out to probe ahead or remain behind as a shield, ensuring his own escape. Chu Mingyue silently speculated on Chu Xiao's intentions, her emotions escalating with each thought, her delicate face alternating between shades of blue and white, radiating a palpable frustration. Beside her, Chu Xiao observed her demeanor with a mixture of bewilderment. They had been walking side by side for quite some time, yet Chu Xiao maintained a cautious distance from her, ever wary of her unpredictable nature. This old woman appeared rather unhinged. Were it not for her potential utility, Chu Xiao would have readily resolved to eliminate her. As he gazed toward the distant end of the passageway, Chu Xiao spoke in a composed tone. "There seems to be a switch over there. I will activate it. Be prepared for any unforeseen developments." He leaned slightly toward Chu Mingyue, offering a quiet warning. Taken aback, she found it surprising that, in situations like this, Where activating a mechanism could pose risks, Chu Xiao, the notorious fiend, would not compel her to take action. Very well, she nodded, suddenly feeling that Chu Xiao might not be as monstrous as the rumors suggested. However, she quickly shook her head, dismissing the notion. It must all be a ruse. Demons are masters of deception. How could she have almost fallen for it? This wretched Chu Xiao, indeed the infamous leader of the Heavenly Demon Hall, was cunning and adept at psychological manipulation, her mind racing with wild conjectures. With a sharp click, Chu Xiao turned the switch at the end of the passage. Intense vibrations ensued, and in the next moment, the bronze wall slowly descended. Instantly, a chilling gust swept forth, causing the temperature to plummet. Born for battle. From behind the bronze wall emerged 3 dark blue puppets, their forms seemingly composed of ice. At first glance, these puppets appeared fragile. They emitted mechanical sounds in unison. Fight! Born for battle. With a swift motion, the 3 puppets, each towering at 3 meters, presented an imposing figure. Yet, when they struck, even Chu Mingyue could not evade their assault. Their speed was astonishing. In the mere span of a breath, she was sent flying by the force of their attack. Crashing to the ground, her previous grace and arrogance utterly shattered. The strength of these puppets was formidable. Moreover, their seemingly delicate bodies were more resilient than ordinary quasi-holy treasures. Born for battle. With a decisive swoosh, the 3 puppets positioned themselves before Chu Mingyue. One brandished a heavy ice sword, another wielded an ice trident, while the third lifted an ice broadsword. In unison, the 3 puppets launched their assault. A terrifying force descended, and Chu Mingyue was engulfed in despair. Despite her mastery of various imperial powers and hidden cards, she could not withstand the assault of the 3 puppets. Get away. At that moment, Chu Xiao positioned himself before her. With a single punch, he unleashed a tremendous force that shattered the puppets into a cascade of ice shards. Witnessing Chu Xiao's invincible form, Chu Mingyue felt a tumult of emotions within her. Though she was loath to admit it, the truth was undeniable. Chu Xiao was indeed stronger than she was, and by no small measure. In that moment, it became evident that Chu Xiao possessed the capability to overpower her entirely. Just as Chu Mingyue believed everything had come to an end and hesitated about expressing her gratitude to Chu Xiao, the remnants of the 3 puppets suddenly stirred. Before long, the ice shards coalesced, giving rise to 6 new puppets. The sight of the puppets returning from the dead caused Chu Mingyue's heart to plummet. With her strength, she could barely contend with 1 puppet. Facing 6 would surely lead to her annihilation. If they could resurrect, why did they multiply? Struggling to her feet, Chu Mingyue adjusted her attire and stood alongside Chu Xiao to confront the encroaching puppets. At this juncture, Chu Xiao seemed unperturbed by the possibility of betrayal from her. Should he perish, her survival would be fleeting as well. Attack! Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Xiao took the initiative. This time, he invoked an array of divine techniques and treasures, and the battle unfolded with remarkable ease. In merely 2 breaths, the 6 puppets were reduced once more to a pile of ice shards. Chu Mingyue scrutinized the remnants, remaining vigilant. As she had anticipated, the shattered pieces began to move again, this time resurrecting 12 puppets. Was this to be an endless cycle of slaughter? A note of anxiety crept into her voice. With 16 puppets, even if she managed to fend off 2 or 3, the remaining multitude would pose a significant challenge for Chu Xiao. If misfortune struck and he were to be injured or perish, she would be doomed to accompany him to the grave. Why panic? The spatial channel is vast. What does it matter if 100 arise? We can only contend with 20 or 30 at most. Besides, if death truly awaits us, we might as well keep each other company on the road to the underworld. Reflecting on this, she concluded that sparing him was indeed a wise decision. Chu Xiao appeared remarkably calm, even finding the humor in their predicament. Hearing his words, Chu Mingyue could not help but cast him a disapproving glance, yet simultaneously, she admired his composure. Even in such dire circumstances, he remained unfazed. Recalling how Chu Xiao had faced those ancient monstrosities alone with a similar demeanor, it seemed the ancestral wisdom held true. Chu Xiao's growth would undoubtedly be formidable. Boom! Another resounding explosion echoed through the air. The 12 puppets collapsed once more, transforming into shards of ice. Yet, within just a breath or two, all the shards coalesced again, forming 24 brand new puppets. Chu Xiao had attempted to wield the flames, hoping to incinerate those puppets, but to no avail. Even the scattered ice shards from the shattered puppets remained impervious to the fire. What now that they have resurrected? Chu Xiao. Chu Mingyue was utterly at a loss. Over 20 puppets. Each puppet's strength was on par with her own. The two of them were akin to facing the assault of 24 ancient monstrosities simultaneously. Shall we retreat? Chu Mingyue suggested once more, her gaze fixed on the dim passage from whence they came. In response, Chu Xiao let out a cold laugh and said, retreat? The passage behind us also has an end. Even if we were to keep retreating, where could we ultimately go? Furthermore, the word retreat does not exist in my lexicon. I am curious to see how many times they can come back to life. As he spoke, Chu Xiao, adopting a more formidable stance, instantly shattered 9 of the puppets. Chu Mingyue was taken aback by the explosive power Chu Xiao displayed. His strength had already begun to rival that of the older generation of Reflection Realm masters. Once Chu Xiao stepped into the Transcendence Realm and ignited the divine fire, his power would undoubtedly become even more terrifying. Crack! Ice shards flew as the 24 puppets were once again felled by Chu Xiao. Regrettably, he realized that defeating these puppets did not allow him to absorb any cultivation. After all, puppets were merely puppets. Their strength stemmed from runes and the forces of nature. Most of the puppets did not possess a purple mansion dantian. Thus, they could not accumulate any magical cultivation. Moments later, the puppets revived yet again, this time multiplying to 48. Clang! Clang! Chu Xiao struck once more, positioning himself at the forefront like a deity of slaughter. As he fought to the end, he even reached a state of self-forgetfulness. His physical foundation and internal magical power further transformed amidst the carnage. Was he truly a human cultivator? Observing Chu Xiao's fierce battle, Chu Mingyue was filled with doubt and questioned her own existence. After a brief interval, all 48 puppets exploded into ice shards. However, they resurrected once more, now numbering 96. As the battle continued, Chu Xiao was drenched in blood. The puppets surged forth like a tidal wave, and even someone as formidable as he was left with numerous wounds. Chu Xiao, let us retreat for now, Chu Mingyue implored, visibly moved. Yet, Chu Xiao paid no heed to her words, his focus solely on the slaughter. In his palm, sword chi surged, ancient seals crashing down. Boom! The entire passage shook violently. Chu Xiao had lost track of how long he had been fighting. Seeing that Chu Xiao was unwilling to depart, Chu Mingyue chose not to flee alone, but instead stood steadfastly by his side, assisting him in restraining several puppets. She felt that Chu Xiao was indeed correct. Where could they retreat to? Rather than being hunted to death by these puppets, it was far better to confront them head-on. Even if they were to perish here in battle, what of it? With a heavy sigh, Chu Mingyue gazed at Chu Xiao, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions, tinged with admiration. To face death alongside a formidable being like Chu Xiao seemed rather agreeable. At least on the road to the afterlife, she would not be alone. Chapter 56. At the end of the road, a nightmarish trial whoosh. A tempest erupted from Chu Xiao's sleeves, and a surge of sword energy burst forth. 96 puppets collapsed in a thunderous crash. Creak! Accompanied by the sharp sound of writhing, the puppets revived once more. This time, the number of puppets swelled to 192. Fortunately, the confined space of the passage meant that Chu Xiao only faced a little over 20 puppets in actuality. Chu Xiao called out Chu Mingyue softly, her face marked with urgency. If this continues, we will be exhausted by the puppets. It's all right. We will survive. We must, Chu Xiao replied with a calm demeanor, his resolve only strengthening in this dire moment. Chu Mingyue nodded gently, yet her eyes were already vacant with despair. Gazing at the dense throng of puppets surrounding them, she began to truly doubt whether she and Chu Xiao could make it out alive. Chu Xiao forced himself to breathe, simultaneously invoking various powerful techniques such as the sealing heaven seal, sword chi from his sleeves, and the manipulation of creation. In an instant, a blazing light erupted from his body. Die! Chu Xiao's gaze locked onto 2 of the puppets, and sword energy sliced through the air as the sealing heaven seal descended like a mountain. The 2 puppets did not evade. Instead, they roared repeatedly, born to battle, before charging toward him fearlessly. Each puppet possessed immense strength, moving like gods and demons. Though it appeared effortless for Chu Xiao to slay a puppet, the reality was fraught with peril. The combat prowess of these puppets rivaled that of ancient monstrosities. They seemed like mindless entities. Yet a closer inspection revealed that their movements formed a coherent battle formation. Their fighting maintained a remarkable coordination. These puppets could not revive indefinitely. There had to be a glimmer of hope. While engaging in combat, Chu Xiao analyzed and strategized in his mind, seeking a sliver of opportunity amidst this relentless slaughter. The bloodbath persisted for over half an hour. In the fog of blood within the passage, 3 deep, bone-exposing wounds marred his arm. At this moment, the spiritual herbs and treasures within Chu Xiao's storage ring were nearly depleted. Hovering within his consciousness was the supreme imperial weapon, the Tao-communicating mystic disc, which buzzed incessantly, as though eager to descend behind Chu Xiao and safeguard his safety. Alas, the laws of the world within the passage have stifled its revival. This cannot continue. Chu Xiao cast a glance at his side. Chu Mingyue was already on the brink of exhaustion, her delicate form swaying precariously, clearly at her limit. Old woman, you should retreat to the back. I shall hold the line here, Chu Xiao said in a deep voice. Compared to the nearly spent Chu Mingyue, Chu Xiao still possessed a modicum of magical power, sufficient to sustain him for a couple of hours. As for Chu Mingyue, not a trace of magical energy remained within her. The only reason she could still stand beside Chu Xiao was due to sheer willpower. You are the one who is old. Chu Mingyue bit her lip, defiantly straightening her faltering body, refusing to yield even a step. Why should Chu Xiao endure while she could not? Even if it meant death, she would never concede to him. Witnessing her stubbornness, Chu Xiao felt a sense of helplessness and smiled wryly, shaking his head. At this life and death juncture, this woman was still competing with him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chu Xiao unleashed his powers, shattering several puppets in response. The air in the passage was frigid, littered with shards of ice. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. A portion of the ice fragments from the fallen puppets seemed to be quietly melting, which indicated that their ability to resurrect was nearing its limit. Chu Xiao felt a glimmer of hope. He sensed that if all the puppets were to dissolve into puddles, everything would come to an end. Old woman, you must first recover your strength. Then return to assist me shortly, Chu Xiao commanded, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Chu Mingyue ceased her stubbornness. She too had noticed the remnants of the puppets slowly dissolving. With a thunderous roar, Chu Xiao unleashed his powers once more. In an instant, dozens of puppets exploded, scattering ice fragments across the ground. Chu Mingyue, obeying Chu Xiao's command, grasped her sword and floated backward. With hope ignited, she no longer felt the need to be obstinate. After retreating to a somewhat safer area, Chu Mingyue swiftly closed her eyes, hastily commencing the restoration of her injuries and magical power. She understood that time was of the essence. A quarter of an hour passed, then 2. The number of puppets dwindled. Finally, Chu Xiao annihilated another wave of puppets. However, this time, the number of resurrected puppets did not increase. They were not capable of infinite resurrection. As long as their energy was depleted, both Chu Xiao and Chu Mingyue could survive. Chu Xiao, I am coming. Once her magical power was restored to 70%, Chu Mingyue charged towards the remaining puppets, engaging them in battle. In the midst of this life and death struggle, she grew stronger with each moment. Her skills and techniques became increasingly profound. Her agility and speed also escalated. As the daughter of the Ice Emperor, her innate potential was exceptionally high. Though her realm has not yet transcended, her strength is surging. Constantly engaged in battle, Chu Xiao has reaped significant rewards. The relentless combat has transformed the world he perceives into a crimson haze, with blood and sweat blurring his vision. At his chest, the imperial bone radiates with a brilliant light. The puppets continue to resurrect, albeit at an increasingly sluggish pace, and Chu Xiao finds himself on the brink of collapse. Ultimately, darkness envelopes him, and he collapses to the ground. The puppets, witnessing Chu Xiao's fall, converge upon him, intent on reducing him to a mere pulp. Get away. Chu Mingyue arrives just in time, rushing to Chu Xiao's side. With a fierce command, she unfurls her domain, fiercely shielding him. Yet, this defense lasts but a fleeting moment, as she struggles to maintain it. In this dire moment, her beautiful eyes narrow in determination, disregarding her own safety. She swiftly lifts Chu Xiao and flees in the direction from which they came. She understands that continuing this escape is futile. In half an hour at most, she will reach the end of the passage, where she must confront the puppets once more. Yet, she has no other option. If she can prolong their lives even a moment longer, she will. Simultaneously, she hopes for a miracle to occur with Chu Xiao. Perhaps he might awaken midway, granting them a glimmer of hope. I cannot perish here. I must not. I have yet to contend for the path of the Emperor and the path of the immortal. Chu Mingyue moves with the grace of a specter, pursued relentlessly by dozens of puppets. In her embrace, Chu Xiao remains in a state of hazy consciousness, his condition dire, as if he is on the verge of extinguishing his very essence. As time drips away, Chu Xiao remains unresponsive. Gradually, a bronze wall emerges in the distance. Upon sighting this wall, Chu Mingyue's heart plummets. She has led Chu Xiao to the end of the passage. Gazing at him, a bittersweet smile graces her face. When the puppets arrive here, she knows she cannot withstand them. Is death truly imminent? A gentle sigh escapes her lips as memories of the past flood her mind. From the ancient era of celestial beings to this current resurgence. Now, all that has transpired is destined to dissolve into nothingness. Chu Mingyue extends her delicate hand, unable to resist caressing Chu Xiao's cheek. In the face of life and death, she has come to terms with everything. The complexities of love and resentment between her and Chu Xiao will soon evaporate into mere illusions, all returning to dust. I was born to battle. The ominous passage reverberates once more with the voices of the puppets. These voices strike like death warrants, overwhelming Chu Mingyue. This time, let me bear the brunt. As for how long she can endure, she knows not. Gently, she lays Chu Xiao down, placing him protectively behind her. A powerful aura of law surged from her being. The emperor had arrived. Chu Mingyue leaped forth, unleashing the full extent of her magical prowess. Boom! 2 puppets were obliterated by her might. Yet, in the blink of an eye, more puppets closed in on her. Within just a few breaths, she found herself on the verge of collapse, unable to endure any longer. It was only at this moment that she comprehended the true strength of Chu Xiao. While Chu Xiao had withstood the onslaught of countless puppets for several hours, she could barely last a mere 15 minutes. Soon, some puppets circumvented her, heading straight for Chu Xiao. He lay unconscious, utterly defenseless against the relentless assault of the puppets. You wretches! Chu Mingyue seethed with fury. She wished to intercept those puppets advancing toward Chu Xiao, yet she found herself unable to safeguard her own life. Forced to watch helplessly as sharp ice blades hurtled towards him. If Chu Xiao were to perish, it would ostensibly be beneficial for the imperial court. Previously, Chu Mingyue had contemplated eliminating Chu Xiao. However, at this moment, she could not bear the thought of his demise. Begone! All of you retreat. Chu Mingyue desperately invoked her spells and divine powers. Her eyes glazed over, and a profound sense of helplessness surged within her. What of being the daughter of an emperor? Of wielding an invincible presence? When confronted with true despair, she felt like nothing more than a jest. Begone! Chu Mingyue resolutely burned her own life essence. Yet, it proved utterly futile. The puppets surrounded her with no avenue of escape. Her anger was feeble and impotent. No, she witnessed as several puppets ruthlessly crushed Chu Xiao's form. Blood mist churned, painting the scene of vivid crimson. Chu Xiao appeared to have truly met his end. A deep sense of despair and anguish engulfed Chu Mingyue's heart. Just as she felt everything was about to conclude, a sudden transformation occurred. The remnants of Chu Xiao's shattered body ignited in flames. Blinding sparks erupted forth. Caw! A fierce, crimson avian specter materialized, emitting a piercing cry that fractured the very void. Chu Xiao! Chu Mingyue could not help but exclaim. Within that inferno, she sensed a vibrant vitality. Simultaneously, she was astonished to discover that all the puppets were dissolving in the fiery blaze. The flames spread forth, embodying the power to eradicate all. Was this, perhaps, the legendary rebirth through nirvana? The forbidden divine ability of the Phoenix clan, rebirth through nirvana. Chu Mingyue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. The true divine ability of the Phoenix clan's nirvana had long been lost in the annals of time. In the Eastern Extension realm, no genuine pure-blood phoenixes remained. The versions of nirvana that circulated in the Eastern Extension realm were fundamentally flawed. The formidable beings of various tribes in the Eastern Extension realm had attempted to emulate and borrow from the Phoenix clan's nirvana divine ability, creating various methods of defiance against death. However, whether it is the incomplete nirvana divine abilities or the methods of reverse existence, all possess inherent flaws and defects. Yet, within Chu Xiao, Chu Mingyue sensed that his process of nirvana was flawless, without any shortcomings. He had achieved a pristine second life. Gazing at the figure of Chu Xiao as it gradually reformed, Chu Mingyue's expression fluctuated. After a brief moment, Chu Xiao had fully completed his nirvana. The myriad puppets surrounding him had transformed into mere pools of water. He had survived. Chu Mingyue let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at Chu Xiao, her expression grew complex. The aura emanating from him was undeniably terrifying. She faintly realized that even the likes of Luo Baizong, or the youthful incarnation of the ancient Buddha emperor, would likely be unable to withstand even a single strike from Chu Xiao. Let us depart. We must continue our journey. Chu Xiao's body had been completely restored. His ability to undergo nirvana and be reborn was attributed to the nirvana's sacred body. He now existed as if he had truly stepped into a second life. Originally, Chu Xiao's physical foundation was not on par with ancient anomalies like Luo Baizong. But after this nirvana, his physique had become utterly flawless. Even when compared to those ancient beings, Chu Xiao could stand his ground. Very well. Chu Mingyue nodded gently in agreement. The two proceeded further down the passage, not exchanging a word. At that moment, a long-awaited system notification echoed in Chu Xiao's mind. Detected that the host has entered a special space. Task selection, rewards triggered. Option 1. Depart immediately. Reward of 300 years of cultivation. Upon selection, the system will transport the host back to the secret realm of the void. Option 2. Continue exploring. Reward, quasi-immortal artifact, chaotic bell. 1 experience card for the Supreme Emperor, lasting 30 minutes. Note: the space the host is currently in is a trial left by an immortal. And given the host's current strength, continuing to explore may result in demise. Note: if the host chooses the second option, he must survive to exit the current space to claim the reward. The final statement from the system weighed heavily, as if deliberately cautioning Chu Xiao. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao did not flinch. Whether for the quasi-immortal artifact or the Emperor's experience card, he was resolved to take the risk. Possessing a quasi-immortal artifact and an Emperor experience card would significantly bolster his capabilities. With resolute determination in his gaze, Chu Xiao declared, "System, I choose option 2. Once Chu Xiao made his choice, the system swiftly responded. Congratulations to the host for making a selection. Encouraged by this affirmation, Chu Xiao quickened his pace. The passage was not particularly lengthy, and before long, he and Chu Mingyue arrived at its end. At the terminus of the passage, there existed yet another switch. As Chu Xiao was about to step forward, he was halted by Chu Mingyue. Wait, Chu Xiao. If we activate the switch, it might unleash more puppets or similar entities. It would be wiser for us to rest and adjust our states before devising a plan, she suggested, clearly feeling apprehensive. Upon hearing her words, Chu Xiao nodded and acquiesced to her proposal. After several hours, both Chu Xiao and Chu Mingyue had fully regained their peak condition. However, when Chu Xiao intended to activate the switch at the end of the passage, she hesitated. Chu Xiao, perhaps we should consider alternative methods? Chu Mingyue proposed. Her reluctance to take risks evident. The earlier encounter with those puppets had left her with significant psychological trauma. What other methods could there be? Chu Xiao shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his demeanor. From the system, he had already acquired comprehensive information about the passage. The material constituting the passage was the essence of true immortal's laws. Neither he nor Chu Mingyue could budge this passage an inch, let alone an emperor of extreme Tao. The only way to survive was to press on, to confront the trials set by the true immortal. Do not worry. At worst, we face death, Chu Xiao stated with an air of calmness. Seeing Chu Xiao's composed confidence, Chu Mingyue was momentarily taken aback, then a serene smile graced her lips. You are right, Chu Xiao. The worst outcome is simply death. Death. What is there to fear? The path of immortality is inherently perilous. I shall proceed, Chu Xiao declared. He then extended his hand and activated the mechanism. A deep, resonating hum echoed as the heavy bronze walls sank once more, revealing a brand new passageway slowly emerging before Chu Xiao and Chu Mingyue. The passage ahead exhibited no signs of turmoil. Everything appeared tranquil. Yet, upon witnessing this, Chu Mingyue hesitated. This peculiar passage harbored hidden dangers at every turn. Initially, there were alluring mists that disoriented the mind, followed by a succession of formidable puppets in the second segment. The suddenly revealed third segment was unlikely to be as simple and serene as it appeared. What are you afraid of? Allow me to forge the path. Chu Xiao dismissed her concerns, determined to advance regardless. Without hesitation, he took the lead. Old woman, there is no danger here, come along. He called back to Chu Mingyue after having walked a considerable distance. Listening to his words, Chu Mingyue bit her lip fiercely, preparing to retort angrily at Chu Xiao. However, just as the words were on the tip of her tongue, she abruptly fell silent. Chu Xiao, look over there, she said, her voice trembling and filled with alarm. Following her voice, Chu Xiao slowly gazed into the distance. There, several dozen miles away, stood a figure vaguely discernible. No, to be precise, it was a grotesque creature in human form. Its body was covered in crimson fur, with disheveled hair cascading down, and its eyes glowed with an eerie green light. A certain ominous dark substance enveloped its being. Cough, cough, cough. The creature rasped as it moved, inching closer to Chu Xiao at a sluggish pace. Has a living being arrived? Cough, cough. How splendid. The creature appeared exceedingly frail, each word it uttered followed by violent coughing fits. As the grotesque figure approached, Chu Xiao maintained a semblance of calm. Yet Chu Mingyue was visibly distressed. She felt as if an invisible hand was tightening around her throat, threatening to suffocate her. In a moment of terror, she realized she was utterly immobile. How many years have passed? Another living soul has been cast into this realm. It has been far too long since I feasted on flesh. I am positively ravenous. Cough. The creature chattered incessantly, despite its seemingly extreme weakness. Exuding an aura of imminent collapse, Chu Mingyue felt an indescribable and overwhelming sense of dread emanating from it. Moreover, its hunger for living beings was far more terrifying than previous puppets encountered. Oh, what do we have here? A mere ant? Such insignificant creatures ought not to be brought here. The creature spoke in a low voice, referring to Chu Mingyue, who stood not far away. Labeled as an ant, she dared not contest this title. In the presence of such a monstrosity, she truly was but an insect. Who are you? Why are you here? Chu Xiao inquired, unwaveringly fixing his gaze upon the grotesque being, engaging it in conversation with composure. In response, the creature grinned, revealing its jagged teeth. Who am I? Hee. Cough, cough. Just a lost soul in decline. You exhibit a modicum of courage and strength. In the endless expanse of time, few beings have ventured to my domain. As a reward, I shall savor your demise slowly, ensuring it is a most excruciating experience. Ha! The creature's tone turned wildly manic. Following this, its eyes shone with an intense green luminescence. Bam! In the next instant, Chu Xiao was violently struck, propelled away, and crashing heavily onto the ground in the distance. In that fleeting moment, he felt his very organs churning. The world before him descended into darkness, and his hearing faded into silence. The creature's power was terrifically formidable. With a mere wave, it had nearly rendered Chu Xiao unconscious. Yet, in a heartbeat, Chu Xiao regained his senses. How intriguing. It is quite remarkable that a being of the Dharma manifestation realm can withstand my strike. I find myself reluctant to end your life. Very well. I shall slowly bring about your demise, allowing you to witness each fleeting moment of your own death. The humanoid monster struck once more. Chu Mingyue unleashed a divine technique, hurling it towards the creature. Yet, her attack fell without inflicting even the slightest harm upon the monster. Not a single strand of its crimson fur was dislodged. Impossible. Chu Mingyue felt an unbearable disbelief. Her full force strike, even the cultivators of the reflection realm would not dare to withstand directly with their bodies. Are you merely tickling me? Rest assured, once I have devoured him, I shall come to relish you thoroughly. You, an insignificant ant, are quite the charming little beauty. The humanoid monster cackled malevolently. Upon hearing this, Chu Mingyue's complexion turned pale. She would rather face death than endure the humiliation of this grotesque creature. Have you said enough? On the ground, Chu Xiaoxiao suddenly rose. At that moment, the sword energy within his sleeve howled, crashing towards the monster's brow. Clang! The sword energy descended, erupting into a dazzling display of sparks. Yet the humanoid monster remained utterly unmoved. Not bad in strength, but what a pity. Enough, you shall die. I have changed my mind. I initially intended to savor your demise slowly, but I cannot wait any longer, especially with a lovely little beauty nearby awaiting my enjoyment. The humanoid monster panted heavily, its body of crimson fur swirling chaotically, its greedy gaze flickering towards Chu Mingyue. Instantly, Chu Mingyue felt a chill run through her entire being. She silently vowed that if Chu Xiaoxiao were to fall, she would rather self-destruct her soul than allow that hideous humanoid monster to humiliate her. The Tao of creation, Chu Xiaoxiao struck again. He sensed that if he could slay this monster, he would surely attain great fortune. Not to mention, he could seize the creature's physique, vitality, and magical power for himself. Chu Xiaoxiao discerned that this monster was not a mere puppet, it was a genuine life form. Chapter 59, The Crimson Furred Monster. A harbinger of misfortune, the character of destiny. Boom. Chu Xiaoxiao's entire being erupted with magical power, manifesting various divine techniques, the terrifying force surging like a torrential flood. overwhelming the humanoid monster. Struggle, cackle. The more you resist, the more exhilarated I become. The humanoid monster showed no inclination to evade. It withstood Chu Xiaoxiao's lethal assault, advancing a few steps to confront him, poised to end his life. Flesh, how delectable the flesh. The humanoid monster licked its lips, a foul stench emanating from its gaping maw, tainting the surrounding air with a wretched miasma. This cannot be. Its physical form is excessively formidable, akin to a quasi-holy artifact. Chu Xiaoxiao's expression darkened, realizing that relying solely on divine techniques would not suffice to injure this humanoid monster. Summon the imperial weapon. Chu Xiaoxiao attempted to call forth the imperial treasure. Should the imperial weapon be summoned, even the slightest release of its formidable power could obliterate this humanoid monstrosity. Alas, regardless of how fervently Chu Xiao called upon it, the Dao-calling Shimpan remained in a state of half-slumber. It was not due to its unwillingness to emerge, but rather the rules of this space were exceedingly rigid. The force of the rules left behind by that true immortal firmly suppressed the Dao-calling Shimpan, confining it within the depths of Chu Xiao's consciousness. The moment Chu Xiao invoked the imperial weapon, the humanoid creature had already closed in. Whoosh! With no time for contemplation, Chu Xiao swiftly executed his movement technique, narrowly evading the creature's assault. What formidable strength! Chu Xiao was taken aback. The creature casually grasped with its hand, effortlessly shattering the void. Were such power to descend upon him, even his physical form would surely suffer devastating harm. Did he manage to evade it? The humanoid creature, witnessing Chu Xiao dodge its attack, adopted an even more frenzied and distorted tone. From the red fur upon its body oozed a viscous black liquid, akin to the very essence of the great laws coalesced. As this liquid fell into the air, it transformed into black mist, conjuring forth horrific phantoms of ferocious beasts. What manner of creature is this? According to the system, this passage was a trial left by that true immortal. Yet could a cultivator of the Dharma aspect realm truly endure such a test? Chu Xiao mused inwardly. Fortunately, during his time at the Heavenly Demon Palace, he had observed myriad techniques and cultivated an exceptionally refined movement spell. Otherwise, he would have already perished at the hands of this humanoid monstrosity. Since this is a trial, even if arduous, there must be a glimmer of hope. Chu Xiao pondered while evading. Not far away, Chu Mingyue wished to assist Chu Xiao in alleviating some of the pressure, but each time she approached the humanoid creature, she was sent flying back. Thankfully, the creature seemed intent on keeping her alive for its own amusement. Otherwise, with her strength, she would not withstand a single blow from it. Void Slash. Within the dim passage, after dodging 2 strikes from the humanoid creature, Chu Xiao produced an ordinary magical weapon, immediately cleaving towards the creature's head. As the blade fell, the void appeared to be rent asunder. A howling gale surged forth, akin to tumultuous waves upon the sea, relentless and overwhelming. The sword struck the creature's neck. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resonated. Chu Xiao's hands went numb from the shock, and his long sword shattered on the spot. To strike the humanoid creature with an ordinary magical weapon was akin to attempting to pierce steel with tofu. To truly shake this creature's physical form, one would need at least a quasi-saint level artifact. Yet, constrained by the laws of this realm, any artifact exceeding the divine grade could neither be summoned nor utilized. How many years has it been? Before me, you are the first being capable of withstanding for so long. Cough, cough, cough. I find myself somewhat admiring you. I imagine your flesh must be quite delectable. The humanoid monster grinned widely, its voice resembling a deadly incantation that could unsettle the mind. As it spoke, it fixed its gaze upon Chu Xiao, as if regarding a precious delicacy. Black saliva dripped continuously from its maw. Suddenly, the creature could no longer restrain itself. Its speed surged as it lunged towards Chu Xiao, its mouth opening in an exaggerated arc. With a swift motion, Chu Xiao evaded the attack effortlessly. This could not continue. He must swiftly identify its weakness. After dodging the humanoid strike once more, Chu Xiao took a deep breath and began to scrutinize the creature. You are no match for me. You are simply too weak. Surrender your struggle. The humanoid urged Chu Xiao. Its strength and physical prowess were beyond Chu Xiao's capacity to challenge. Yet, within a short span, it could not terminate him. For Chu Xiao's agility was astonishingly swift and enigmatic. Hearing the creature's taunts, a tinge of bitterness welled up in Chu Xiao's heart. The powers and abilities he took pride in now seemed like a mere jest before the humanoid. Ironically, It was the rudimentary techniques he had practiced that had allowed him to endure thus far. I will not concede. Even if death is inevitable, I shall fight with all my might. Chu Xiao remained undeterred by the creature's words. TSK, what a pity. The humanoid shook its head as it charged towards Chu Xiao with heavy steps. A thunderous crash erupted as it shattered the void upon impact. Should you comprehend two complete paths and integrate them into your essence, you might stand a chance to slay me. However, it is evident that you cannot achieve this. Throughout the eons, only my master has managed to grasp two complete paths while simultaneously wielding their power in the realm of Dharma. The creature uttered softly. As it spoke, Chu Mingyue beside him was profoundly shaken. The realm of Dharma? To comprehend two complete paths? Is this truly within the realm of possibility for a living being? It is worth noting that even some quasi-emperors and emperors may not grasp a single complete path. The celestial beings who left this assessment passage were indeed gifted beyond measure. Is that so? Listening to the creature's casual remarks, a glimmer of hope illuminated Chu Xiao's mind. To comprehend two complete paths and wield their power offered a chance to vanquish the humanoid. In that instant, Chu Xiao seized the opportunity for survival. Thanks to the rewards from the system, he had already mastered one complete path, the path of the sword. Furthermore, he possessed a certain understanding of the path of slaughter, which could seamlessly merge with the path of the sword. If what this monstrous figure asserts is true, that it can unleash the power of two great paths, then I shall undoubtedly find a glimmer of hope. A radiant light gleamed in Chu Xiao's eyes. With a mere thought, an ordinary wooden sword materialized in his grasp. Upon seeing the wooden sword in Chu Xiao's hand, the humanoid monster erupted into a feeble, mocking laughter. Do you intend to slay me with that wooden sword? Ha ha ha. The creature coughed violently, perceiving Chu Xiao's actions as madness. Gazing at Chu Xiao, who held the wooden sword, Chu Mingyue felt bewildered. Yet, her faith in Chu Xiao remained unwavering. In times past, when they found themselves cornered, Chu Xiao had miraculously resurrected, overcoming every peril. Now, she believed he would triumph over this monster as well. As she fixed her gaze upon Chu Xiao in the distance, a sense of bewilderment washed over her, gradually giving rise to an unfamiliar sentiment. Though she hailed from an ancient celestial era, her experiences were limited, and she knew little of romantic feelings. Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to develop feelings. As sword cultivators, the sharpness of our blades is not of paramount importance. Even the gentle rustle of leaves, the drip of water, can serve as a sword, capable of cutting through illusions. Chu Xiao tightened his grip on the wooden sword and unleashed a fierce burst of energy. He did not summon the magical power within him, but instead wielded his sword technique to thrust at the humanoid monster. Whoosh! The sword energy surged forth. This strike, though seemingly ordinary, bore an overwhelming force. The sword's momentum grazed the monster's skin, causing droplets of ink-black blood to spill forth. The wooden sword had breached its flesh. Upon witnessing this, Chu Mingyue was taken aback. The humanoid monster stood frozen in disbelief. You have wounded me. You actually managed to hurt me. It roared. Within its voice lay not anger, but rather a hint of anticipation and ineffable exhilaration. It seemed that being injured was, to it, a cause for celebration. Ha ha. Come. Strike again. The monster cried out in a frenzy. It lunged towards Chu Xiao, willingly exposing its chest. Unperturbed, Chu Xiao complied. Swish, swish, swish. He unleashed several more strikes. The humanoid monster did not evade, nor did it resist. It simply stood there, allowing Chu Xiao to attack. After several strikes, numerous wounds adorned its body. However, these injuries were non-lethal. In a mere 3 to 5 breaths, all its wounds had healed. Not enough. You cannot kill me like this. The humanoid monster became agitated. Its crimson fur bristled wildly. Die. In the next instant, it erupted into action, lunging towards Chu Xiao with terrifying force. Chu Xiao refrained from meeting the blow head-on. The creature's strength was grotesquely formidable. Even some early-stage powerhouses would likely lose their lives in its presence. Alas, the cycle cannot be broken. To exist in this manner indefinitely, millennia, tens of thousands of years, millions of years, whispers the humanoid monstrosity. Simultaneously, its speed of attack accelerates ever further. Enough. Let death come. Let all perish. It succumbs entirely to a state of madness. Chu Xiao's spirit is tautly wounded. After arriving in this world, he encounters such a perilous predicament for the first time. Neither the time he was stripped of his powers by Chu Liping nor the assaults from ancient aberrations could compare to the current danger. For at this moment, even if Chu Xiao wished to escape, he found no opportunity. To survive, he must eliminate this humanoid creature. Kill. Chu Xiao forcibly drew a breath, striking forth once more with his sword. In that fleeting moment of the swing, he did not forget to channel his mind, grasping the essence of the Sutra of Slaughter imprinted in his consciousness. To kill is to embrace the path of destruction. Recalling the scenes of his past when the Ember Emperor led him into the imperial city to unleash devastation, Chu Xiao's mind sharpened, as if he were on the verge of grasping something profound. Chapter 60. The Legacy of the True Immortal. The divine demon palace. Time flows inexorably. The mana within Chu Xiao's body gradually wanes. Most critically, he has exhausted all resources within his storage ring that could aid in restoring his power. During the battles with those puppets, he depleted his entire supply. At this moment, Chu Mingwe too possesses no resources. I can hold on for at most another quarter of an hour. Even when faced with dire straits, Chu Xiao remains remarkably composed. Observing his calm demeanor, Chu Mingwe feels a deep sense of admiration. In terms of mental fortitude, she certainly pales in comparison to Chu Xiao, especially in such life-and-death moments. The disparity between her and Chu Xiao is stark. The master once said, "Slaughter is but slaughter. It can be the frenzied, indiscriminate slaughter of all living beings, or the resolute belief to wield a sword and vanquish all foes." As Chu Xiao deftly dodges, he enters a state of enlightenment. In a daze, he seems to perceive the silhouette of the Ember Emperor. "I am named Ember." In that instant, the voice of the Ember Emperor reverberates in his mind. Suddenly, Chu Xiao halts his movement. He turns to face the humanoid monster, coldly declaring, "Sword domain of the hand." With a thunderous shout, Chu Xiao channels the last remnants of his mana to execute a divine technique. This technique, not birthed from the Ember Emperor nor derived from any lineage of martial arts, springs forth from Chu Xiao's sudden realization. Annihilate. The word escapes Chu Xiao's lips, faint yet resonant. Boom. An ethereal colossal hand descends from the heavens, bearing down upon the humanoid monstrosity. This hand bears resemblance to the Ember Emperor's past technique of annihilating realms, yet it possesses distinct differences. For within this hand lies an intricate tapestry of terrifying sword energy. These sword energies intertwine and surge, akin to tumultuous ocean waves. The hand descends, enveloping the humanoid being. "You cannot kill me. It is futile." In the moment shrouded by the great palm, the humanoid monster appeared utterly indifferent. Yet, in the next heartbeat, its expression shifted drastically. "No, it cannot be like this. Cough, cough. Am I to be liberated? Hee-ha-ha." The humanoid creature babbled incoherently, its tone laced with fear and an indescribable thrill. For countless years, it had awaited this day. Through endless time, it had remained trapped within this corridor. It contemplated suicide, but found itself incapable. Its corporeal form was immensely powerful, rendering even self-destruction a mere fantasy. "Strain. Push harder." Ha ha. The humanoid monster erupted in laughter. Within its voice, Chu Xiao discerned a myriad of emotions. It was difficult to fathom the tribulations this creature had endured. All living beings yearn for longevity, for immortality. Yet, the state of existence of this humanoid monster approached a form of eternal life. Still, it yearned for death. "Strain. If you cannot kill me, I shall gradually grind you to dust and swallow you whole. Then I will relish in tormenting that lovely maiden. Hurry, grant me a swift end," the humanoid monster bellowed, its voice hoarse and weakened. "To satisfy you." Chu Xiao uttered no further words. At this moment, he attained enlightenment. The complete path of slaughter crystallized within his mind. The fusion of swordsmanship and the path of killing birthed the sword domain of the palm. However, Chu Xiao's body had also reached its limits. Yet, he dared not relent. He must vanquish this humanoid monster. Within the spacious corridor, the void seethed, and the great Tao resonated. Beside him, Chu Mingyue stood, utterly astonished, rendered speechless. The power Chu Xiao unleashed was sufficient to subdue even the most ordinary of reflection realm experts. To coexist in an era with such a prodigy. Do I truly have hope in pursuing the immortal path? Chu Mingyue's thoughts stirred. She now harbored a notion to seal her divine source anew and await the dawn of the next great era. Throughout their journey, she had witnessed Chu Xiao's overwhelming prowess. Ancient anomalies and the youthful forms of emperors paled in comparison before him. Even the legendary immortal fetus might fall short of Chu Xiao. Palm extinction. The image of the day the Ember Emperor struck flashed in Chu Xiao's mind. That palm of the Ember Emperor seemed to manifest as an independent world, capable of shattering myriad realms with a single descent. Even the Emperor Lords and true great emperors would be reduced to naught beneath that hand. Sword descends. As the last vestige of his magical power waned within Chu Xiao, the great palm enveloping the humanoid monster slowly closed. Excellent. Splendid. The humanoid monster laughed heartily. It did not struggle, remaining ensconced within the palm's domain. At last, its corporeal form erupted, akin to shattered porcelain, scattering across the ground. The ominous aura that surrounded it gradually dissipated. Strands of long crimson hair fell to the ground, igniting spontaneously and transforming into dust. He had survived. As he observed the humanoid creature collapse, Chu Xiao let out a sigh of relief and slowly settled onto the ground in a meditative posture. Exhaling deeply, he closed his eyes. His current condition was dire. Within him, his organs bore hidden injuries. The Sea of Purple Mansion had also run dry, leaving not a trace of magical energy. Were it not for the nourishing power of the imperial bone in his chest, Chu Xiao might have fainted outright. This time, he had truly reached his limit. Chaos body refinement. Chu Xiao adjusted his breathing, simultaneously recovering while practicing the techniques outlined in the chaos body refinement. The injuries to his body and the depletion of his magical energy were, for Chu Xiao, akin to a trial by fire. Chu Mingyue slowly approached him and also seated herself, commencing her own recovery. She had been actively engaged in combat alongside Chu Xiao against the humanoid creature. In terms of physical condition, she was not much better off than him. Both were exceedingly weak. As they sat cross-legged, the surrounding area fell into a profound silence. Within the dim space, the only sounds that echoed were their rhythmic breaths. 3 days and nights passed. Chu Xiao finally rose to his feet. Glancing sideways, he noticed that Chu Mingyue had finished her meditation at some point. She had changed into a purple gown and stood quietly beside him, keeping watch. "You are awake?" Upon seeing Chu Xiao recover, a rare smile graced Chu Mingyue's lips. She was already exceptionally beautiful, and her smile seemed to illuminate the dark corridor. As she beamed, 2 dimples appeared on her cheeks, adding to her allure. For a fleeting moment, Chu Xiao found himself momentarily entranced. "What are you staring at?" Chu Mingyue leaned closer to him, her tone no longer icy. "Nothing. Let us move forward." Chu Xiao shook his head, dispelling the distractions from his mind. "All right," she nodded. Together, they advanced deeper into the passage. The corridor comprised areas of both shadows and light. This time, they walked for quite a while. At last, a grand palatial structure slowly materialized before their eyes. The palace was immensely magnificent. It boasted 9 doors. The 3 central gates soared to great heights, towering over 10,000 feet, while the 6 smaller doors on either side were also 1,000 feet tall and several hundred feet wide. The 9 doors stood in parallel, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, instilling a profound sense of pressure upon those who approached. "Chu Xiao, shall we enter?" Chu Mingyue inquired, unconsciously beginning to regard him as her pillar of strength. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiao, without hesitation, took the lead toward the central grand door. "Wait for me." Seeing Chu Xiao step forward, Chu Mingyue hurriedly followed him. 2 individuals, one in front of the other, stepped into the grand palace. "What an immense palace!" exclaimed Chu Mingyue upon entering. The majesty of this palace was truly unparalleled. Even the revered sanctum of the imperial court, or the ancestral hall of the Chu family within the void's forbidden zone, could not compare to the splendor of this palace. "This palace must have been crafted by deities or demons," Chu Xiao casually explained, sensing the chaotic aura emanating from the walls. The materials used in the construction of this palace were entirely composed of chaotic substances. Having cultivated the chaotic body refinement method, Chu Xiao was particularly sensitive to the essence of chaos. "Deities and demons?" Chu Mingyue inquired with curiosity. She had some understanding of these beings. But both in the ancient immortal era and the current epoch, the divine demon race had become quite desolate. The ability to forge such a palace would require a being of at least true immortal level. Upon examining the palace walls, Chu Mingyue noticed numerous immortal runes, radiating an aura of immortality. Only true immortals could leave such inscriptions. With the insights gleaned from the runes within the palace, Chu Mingyue quickly deduced a wealth of information. "Chu Xiao, let us proceed further. We may yet obtain the legacy of that true immortal." according to the rules set by that true immortal within the Shujia secret realm. Those who vie for the Shujia token and rank among the top 3 stand a chance to inherit a legacy. Your previous confrontation with several ancient monstrosities may have caught the attention of the true immortal's lingering will, thus bringing you here. Now that you have passed the trials within the passage, he may bestow upon you his inheritance. Excitement tinged her voice. That would be the legacy of a true immortal. Although the Chu family of the imperial court claimed to be a longevity force and had birthed immortals, their legacy had long since been fragmented. Even the imperial court's Chu family could not present a complete legacy of a true immortal. The legacy of a true immortal? It matters not, Chu Shao replied calmly. He was genuinely indifferent to the so-called legacy of a true immortal. The Slaughter Sutra left by Emperor Jin was, after all, a volume of quasi-immortal inheritance. Additionally, the chaotic body refinement method was not inferior to ordinary true immortal techniques. As for the Kuanping escape technique in Chu Zhao's possession, it was of the highest caliber among true immortal arts. Most importantly, he also possessed the Immortal King technique, Heavenly Seal. If external forces were to learn of the plethora of top-tier powers Chu Shao held, they would undoubtedly be driven to madness with envy. Chu Shao, are you not excited? That is the legacy of a true immortal. Chu Minghua questioned, puzzled. After all, acquiring the legacy of a true immortal would provide a significant advantage in the future quest for immortality, allowing one to leap ahead of others. Let us go? We must hasten our departure, Chu Shao replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Chu Minghua ceased to ponder further. She found merit in Chu Zhao's reasoning. This was no place for lingering, and it felt ominously eerie within the palace, as if it harbored some hidden malevolence. Chapter 61. The Will of the True Immortal. Still suppressing as he advanced towards the palace entrance, Chu Shao remained vigilant. The interior of the palace seemed endless, with dense columns ahead and flickering oil lamps surrounding him. Occasionally, runes shimmered on the walls. You have arrived. As Chu Shao and Chu Mingyue approached a statue, a thunderous roar suddenly descended from above, striking them like a heavy hammer against their chests. Chu Mingyue, lacking sufficient strength, nearly succumbed to dizziness from the sound. Chu Shao fared slightly better, yet felt a tumultuous sensation in his chest. Who goes there? Chu Shao scanned the surroundings, his consciousness rapidly extending in all directions to probe the area. Do not be alarmed, the voice responded to Chu Shao. In the next moment, the statue began to tremble, and vibrant celestial lights ignited above its head. Chu Shao gazed up at the statue, tension coursing through him. The figure was a bizarre amalgamation of human and serpent. At that moment, a silhouette manifested above the statue. Chu Shao focused intently. The figure was a serpent, a magnificent white snake radiating divine light. 2 pairs of antlers adorned its head, exuding an imposing aura. Mortal, having encountered this sovereign, why do you not prostrate yourself? The white snake slithered forward, instantly appearing before Chu Shao and Chu Minghua. Its immense length loomed, and as it raised its head, it emanated overwhelming pressure. The terrifying aura spread from the white serpent. Thud! Chu Mingyue, lacking the necessary power, collapsed to the ground, half kneeling at the serpent's feet. Chu Shao, however, struggled to maintain his stance. With a surge of profound energy erupting from within, he resisted the white serpent's oppressive force, swiftly seizing Chu Mingyue and retreating thousands of feet, creating distance between them and the serpent. Quite intriguing. Human, your arrival here indeed signifies a measure of strength. Kneel and bow. This sovereign grants you a chance. Otherwise, you shall perish. The white serpent spoke casually, its gaze fixed on Chu Shao, attempting to compel him to submit. Not a chance. Faced with this coercion, Chu Shao felt his fighting spirit ignite. This white serpent was not benevolent. Even if he bowed, it would likely not spare him. Rather than submitting, he would rather confront it head-on. Chu Shao, let me go. You should escape alone. If you can seal the 2 bronze walls within that passage, it might suffice to thwart it. Chu Mingyue spoke, for since Chu Shao had vanquished that humanoid monstrosity, the 2 bronze walls in the passage could be freely manipulated. Upon hearing her words, Chu Shao did not release Chu Mingyue, but instead leaped several steps, expeditiously tossing her out of the palace. Old woman, mind your own affairs and do not interfere, Chu Shao stated with an undeniable tone. He had no intention of fleeing. To retreat would mean, even if he preserved his life, he would be eternally trapped in this place. Upon hearing Chu Shao's words, Chu Mingyue felt both anger and urgency. Yet she refrained from rebuttal. If she were to intrude further into the palace, it would indeed only cause trouble for Chu Xiao. She had to admit that she was far too weak. White Serpent, come forth in battle. Chu Xiao drew a sword, positioning it before the White Serpent. You, a mere human, are rather intriguing. I shall grant you another chance. Kneel, and I shall bestow upon you an opportunity for survival. The White Serpent spoke with a tone of amusement, not immediately attacking Chu Xiao, but regarding him with the gaze of a cat observing its prey. Enough of your noise. Chu Xiao retorted coldly. With a swift motion, the sword in his grasp transformed into a streak of light, embodying the essence of slaughter and the true meaning of the sword, striking directly at the White Serpent's head. To encounter a celestial and not kneel is to court death. I shall personally subdue you, sever your path of reincarnation, and annihilate your true spirit. The White Serpent's form quivered, and invisible laws coalesced around it. Immediately, Chu Xiao felt his entire body rendered immobile. Realizing the implications of the White Serpent's words, he understood it was but a fragment of the true immortal's will. The will of a true immortal was not something a mere mortal could contend with. Yet, Chu Xiao remained unperturbed. With the Nirvana's sacred body at his disposal, he still possessed 3 opportunities for rebirth. Contemplating this, he began to summon the system. He felt that if the system did not provide assistance soon, it would be exceedingly difficult to deal with the White Serpent before exhausting his chances of resurrection. System, this trial exceeds all bounds. Chu Xiao internally lamented. Though he had achieved the pinnacle of physical form, spirit, and technique, his realm was still inadequate, a fundamental flaw. If he could surpass the constraints of this world's laws, ignite the divine fire, and wield the supreme imperial weapon, the Tao calling Xianpan, perhaps he could contend with the White Serpent. Although the White Serpent was the will of a true immortal, it was not as invincible as Chu Xiao had imagined. Perhaps due to the passage of time, it had been worn down nearly to the point of disintegration. What Chu Xiao sought was not to vanquish it, but to endure alongside it until it completely succumbed to dissolution. System, he silently called out once more. Beep. At that moment, a response resonated in his mind. System is currently detecting. As the system's prompt echoed, a red triangular exclamation mark appeared before Chu Xiao's eyes. Detection complete. Upon assessment, it appears there may be some minor discrepancies in the trial faced by the host. The host may choose from the following options to receive corresponding rewards. Option 1. Kneel and beg for mercy, subsequently allowing the true immortal S will to seize control, gaining the reward. Tragic title. Bearing this title, forever ensnared in a tragic state, yet the true spirit shall never dissipate. Option 2. Fight. Reward. No longer subjected to the constraints of the Ruins Realm's laws. Able to transcend boundaries, capable of wielding imperial weapons. Upon hearing the choice presented by the system, Chu Xiao was poised to make a decision when his physical form was seized by the White Serpent. Immediately, a formidable psychic force began to invade Chu Xiao's body, vying for dominion over him. Attempting to seize my body? Dream on. Chu Xiao bellowed, steadfastly resisting the mental onslaught. At this moment, clarity dawned upon him. The so-called Ruins Realm was nothing but a grand conspiracy. The true immortal will within the secret realm attracted prodigies, subsequently selecting candidates for possession. The notion of inheritance was merely bait. System, I choose option 2. Chu Xiao hastily declared his choice. On the other side, witnessing that Chu Xiao withstood one of its psychic assaults, the White Serpent was taken aback. As a manifestation of the true immortal will, it should not have been stymied by a cultivator of the Dharma aspect realm, even in its weakened state. Young one, it seems you harbor secrets. Yet, it is futile. However, considering your will remains intact, relinquish your mind, and allow me to temporarily reside in your consciousness. I can spare your life. I promise not to claim your corporeal form. Once you depart from here, seek me a new body in the outside world. What say you? The White Serpent spoke softly, refraining from further assaulting Chu Xiao. Chapter 62. Attempting possession? The fragmented immortal artifact. Hearing these words, Chu Xiao remained silent, merely offering a cold laugh. The White Serpent's words were sweetly deceptive. Not to claim my corporeal form? If I were to truly lower my guard, I would likely lose all autonomy. It truly underestimated my intelligence. Crack. At that moment, as Chu Xiao made his selection, the system began to dispense rewards. The ethereal energy surging from the palace coalesced around him, forming spirals of spiritual energy. Indeed, you possess a great secret. The White Serpent, upon sensing Chu Xiao's state, was instantly alarmed. The The ruins realm harbored the true immortal laws it had once established. Even some peak emperors were powerless against the constraints of these laws. Yet, Chu Xiao had evidently broken free from the true immortal laws it left behind. At this juncture, Chu Xiao's realm surged forward rapidly. Peak Dharma aspect, early transcendence, mid-transcendence, late transcendence, roar. The white serpent let out a ferocious roar, its gaze fixed upon Chu Xiao, emanating a chilling aura. In the next moment, it launched another psychic assault. Young one, do not waste your effort. Even if you shatter the laws I established and ascend to the transcendent realm, it will ultimately prove futile, the white serpent declared sternly. In its eyes flickered a chill, yet at this moment, urgency tinged its voice. After enduring countless eons, it had finally awaited the arrival of Chu Xiao. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, preventing it from seizing Chu Xiao's corporeal form, its final remnant of will would soon dissipate. Observing the white serpent's robust and composed demeanor, Chu Xiao hastened his breakthrough. Upon entering the realm of profound enlightenment, a mystical bridge would form within a cultivator's body. This bridge would span the treacherous seas of fate, leading directly to the shores of immortality. Only when the bridge was established could a cultivator be deemed to possess a genuine foundation for the immortal path. Within most prominent sects, those at the profound enlightenment stage were considered the backbone of power. In remote regions, such cultivators could even establish their own sects, claiming the title of ancestors. Achieving profound enlightenment before the age of 20, with a solid and robust corporeal foundation, was indeed commendable. The white serpent's gaze was fixated on Chu Xiao as it lashed out its tail, emanating a faint trace of celestial might. This ephemeral aura, as insubstantial as smoke, seemed poised to disperse at any moment. Yet, upon reaching Chu Xiao, it solidified the surrounding space and affected the flow of the Tao. Fortunately, the white serpent did not intend to kill Chu Xiao, but sought to possess his body. Otherwise, such a strike would have been sufficient to reduce his corporeal form to mere fragments. Although his body remained unscathed, Chu Xiao's spirit endured a terrifying onslaught. Knock the Tao's mystical disc. Chu Xiao gritted his teeth, softly summoning the two artifacts within his consciousness. The mystical disc, a legacy of the Ember Emperor and a weapon of extreme power, possessed formidable defensive capabilities. With a resounding boom, as the system lifted the constraints of the secret realm, the Knock the Tao's mystical disc within Chu Xiao's sea of consciousness was liberated from the realm's laws. Accompanied by the emergence of runes radiating imperial might, the mystical disc swiftly manifested behind him, shielding him from the majority of the white serpent's psychic assault. In an instant, the pressure on Chu Xiao significantly diminished. An imperial weapon? No. Rather, it could be regarded as a quasi-immortal artifact. The white serpent gazed at the Knock the Tao's mystical disc with a hint of astonishment in its voice. The surface of the disc, floating behind Chu Xiao, shimmered with traces of immortal essence. In its prime, the Ember Emperor had ascended to the pinnacle of the mortal path, nearly achieving immortality. During that time, the Knock the Tao's mystical disc had been closely bonded with the Ember Emperor, undergoing cultivation and refinement, thus ranking among the most elite of imperial weapons. Subsequently, as the remnants of the Ember Emperor revived, it gleaned a fragment of the immortal path just before its dissolution. Hence, the mystical disc had acquired a semblance of immortal essence during that period. It was not unfounded for the white serpent to refer to it as a quasi-immortal artifact. Ha, young one, it is futile. A mere quasi-immortal artifact cannot protect you. Very well, I shall not squander further time with you. Before your spirit shatters, allow me to present to you what constitutes a genuine celestial artifact. The white serpent withdrew its gaze, its voice gradually descending into a somber tone. Before long, a pitch-black colossal cauldron was expelled from its maw. This cauldron was marred with cracks, its surface riddled with rust, and even several gaping holes. Yet, the moment the cauldron materialized, time itself fell into an eternal silence. Within the palace, the river of time ceased its flow. Boom, boom. As he gazed upon the enormous cauldron, Chu Xiao felt his heart uncontrollably begin to race. Even the imperial bone within his chest dimmed its luminescence. An indescribable sense of peril surged through Chu Xiao's being. This colossal cauldron, emitted by the white serpent, was undoubtedly a celestial artifact. It was a true divine treasure, worthy of being termed an immortal artifact. The celestial suppression cauldron, dear old friend, we meet again. A sense of nostalgia and emotion surfaced in the white serpent's eyes. The cauldron it had expelled had once accompanied it in battles across the realms, simmering the essence of countless lives. Within this cauldron, it had refined numerous supreme emperors. Even those on the verge of ascension had been subdued by this very vessel. Indeed, too much time has elapsed. Reflecting upon the glorious past, it feels as though it were but a fleeting dream. Since I forged the celestial suppression cauldron, I have yet to use it to extinguish any being beneath the imperial realm. For I deemed those frail beings, akin to mere ants, unworthy of perishing beneath its might. Yet you, young man, I believe you possess that qualification. The white serpent's tone had grown remarkably calm, yet within its words, Chu Xiao discerned a profound intent to kill. It is time to conclude this. With that, the white serpent maneuvered the colossal cauldron, slowly bearing down upon Chu Xiao. Gradually, Chu Xiao's will began to blur. The target of the celestial suppression cauldron was not Chu Xiao's corporeal form, but rather the refinement of his soul and true spirit. Behind Chu Xiao, the Tao-calling mystic disk revolved. Countless imperial runes interwove around it, transforming into barriers of power, attempting to protect Chu Xiao. However, in but an instant, these runes collapsed. Even a quasi-celestial artifact could not withstand the might of that colossal cauldron. Though the Tao-calling mystic disk bore a trace of immortal truth, it remained an earthly vessel. The cauldron, though flawed, was a genuine immortal artifact. The disparity in their ranks was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Was he to fall here? Chu Xiao struggled to hold on. In less than a breath's time, he felt himself on the brink of total submersion, destined to plunge into darkness. Even with his Nirvana sacred body, it proved of no avail at this moment. The Nirvana sacred body could revive him multiple times. Alas, even if he were to be resurrected numerous times, he could not escape the suppression of that colossal cauldron. This is a deadlock. In terms of power, the chasm between Chu Xiao and the white serpent was nearly beyond description. In the realm of magical artifacts, Chu Xiao finds himself utterly outmatched. The adversary he confronts is not merely a mortal being, but a genuine celestial entity. Even though this celestial being appears feeble, on the brink of complete annihilation, it remains a being of divine origin. Even a fleeting remnant of its essence cannot be resisted by mere mortals. Observing Chu Xiao, the white serpent shook its head, a tone of regret lacing its words. With a voice steeped in antiquity, it remarked, "Young one, it is no wonder I feel this way. Had my physical form not perished, I would not have taken your life. Indeed, I even considered taking you as my disciple. You possess immense potential. Fear not. I shall traverse the path ahead for you. I will witness the pinnacle of celestial enlightenment on your behalf." The white serpent murmured softly. Meanwhile, outside the palace, Chu Mingyue was engulfed in anxiety. Countless times, she yearned to return within its confines. Alas, at this very moment, an invisible barrier of magical energy had formed around the palace, thwarting her attempts to breach it. Will Chu Xiao survive? No, why should I care? If he perished, I should rejoice. No, he cannot die. As she spoke to herself, she unleashed her powers, striking at the barrier surrounding the palace. I am not concerned for his life. If he dies, I too would be trapped. With a thunderous roar, several magical forces erupted, and within her heart, chaos reigned. Yet she remained obstinate, refusing to acknowledge her growing worry for Chu Xiao. In that moment, she resembled a soul in turmoil, desperately trying to penetrate the palace while outwardly proclaiming her indifference. He will not die. He will surely emerge alive. Chu Xiao, you scoundrel, if you dare leave me here, I shall never forgive you. Blood poured from the corners of her mouth, her breath waning, and regret overwhelmed her heart. Had she known, even if it meant death, she would never have left the palace. To perish alongside Chu Xiao would be far preferable to remaining here alone. Ice domain. Open. At the very moment Chu Mingyue unleashed her power, the celestial artifact, the heavenly pot, pressed down upon Chu Xiao's head. He was drawn into the pot, and instantly, the Tao-responding celestial disk that floated behind him was completely suppressed. Is this the end? The world before Chu Xiao faded into a blur. His consciousness dimmed. Perhaps in 2 more breaths, he felt he would vanish entirely from this realm. Memories flooded his mind, scenes of late nights spent working, enduring the scorn of superiors in his past life, and then, in this life, existing within the imperial court as a prince, perpetually living in trepidation. Later still, he found himself entering the temple of heavenly demons. Remarkably, this marked Chu Xiao's 3rd encounter with death. For the first time, before traversing into this world, he experienced a brush with death. The second time, not long ago, he found himself cornered by those puppets, pushed to the brink of despair. Just as Chu Xiao was on the verge of collapsing, an ancient totem suddenly emerged in his mind. Upon this totem stood a magnificent and robust figure, wielding a colossal axe, cleaving the heavens. This figure was none other than the primordial deity from the Pangu visualization method. At that moment, the totem seemed to come alive, emitting a resounding roar that reverberated throughout Chu Xiao's being. Instantly, he felt his consciousness awakening. His scattered spirit and essence began to coalesce once more under the ancient deity's thunderous voice. Now, Chu Xiao perceived the sounds around him with newfound clarity. In his mind's eye, the radiant figure of the primordial god Pangu shone brightly. This brilliance surged through his consciousness, flowing outward to his physical form, ultimately illuminating the celestial pot. Outside the pot, the white serpent was utterly panicked. With a terrified and enraged gaze fixed upon Chu Xiao, it cried out, "What have you done?" The serpent writhed, opening its gaping maw to inhale deeply, attempting to extract Chu Xiao from the pot. It sensed that its celestial artifact was spiraling out of control. Without the power of the celestial pot to sustain it, its remaining essence would soon dissipate. At that moment, the prospect of seizing Chu Xiao's body seemed unattainable, and even survival itself appeared to be a distant hope. Realizing the gravity of the situation, it dared not allow Chu Xiao to remain within the pot any longer. Alas, it was too late. The once dark and silent celestial pot now radiated with golden light. The spiritual imprint of the white serpent inscribed within the pot disintegrated rapidly. "No, stop. Young man, wait. I possess a legacy to offer you. One that could aid you in achieving immortality. I beseech you, halt at once." Witnessing its inability to sway Chu Xiao, the serpent's tone softened, revealing genuine fear. The longer it had existed, the more it dreaded the specter of death. Chu Xiao paid no heed to its pleas. Even if he wished to bypass the serpent, he found himself unable to halt. The radiance emitted by the Pangu visualization method was utterly beyond his control. "If I cannot survive, neither shall you. I shall drag you down with me." The white serpent, now frantic, abandoned its previous arrogance. It plunged into the pot, intent on using its last remnants of spirit to trigger an explosion of the celestial pot. Though damaged, this artifact was still a celestial weapon. Should it truly detonate, it could easily ensure Chu Xiao's demise 1,000 times over. The self-destruction of a celestial artifact would not only spell death for Chu Xiao, but also obliterate hundreds of surrounding realms in the southern Chan domain. Perhaps even half of the eastern Yin realm would face annihilation. Gazing at the frenzied serpent, Chu Xiao admitted to feeling a twinge of panic. He had just narrowly escaped death, only to find himself ensnared in an even greater peril. "Ha ha ha. Fear, young one." As she cast a glance at Chu Xiao, noticing his own unease, he erupted into maniacal laughter, reveling in his apparent triumph. However, his mirth was abruptly silenced. The moment he was ensnared within the boiling pot, he found himself bound by strands of golden light, rendering him immobile. "What sorcery is this?" She gasped in astonishment. Moments later, his essence began to dissipate gradually. After several breaths, Chu Xiao sensed an augmentation of his spiritual power. It was the influence of the Pangu visualization method and the Slaughter Sutra. He mused in bewilderment. The potency of the Pangu visualization method seemed to have transcended Shi's lingering remnants, while the operation of the Slaughter Sutra siphoned away his soul energy. In that instant, Chu Xiao experienced a profound transformation. A torrent of memories surged into his consciousness. After vanquishing the humanoid monstrosity, he had absorbed an immense reservoir of cultivation through the Slaughter Sutra. Now, with his soul elevated, he could no longer contain his burgeoning realm, which erupted forth like a tidal wave, breaking through barriers with explosive force. Chapter 64. Do not move. I shall take you away within Chu Xiao's purple palace. A mystical bridge stood resolute, enveloped in chaotic energies. Before long, a flicker of flame ignited upon the shadowy bridge. This flame was feeble, no larger than a palm, yet it floated above the bridge, emitting a dim radiance. However, the moment the flame appeared, a transformation began to unfold within Chu Xiao. A faint divine essence radiated from his being, causing his aura to surge fiercely. The pressure of the divine fire realm swept across the surroundings, causing the very void to tremble. In that moment, Chu Xiao had stepped into the divine fire realm. Buzzing, the heavenly calming cauldron that enveloped him quivered slightly. Once Bai Shi's remnants fully dissipated, the cauldron became a soulless entity. Despite possessing innate sentience, it sought to fulfill Bai Shi's will, attempting to subdue Chu Xiao. However, as the Pangu visualization method emanated more resplendent golden light, the cauldron's residual spirit was eradicated. It was now a damaged artifact devoid of consciousness. Its power significantly diminished. The silver lining was that Chu Xiao could thoroughly refine it. Yet, even in its state of disrepair, should it unleash its might, it could still shatter mountains and obliterate realms. Imperial weapons paled in comparison before it. Refined, Chu Xiao endeavored to assimilate it. Threads of magical energy surged towards the colossal cauldron. Fortuitously, his spiritual power was formidable. Having siphoned Bai Shi's remnants, his current state surpassed that of the holiest. Approaching the threshold of quasi-emperor, this augmentation of his soul effectively bridged the gaps in Chu Xiao's capabilities. In the past, although he possessed astonishing combat prowess, his foundational essence was rather insubstantial. Those ancient aberrations, having existed for numerous lifetimes, each exhibited a resilience of spirit. Prior to reaching the reflective realm, the disparity may not have been apparent. However, upon breaking through to the reflective realm, the inadequacy of one's spirit becomes increasingly evident when confronted with those ancient beings. A robust spirit signifies the ability to wield a greater number of magical artifacts and simultaneously unleash a multitude of divine abilities. In encounters where the disparity in cultivation levels is minimal, the ultimate determinant of victory lies in the clash of spirits. Regrettably, despite having seized the remnants of the White Serpent's power, it remains insufficient. In comparison to those genuine ancients, my spiritual strength remains feeble. Upon departing from this place, it is imperative that I vanquish several ancient aberrations to bolster my spirit. Chu Xiao leaped from the heavenly suppression cauldron. Immediately, he waved his hand, retracting the cauldron. The process of refining the heavenly suppression cauldron proceeded smoothly. Chu Xiao calculated that once he attained the combat strength of an emperor, he would be able to command it. Chu Xiao. At that moment, outside the palace, the voice of Chu Mingyue echoed in. After the remnants of the White Serpent dissipated, the barrier enveloping the palace vanished as well. However, the true immortal laws within the ruins' secret realm persisted. Whoosh! Chu Mingyue, her purple gown stained with blood, stumbled into the palace. Observing the precarious state of Chu Mingyue, Chu Xiao stepped forward to her side. Just as she seemed on the verge of plummeting, Chu Xiao instinctively grasped her. Due to her extreme weakness, the moment he caught her arm, she collapsed into his embrace. Feeling the warmth of his body, her cheeks flushed. "Do not move. I shall assist you in exiting." Chu Xiao gazed at her, channeling a strand of his power into her meridians to alleviate her injuries. Chu Mingyue attempted to resist, yet her entire body was limp and powerless. "I have told you not to move." Chu Xiao's gaze lingered in her eyes, a strange sensation stirring within him, though he dared not confront it. He and Chu Mingyue were not of the same ilk. Upon leaving this place, they might yet become mortal enemies. Upon hearing his words, Chu Mingyue ceased her struggles, nestling in Chu Xiao's embrace, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. Rumble. As Chu Xiao spoke, his cultivation continued to ascend. In the brief span of a tea ceremony, he leapt from the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm to the peak of the divine fire realm. With one more step forward, Chu Xiao would enter the reflective realm. The reflective realm also signifies the further amplification of divine fire, capable of illuminating the mysterious bridge and extending its radiance to the myriad heavens beyond. In this realm, one bears the light of the Tao, half demigod and half saint, immensely powerful. Upon reaching the reflective realm, the divine fire within him blazes brilliantly, capable of guiding lost souls to transcendence and dispelling malevolent energies and resentments. The saying, "The divine light shines as heavenly mercy, illuminating the darkness for miles," refers precisely to this state. Continuing upwards leads to the sanctum of the three realms. Chu Xiao did not rashly attempt to transcend into the illumination realm. Having consecutively advanced through two major realms, his state of mind and cultivation had become somewhat inadequate. Should he ascend further, it would jeopardize his foundation, making it unfavorable for his future endeavors. With the pinnacle of the divine fire realm attained, Chu Xiao guided the Tao resonating disc, unleashing an incredibly terrifying strike. Unlike the heavenly suppression cauldron, the Tao resonating disc possessed sentience. Even if Chu Xiao's cultivation fell short, he could still barely harness its power with the aid of its spirit. The true immortal laws within this secret realm had weathered the passage of time, becoming somewhat fragmented, yet breaking through it proved a challenge for Chu Xiao. A tender, melodious female voice echoed in his ears. This marked the first time the Tao resonating disc proactively communicated with Chu Xiao. Although she had acknowledged him previously, she had always harbored reservations, believing him inferior to the Ember Emperor who had crafted her. It was only after Chu Xiao vanquished the puppet and the red-haired humanoid monstrosity that she was truly impressed by him. Especially after he survived the remnants of the true immortal and refined an immortal artifact, she completely recognized him as her second master. In the realm of imperial weapons, it is rare to find a true second master. Chu Xiao had become an exception. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, he resolved to strive forward. Chu Xiao responded to the weapon spirit. Upon hearing his words, she ceased her hesitations, understanding that only by shattering this place could they escape. Kill. Shatter this place, Chu Xiao commanded. With a resounding boom, he channeled all his magical power, activating the Tao resonating disc. Once he exited this realm, he would receive the system's reward of the Emperor's Cultivation Experience card, along with the quasi-immortal artifact, the Chaos Bell. Crack. The Tao resonating disc stirred. Within the palace, colossal pillars were obliterated. Crush the realms. The weapon spirit of the Tao resonating disc bellowed, her youthful voice imbued with an indomitable spirit of slaughter. Forged by the Ember Emperor, she was inherently a malevolent artifact. Over the years, however, her primary role had been as a tool for testing disciples within the Hall of Heavenly Demons. As they had no shortage of imperial weapons and had chosen her for a significant reason, within the Hall of Heavenly Demons, even more formidable and sinister artifacts lay concealed. Chapter 65. Collapse the secret realm and eliminate all foes simultaneously. Within the 5 realms of the secret realm, fissures began to manifest across the heavens. The laws constituting the secret realm started to disintegrate. This was unprecedented. The secret realm was on the verge of collapse. Witnessing this scene, some prodigies gasped in astonishment. The secret realm had endured for countless epochs, opening reliably every 300 years. Yet now, the spatial structure was crumbling. It must be the Son of God. In a hidden realm, Chu Aoran gazed contemplatively at the heavens above. He harbored an unsettling premonition that the collapse of this secret domain was inexorably linked to his own divine offspring. Goodness! Look over there. Quickly, everyone. Suddenly, Yin Fujiu, standing beside Chu Aoran, exclaimed in alarm. The elite members of the Heavenly Demon Palace turned their heads in unison. Their expressions filled with astonishment as they beheld a gaping black fissure in the sky. Within that rift, the silhouette of Chu Xiao flickered in and out of view. To their astonishment, they noticed that Chu Mingyue, the cherished scion of the imperial court, was nestled in Chu Xiao's embrace. In that instant, the reasons behind the realm's collapse were rendered inconsequential, overshadowed by the spectacle before them. How could the precious scion be in Chu Xiao's arms? Surely, that villain Chu Xiao had abducted her. The villain must be punished. At that moment, the young elites of the imperial court erupted in a fury, their anger palpable. They hurled curses like a tidal wave, all directed at Chu Xiao, their eyes blazing with indignation. We shall annihilate the villain Chu Xiao. I swear to rend his body to pieces. Some among them were driven to the brink of madness, their rage consuming them. Though they referred to her as the little scion, many young elites secretly harbored feelings of admiration for Chu Mingyue. Even if they dared not express their sentiments openly, they could not tolerate the sight of another man drawing close to her, especially not one like Chu Xiao. It must be noted that Chu Xiao was a traitor to the imperial court, a disgraced prince. In contrast, Chu Mingyue was not only the beloved scion, but also the heir to the throne. Should Chu Mingyue and Chu Xiao forge a bond, the ramifications for the imperial court would be unfathomable. The figure of the divine offspring lingered in the fissure, and Song Yaoji gazed up at the shadowy image with a tumultuous heart. On one hand, she felt elated that Chu Xiao was alive. On the other, jealousy gnawed at her. I truly cannot compare to her. Alas, what thoughts are you entertaining, Song Yaoji? Fixated on the sight of Chu Mingyue nestled in Chu Xiao's embrace, a wave of inferiority washed over her. In terms of talent, lineage, and grace, she was woefully eclipsed by Chu Mingyue. Indeed, Song Yaoji was regarded as a paragon of beauty in the outside world. Yet, when juxtaposed with the extraordinary Chu Mingyue, she felt utterly inadequate. In the resplendence of Chu Mingyue, She appeared mundane and lackluster. That was the daughter of an emperor, unparalleled in her brilliance throughout the annals of history. How many women could stand alongside Chu Mingyue? The more Song Yaoji pondered, the deeper her sense of shame became. Meanwhile, Yan Fuju and the others, upon witnessing Chu Mingyue leaning against Chu Xiao, appeared exhilarated. Ha! Splendid. Truly splendid. The divine offspring has indeed captivated the little scion of the imperial court. How intriguing. Simply delightful. The little scion of the imperial court has become the beloved of our divine offspring. It seems the ancient ancestors were not mistaken. The destiny of this era belongs to our heavenly demon palace. Listening to the voices of the proud disciples of the demon temple, the anger among the imperial court's elites intensified. Kill. Annihilate all these wretches from the demon temple. Today's events must not be allowed to circulate, proclaimed one of the imperial court's champions. Upon hearing this, the other elites nodded in agreement, for the ramifications of this incident spreading would be too dire. The only course of action was to eliminate the proud disciples of the demon temple and then deliberate further. Do you think you can slay us? Do you truly believe you are worthy? The champions of the demon temple were not cowards. Indeed, their numbers and overall strength in the secret realm were inferior to those of the imperial court, yet their fighting spirit remained undaunted. Soon, chaos erupted across the 5 domains of the secret realm. Wang Chongqing, Wang Ran, and several young elites from the Gu family had aligned themselves with the imperial court. From the moment they had attacked Chu Xiao, they had resolved to betray the demon temple. Die! Wang Chongqing lunged at a disciple of the demon temple. His fangs bared as he sank them into the adversary's neck, greedily swallowing the blood. In that moment, he resembled a bloodthirsty specter, his long hair billowing, emanating an aura of terrifying ferocity. Wang Chongqing, do not be so arrogant. Allow me to deal with you. Yan Fugu stood firm, brandishing his sword. And in a single stride, he leaped thousands of feet, appearing behind Wang Chongqing. Sensing the imminent danger, Wang Chongqing released his grip on the fallen disciple and turned to confront Yan Fugu. The two engaged in a fierce battle. In terms of overall combat strength, Yan Fugu was still no match for Wang Chongqing. Despite his recent power enhancements, he found himself overpowered and unable to retaliate against the frenzied Wang Chongqing. As Yan Fugu struggled against Wang Chongqing's onslaught, more disciples from the demon temple found themselves in peril. Soon, more than 10 of their champions perished. Chu Ao Ran and Song Yaoji were besieged by several champions of the imperial court. Song Yaoji, possessing slightly greater strength, managed to hold her ground, while Chu Ao Ran faced dire straits. He evaded and dodged, striving to preserve his life. Yet as time passed, his magical energy dwindled, and his movements grew increasingly sluggish. Before long, 3 ghastly wounds marred his body. Am I to perish here? Chu Ao Ran murmured. The wounds on his body bore a sinister curse. Even with his magical power, he could not restore himself. Just as he neared his breaking point, the 5 domains of the secret realm trembled violently. The earth and mountains began to collapse, and at that moment, Chu Xiao, cradling Chu Mingyue, descended from the heavens. It is time to settle all accounts. The instant the imperial court's champions beheld Chu Xiao's arrival, their expressions shifted dramatically. From Chu Xiao, they felt an overwhelming, insurmountable pressure. Those who dare to harm the celestial demon palace, you possess great audacity. Upon witnessing the dire plight of the esteemed figures from the celestial demon palace, Chu Xiao's countenance darkened with fury. As he spoke, the Tao reverberation disc behind him came crashing down with a thunderous roar. Boom! Accompanied by the resounding noise. Dozens of imperial prodigies fell instantly. Chu Xiao, can you? Chu Mingyue, nestled in Chu Xiao's embrace, opened her mouth, intending to plead for the imperial prodigies. However, before she could utter a word, she was forcefully interrupted by Chu Xiao. Tend to your wounds. Do not meddle in this affair. Otherwise, his eyes glimmered with a chilling light as he spoke. Chapter 66. As a demon cultivator, one should be like Chu Godson. Alas, Chu Mingyue sighed softly, refraining from further speech. She understood that Chu Xiao would not spare those imperial prodigies. From his standpoint, their demise was indeed warranted. The factions were already at odds. And recently, those imperial prodigies had participated in an attempt to eliminate Chu Xiao. Boom, boom. As Chu Xiao wreaked havoc, the celestial prodigies of the demon palace gazed at his figure with fervent admiration. Divine Son, so majestic. His demonic prowess is unparalleled. They shouted in unison, releasing the pent-up frustration within their hearts. Just moments ago, they had been driven to the brink of despair. Yet Chu Zhao's sudden appearance had reversed the tide in an instant. Alas, his cultivation has surpassed the law manifestation realm. How is this possible? Despair enveloped the hearts of the imperial prodigies. The sheer terror of Chu Zhao's advancement beyond the law manifestation realm was compounded by the revelation that he had summoned the supreme imperial weapon, the Dao reverberation disc. With such a weapon at his disposal, not only they, but even quasi-saint powers would think twice before challenging Chu Zhao. There are clearly restrictions imposed by the true immortal laws. How can he break through them? A golden-haired, towering figure among the imperial prodigies yelled in frustration. His face contorted with unwillingness as he could only watch helplessly as the Dao reverberation disc descended upon him. Bang! He barely had time to register the pain before his true spirit, soul, and physical essence were obliterated in an instant. Do not rush. The reckoning has only just begun. Chu Zhao's expression remained impassive, resembling a cold deity of death. He observed the imperial prodigies writhing in anguish and despair, his heart betraying not a hint of emotion. The slayer shall always be slain. This is bad. He must have obtained the true immortal inheritance. We cannot allow him to continue his rampage. He must not leave alive. Otherwise, even if we manage to escape today, we will inevitably face his reckoning in the future. Stop him. In midair, Luo Baizong's expression was grim, his voice dripping with malice as he roared at several ancient prodigies. At his command, the ancient prodigies' eyes sharpened. Without a moment's hesitation, they summoned their ultimate trump cards. Chu Zhao, prepare to meet your end. One individual bellowed, his form swelling dramatically, transforming instantaneously into a towering figure that was half man, half beast. He radiated light, and from within him erupted strands of imperial might. I am Fuyu, destined to subdue all adversaries. This ancient monstrosity, embodying both man and beast, is named Fuyu. He once ascended to the pinnacle of the great emperor realm. Now, he exists as the nascent form of the second generation of the Fuyu emperor. Although his cultivation no longer matches that of an emperor, his profound essence remains intact. With his full power unleashed, he still managed to exhibit a glimpse of his former imperial grandeur. No matter how monstrous you may be, no matter how fortunate your circumstances, before me, Fuyu, you are utterly insignificant. Beings who have not reached the imperial realm are ultimately mere ants. Boom. A series of imperial runes materialized. The ancient monstrosity, Fuyu, surged forth to confront Chu Zhao. Hearing his braggadocio, Chu Zhao cast a fleeting glance and then unleashed a punch. Invincible? Then I shall shatter the very notion of your invincibility. Before his words had even faded, Chu Zhao's fist descended. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted. The half-man, half-beast Fuyu was instantly crushed, exploding into a blinding mist of blood. Not even having the chance to utter a scream. How could he be this powerful? How could he possibly possess such strength? Luo Baizong's forehead glistened with cold sweat. As a third-generation emperor's nascent form, he was now profoundly shaken. Fuyu had once been a paragon of an era, a being capable of ascending to the ultimate realm. Who among them was not a supreme talent? Each emperor is akin to a legend. Even Luo Baizong would not dare to claim he could overpower Fuyu. Yet, Fuyu, in the hands of Chu Zhao, could not withstand a single blow. Nonetheless, the more terrifying Chu Zhao's displayed strength became, the more intense the killing intent within Luo Baizong grew. He had thoroughly offended Chu Zhao. If Chu Zhao did not fall, he would find no peace. He resolved to fight. Even if it meant his own demise, he could not allow Chu Zhao to persist. Luo Baizong spoke again, leading the charge with unwavering determination etched upon his face. Observing this scene, Chu Zhao's eyes flickered with a hint of admiration. These ancient monstrosities, who repeatedly ascended to the imperial realm in their past lives, were no mere coincidence. Merely possessing this fearless audacity, daring to stake everything, has already surpassed the common multitude. Namalamitba, the white-robed monk, also made his move. Compassion flowed from his eyes, and he recited the name of Buddha. Yet, his divine abilities bore a ferocious brilliance, even more frenzied and ruthless than Chu Zhao's practiced sutra of slaughter. With my body, I dedicate myself to my Buddha land. The Buddhist realm descends. The white-robed monk murmured. The path he cultivated was neither the great vehicle nor the small vehicle of Buddhism, but rather the path of the hell Buddha. His way, embodying the prison of his own being, carried the weight of myriad transgressions. As the monk in white continuously chanted the sacred mantra, the surrounding world underwent a dramatic transformation. Be cautious, Chu Xiao warned Chu Mingyue. He intends to sacrifice his life to unleash forbidden powers, seeking to take you down with him. Upon hearing this, a glimmer flickered in Chu Xiao's eyes, yet he regarded the monk's deadly strike with disdain. Currently, in terms of hidden abilities, he was not at all inferior to the monk. He glanced at Chu Mingyue in his arms, gently placing her in a somewhat safer location, then addressed the distinguished disciples of the heavenly demon palace, instructing, "Guard her well. If anything happens to her, you may choose to take your own lives." His calm words sent shivers down the spines of the elite disciples. Having endured life and death and various tribulations, Chu Xiao was ruthless not only towards his enemies, but equally so towards his own, including himself. Observing Chu Xiao's retreating figure, a fervent gleam surfaced in Yan Fuju's eyes. This is the essence of demonic cultivation. While Chu Xiao rampaged through the secret realm of the ruins, murmurs of astonishment arose among the various righteous factions outside. The imperial court reacted most fiercely, with several ancestral figures unable to remain seated, for the Chu family's prodigies entering the secret realm were on the brink of annihilation. In contrast, the heavenly demon palace appeared remarkably composed. Although their own elite had sustained losses, they remained within manageable limits. It seems our heavenly demon palace will undoubtedly overpower the imperial court this time. One ancestral figure of the heavenly demon palace laughed heartily, his booming voice resonating across the expanse, clearly reaching the ears of those from the imperial court. "Do not rejoice too soon, old demon Wu," a powerful figure from the imperial court retorted angrily. Hardly had he spoken when another from the imperial court coldly interjected, "Humph. My young ancestor remains in the secret realm. The outcome is far from decided." Chapter 67. A misfortune for us, yet a tragedy for you. Upon mentioning Chu Mingyue, the frowns of the powerful figures of the imperial court instantly relaxed. As long as Chu Mingyue remained alive, even if all the other prodigies of the imperial court within the secret realm perished, the overall situation would remain unaffected. The primary objective of the imperial court in sending their elite into the secret realm of the ruins was not to suppress the heavenly demon palace or pursue the so-called true immortal legacy. Everything the imperial court did was solely to eliminate Chu Xiao. With Chu Xiao's demise, the powerful figures of the imperial court would find peace. The scene shifted once more. Within the crumbling confines of the secret realm of the ruins, Chu Xiao stood proudly in the void, grasping the Tao-invoking mystic disc, fiercely confronting the peculiar and formidable figures, including the monk in white and Luo Beizong. In terms of realm strength, Chu Xiao had already overwhelmed these ancient oddities. However, it was evident that they were fighting for their lives, having unleashed forbidden techniques. Particularly, the monk in white, as a 4-generation ancient emperor, possessed an astonishing depth of foundation. 10,000 Buddhas adore the Buddha. The monk in white pressed his palms together. His voice resonated like thunder, each word imbued with immense power. Yet, as the white-robed monk continued to chant the sacred mantras, his physical form began to disintegrate. Clearly, at his current level of enlightenment, he was unable to withstand the backlash of the divine powers he was unleashing. Alas, dear benefactor, to accompany you to the land of ultimate bliss is indeed a fortunate event. The monk, sensing the impending collapse of his body, allowed a bittersweet smile to grace his features. Nevertheless, he persisted in wielding his formidable abilities. Blinding rays of Buddhist light flooded the heavens and the earth, while chains of ancient script surged towards Chu Xiao. Simultaneously, Luo Beizong ignited the remnants of his life force. Other ancient beings, disregarding their own safety, also fought with all their might. These individuals were either the youthful forms of emperors or the offspring of deities. In this moment, they fought for their lives, unleashing combat prowess comparable to that of ordinary luminaries in the realm of reflection. Chu Xiao. Witnessing Chu Xiao ensnared in peril, Chu Mingyue's complexion paled, and she instinctively attempted to rise and assist him. Unbeknownst to her, a faint affection had quietly taken root in her heart. Concurrently, Song Yaoji and Chu Aoran, among others, gazed solemnly into the sky. How brazenly shameless. They believed that since they could not match our divine scion one-on-one, they could resort to a collective assault against him. Chu Aoran's face was flushed with frustration. Regrettably, the battle unfolding above was beyond his capacity to intervene. Otherwise, he would have risked his life to confront those ancient monstrosities. How infuriating. Beside him, Song Yaoji clenched her fists, her heart filled with urgency and worry. Yet, she felt utterly powerless to aid Chu Xiao. Contemplating this, her expression bore a sense of helplessness, while her yearning for strength reached its zenith. Power. In this world, everything hinges upon strength. Whether in pursuit of dignity and status or in the desire to approach or assist someone, one must first possess sufficient power. I have faith in the divine Scion. He will undoubtedly be able to subdue them. Just as Song Yaoji was consumed by anxiety, the agitated Chu Aoran suddenly regained his composure. His tone was resolute, his eyes shimmering with determination. As he spoke, the conflict in the skies escalated to a fever pitch. The void transformed into a battlefield. Chu Ao stood alone, wielding an imperial weapon, steadfastly enduring the onslaught of several ancient beings' forbidden techniques. However, Chu Zhao's condition deteriorated further. Each of these ancient entities proved to be exceedingly formidable. Engaging them was perilous. A moment's lapse could lead to demise. Exhilarating, utterly exhilarating. Bring it on. An ancient being, cloaked in crackling purple lightning, laughed heartily, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Xiao, and with each laugh, his aura surged. Boom. Terrifying power erupted from his palm. Instantly, his form shattered into countless afterimages, all converging menacingly towards Chu Xiao. With a single strike, the ancient creature, ensconced in swirling purple lightning, was instantly gravely wounded, purple imperial blood surging from its mouth, half of its body dissolving into a mist of blood. The divine power it unleashed exceeded the limits of its corporeal form. However, after enduring this blow, Chu Zhao's bones also fractured in several places. Yet, the ancient creature, once more engulfed in purple lightning, retaliated. Its blood-misted half swiftly restored itself, becoming whole again. Clearly, it had cultivated a form of elite body refinement technique. Nevertheless, such severe injuries could not be infinitely healed, regardless of how supreme its technique was. Each restoration of its physical form would deplete its magical energy and even its life essence. 3,000 sutras of the world. Shattered void sword array. As Chu Xiao barely fended off another strike from the creature, multiple formidable divine powers surged towards him. Shatter. In the face of these divine assaults, Chu Xiao fiercely countered. Runes flickered and glowed upon his chest, where the imperial bone burned with intense heat, continuously releasing energy. Let us see how long you can endure. A sword-wielding ancient creature bellowed. The fierce battle left the onlookers astounded. They unleashed their forbidden techniques and launched a joint assault, yet Chu Xiao showed no signs of faltering. Kill. Chu Xiao stood proudly in the sky, his long hair billowing wildly. In the midst of this bloodshed, he had become frenzied, bloodlight surging in his gaze. Heaven-sealing seal. With one hand supporting the Dao-knocking Xian Pan and the other forming a powerful seal, he transformed into a streak of light, instantly appearing before an ancient creature. Boom. The seal descended, shattering that ancient creature's physical form and soul. After subduing one of the ancient beings, bolstered by the effects of the Sutra of Slaughter, the bloodlight around Chu Xiao surged, rapidly restoring his state. Gather around me. Do not face him alone. Witnessing Chu Zhao's ability to devour the cultivation and vitality of the fallen ancient being, Luo Baizong's pupils constricted as he shouted fiercely. The remaining ancient creatures, without hesitation, swiftly clustered around Luo Baizong. What can you achieve by standing together? I shall still suppress you. Chu Xiao retorted coldly. Boom. Streams of sword energy coalesced within Chu Zhao's sleeves, erupting forth like a torrent, pressing relentlessly towards those ancient creatures. Sword chi from the sleeves. Manipulating creation, Chu Xiao transformed into a streak of light that tore through the void, unleashing a torrent of divine powers. The principles surrounding him surged like a wild tide, converging and clashing, manifesting countless awe-inspiring phenomena. Luo Baizong and the others grew increasingly solemn. From Chu Xiao emanated an overwhelming force that was insurmountable. Yet, at this juncture, they had no retreat. Only by exhausting Chu Xiao could they hope to seize a sliver of survival. Fellow cultivator, your birth in the Eastern Extension realm is both your misfortune and our lament, sighed an ancient anomaly. At first glance, his words seemed somewhat perplexing, yet they resonated with the other ancient beings present. In Chu Xiao, they perceived a shadow of great taboo. Existing in the same era as Chu Xiao, they found even stepping onto the path of the emperor to be a distant dream, let alone competing for the immortal road. The very existence of Chu Xiao obstructed their paths, marking their collective sorrow. Luo Baizong and the other ancient anomalies finally grasped why the imperial court would go to such lengths to eliminate Chu Xiao. Despite the court's claims that Chu Xiao had betrayed them to join the Heavenly Demon Hall, the accusations served merely as a facade. From the moment Chu Xiao revealed his potential, the primary reason the imperial court sought to extinguish him was that he disrupted the celestial order, instilling a sense of threat among the ancient beings of the court. The path to immortality has always been ruthless. Even though Chu Xiao was nominally a descendant of the court's ancestors, they would show no mercy when it came to the matter of ascension. Thus, this constituted Chu Xiao's unfortunate predicament. He found no acceptance among the myriad ancient beings and prodigious figures of the world. His future lay in either suppressing all or facing an untimely demise along the way. There is no need for further discussion. Whether I am fortunate or unfortunate is unclear. But if you possess the capability, I can swiftly send you to experience another life, Chu Xiao stated indifferently. He was acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead. Yet he remained unafraid. Upon hearing this, two ancient anomalies could not help but smile wryly, their emotions tangled. In this era, they had emerged from their origins, believing they could smoothly tread the path of the Emperor and vie for eternal life to attain the true form of an immortal. Little did they expect that before even reaching the realm of divine fire, they would face death once more. As for experiencing another life, with their current foundation, that was nothing short of a fantasy. This impending fall, even if Chu Xiao preserved their souls, allowing them to reincarnate, would result in the complete dissolution of their memories and insights into the great Tao. At that point, even if they were reborn, they would no longer be themselves. Boom. Just as Chu Xiao and the others continued their fierce confrontation, the secret realm suddenly erupted with a tremendous sound. In the next moment, the sky and earth collapsed entirely. The various powers surrounding the ancient gate of the secret realm in the southern chameleon domain of the eastern extension realm also took note of the upheaval within the secret realm. They witnessed the ancient gate itself crumbling, as countless fissures spread like a spider's web across its surface. Before the words of the imperial court's stronghold could fully escape their lips, a deafening explosion resonated. The secret realm collapsed entirely. The surviving prodigies were instantly cast back to the southern chameleon domain. In that moment of collapse, the fierce battle between Luo Baizong, the other ancient anomalies, and Chu Xiao was abruptly interrupted. Breathing in the ethereal essence of the southern Chan domain, Luo Baizong and his companions remained silent for an extended period. They refrained from striking at Chu Xiao again. This place was already part of the outside world, where ancient figures from the Demon Palace had been lurking for an unknown duration. Now, their opportunity to eliminate Chu Xiao had vanished. However, while they hesitated to act against him, Chu Xiao had no intention of letting them off the hook. Before they could steady themselves, Chu Xiao brandished the Ko Dao Xin Pan and aggressively charged forward. The oppressive force of the imperial weapon spread, shattering the void and unleashing overwhelming waves of magical energy. Luo Baizong and the robed monk reacted swiftly, evading the onslaught. Yet, the ancient beings of lesser strength failed to respond in time. As the imperial weapon descended, they were instantly drenched in blood, their vitality dissipating. Chapter 68. Challenging the True Sage, seizing individuals from the imperial court. Chu Xiao. This rascal is still alive. How can his aura be so formidable? Within the confines of the ruins realm, the laws of true immortals should have restricted him. Has he broken through? Impossible. It shouldn't be this way. Witnessing Chu Xiao wielding the imperial weapon and ruthlessly annihilating several ancient beings, some powerful figures from the imperial court were astounded. The aura emanating from Chu Xiao at this moment was more potent than that of these seasoned veterans. What is happening? Why couldn't the young ancestor suppress this rogue? The cultivators of the imperial court were abuzz with speculation, their voices tinged with unease. The expedition to the ruins realm was the perfect opportunity to eradicate Chu Xiao. Yet now, not only was he alive, but the very realm had permanently collapsed. Young ancestor, what on earth is happening? Above the imperial court's ranks, a figure clad in golden robes slowly descended, approaching Chu Mingyue with a tone of utmost respect. This golden-robed figure was a true sage. His aura was profound, oppressive as the sea, with eyes shimmering like gold. In response to the figure's inquiry, Chu Mingyue remained silent, unable to provide an explanation, as she herself was in turmoil. Young ancestor, why were you just in Chu Xiao's embrace? After you were drawn into the abyssal rift, what exactly transpired? Just then, A young prodigy from the imperial court who had fortuitously survived the ruins realm spoke up. Blood-soaked, his gaze fixated intensely on Chu Mingyue. As his vitality waned and death approached, he sought clarity on all matters. Otherwise, he would die unsatisfied. This prodigy had long harbored feelings for Chu Mingyue, and now he demanded an answer. As his words echoed, Chu Mingyue's expression shifted slightly. The surrounding cultivators from the imperial court turned their attention to her, their eyes wide with shock. Chu Mingyue was in Chu Zhao's embrace. The implications of such a brief exchange were staggering. Young ancestor, what is happening? The golden-robed figure furrowed his brow. Though his voice remained respectful, his gaze had grown serious and imposing. Although Chu Mingyue held a position of great prestige, even he referred to her as little ancestor. However, when matters concerning Chu Xiao arose, he disregarded all notions of decorum. Little ancestor, it is best that you speak candidly. You should comprehend the rules of the imperial court. Even if you are the daughter of the Ice Emperor, there are certain protocols that must not be transgressed. The voice of the figure clad in golden robes grew increasingly authoritative as he towered above, regarding Chu Mingyue with a scrutinizing gaze. In response to the figure's relentless questioning, Chu Mingyue remained resolutely silent. Observing her reticence, the brow of the golden-robed figure furrowed deeper. Just as he prepared to press further, Yan Fuyu, riding a flying sword, suddenly erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! That old man of the imperial court. Your little ancestor is already the woman of my family's divine son. Our divine son's renown eclipses the ages, rendering those so-called ancient aberrations incapable of raising their heads, and he has even pierced through the secret realm of the ruins. Which woman does not find herself enamored? Your lack of discernment is truly laughable for someone of your years." Yan Fuyu's boisterous voice resonated across the vast expanse, his words deliberately provocative. Although he was uncertain whether Chu Mingyue was indeed entangled with Chu Xiao, it mattered not. His intent was solely to diminish the imperial court standing. Yan Fuyu harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the imperial court, and witnessing their dismay brought him immense satisfaction. Upon hearing Yan Fuyu's declaration, the various factions gathered around erupted in a clamor. What? The little ancestor of the imperial court is actually involved with the divine son of the heavenly demon palace? Gasps of disbelief permeated the air. One was the heir of a righteous dominion, while the other had betrayed the imperial court to join the demonic path. The assembly of cultivators could not refrain from discussing the shocking news. Silence. The golden-robed figure's countenance darkened completely upon hearing the surrounding uproar. With a thunderous roar, his holy might surged forth, pressing down upon the various factions. Instantly, the ranks of the righteous forces fell into silence, too intimidated to continue their idle chatter. After all, these righteous factions were vassals of the imperial court. When a powerful figure from the court was enraged, they had no choice but to remain mute, lest they invite calamity upon themselves. Meanwhile, the demonic factions and the Jinwu ancient clan remained unperturbed. Little ancestor, you must provide me with an explanation. As the golden-robed figure spoke, a sacred domain gradually formed beneath his feet. In response, Chu Mingyue pondered for a moment before softly stating, "In the secret realm of the ruins, Chu Xiao saved my life." Seeing that Chu Mingyue was unwilling to elaborate further, the golden-robed figure suppressed his fury and extended his hand, deliberating. "Since the little ancestor is reluctant to clarify, then you must accompany me back to the imperial court. The ancestors possess the ability to divine the heavenly mechanisms. Upon your return, everything will be adjudicated by them." The weight of the golden-robed figure's words bore down heavily upon Chu Mingyue, leaving her with a profound sense of suffocation. Yet her countenance remained remarkably calm. Should the ancestral figure of the imperial court become aware of her entanglements with Chu Xiao, she could scarcely fathom the repercussions she would face. However, in the presence of the golden-robed figure, she found herself devoid of the power to resist. Even if she attempted to defy, it would be futile. In the shadows, more than one elder of the imperial court lay in ambush. "Let us depart." The golden-robed figure spoke once more, preparing to escort Chu Mingyue away. Meanwhile, on the other side, after vanquishing several ancient monstrosities, Chu Zhao's aura intensified further. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully exiting the true immortal palace. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward. Chaos Bell. Emperor level experience, card 1. As the system's voice faded, A card and a small bell materialized within Chu Zhao's system space. The card bore the imprint of a crimson character signifying Emperor. By shattering this card, he could attain the power of an emperor for 30 minutes. As for the inky black bell, it was the quasi-immortal artifact, the Chaos Bell. Upon seeing these two items, Chu Xiao felt a surge of elation. With a mere thought, he summoned the Chaos Bell. Due to it being a system reward, there was no need for him to refine it. He could wield it immediately. Within the Chaos Bell resided the spectral form of a Xuanwu. As Chu Xiao examined the bell closely, the Xuanwu's phantom suddenly spoke. I pay my respects to my master. I shall fight for you across the lands, crushing all adversaries. The Xuanwu spirit was indeed the essence of the Chaos Bell, its voice imbued with an ancient, overwhelming authority. This spirit possessed a remarkably high intellect. In contrast to the spirit of the knocking Dao Xianpan, which resembled that of a child, the Xuanwu spirit exhibited the wisdom of an adult. After exchanging a few brief words, Chu Zhao's gaze gradually drifted to the distance. He observed Chu Mingyue's predicament with keen interest. While he felt no particular fondness for her, neither did he harbor any disdain. If the imperial court were to take her away, her fate would undoubtedly be dire. Weighing his options, Chu Xiao contemplated whether to rescue her. Should she wholeheartedly pledge her allegiance to him, saving her would not be a burden. After all, her potential was considerable, with the makings of an emperor. As Chu Xiao pondered, another notification from the system emerged in his mind. Detection of host facing a choice. Choice 1. Seize Chu Mingyue from the imperial court. Regardless of success, you will receive the reward, 10,000 dragon armor, forged from the scales of the 10,000 dragons, capable of withstanding a strike from a true immortal. Choice 2. Do not interfere. Reward, immortal elixir 2. Note, this divine elixir, imbued with the principles of the Tao, can allow a late-stage emperor to experience a second life. Listening to the options presented by the system, Chu Xiao promptly resolved his decision. System, I choose 2, then 1. He conceived the idea of acquiring both rewards. After making his choice, the system remained silent for an extended period. Just as Chu Xiao believed he had failed, the system's voice resonated softly. Ding! The host has successfully made a choice. Upon meeting the conditions, rewards will be granted. With a swish, upon hearing this, the corners of Chu Zhao's mouth curled upwards. He had succeeded. As for fulfilling the conditions, that was not a daunting task. Chu Xiao stood firm, deliberately watching as Chu Mingyue was taken away by the figure in the golden robe. In the realm of the golden-robed figure, Chu Mingyue also gazed at Chu Xiao. Seeing him, an inexplicable sense of loss welled up within her. She had hoped that Chu Xiao would step forward at this moment. Even if he couldn't rescue her from the imperial court, at least he could voice his stance and reprimand the imperial court. Yet, Chu Xiao remained utterly motionless, merely observing with indifference. In his heart, he affirmed, I am indeed nothing. A thought surged in Chu Mingyue's mind, but she quickly found solace in it. She and Chu Xiao were never on the same path. The fact that Chu Xiao could lead her out of the secret realm of the ruins was already an act of mercy. Move. The figure in the golden robe bellowed. The entire imperial court's party began to set forth slowly. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in Chu Zhao's mind. The host did not interfere with Chu Mingyue's fate. Congratulations, host. You have earned a reward, 2 immortal divine herbs. Within the system's space, 2 precious herbs soon materialized. Observing the 2 herbs, Chu Xiao focused his mind, and then, under the gaze of all, he suddenly shouted towards the imperial court's party, Halt! Chu Zhao's commanding voice caused the powerful figures of the imperial court to furrow their brows. They cast unfriendly glances at Chu Xiao. One elder, his face marred with fury, exclaimed, You little wretch. Do not think that because you have the support of the heavenly demon hall, I will hesitate to kill you. His tone was menacing, and a palpable aura of malice surrounded him. However, despite his harsh words, he dared not make any further moves. Is that so? Then go ahead and try. Chu Xiao scoffed at the elder. The elder was at the early stage of the reflection realm, should a confrontation arise. Chu Xiao could easily dispatch him with a single strike. You insolent brat, do not be so arrogant. The elder's face flushed with rage. Yet, Chu Xiao disregarded him entirely, instead fixing his gaze upon the golden-robed figure, saying, Old man, if you wish to live, leave her behind. Chu Zhao's tone remained calm. Upon hearing Chu Zhao's threat, the golden-robed figure's steps hesitated slightly. His expression was impassive, yet a terrifying killing intent surged around him. As a true sage, it was the first time he had been threatened by someone of mere divine fire realm. No matter how monstrous Chu Xiao was, or how he could unleash power comparable to the reflection realm before him, he remained merely an immature junior. The golden-robed figure slowly turned around. Beneath his feet, the saintly aura trembled. Even if he could not kill Chu Xiao today, he was prepared to teach him a lesson. Chapter 69. What of the sages? Come to me. Junior, you have gone too far. The chilling voice fell from the figure clad in golden robes, who stood in the void, looking down upon Chu Xiao. Since you are oblivious to the heavens and the earth, I shall act to make you understand that the reckless words of the weak will exact a price. As he spoke, the golden-robed figure extended a finger. An intricate array of runes converged at his fingertip, vibrant and radiant, imbued with profound principles. Within the ranks of the heavenly demon palace, Song Fu, witnessing this scene, was struck with astonishment. As Chu Xiao's protector, he did not hesitate, springing forth to shield Chu Xiao in an instant. Divine Son, retreat. Song Fu urged urgently. At this moment, he could not afford to think further. The golden-robed figure, a true saint, could easily obliterate any being beneath the sage level with a mere gesture. Song Fu understood that even if he fought with his life, he would likely not withstand even a fleeting moment. After all, he had yet to reach the quasi-saint realm. Another ant that seeks death. How laughable. The golden-robed figure's gaze swept over Song Fu, brimming with disdain. Simultaneously, the murderous intent surging within him found a new outlet, intensifying suddenly. He realized that killing Chu Xiao was impossible. Even if he succeeded, the ancient monsters lurking nearby in the heavenly demon palace would undoubtedly not spare him, ensuring his annihilation. However, the death of Song Fu was a different matter. Though Song Fu held some status within the heavenly demon palace, his demise would not incite their wrath. Die? With that thought, the golden-robed figure pointed into the void. Instantly, the world fell into silence. A colossal golden finger, spanning miles, pierced the clouded sky, descending upon Song Fu and Chu Xiao. Buzz. In the sky above the southern Shan domain, an abundance of spatial fissures began to spread. The once tranquil illusory sea surged into towering waves thousands of meters high. The sky collapsed, tsunamis raged, and the very fabric of space seemed on the brink of destruction. All these phenomena were manifestations of the true saint's murderous intent. Within the ranks of the heavenly demon palace, many powerful figures wore grim expressions. An elder, reflecting on the realm, gazed into the void and urgently called out, "Elders, please intervene." Everyone understood that numerous ancestors, even those of ancient lineage, were surely observing in the shadows at this moment. As the crowd called out, however, several elders of the heavenly demon palace did not respond. An elder, half awake and reeking of alcohol, murmured hazily, "These juniors are so impatient. No need to rush, no need to rush." He shook his head, his murky gaze falling upon the fearless figure of Chu Xiao below, and chuckled. "I shall see from where he derives the audacity to challenge a true saint and attempt to snatch someone from the hands of the imperial court's true saint. Ha ha. How amusing. Truly, this is exceedingly entertaining." The drunken laughter echoed through the void, and several obscure figures nearby could not help but display a hint of amused interest. Several individuals remained unperturbed by the potential peril surrounding Chu Xiao. The formidable beings concealed within the ethereal realm of the heavenly demon palace were not limited to this small group. Not to mention the hidden threats. Even the slumbering earth dragon beast, currently nestled within the ranks of the heavenly demon palace, possessed the capability to effortlessly crush that true saint of the imperial court. This earth dragon beast, a harbinger of power, was comparable to the existence of a quasi-emperor. Should a crisis arise, a mere thought from it could safeguard Chu Xiao. The lad, Song Fu, exhibited a remarkable degree of sincerity. In the face of the true saint's might, he dared to charge forth, an action that was decidedly out of character for him. An elder of the heavenly demon palace chuckled, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Beside him, another venerable elder, his hair as white as snow, concurred, "Indeed, I recall he has always been exceedingly cautious, valuing his life above all else." As several individuals exchanged thoughts through their spiritual senses, ancient consciousnesses began to descend upon Chu Xiao. These consciousnesses belonged to powerful figures from other factions, as well as elders from the imperial court. Among them, several bore a palpable intent to kill. An ancient figure from the imperial court weighed the prospect of seizing the moment to eliminate Chu Xiao. However, In a fleeting instant, their murderous intent dissipated. The contingent dispatched by the imperial court to escort Chu Xiao included fewer ancient figures than the heavenly demon palace. Acting recklessly, they feared not only failing to slay Chu Xiao, but also entangling themselves in a precarious situation. Even these ancient beings valued their lives. "Stop, Elder Jean." At that moment, Chu Mingwei, beside the figure in golden robes, exclaimed urgently. Her gaze remained fixed on Chu Xiao, who was ensnared by the colossal finger, her heart racing. Yet the elder, whom she referred to as Elder Jean, furrowed his brow. His piercing gaze fell upon Chu Mingwei, his voice icy as he retorted, "Little ancestor, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? You are not only a treasured descendant of our imperial court, but also a candidate for succession. To plead for the demon of the heavenly demon palace is a grave transgression." The authority in Elder Jin's voice brooked no dissent. Upon concluding his statement, his thoughts shifted, and a chain of divine laws materialized, instantly binding Chu Mingwei. "Attendants, escort the little ancestor back. Take her to the imperial court," Elder Jin commanded, waving his sleeve to instruct two powerful figures from the imperial court. However, at that precise moment, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. The immense finger technique wielded by Elder Jin suddenly shattered. A dark disk hovered above Chu Xiao's head, violently obliterating the celestial finger. An imperial weapon? Elder Jin's gaze sharpened momentarily before he dismissively shook his head. "Alas, it is utterly meaningless. Though the imperial weapon is potent, its wielder is far too feeble to unleash its true power. Were you a figure of the reflection realm, or even a quasi-saint, you might have harnessed its might to contend with me. But now, it is a futile endeavor." With that, Elder Jin extended his hand once more. He had never intended to slay Chu Xiao, nor could he do so. His true objective this time was Song Fu. "Great Wilderness Palm," Elder Jin announced, articulating the name of his technique. In an instant, a colossal hand materialized from the void, obscuring the heavens and crashing down with thunderous force. Rumbles echoed as vast expanses of the void collapsed. Under the overwhelming aura of the figure clad in golden robes, many weaker beings perished on the spot. "Young master, flee at once. You cannot afford to encounter danger here." Song Fu's heart raced with anxiety. He was acutely aware that the ancestral figures of the heavenly demon palace were observing this place, yet he dared not take the risk. Should an unforeseen event occur, the consequences would be unimaginable. If Chu Xiao were to perish, as his protector, he along with the Song family behind him would undoubtedly face dire repercussions. This was precisely why he resolved to stand before Chu Xiao, even at the cost of his own life. Hearing this, Chu Xiao calmly gazed at the heavens and replied softly, "Elder Song, come behind me." Song Fu was momentarily taken aback. For him, the protector, to retreat behind the young master was utterly absurd. "Young master, this is not the time for bravado." Song Fu's expression was grave. Chu Xiao chose not to elaborate further. In terms of cultivation, he indeed fell short of Song Fu at this moment. However, when it came to the methods of life and death combat, Song Fu was far from his league. As thoughts raced through his mind, Chu Xiao shook his head slightly. He could not be bothered to explain. Instead, he faced the colossal hand descending from the heavens and struck with determination. He refrained from utilizing the Imperial Great Experience card from the system rewards. After all, he was merely confronting a true saint, and with the Dao calling Xianpan safeguarding him, he felt sufficiently secure. Moreover, he possessed other trump cards beyond the Dao calling Xianpan. As Chu Xiao ascended into the sky, astonishment spread in all directions. Song Fu and the other formidable figures from the heavenly demon palace were left aghast. Not far away, several elders of the Gu family fixed their gazes on the heavens, their hearts tumultuous with a mix of shock and anticipation. They were astounded by Chu Xiao's audacity. A mere being at the divine fire stage dared to confront the might of a saint. This act of Chu Xiao could indeed be deemed unparalleled throughout the endless epochs. At the same time, they secretly hoped that the true saint from the imperial court would strike down Chu Xiao with a single blow. What a madman! Is he out of his mind? Among the ranks of the imperial Luo family, Luo Baitsong, drenched in blood, appeared dazed, murmuring in a trance. Witnessing the figure soaring into the sky, an indescribable self-doubt began to gnaw at his resolve. As the reincarnation of an ancient emperor, he had always looked down upon his peers, considering himself no less than anyone else. Yet at this moment, he found himself questioning, if he were in Chu Xiao's position, uninitiated into the saint realm, would he dare to withstand the wrath of a true saint? The world was replete with prodigies and divine bodies. Countless remarkable individuals populated ancient history. Yet, those with unwavering faith and indomitable courage were few and far between. He discerned that as Chu Shao faced that descending hand, it was not an act of rashness, but rather a display of profound confidence. To coexist in the same era as such a person was truly a bitter pill to swallow for Luo Baizong. He suddenly contemplated secluding himself from the divine source, wishing to withdraw from the strife of this world. However, this thought was swiftly quelled within him. The path of the emperor cannot be one of evasion or retreat. If he were to withdraw in this lifetime, even if he were to awaken again after the era of Chu Shao, he would likely find his indomitable spirit diminished. In such a case, the paths of the emperor and the immortal would be but distant dreams, and even the aspiration to become an ordinary emperor would seem unattainable. What he yearned for most at this moment was the downfall of Chu Shao. As thoughts swirled within Luo Baizong, in that fleeting moment, Chu Shao and the enormous hand clashed. Boom! A terrifying force erupted, threatening to upend the very heavens and earth. Chu Shao, the divine son. Voices of astonishment reverberated within the ranks of the heavenly demon hall. Furthermore, an elder from the hall unleashed a great supernatural power, instantly directing it to suppress the figure clad in golden robes from the imperial court. I am unscathed. Just as the members of the heavenly demon hall felt trepidation, Chu Zhao's voice suddenly resonated through the cosmos. At this moment, the boundless void trembled violently. Above, a gaping chasm, thousands of miles long, opened up like the maw of an abyss. Chu Shao stood at the precipice of this abyss, his eyes shimmering with divine light. From his chest, the imperial bone radiated, brimming with divine essence. The ethereal might of an emperor swirled and diffused around him. Countless cultivators gazed upon Chu Zhao's figure, their hearts shaking in awe, gasping in disbelief. Chu Shao had actually withstood the full force of the true saint from the imperial court. Even more astonishing was the fact that he appeared utterly unharmed. Not far away, the brow of the figure in golden robes furrowed deeply. To withstand even a fraction of my strength, you truly are remarkable. Though his voice remained calm, tumultuous waves surged within his heart. That portion of power was sufficient to annihilate an ordinary quasi-saint. Yet Chu Shao stood merely at the pinnacle of divine fire. Even with the imperial weapon shielding him from 99% of the force, the residual trace of saintly might should have reduced him to mere dust. Chapter 70. The arrival of the ancient ancestor of the imperial court, forcefully taking away Chu Mingwei. The elderly figure in golden robes wore an expression as dark as water, weighing the decision of whether to strike at Chu Shao once more. The ancient beings of the heavenly demon hall had already revealed themselves. At this moment, should he insist on attacking Chu Shao, a moment's carelessness could ignite a full-blown war between the two factions. However, to desist now would leave him deeply unsatisfied. He had initially intended to suppress Chu Shao with overwhelming might, and then effortlessly eliminate Song Fu, thereby showcasing the unparalleled authority of the imperial court. Yet now, he found himself in a position of utter humiliation, caught between a rock and a hard place. Even after this day, it was likely that Chu Shao would tread upon the reputation of this true saint, establishing himself as a figure of great renown across the 3,000 domains. Previously, although Chu Shao had vanquished numerous prodigies and suppressed countless ancient monstrosities, it had ultimately been a contest among peers. Yet now, Chu Shao dared to challenge this true saint across boundaries, and he had failed to suppress him with a mere gesture. If this matter were to spread, the dignity and authority of this true saint would surely be obliterated. He, a true saint of remarkable stature, was unexpectedly threatened face to face by a mere junior. Enraged, he struck out, yet failed to suppress the challenger. This was nothing short of absurd. Contemplating this, the expression of the figure in the golden robe darkened further. As he sank into thought, pondering how to salvage his dignity, Chu Shao struck once more. A small bell, entirely black and shimmering with a mysterious luster, silently coalesced in his palm. With the power of the knocking Dao Xian Pan, Chu Zhao's current prowess was still insufficient to contend with the golden-robed figure. To subdue him, the chaos bell must be employed. This bell possessed a spirit and was a quasi-immortal artifact. With the aid of its spirit, even a mere fraction of the bell's might would be enough to crush an ordinary true saint. Old fool, this is your final chance. Surrender the person or face death. Chu Shao advanced through the air, step by deliberate step, toward the golden-robed figure. Above him, The knocking Dao Xian Pan radiated imperial light, its power astonishing. In his palm, the chaos bell hovered silently. Though it had yet to unleash its force, it already influenced the surrounding space-time. A thread of immortal might intertwined with the chaos bell. The dark turtle phantom residing within the bell's miniature world slowly opened its eyes. A low growl echoed, faint yet menacing. Boom, boom, boom. The golden-robed figure, witnessing Chu Zhao's advance, suddenly felt his heart racing uncontrollably. Danger. An overwhelming sense of peril loomed. His scalp prickled as his gaze fixated on the chaos bell in Chu Zhao's palm. Damnable Junior. The golden-robed figure was both furious and terrified. He stood frozen, neither advancing nor retreating. To step forward could mean his demise. After living for over 100,000 years, he could discern that the chaos bell in Chu Zhao's grasp was no ordinary artifact, but a weapon nearing the status of an immortal tool. Yet, to retreat would utterly obliterate his dignity. A true saint, forced to flee from a junior at the Godfire realm. Such an event had never transpired in ancient history. The eyes of the golden-robed figure turned crimson. At that moment, he suddenly glanced toward Chu Mingyue, who was about to be taken away by two powerful figures from the imperial court. With a swift motion, he reached out and grasped Chu Mingyue in his hand, addressing Chu Xiao sternly. Junior, do you intend to take her away? Humph. A foolish dream. If you take another step, I shall obliterate her soul on the spot. The golden-robed figure's face was filled with malice. He disregarded Chu Mingyue's status. At this juncture, it was evident to all that she had been entangled with Chu Xiao. Just moments ago, she even attempted to plead on his behalf. Regardless of her high status or extraordinary talent, from the moment she became involved with Chu Xiao, the imperial court would no longer trust her. She was destined to be forsaken by the imperial court, the golden-robed figure believed. He grasped Chu Mingyue's snow-white neck, his eyes gleaming with a cold light as sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of taking a life. Then go ahead and try, Chu Xiao retorted, clutching the chaotic bell, his steps unwavering. To threaten him with Chu Mingyue? This figure in golden robes must have lost his mind. Who did he think he was? He was a cultivator of the heavenly demon palace. A cultivator who could be threatened. Could he still be called a cultivator? If you wish to kill her, then do so. After all, she is merely your imperial court's little ancestor. But should you make a move, I assure you, I will ensure your true spirit is obliterated. Though Chu Zhao's voice was soft, it resonated across vast domains, clear in the ears of numerous cultivators. The sun was threatening a true sage. Among the ranks of the heavenly demon palace, the young prodigies were left speechless. Chu Aoran felt his blood boil with pride. Their son, not yet 20, dared to confront a true sage with such force, even driving the latter to lose face. A true man ought to act thus. With this thought, Chu Aoran couldn't help but call out to the figure in golden robes. Chu Fengjin, I recognize you. You truly have the audacity to threaten our heavenly demon palace's son with the life of your little ancestor. TSK. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill your little ancestor. I wish to see if you truly dare to speak and act so boldly. Chu Aoran's words were brimming with intentional provocation. His demeanor had not always been this way, but since joining the heavenly demon palace and mingling with the surrounding prodigies, he had developed a certain fearlessness. As soon as his words left his mouth, the expression of the figure in golden robes darkened further. One hand gripped Chu Mingyue's neck while the other raised a black spear, hurling it heavily towards Chu Aoran. He might have been unable to deal with Chu Xiao, but could he not handle Chu Aoran, this mere ant? Feeling the chilling intent of murder approaching, Chu Aoran's heart raced. Yet, he remained undaunted. Humph, shameless old dog. I stand right here. What does throwing a broken spear mean? If you have the courage, come personally and kill me. After uttering these words, Chu Aoran felt a surge of anticipation. If that figure in golden robes truly lost control and charged at him, he would undoubtedly be besieged by the elders of the heavenly demon palace. Unfortunately, the figure merely turned pale, refraining from taking action. After all, he was a being who had lived for a long time. Even with the murderous intent boiling within him and fury surging, his reason remained steadfast. It was easy to provoke him, but to shake his composure and rationality? Nearly impossible. With this in mind, Chu Aoran felt a tinge of disappointment. Whoosh! At that moment, the spear thrown with full force by the figure in golden robes had reached Chu Aoran's front. Gazing upon the spear, he remained unperturbed. He occupied the most central position in the heavenly demon palace's ranks. The fierce earth dragon beast stood at the forefront of the group, unwilling to remain idle. Indeed, just as the spear descended, the drowsy earth dragon beast suddenly opened its eyes wide, its abyss-like maw gaping open as it devoured the spear hole. You dare to challenge the might of my celestial demon hall? To lay hands on one of my disciples is to court death. After swallowing the magnificent artifact spear imbued with sacred might, the earth dragon beast shook itself, as if fully awakened from its slumber. In an instant, it trembled and appeared behind Chu Xiao. A terrifying pressure emanated from its form, crashing forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming and crushing towards the figure clad in golden robes. No, there was no misunderstanding. At this moment, the golden-robed figure finally felt a bone-chilling fear. If Chu Xiao, wielding a quasi-immortal weapon, posed a substantial threat, then this earth dragon beast was an absolute certainty to annihilate him in an instant. What misunderstanding? Come, tell me. The earth dragon beast initially had no intention of paying the golden-robed figure any heed. As a being on par with a typical quasi-emperor, striking at the golden-robed figure seemed beneath its dignity. Yet, the golden-robed figure, oblivious to danger, dared to attack Chu Ao, a member of the Celestial Demon Hall. Right before its eyes. This was a provocation, an affront to the entire Celestial Demon Hall. Boom. The roar of the earth dragon beast reverberated like thunder across the heavens, shaking the very fabric of space. Its colossal claw rose effortlessly, slowly descending upon the golden-robed figure. The latter attempted to struggle, but found himself utterly immobilized. Even the sacred domain beneath his feet disintegrated, revealing the immense disparity in power between him and the earth dragon beast, as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. With no top-tier protective artifact at his disposal, he could only helplessly watch as the giant claw bore down upon him. Just as despair engulfed him, an invisible force suddenly surged forth, forming a barrier to shield him. Friend, let us cease this conflict. Should our two great factions erupt into a war of immortality, it would bring no benefit to the common folk. The suffering of the masses is profound. For the tranquility of the 3,000 realms, I implore you to reconsider. From the heavens descended a figure, a youthful scholar with fair skin and raven-black hair, appearing to be in his late teens, radiating vitality. Yet, his eyes bore the weight of countless years, revealing that this seemingly young scholar was, in fact, an ancient being of great age. Having encountered an ancient ancestor, the golden-robed figure immediately bowed in respect upon seeing the scholar. The earth dragon beast lifted its head, casting a cold gaze toward the young scholar. The righteous path? The common folk? A deep voice rumbled from the earth dragon beast's throat. It murmured, laughter chilling and bitter, as if haunted by painful memories. Its fury surging within its eyes. Do you know what I despise most? It is your kind, so hypocritical in your righteousness. Spewing words of the masses and virtue makes one feel nauseated. Boom. At the moment when the Confucian scholar was caught off guard, the earth dragon beast unleashed a tremendous surge of mystical power. In an instant, the very fabric of space trembled violently. The sky over the southern Chan domain abruptly darkened, as if eternal night had descended. Crack! Before the scholar could react, the magical barrier he had conjured shattered instantaneously. Following that, the colossal claws of the earth dragon beast descended, causing the scholar to spit blood and be hurled backwards, on the verge of losing consciousness. Witnessing this scene, the figure clad in golden robes turned pale with shock. The young Confucian was a quasi-emperor. Yet, before the earth dragon beast, he could not withstand even a single blow. Vile beast, cease your rampage. As the scholar struggled against the earth dragon beast, the two ancient ancestors of the imperial court, who had been lurking in the shadows, could no longer remain passive. As their voices echoed, two figures appeared. They were two women, their hair as white as snow, yet their faces remained smooth and unblemished. An overwhelming imperial aura radiated from them, clearly indicating they were also quasi-emperors. Furthermore, the intensity of their presence surpassed that of the young scholar by far. Vile beast, withdraw immediately with your son of the heavenly demon hall. Otherwise, we shall slay you. The two women spoke in unison, their voices cold and resolute. Though they were distinct individuals, Chu Xiao felt as if they were one entity. Their movements, speech, and expressions synchronized flawlessly, without the slightest deviation. At first glance, the situation was imbued with an indescribable eeriness. Chapter 71. Supporting the Chaos Bell, suppressing the true saint to slay me? In the face of the women's threats, The earth dragon beast seemed to perceive the situation as a grand jest, its abyssal eyes blinking as it began to emanate a radiant glow. Chaotic energy began to coalesce beneath its feet, manifesting various terrifying manifestations of law. I stand right here, feel free to try. As the words fell, runes surged across the earth dragon beast's back. Between those runes, stars revolved, shimmering with brilliance. At that moment, the expressions of the two women changed. The earth dragon beast was far stronger and more formidable than they had anticipated. Though the earth dragon beast had not truly stepped into the realm of the extreme emperor, its combat prowess was enough to instill fear in an average quasi-emperor. How many years has it been? How long has it been since I last made a move? You young descendants of the imperial court dare to threaten me? The earth dragon beast growled. In terms of existence, both the Confucian quasi-emperor and the two women were indeed mere juniors in its presence. Make your move. The two women exchanged a glance, and from their backs, long swords were drawn. Whoosh! The clear sound of the swords echoed. The brilliance of their blades illuminated the darkness, bringing light back to the southern Chan domain. Roar! In the palms of the two women, the sword energy surged, transforming into a great dragon that pressed down across vast distances. The earth dragon beast remained unafraid. Even without entering the realm of the extreme emperor, it dared to engage in battle against two quasi-emperors. Swallow the heavens. Another roar erupted from the earth dragon beast as it moved. Within its abyssal maw, laws intertwined, forming a tempest imbued with the might to devour myriad paths. Lunging towards the sword energy unleashed by the two women. Humph. Indeed, when the dragon beast of the heavenly demon palace unleashed its formidable might, a multitude of figures shattered the void and descended forcefully behind Chu Shao. Among these figures were the revered ancestors of the heavenly demon palace and ancient beings of the quasi-emperor level. As the dragon beast glanced back at the assembly, it shook its head, exuding confidence and dominance, and spoke in a resonant tone. There is no need for your intervention. I alone can subdue them. As it spoke, the dragon beast's aura surged once more, the true might of a quasi-emperor coalescing within. Are you about to ascend to the quasi-emperor realm? Exclaimed a red-haired ancient ancestor of the heavenly demon palace, astonished. He sensed the dragon beast's transformation. This dragon beast, possessing a formidable bloodline and at the pinnacle of the saint realm, dared to confront ordinary quasi-emperors. Should it step into the quasi-emperor domain, even when faced with some second-tier emperors, it would likely be able to engage in battle. Time is vast and desolate, yet occasionally brings forth enlightenment. Today, through this battle, I shall forge my imperial form. The dragon beast's voice echoed profoundly across the cosmos. As it spoke, lightning crackled around its body. Its already colossal form swelled to an astonishing degree, casting shadows over millions of miles. In its current state, it could be likened to a star-swallowing demon god. Not good. Two white-haired women spoke with trepidation, their sword intents growing ever more ferocious. These two women, distinguished among the quasi-emperors, found their lethal sword moves unable to shake the dragon beast in the slightest. Observing this, a young scholar once again charged forth, aiming to confront the dragon beast. Even against three quasi-emperors, the dragon beast did not falter. Instead, it grew stronger with each clash. Seizing the opportunity while the three quasi-emperors were restrained, Chu Shao, with the knocking Dao Xin Pan above his head and the chaos bell in hand, leaped forward, swiftly advancing towards the golden-robed true saint of the imperial court. Old fellow, our matter is far from settled, he declared, his divine power surging. The knocking Dao Xin Pan radiated light, shielding his form. Such audacity. The golden-robed figure, infuriated, could no longer maintain his composure. In a sudden retreat, he found his resolve shaken. A dignified quasi-saint was being forced to flee by a mere figure of the divine fire realm. Within the southern Chan domain, various cultivators took note of this spectacle. In a distant corner, the elegantly draped Ko Yinshua gazed up at the sky, her heart stirred. Is this the demeanor of the heavenly demon palace's scion? Alas, her face bore the marks of dejection and profound bitterness. Previously, she had been proud and lofty, even amidst her family's crisis. She had reluctantly set aside her pride to attend Chu Zhao's recruitment gathering. Yet at that time, she had always believed that despite being slightly inferior to Chu Xiao, the gap was not insurmountable. She had even envisioned a day when she could completely surpass Chu Xiao and all the prodigious beings of the world. But at this moment, she was abruptly awakened to the truth. With her innate talent, It seems unlikely that she will ever catch up to Chu Zhao's footsteps. Elder of the clan, do I still have a chance to follow the son of the heavenly demon palace? Murmured Ko Yinxue beneath the towering eight-winged devouring ant. Her words seemed to be directed at the elder of the Ko family, yet they also felt like a soliloquy. In response, the elder remained silent. Although he did not speak, Ko Yinxue appeared to have received her answer. Indeed, individuals of such caliber as the son are beyond my reach. When the precarious situation of the Ko family was mentioned, a hint of melancholy flickered in Ko Yinxue's eyes. Saintess, there is still hope. The elder of the Ko family offered a feeble comfort upon hearing the despondency in her tone. Yet, this consolation felt insipid and only deepened her sorrow. Perhaps, Ko Yinxue whispered, still unwilling to concede. Previously, her pursuit of Chu Xiao to the southern Chan domain was motivated by a desire to find a protector to safeguard the Ko family's legacy. Now, however, her yearning to follow Chu Xiao stemmed from a genuine desire. Only by trailing such a prodigy would she have the potential to forge a greater path for herself. Indeed, only a figure of his stature would be worthy of her allegiance. As Ko Yinxue's thoughts swirled, the sky above the southern Chan domain had already collapsed significantly. Turbulent void currents surged, and bolts of lightning rained down. The Earth Dragon Beast stood alone, suppressing 3 Imperial Court quasi-emperors, while Chu Xiao wielded the Chaos Bell, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing golden-robed True Sage. The True Sage's speed was unparalleled under normal circumstances. Even a practitioner of the Divine Fire realm igniting their life essence could not hope to match such swiftness. Yet, due to the restrictions imposed by the Chaos Bell's laws, the movements of the golden-robed True Sage were heavily constrained. The space around him was ensnared by invisible laws, and each step he took exacted a tremendous toll. Old man, where do you think you're running? Chu Zhao's murderous intent was palpable, radiating formidable strength. The golden-robed figure, clutching Chu Mingyue by the throat, spewed forth sacred blood after narrowly evading a strike from Chu Xiao. The golden-hued sacred blood cascaded into the void, collapsing the heavens and earth, resulting in catastrophic disasters. Not far off, several practitioners held recording stones, capturing these dramatic moments. They intended to disseminate the events transpiring here. Scenes such as this, akin to an unprecedented spectacle throughout history, were worth documenting. You little beast, I will fight you to the end. The golden-robed figure, face contorted with indignation, resolved to confront Chu Xiao rather than continue fleeing, realizing that there was no purpose in prolonging his escape. Chapter 72. Using the Emperor's Cultivation Experience card to confront the Imperial Court since Chu Xiao offered him no path to survival. He was determined to drag Chu Xiao down with him. With this thought in mind, the golden-robed figure's eyes brimmed with ferocity. He ignited his life essence within, and in an instant, his aura surged violently. Die! The golden-robed figure roared, his visage contorted with fury, hair disheveled. An aura of divine might surged uncontrollably through the void around him. In his palm, Chu Mingyue was on the brink of death. Aware of the intentions of the figure in golden robes, Chu Xiao remained unfazed. With the Chaos Bell in hand, he felt no fear even when confronted by a frenzied true saint. As for the fate of Chu Mingyue, he truly paid it no mind. After all, he owed her nothing. The requirement for the system reward was simply to rescue her successfully. Even if he saved only a corpse or a pile of flesh, it could still be considered a rescue. Spirit of the artifact, subdue him. Chu Xiao communicated with the shadow of the Xuanwu within the Chaos Bell. Upon receiving his command, the Xuanwu shadow nodded slightly. It had long been unable to contain itself. Ding, ding, ding. With 3 resounding chimes, the celestial might radiated from it. In the next moment, the Chaos Bell slipped from Chu Zhao's grasp, transforming into a colossal bell surrounded by runes. The reverberating sound of the bell shook the heavens and the earth. Upon witnessing the Chaos Bell, the figure in golden robes gritted his teeth, choosing not to evade. Having embraced the resolve of death, he naturally feared not the scattering of his soul. The celestial might emanated from a divine artifact. As the Chaos Bell displayed its power, the quasi-emperors of the Imperial Court and the powerful beings of the sacred domain felt a tremor in their hearts. They could sense the rule of law emanating from the Chaos Bell, transcending the mortal realm. With a resounding crash, the Chaos Bell descended before the watchful eyes of many. The void enveloped by the Chaos Bell began to collapse, and even the fabric of time and space threatened to extinguish. The figure in golden robes was pinned in place, his physical form gradually disintegrating. The life force within him faded, and his divine might dissipated. Chu Xiao seized the moment, suddenly unleashing his divine abilities just before the figure's imminent demise. Should the figure in golden robes be directly obliterated by the chaos bell, Chu Xiao would be unable to seize his cultivation insights and innate qualities for his slaughter sutra. The power surged within Chu Xiao's palm, swiftly coalescing into a precious seal. With a thunderous crash, the seal descended, crushing down upon the figure in golden robes. The body of a true saint, once comparable to some top-tier artifacts, now resembled mere tofu. As the precious seal struck him, his corporeal form instantly vaporized, vanishing into nothingness. A true saint, just like that, met his end? Gasps of astonishment echoed among the cultivators. He had slain a saint. After vanquishing the figure in golden robes, Chu Xiao extended his hand, drawing the faint-spirited Chu Mingyue to his side. At that moment, Chu Mingyue had long since lost consciousness, devoid of any awareness. Chu Xiao administered a medicinal pill to her, cradling the chaos bell, and began to stride back towards the ranks of the heavenly demon hall. Upon seizing Chu Mingyue, the system's prompt resonated within his mind. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, dragon armor. As the system's voice faded, a silver armor materialized within the confines of the system space. The armor appeared quite ordinary, seemingly forged from mundane iron. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern that each scale comprising the armor exuded an aura of the celestial realm. Within each scale, a faintly discernible microcosm resided. Donning this armor was akin to being enveloped by myriad small worlds, providing unparalleled protection. In comparison to the Chaos Bell, although the 10,000 dragon armor possessed no offensive capabilities, its value was undeniably greater. According to the system's assertions, it could withstand even a strike from a true immortal. However, it could only endure a single blow before disintegrating. The ranking of this armor lay between that of a quasi-immortal artifact and an immortal artifact. With this thought, Chu Xiao's mind stirred, and he immediately donned the armor. With this piece, no cultivator within the 3,000 domains of the Eastern Extension could threaten him with a single strike. Meanwhile, the Earth Dragon Beast and the 3 quasi-emperors of the Imperial Court were nearing the climax of their battle. The 3 quasi-emperors found themselves at a distinct disadvantage, particularly the young scholar, who bore severe injuries and wavered in his realm. If the fight continued, he risked plummeting back to the sacred domain. The Earth Dragon Beast's aura had completely ascended to the quasi-emperor level. Cease at once. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated throughout the southern Shan domain. Shortly thereafter, an ancient mirror materialized in the sky. The voice emanated from this mirror, and as it echoed, silence enveloped the surroundings. The Earth Dragon Beast and the 3 quasi-emperors were all immobilized by the laws embedded within the voice. The 4 quasi-emperor titans now resembled statues, suspended motionless in the air. It was the presence of the third realm of the extreme Tao. A venerable ancestor of one of the imperial courts spoke solemnly, his expression grave. The third realm of the extreme Tao. This nearly represented the pinnacle of existence within the 3,000 domains of the Eastern Extension. This realm was but a half-step away from becoming a great emperor. Each being who could traverse to the third step of the extreme Tao held the potential to ascend to imperial status. Celestial Demon Hall, do not overreach. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the authoritative voice resonated once more. Subsequently, a pale hand emerged from the ancient mirror. With a swift motion, the hand, moving as quickly as light, surged towards Chu Xiao. You dare! Upon witnessing the sudden attack aimed at Chu Xiao, the ancient figures of the Celestial Demon Hall erupted in fury. Yet, the voice from the ancient mirror echoed again. Rest assured, I shall not strike at the scion of your Celestial Demon Hall. Moreover, regardless of your acknowledgement or that of the young one, he remains a descendant of the Chu family of the Imperial Court. I shall not lay a hand on my kin. The voice conveyed a sense of sincerity. However, no strong figure from the Celestial Demon Hall dared to believe it. They were all too familiar with the Chu family's modus operandi. Not to touch Chu Xiao? Such sweet words. In the realm of opportunity, the Imperial Court would undoubtedly seek to extinguish Chu Xiao. However, the formidable beings of the Heavenly Demon Palace could not intervene in time. All they could do was silently hope that the ancestral powers of the Heavenly Demon Palace were observing the unfolding events. To thwart the colossal hand within the ancient mirror, only an emperor or even an imperial sovereign could intervene effectively. Before that pale hand, The quasi-emperor appeared utterly insignificant. As the great hand descended, the fabric of time and space around Chu Xiao began to warp. This immense hand sought to abduct him. In this dire moment, without hesitation, Chu Xiao shattered the emperor-level experience card. Since the imperial court intended to act against him, he had no qualms about escalating the situation. Boom, boom. As Chu Xiao activated the experience card, the reverberating Dao disc and the chaotic bell instinctively came to his defense, momentarily withstanding the assault of that pale hand. Was it a quasi-immortal artifact? Or perhaps an imperial weapon? Alas, without a powerful wielder, they were insignificant before me, resonated the ancient voice from within the mirror. Indeed, he spoke true. Regardless of the artifact, if the wielder's strength is inadequate, its true might cannot be manifested. Even a sentient quasi-immortal artifact, devoid of a strong master, could only unleash a limited degree of power. Come forth. The colossal hand pierced through the void, stirring the profound laws. In an instant, it repelled the chaotic bell and the reverberating Dao disc. Chu Xiao's form was firmly ensnared by the great hand, creating a realm of its own. Once trapped within, even an emperor would find it difficult to escape. Sigh, this girl, Chu Mingyue, has unwittingly forged a connection with you. Very well. I shall sever this karmic bond on your behalf. The voice of the hand's master echoed once more. In the next moment, Chu Mingyue, cradled in Chu Xiao's embrace, vanished. Witnessing this, Chu Xiao felt a pang of dissatisfaction. He had only just reclaimed her, and now she had been snatched back by the imperial court. Youngster, it is now your turn. With a rustle, black chains of law emerged from within the great hand. These chains, imbued with imperial might, surged towards Chu Xiao's form. Droll. The master of the hand uttered a single word, causing Chu Xiao to shudder, his very soul feeling as if it was being extracted by these chains. In that moment, he realized the master of the great hand sought to ensnare his spirit. What a splendid physique. It would undoubtedly empower my son, enabling him to dominate for an eternity, achieving both emperorhood and immortality. Upon hearing the words of the hand's master, Chu Xiao calmly lifted his gaze and replied indifferently, "Oh, you wish to seize my body?" As his words fell, the emperor-level experience card that had been bestowed upon Chu Xiao activated entirely. An overwhelming force erupted within him. His body and soul were elevated to the true level of an emperor. Initially, a mere remnant of the Ember Emperor could contend with beings of imperial sovereign caliber. Now, the power Chu Xiao possessed was that of a genuine pinnacle emperor. As I observe your mortal form, it appears quite suitable for the refinement of a living elixir. Upon uttering these words, Chu Xiao gently waved his sleeve. Suddenly, a vibrant beam of sword light erupted from his garment, resembling a soaring dragon, and as it surged forth, the surrounding realm trembled violently. The miniature world within the massive hand was instantly shattered. The voice of the hand's master, emanating from the ancient mirror, trembled with shock as he sensed the imperial might emanating from Chu Xiao. It is impossible. You cannot have reached such heights at your tender age. The master of the hand frantically shook his head. At this moment, he attempted to retract his palm. Regardless of the means or secret arts Chu Xiao employed to acquire the power of an emperor, he was no longer someone the master could afford to provoke. You old codger, do you think you can come and go as you please, as if I do not exist? Chu Xiao charged towards the ancient mirror, delivering a powerful punch. Outside, upon witnessing Chu Xiao suddenly break free from his constraints, radiating an overwhelming aura, the powerful figures of the heavenly demon palace were momentarily stunned. Even the several quasi-emperor ancients failed to react. Kill. The imperial court has dared to strike at the son of the heavenly demon palace, a grievous transgression. Let us exterminate the imperial court's cultivators here and declare war upon them anew. In the heavens and earth, another rift in the void materialized. From within this rift, a divine chariot gradually emerged. A domineering female voice resonated from within the chariot. The visitor was one of the ancestors of the heavenly demon palace. Through the veil of the chariot, one could faintly discern a woman surrounded by an azure glow. Her visage remained shrouded, obscuring her features. Salutations to the ancestor. Salutations to the ancestor. The cultivators of the heavenly demon palace collectively bowed upon sighting the divine chariot. Although they were unaware of which ancestor resided within, they adhered to proper decorum. Dispense with the formalities. Follow me to slay. The woman slowly stepped out of the chariot. Her voice, devoid of any emotion, sent tremors through the heavens, instilling fear in all beings. Inside the ancient mirror, the master of the hand was equally taken aback upon recognizing the woman. While others may not have known her, he was aware of her origins. This woman is known as the Night Emperor. Her name alone carries the weight of an emperor. The Yi clan is an ancient lineage of the immortal realm. In the primordial era, she traversed the path of eternal life to arrive in this eastern extension realm, after which she was sheltered by the heavenly demon palace. Subsequently, she vanished from all sight. Many factions speculated that she had perished or departed from this realm. This woman is enshrouded in mystery. The master of the hand wished to avoid any entanglements with her unless absolutely necessary. For there are lingering suspicions among the remnants of the imperial court that she might be an immortal. Even back then, she exuded the aura of immortality. Despite her weakened state, to the point where even that aura threatened to dissipate, she was still an immortal. Standing at the pinnacle of mortal existence, before an immortal, one remains but an ant, easily extinguished with a mere gesture. In the present moment, although the woman bore no trace of the aura of eternal life, the master of the great hand within the ancient mirror remained inscrutable. How unfortunate! The master furrowed his brow in discontent. With a surge of determination, he resolutely severed his own arm that had descended into the southern Chan domain. Even the ancient mirror, a treasure capable of traversing the void and connecting realms, was discarded without hesitation. You cannot escape. Yet, Chu Xiao was undeterred. Having already utilized the experience card of an emperor, he was resolute in reclaiming Chu Mingyue. Young one, do not be so arrogant. Do not think that by employing some unorthodox methods to temporarily attain the power of an emperor, you can act with impunity. I shall depart, and no one can hinder me, not even an emperor. If you dare, you may come to my imperial court's forbidden zone. The master of the great hand mocked coldly. As soon as his words fell, his figure had already retreated into the void, vanishing from the southern Chan domain. Then await your fate, Chu Xiao replied calmly. The forbidden zone of the imperial court? He genuinely wished to venture there. The Emperor Experience card had a duration of 30 minutes, ample time for him to sweep through several void, forbidden zones. Seeing Chu Xiao wielding a quasi-immortal weapon, advancing with the might of an imperial weapon, the master of the great hand was suddenly alarmed. He regretted having spoken those few words. Chu Xiao, return. The woman known as the Night Empress spoke suddenly. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with starlight, her voice both cold and commanding. However, Chu Xiao paid her no heed. Having declared his intent to annihilate several imperial courts' void forbidden zones, he was determined to charge in today. Madman! The master of the great hand felt a shock to his core, as if plunged into an icy abyss. He fled desperately into the depths of the void. Yet even so, the distance between him and Chu Xiao continued to diminish. Old fool, I warned you that you cannot escape. Above Chu Xiao, the Dao-calling profound plate suddenly expanded, transforming into a colossal entity that enveloped a myriad of miles of void. Simultaneously, the chaos bell crushed the surrounding avenues. Standing resolutely in front, obstructing the master of the great hand, this ancestor of the imperial court appeared as a gaunt old man, his complexion waxen. Having just severed an arm, he resembled a standing corpse, devoid of the majesty of an emperor. Chapter 74. Indifference to Cause and Effect. Young one, do you truly believe that I fear you? After Chu Xiao blocked his retreat, the old man's palm revealed a battered white tower. He gripped the small tower tightly, his voice booming with fury, a murderous intent boiling around him, clearly prepared to fight for his life. The tower's surface shimmered with seven-colored light, and a terrifying aura capable of annihilating the heavens and earth surged forth from within. This was undeniably an extreme Dao imperial weapon. As a figure of the emperor level and an ancestor of the imperial court, it was hardly surprising for the old man to possess an imperial weapon. Noise. Chu Xiao refrained from engaging in excessive dialogue with the old man. His entire being surged with magical power, which flowed into the Dao-calling profound plate, crashing down upon the old man's head. As the ancient figure struck the celestial disk, blood gushed forth from his mouth like a fountain. His corporeal form shattered into fragments, disintegrating as if he were made of fragile porcelain. Had it not been for the battered small tower in his palm absorbing a portion of the overwhelming force, his soul would have long since scattered, leaving no trace of his true essence. How could he barely withstand a single blow? In a state of panic, the elder hastily swallowed a divine elixir, striving to reassemble his form. At that moment, his heart quaked with terror and disbelief. As a peak emperor, How could he fail to endure a strike from Chu Shao? The once brilliant imperial weapon, the small tower he clutched, now lay dimmed and marred with cracks, utterly incapable of withstanding another assault. With a surge of desperation, he invoked the blood-burning escape technique, forcibly calming himself to seize the fleeting moment to unleash this forbidden art. In an instant, his physical body disintegrated into a crimson mist, merging into the void as if he had become one with nothingness. Simultaneously, his speed surged to extraordinary heights, akin to a fleeting shadow, propelling him millions of miles away in the blink of an eye. At that moment, his fleeing velocity rivaled that of an extraordinary emperor. However, such power came at a steep price. The activation of the forbidden technique rapidly drained his life force. It could sustain him for no more than 3 to 5 incense sticks worth of time before he would extinguish his own vitality and perish. Chu Shao, do not pursue him. The voice of the Night Emperor echoed behind him. The blood-burning technique he has invoked was conceived by true immortals. Unless one is an adept in the path of speed, it would be exceedingly difficult to catch him. Upon hearing this, Chu Shao glanced back at the Night Emperor, solemnly assuring her, "Rest assured, ancestor. I am fully aware of my capabilities." As his words fell, his fist surged forth with ferocious might, instantly tearing through the fabric of space and creating a passage through the void. With a single step, he plunged into the rift, resolutely pursuing the ancestor of the imperial court. "You reckless boy, come back at once. Hurry back." The Night Emperor's tone sharpened, laced with evident ire. In her eyes, Chu Xiao's actions were far too rash. To recklessly intrude into the imperial court's forbidden void, even a peak emperor might not escape unscathed. Just as the Night Emperor furrowed her brow in concern, a voice resonated suddenly. "Do not worry, Night Girl. Let him go. I shall watch over him. He shall be fine." Before the Night Emperor could gather her thoughts, the void before her twisted and warped. Soon, a gray figure materialized. "Greetings, senior brother." Upon seeing the gray figure, the Night Emperor's heart trembled slightly, and she immediately offered a respectful bow. There is no need for excessive courtesy. The gray figure waved his hand gently, his gaze drifting towards the distant void, a faint smile gracing his lips as he mused, "In my youth, I too was impulsive and filled with fervor. Young people, after all, are bound to possess a certain recklessness. Moreover, the imperial court has indeed overstepped its bounds. It is time to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, they might truly believe that our heavenly demon palace is easy to approach." The gray figure spoke calmly, his words flowing like a gentle stream. The Night Emperor stood silently beside him, her head bowed in silence. The gray figure was in existence older and more enigmatic than she. In the era of the Ember Sovereign, the Ashen Shadow had already existed in the world. Within the heavenly demon palace, apart from its founder, the Ashen Shadow could be considered one of the oldest beings. Through the passage of time, he had survived countless lifetimes. Although the Ashen Shadow never acknowledged that his cultivation had reached the 4th step of the ultimate realm, the Night Emperor understood in his heart that to have survived from such a terrifying age to the present was an accomplishment even some exceptionally gifted emperors could not achieve. The path of the Ashen Shadow had nearly reached the pinnacle of mortal realms. With just a step or two more, he could knock upon the door of immortality and step into the realm of the undying. "Everything relies on your arrangements, Master," the Night Emperor replied respectfully, not daring to show any signs of negligence. As the two conversed, the southern Shan domain had already been turned upside down. The forces dispatched by the imperial court to the southern Shan domain had suffered significant losses at the hands of the heavenly demon palace. Many true saints and quasi-saint ancestors of the imperial court had spilled their blood in the illusory seas of the southern Shan domain. "Retreat!" shouted a quasi-emperor from the imperial court. When even the ancestral figure of the imperial court was being hunted by Chu Shao, fleeing in all directions. The powerful figures of the imperial court understood that the situation had spiraled out of control. When the ancestral figure of the imperial court was being pursued by Chu Shao, the rest of the powerful figures realized that the situation was utterly lost. If they did not hurry to escape, they would all perish here. For those fleeing ancestors of the imperial court, even the ancient figures, the Ashen Shadow of the heavenly demon palace, did not spare them a glance. Nor did he make any move against them. In his eyes, these beings at the sacred domain and even quasi-emperor levels were akin to mere weeds and floating debris. Such ants were beneath his notice. "Master, do you truly intend to take that Chu Shao as your disciple?" The Night Emperor also refrained from making a move against the cultivators of the Heavenly Demon Palace. The situation was already determined, and there was no need for her to intervene further. She looked at the Ashen Shadow, seemingly casual, but with a thoughtful inquiry. In response, the Ashen Shadow smiled lightly and said, "Naturally, I mentioned that after the fall of Brother Jean, someone must guide him." Upon hearing this, the Night Emperor sighed softly and said, "Master, the secrets within that young man elude our calculations. He likely harbors great karma. Accepting him as a disciple could entangle you in unknown consequences, which may be detrimental to you." At this point, the Night Emperor paused and continued, "You have the potential to reach that realm, and even the possibility to ascend to the celestial domain. In my opinion, it would be better to let me teach that young man. After all, my path to immortality has been severed, even if I lived several more lifetimes. I could never become an immortal. Whatever karma exists, I do not mind." "Ha! You clever girl, after all this talk, you actually wish to compete for a disciple," the Ashen Shadow teased. "However, you are mistaken. Although the variables of karma are indeed hard to determine, they also embody creation. Unfortunately, the old fools of the imperial court do not understand this principle. Or perhaps they do understand, but their hearts are filled with fear. Even if they survive for another 3 or 5 epochs, they will never attain the Tao." When speaking of the ancestral figures of the imperial court, the Ashen Shadow's tone was filled with disdain. "Enough, let us not dwell on this matter. I must go and observe that young man. He wishes to dismantle several forbidden zones of the imperial court. I am eager to see if he can accomplish such a feat." As the gray shadow murmured its thoughts, its form gradually faded, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, in the shadowy depths of space, Chu Xiao pursued the progenitor of the imperial court, penetrating deep into the heart of its core power. The area he now occupied was a sacred sanctuary of the imperial court. Unbeknownst to many, Chu Lai had already sensed the presence of numerous formidable beings at the sanctified realm, and even quasi-emperors lying in ambush. The auras, countless and densely packed, surrounded him. Each of these individuals, if unleashed in the outer world, could stir monumental upheaval with a mere stamp of their feet. Yet, at this moment, they all trembled in fear, refraining from revealing themselves, anxious to avoid attracting Chu Xiao's attention. Chu Xiao paid no heed to these lurking figures. Even if he were to annihilate them all, it would bear little significance. The true essence of the imperial court had never resided in them. To truly cripple the imperial court, one must obliterate several forbidden zones of the void. Venturing deeper into the abyss, Chu Xiao pressed onward. At last, he detected the fluctuation of a spatial node. Crossing through this node would grant him access to the void's forbidden territories of the imperial court. Not far from him, the progenitor of the imperial court, accompanied by Chu Mingyue, had already surged to the side of the spatial node. His confidence was slowly returning. He could not believe that Chu Xiao truly dared to intrude upon the void's forbidden zones of the imperial court. "Youngster, if you retreat quickly, there may yet be a sliver of hope. Should you dare to advance further, you shall meet your demise." Standing before the spatial node, the progenitor regained his composure and confidence. Behind him, numerous ancient beings lying in wait within the forbidden zones had already awakened. Their consciousnesses were fixated upon this encounter. Boom. Just as the progenitor of the imperial court was prattling on, overflowing with self-assurance, Chu Xiao erupted forth, a flash of movement landing directly before him. The chaotic bell fell into Chu Xiao's palm, emanating an aura capable of annihilating the heavens as it swept through the air. Boom. Accompanied by the terrifying chime, a cloud of blood mist erupted violently. The progenitor of the imperial court perished instantaneously. "Wretch, cease your actions." Just as the remnants of the progenitor's soul were on the verge of dispersing, a voice imbued with celestial authority suddenly descended from the ninth heaven. The sound reverberated through the void, ripples spreading forth, as brilliant golden light burst forth, illuminating the dark realm as if it were day. The remnants of the progenitor's soul coalesced once more within the golden radiance. He gazed upon his ethereal form, resentment flickering in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Chu Xiao, a mixture of astonishment and fury igniting within him. His corporeal form thoroughly obliterated. It would take him at least 1,000,000 years to regain his former power. "Cousin, this audacious youth has dared to intrude into the core forbidden zone of our imperial court. I implore you to take action and vanquish him." However, before he could utter another word, the majestic voice silenced him. "Chu Tong, withdraw and return to the divine source to recuperate." The voice resonated with an undeniable resolve. The progenitor of the imperial court, known as Chu Tung, fell silent upon hearing it. Though he too was a progenitor of the imperial court, in the presence of the voice's master, he was but a mere junior. The disparity between them was immense, both in cultivation and in the span of their existence. The moment Chu Tung departed, two golden suns suddenly ascended above Chu Zhao's head. Simultaneously, that voice echoed once more. Junior, you possess remarkable courage. Although you exude the aura of an emperor, that essence does not belong to you. It appears borrowed. Relying on this borrowed imperial might, you dare to intrude here. Ha ha ha. As the words fell, the two suns began to rotate slowly. Chu Xiao focused intently, his pupils constricting sharply. What hung above was not a sun, but rather a pair of colossal eyes that obscured the heavens. Within those gigantic orbs, laws intertwined like a net, runes flickered in an ebb and flow, as if 3,000 great worlds were swirling in a cosmic dance. Chapter 75. Ascending towards the heavens. Sinking into the forbidden zone, a resounding thud echoed through the void. Only at this moment did Chu Xiao discern the true visage behind those immense eyes. A face so gargantuan, it was suffocating. The countenance was grotesquely aged, its skin marred with deep crevices and wrinkles as profound as mountain ranges, rendering the face distorted and hideous. An ominous aura enveloped that massive visage. In the face of such a giant, even with a steadfast heart, Chu Xiao's soul quaked. You, Junior, do not kneel upon witnessing the true form of this emperor. The face suddenly spoke, its voice carrying an overwhelming pressure that surged forth. As his voice reverberated, the two star-like eyes blazed even more fiercely, feigning divinity. Chu Xiao activated the Pangu visualization method within his mind, swiftly dispelling the mental influence emanating from the face. Junior, you possess some intrigue. You are capable of resisting this emperor's will. It seems you harbor numerous secrets. The ancient face hovering in the void smiled. Yet his smile was laced with a chilling malice. As his words echoed, the surrounding space transformed dramatically, enveloped by various laws, instantaneously morphing into a confining cage. The heavens as the lid, the earth as the furnace, you as the material, and my way as the flame. As the surrounding space morphed into a cage of laws, the ancient face began to chant, his tone strange, capable of stirring the surrounding great paths. Chu Xiao immediately realized that he intended to refine him alive. Break for me. The chaos bell soared from Chu Xiao's palm, radiating overwhelming celestial might as it thunderously descended upon the massive face. A quasi-immortal artifact? Quite impressive. This object now belongs to this emperor. Faced with the impending chaos bell, the aged visage not only did not retreat, but displayed a hint of excitement. Before the words could fully escape his lips, he had already extended his colossal hand, a terrifying aura of longevity flowing through his palm. Through the palm of his hand, one could behold a succession of ethereal mountains rising majestically. Within that palm lay an expansive and ancient realm, grand and primordial, teeming with countless beings flourishing in its depths. Yet, the state of these beings was rather peculiar. They appeared to be alive, yet resembled mere shells of existence, their eyes devoid of any spark or vitality. A dark and fallen aura intertwined with these entities, exuding an ominous essence. As Chu Xiao pondered, the voice of the spirit of the knocking Dao Xian Pan suddenly resonated within his mind. Upon hearing this, a wave of confusion washed over him, prompting him to communicate through his consciousness. What is this ominous dark substance? Chu Xiao was not well versed in the myriad mysteries of this world. The spirit of the knocking Dao Xian Pan, having accompanied the Emperor of Ashes, had witnessed and encountered a multitude of things. Even the shadowy progenitor of the heavenly demon hall could hardly be more knowledgeable than she. It is a different kind of eternal substance, one that does not belong to our plane. Once tainted by it, one may attain immortal life, yet gradually succumb to erosion, descending into depravity, and ultimately transforming into a true aberration of the fallen spirit. The spirit of the knocking Dao Xianpan responded, her youthful voice tinged with palpable fear as she mentioned the dark fallen spirits. Sensing the spirit's trepidation and apprehension, Chu Xiao felt a profound shock within him. Anything that could instill fear in an emperor's weapon spirit was undoubtedly a harbinger of great calamity. Chu Xiao, we are in trouble. In the past, my master and I once suppressed a fourth realm aberration from another domain. Before its demise, it left us a dire warning. stating that the immortal realm would fall, and the vast world would likewise be transformed into a land of decay. At that time, his master had dismissed the warning lightly. However, reflecting on it now, it seemed the fallen spirits from another domain had already infiltrated the immortal realm, permeating various great worlds. The spirit of the knocking Dao Xin Pan spoke rapidly. After absorbing her account, Chu Xiao felt a heavy gloom settle in his heart. Another domain? According to ancient texts, that was a distinct Great Plain. The records concerning the other domain within the diverse ancient scriptures of the Eastern Extension realm were scant, consisting of only a few brief lines. This vast plain had endured a period of turmoil since the chaos was first unraveled. Prior to that tumultuous era, the myriad worlds were undivided, and heaven and earth were one. Subsequently, the heavens shattered, giving rise to numerous wondrous worlds. The Eastern Extension realm was merely one among many great realms. Yet, the ancient texts provided no explanation for the sudden cataclysm. However, an answer abruptly surfaced in Chu Xiao's mind. The heavens were shattered. The entire Great Plain had been fragmented into disarray. While Chu Xiao contemplated this, the spirit of the knocking Dao Xian Pan seemed to sense his thoughts and conveyed once more, "It appears you have arrived at some conclusions. There are matters I would prefer not to disclose, but since we have encountered them, I shall share with you." In the primordial chaos, there existed only one realm. Subsequently, the invasion of the fallen spirits commenced, intending to conduct a blood sacrifice upon this dimension, transforming the entirety into a realm of corruption. Thus, a great war erupted. At this juncture, the voice of the artifact spirit grew somber, her tone pausing before she continued. In that battle, numerous celestial beings perished, the remains of emperors formed mountains, and sacred blood bubbled with fervor, leading to the demise of countless cultivators and grievous injuries to myriad races. The very heavens and earth were shattered, resulting in the formation of numerous worlds, both large and small, with the most expansive and complete region being the celestial domain. The remaining areas coalesced into the vast universe, comprising numerous smaller worlds. As you can observe, our Eastern Extension realm, with its 3,000 domains, is essentially a fragment of this dimension. Let us focus on resolving the immediate predicament. You have indeed acted impulsively this time. Within the void of the Imperial Court's forbidden zone, I sense not merely one, but multiple auras of dark fallen spirits. As the artifact spirit spoke of the Dao-calling Xian plate, the chaotic bell collided with the enormous palm of the elder with a weathered face. Two terrifying forces erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, instantly shattering countless stars. Thankfully, this region is already distanced from the Eastern Extension realm. Otherwise, such rampant power could obliterate half of the grand universe. The strength of the elder with the weathered face is at the fourth realm of the ultimate path. He is a true emperor. It is not uncommon for the imperial court, a bastion of longevity, to possess a living emperor. However, this elder is ultimately not the emperor of this generation. Once he emerges from the forbidden zone, he cannot maintain his peak state for long. Kill. Chu Xiao gripped the Dao-calling Xian plate, his entire being surging with power. There are still over 20 minutes remaining on the emperor's experience card. During this time, he must vanquish this colossal elder and simultaneously eradicate several forbidden zones. If time permits, he also wishes to infiltrate the Imperial Court's most enigmatic void regions. From all that has been conveyed by the artifact spirit, it is evident that the ancestral figures of the Imperial Court harbor significant issues. It is almost laughable. The Imperial Court, claiming to be the leader of the righteous path, appears to be entangled with the corrupted spirits of the foreign realms. Chu Xiao, you must leave. This is not a place you can traverse. Just as Chu Xiao engaged in combat with the elder, the voice of Chu Mingwei suddenly echoed from the spatial node leading to the Imperial Court's forbidden zone. After being abducted by the ancestral figure named Chu Tong, she had been left at the edge of that spatial node. It was only due to the protective formation guarding that node that she was spared from being turned to blood mist by the tumult of the battle. Chu Mingwei, are you the daughter of the Ice Emperor? I nearly overlooked you. The elder slowly turned, his eyes blazing like the sun, fixating on Chu Mingwei with an air of authority and ferocity. Associating with demonic cultivators, you have brought disgrace upon the Imperial Court. You have also sullied the reputation of the Ice Emperor. Go to the abyssal prison and reflect on your actions. With that, the elder extended another colossal hand, crashing down towards Chu Mingwei. This elder's form is peculiar. He possesses no body, only a face, and with two immense hands, He resembles a grotesque monster. You dare. Chu Xiao felt a surge of anger. After all, Chu Mingyue could be considered his own. First, take care of yourself. Rest assured, this emperor will not take her life for the time being. The old man with the pale face murmured in response. He was indifferent to the life and death of a mere Chu Mingyue. Just moments ago, he had deduced that there was an additional variable of death associated with her. Moreover, Chu Mingyue had intertwined her fate with Chu Xiao. If he could not eliminate Chu Xiao this time, perhaps keeping Chu Mingyue around would prove useful. Contemplating this, a flicker of dark light flashed in his enormous eyes. Crack! Under the full force of Chu Xiao's eruption. The law-ensnaring cage conjured by the old man was already riddled with holes. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xiao charged out, raising his hand to grasp the spatial node. Preparing to retrieve Chu Mingyue once more. Yet, he was a moment too late. A scarlet chain of divine laws emerged, obstructing Chu Xiao's grasp. You dare to intrude upon my imperial court to snatch someone? You are indeed the first. The one who intercepted Chu Xiao was another ancient being from the Demon Hall. He was also an emperor. However, this individual was in a much worse state. His aura was far from the overwhelming dominance of the old man. He gave Chu Xiao the impression of a half-illusory remnant, as if he could disintegrate at any moment. A mere remnant of an emperor dares to boast before me. Chu Xiao snorted coldly, circumventing the old man and suddenly launching himself at the ancient figure of the Demon Hall. Unlike the old man, this emperor of the Demon Hall was not a true emperor in the fullest sense. His life was incomplete, or rather, in order to extend his lifespan, he had inflicted a wound upon himself, using secret methods to forcibly prolong his existence. Ignorant Junior. As Chu Xiao charged, the remnant emperor of the Demon Hall suddenly extended his enormous palm, instantly unleashing several divine powers. His aura surged like a rainbow as he wielded his divine powers. His originally illusory form began to solidify rapidly. Cousin, let us together refine this boy, the remnant emperor spoke calmly, concealing his murderous intent. The old man with the pale face slightly nodded. In an instant, Chu Xiao found himself besieged by the two. Seal of Heaven. Faced with two supreme emperors, Chu Xiao remained formidable, not yielding an inch. If both of them were in their peak condition, subduing Chu Xiao would be effortless. Unfortunately, one was a remnant emperor and the other was unstable. The divine powers they commanded far surpassed Chu Xiao's. Yet, they dared not recklessly summon their internal magical energies. Despite this, with a mere wave of their hands, they could still cause the sun and moon to reverse, the void to explode, and even influence the surrounding temporal pathways. Chapter 76. Suppression of the Remnant Emperor, reaching the pinnacle of ascension. Shattered moon, plucked stars. The heavy and majestic voice of the old man resonated thunderously. His two enormous palms pierced through the heavens and the earth, tearing apart the void, enveloped by the momentum of destruction, fiercely grinding towards Chu Xiao. Wherever the colossal hand passed, the stars shattered, and the sun and moon returned to the void. The surging black laws churned like an ocean, sweeping through all existence as if they sought to utterly overturn the entire realm. Interwoven, they appeared intent on cleansing all creation, overturning the entire dimension. Chu Xiao stood beneath the great hand, his figure seeming diminutive, akin to a paper boat amidst turbulent waves, ready to be overturned at any moment. Young one, you ought not to be here. Had you not come, even if I wished to eradicate you, it would require an immense cost. The elder Tsang spoke slowly. His voice stirred ripples through time and space, and eerie Dao flowers blossomed around him, each containing the operation of starry galaxies, emanating a terrifying aura that was truly chilling. Indeed, you have taken a wrong path and were born into an ill-fated era. It is destined to be a tragedy. The remnants of the emperor spoke languidly, his words laden with a sigh. You are indeed formidable, a prodigy of unparalleled brilliance. Throughout the ages, there are perhaps but a few who could stand alongside you. Alas, you shall not have the opportunity to grow. As he spoke, the remnants of the emperor wove his palm's mystical power, manifesting a black flag. Upon this black banner, an overwhelming celestial majesty shone brightly. This flag was undeniably a quasi-immortal artifact. Imprinted upon it was a robust character for kill. It seemed that due to the passage of time, the ancient character had become quite blurred, on the verge of dissipating. Yet, upon perceiving the contours of the ancient character, Chu Xiao felt a pang of trepidation. The material constituting the black flag was merely an ordinary fabric. Its elevation to a quasi-immortal artifact was solely due to the presence of the character Kill. The one who inscribed this character was an immortal. With a flourish, the remnants of the Emperor waved the black flag, infusing it with all his power. In an instant, the black flag swelled, enveloping 1,000 miles and ensnaring Chu Xiao within its grasp. In the next moment, the crimson Kill character upon the ancient flag appeared to come alive, suddenly transforming into a spectral blue sword. The sword's gleam was chilling, aiming directly at Chu Xiao. "Young one, it is time to conclude this," the remnants of the Emperor declared, and before his words faded, the spectral blue sword had already descended upon Chu Xiao. This strike transcended the very river of time, cleaving towards Chu Xiao's past, present, and future simultaneously. "Master, be cautious," cried the spirit of the Tao plate, alarmed. It sensed the terrifying nature of that sword. This sword was the manifestation of the order power of a true immortal. Any mortal being could not withstand its might. Roaring within the chaos bell, the Xuanwu spirit bellowed, and the ancient bell trembled, attempting to return to Chu Xiao's side to shield him from this dreadful strike. However, Elder Tsang intervened, directly obstructing it. In that fleeting moment, the long sword, forged from the character Kill, had already descended from above, poised to strike down upon Chu Xiao's head. Gazing at the descending blade, Chu Xiao's expression remained unchanged, merely a fleeting fragment of the disintegrating true immortal's law. As he spoke, a dark, massive cauldron emerged from his sleeve, the Zhentian pot. With a commanding shout, Chu Xiao brandished the Zhentian pot, boldly confronting the long sword that had evolved from order. Clang! The sword struck the Zhentian pot, unleashing a thunderous explosion that momentarily reversed the flow of time itself. Chaos erupted in the heavens and the earth, as laws surged and writhed. The Zhentian pot withstood the blow from the sword, remaining utterly unmoved, not even a speck of rust falling from its surface. "Refine," Chu Xiao bellowed once more, lifting the Zhentian pot with one hand. Possessing the might of an emperor, he could barely summon the pot's formidable power. Although the spirit of the pot had dissipated and lost its sentience, it still remained a genuine celestial artifact. Its brilliance was unparalleled. Neither the Chaos Bell nor any other quasi-celestial artifact could compare before it. Empowered by his magical energy, resplendent runes ignited within the obsidian cauldron. Within the pot, a myriad of stellar phantoms coalesced, as if a new grand dimension were to be birthed therein. The aura of the laws of order emanated from within. Crack! The sword, forged from the word Kill, was shattered by the overwhelming force radiating from the Zhentian pot. A bizarre black tempest howled around the cauldron. "Not good, retreat quickly," an elderly visage exclaimed in alarm. He sensed the extreme danger posed by the Zhentian pot. Should he be ensnared within, his very soul would likely be obliterated, leaving no trace of his essence. How infuriating! How could this rogue possess a celestial artifact? The elder's gaze was fixed on the Zhentian pot, his eyes a tumultuous blend of greed and trepidation. Without hesitation, he plunged into a spatial node, instantly retreating to the forbidden void of the imperial court. In his escape, he seized Chu Minghua. Since Chu Xiao cared for her, he would ensure that she remained firmly in his grasp. "Cousin," as the aged visage fled, the remnant emperor of the imperial court felt an ominous dread. Without the elder's presence, how could he possibly withstand the might of the Zhentian pot? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the Zhentian pot had already descended upon him. In an instant, blood gushed from his mouth like a fountain. No, the chilling breath of death enveloped him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. The celestial flag was now fragmented. The blurred characters of Kill upon the flag disintegrated in an instant. Wail! In the moment the flag was annihilated, a mournful cry echoed forth. A quasi-celestial artifact had been utterly destroyed in this manner. Perish! Chu Xiao's expression remained impassive as his magical energy surged forth once more. The heavens were rent asunder, revealing a gaping abyss. The power of the fourth realm of the ultimate path was fully manifested within Chu Xiao. With a mere gesture, the void enveloped by the Zhentian pot converged and collapsed, ultimately forming a swirling black hole. The scene was horrifying in its intensity. Across the 3,000 domains of the Eastern Extension Realm, ancient beings were already stirred from their slumber. Their eyes were filled with horror, and their tongues were rendered speechless. At this moment, the remnant emperor was equally terrified, his words tumbling out in disarray as he let out a shriek. "You dare to kill me, young one? Do you not fear igniting the eternal war?" Within my imperial court, all emperors are present. Should you go too far, my kin shall undoubtedly arrive, bearing divine artifacts to suppress you. Even the celestial demon hall cannot shield you. If you provoke the eternal war, you shall face dire consequences. At this juncture, the remnant emperor's tone had lost its earlier arrogance. Observing his predicament, Chu Shao chuckled coldly. The eternal war? Should I be afraid? With these words, the celestial cauldron erupted with divine might. Countless laws cascaded down like a torrential waterfall. In the next moment, anguished cries reverberated through the void. Ah! The remnant emperor's corporeal form exploded violently, his eyes wide with despair as he turned to flee. However, Chu Shao would not grant him such an opportunity. The chaos bell and the Tao manifesting plate resonated simultaneously, unleashing an overwhelming force. The might of these two artifacts was equally earth-shattering. Driven to the brink, the remnant emperor let out a frantic roar, akin to a cornered beast gone mad, as his aura surged dramatically. You shall perish together with me, he bellowed, his imperial blood igniting as he entered a state of utmost sublimation. Chapter 77, Utmost Sublimation? I shall still slay you. In that moment of desperation, the remnant emperor unleashed a cataclysmic imperial might. A verdant glow enveloped him. A jet-black spear materialized abruptly in his palm, exuding an aura of annihilation. 3 colossal dragon phantoms coiled ominously at its tip. With a resounding whoosh, the spear cleaved through the void, as if carving the very fabric of existence. Radiating boundless divine light. Chaos Spear. The remnant emperor roared furiously, his gaze frenzied. Gripping the spear tightly, he charged recklessly towards Chu Shao. After achieving utmost sublimation, he had only a brief 15 minutes before his life force would be entirely depleted, leading to his annihilation. In this final moment, he was determined to slay Chu Shao. At this instant, his aura was 100-fold more terrifying than before. He was now the true embodiment of an unparalleled emperor. Roar! The 3 dragons atop the spear roared in unison. This spear, though merely an imperial artifact, emanated a presence even more formidable than the celestial banners of yore. Young one, to perish beneath my spear is your honor. Today, I shall make you comprehend what it truly means to be an unparalleled emperor. The imperial might you possess is ultimately not self-earned. You shall never truly wield the power of an emperor. You shall never grasp the true essence of imperial authority. The remnant emperor's voice was icy, each word laced with a chilling, murderous intent. Chu Shao merely chuckled coldly, then replied nonchalantly, "What of the emperor? I shall still slay you." Before the exalted figure of a transcendent emperor, Chu Xiao's fighting spirit soared ever higher. The chaotic currents of the void tousled his hair, while the laws of the grand Tao converged beneath his feet. In this moment, Chu Shao appeared more flamboyant and self-assured than the emperor himself. How dare a mere defeated challenger presume to discuss the emperor's true intent? I shall first slay you, and then flatten the forbidden realm of the imperial court. If your imperial court does not surrender my people today, I shall transform your sacred grounds into a land of desolation. As Chu Shao issued his threat, he struck with a powerful palm, confronting the remnant emperor. The imperial bone at his chest gleamed brilliantly, radiating a resplendent light akin to a blazing sun illuminating the vast void. Within the imperial bone, celestial bodies swirled, and the order of laws was constructed, manifesting as layers of domains that unveiled the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. Chu Xiao's voice, imbued with the might of his entire being, echoed like ripples, resonating throughout the 3,000 realms of the eastern extension. Arrogance. The remnant emperor seethed with rage. Though he had undergone the utmost transcendence and regained his peak, Chu Shao dared to disregard him and continued to spout his bold declarations. The majesty of the emperor cannot be insulted. Boom! The remnant emperor brandished his spear. With a thrust, he unleashed a pressure that reverberated throughout the universe, even across the boundless void. Countless beings within the 3,000 realms of the eastern extension felt a sense of suffocation. Here it comes. Chu Shao met the attack head-on. Behind him, the chaos bell resonated, causing the grand Tao to churn. The heavenly suppression cauldron simultaneously descended. Heavenly suppression. Bang! A deep, thunderous sound erupted. As the resonance faded, the world fell into a profound silence. The emperor's might was immeasurable. I alone reigned supreme. The remnant emperor glared with wide eyes, wielding his spear, thrusting forth as if piercing through countless grand universes. 3 colossal dragon phantoms swirled around, opening their massive jaws to lunge at the heavenly suppression cauldron. In that instant, 9 golden lotuses of the grand Tao coalesced above the remnant emperor's head. The 9 lotus shadows blossomed continuously, showering golden celestial energy that enveloped the remnant emperor, forming a cycle of Tao rhythm. Now, he stood at the pinnacle of his power. Below the celestial realm, he exuded an aura of invincibility. Beyond the endless void, a powerful being from a supreme force observed this scene and could not help but exclaim, "It seems that the young one from the heavenly demon palace is destined to fall. Though he possesses divine artifacts and numerous formidable treasures, his foundation ultimately falls short. I recognize the ancestral figure of that imperial court. He is Chu Qingdao from the ancient times. This individual has lived 7 lifetimes, his depth of foundation unfathomable. At his peak, even among similarly exalted emperors, few could stand as his rivals." The speaker was a creature with 3 heads and 6 arms, a being half human, half serpent. Its aura was equally formidable, rivaling that of ordinary exalted emperors. However, even in defeat, the imperial court would suffer a tremendous loss of face. To be invaded by a junior to the entrance of the forbidden realm, and to compel a remnant emperor to the brink of transcendence, risking his very life, perhaps the imperial court's fortunes truly are at an end. Amidst the darkness and chaos, a voice resonated. The source of this voice was a creature with 4 limbs, its body adorned with wings, lacking a head, and enveloped in an inky blackness. At first glance, it resembled an ancient demon hailing from the depths of hell. The creature emanated an awe-inspiring presence, boldly declaring that Chu Xiao would meet his defeat. Following its proclamation, the ancient beings who had been silently observing everything nodded in agreement. To compel a remnant emperor to such a desperate state was indeed remarkable. The fate of the imperial court now hung in the balance, and even if that young man were to falter, the ancient sages of the heavenly demon palace would not idly stand by while he was oppressed by the imperial court. As thoughts exchanged across the void, the universe trembled. Many ancient observers stood frozen in shock as they witnessed a horrifying spectacle. Gazing intently, they beheld 2 strands of sword energy coalescing from the sleeves of Chu Xiao's robe. At first glance, the sword energy appeared unremarkable, yet the moment it surged forth, an aura of life and death slowly unfurled across the cosmos. The 2 strands of sword energy contained the essence of cosmic order, intertwining in a dance of black and white, shooting forth like fleeting light and manifesting countless celestial phenomena. Clang! The 2 strands of sword energy descended. The remnant emperor of the imperial court, witnessing their approach, raised his hand to defend himself. However, in the blink of an eye, his body was pierced through. The speed of the sword energy was astonishing. Even in his peak condition, he had no time to react. What manner of divine power was this? His form stood suspended in the void, seemingly unharmed, yet his vitality and spirit had already crumbled. Uttering his final words took every ounce of strength he had left. The sword of life and death, Chu Xiao replied calmly. This strike was a sudden realization, an enhanced version of the sword energy he concealed within his sleeve. The remnant emperor opened his mouth, a look of unwillingness etched across his features. He had not fallen beneath the celestial might of the heavenly vessel, nor had he been vanquished by the chaos bell, an artifact of quasi-celestial nature. Yet he could never have anticipated that he would be slain by a divine technique. A sneak attack. You despicable, were the last words he uttered before his physical form disintegrated, his true spirit dissipating into the ether. In his final moments, he glared fiercely at Chu Xiao, refusing to acknowledge his defeat. He believed that had it been a direct confrontation, he would undoubtedly have subdued Chu Xiao. Chapter 78. The Fall of the Emperor. Reckoning of the Gu family. Did Chu Qingdao truly perish like this? From the depths of the void, the voice of an ancestor from the Golden Crow ancient clan resonated, tinged with incredulity. A being who had lived through 7 lifetimes, having reached the pinnacle of transcendence, was unexpectedly slain. At this moment, not only the ancient ancestor of the Jinwu clan, but also the other ancient beings lurking in the shadows, fell into a profound silence. Chu Xiao had indeed slain an emperor. At such a tender age, he had rendered even the oldest of existences speechless, their voices trembling with unease. It was evident that Chu Xiao's youth was astonishingly remarkable, even though the power he wielded in this battle did not originate from himself. Utilizing external forces required both skill and audacity. Were it an ordinary cultivator, even momentarily possessing the strength of an emperor, They would find it impossible to triumph over a true emperor, let alone slay one. The future of the Eastern Yin realm was poised for upheaval. An ancient being resembling a colossal, crimson centipede whispered in an obscure tongue, its voice not of human speech, but rather the arcane dialect of gods and demons. Before its words could fully resonate, other lurking ancient beings wore expressions of deep concern, their faces as solemn as water. He had killed an emperor, surely. The imperial court would not let such an affront go unpunished. It was to be hoped that this would not ignite a war of immortality between the two great factions. The speaker was a formidable dragon beast, its colossal body adorned with scales the size of small mountains, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of divine radiance. Upon hearing the dragon beast's voice, the assembly of ancient beings was engulfed in trepidation. Should a war of immortality truly erupt, all present would inevitably be drawn into the turmoil. If the imperial court and the temple of heavenly demons engaged in a war of immortality, no faction could remain unscathed. Even the Jinwu clan, reputed as the third greatest faction in the Eastern Yin realm, would not be exempt. However, it may not escalate to that extent. An entity shrouded in chaotic mist began to speak, its voice heavy with the weight of worldly wisdom. Although the imperial court had lost an emperor, the actual damage was not as severe as it seemed. They had merely suffered a blow to their pride. The living fossils of the Chu family were unlikely to declare total war against the temple of heavenly demons over this incident. Moreover, one could observe that, until now, no ancestral figures had emerged from the imperial court's void restrictions. This suggested an intention to pacify the situation, temporarily burying the matter. The being that spoke exuded an aura as vast as the abyss. It bore the semblance of a black tortoise, spanning miles of void. Around its shell, brilliant galaxies swirled, exuding an astonishing presence. The brother speaks wisely. Although the imperial court yearns to eliminate that young man, they also fear provoking the temple of heavenly demons. After all, should a full-scale war of immortality ensue, the imperial court would undoubtedly suffer. The ancient beings continued to engage in fervent discussions. In the southern Shan domain, a fierce battle was simultaneously erupting. The younger generation of the Temple of Heavenly Demons was besieging their righteous counterparts. Chu Ao Ran and his companions were drenched in blood from their relentless slaughter. Even the seemingly delicate Song Yao Ji had slain hundreds of cultivators from the imperial court. Those who had betrayed the Temple of Heavenly Demons, such as Wang Chongqing and Wang Ran, along with the Gu family, had been utterly obliterated. Yet, the young cultivators of the Temple of Heavenly Demons still felt their vengeance was not yet sated. The Gu family, the Wang family, they all deserved annihilation. Elder of the clan, in my name, summon the troops. I shall annihilate the Gu family and the Wang family. A furious disciple of the Heavenly Demon Palace declared. In the secret realm, he had nearly fallen victim to Wang Chongqing and his cohorts. Having survived, he certainly would not spare the family behind Wang Chongqing, nor the Gu family. Indeed, my lord. In the void, a true saint responded to the disciple of the Heavenly Demon Palace. It was evident that behind this disciple stood an exceedingly powerful family. My senior brother speaks truth. I shall also send word to my father, urging him to immediately dispatch 300,000 troops to exterminate the Gu family and the Wang family. Another core disciple of the Heavenly Demon Palace interjected. His animosity toward the Gu family and the Wang family was equally profound. As his words echoed, they drew the attention of many. Some cultivators recognized him instantly. That was the third prince of the Jinghua ancient kingdom. The speaking cultivator's face was filled with astonishment. The Jinghua ancient kingdom is one of the most formidable among the 8 ancient kingdoms of the demonic path. Within the Jinghua ancient kingdom, at least 3 individuals of the Emperor's realm are known to be alive. Furthermore, there are rumors of a puppet capable of battling an emperor residing within the Jinghua ancient kingdom. However, the veracity of such news remains difficult to ascertain. What can be confirmed is that even 100 Gu families and Wang families combined would not withstand the might of the Jinghua ancient kingdom. The Heavenly Demon Palace, as the leading force of the demonic path, has also issued a decree against the Gu family. As for the Wang family, the Heavenly Demon Palace has not intentionally targeted them. After all, the Wang family did not betray the Heavenly Demon Palace as the Gu family did. The actions of Wang Chongqing and Wang Ran were not sanctioned by the Wang family. Yet, even if the Heavenly Demon Palace refrains from exterminating the Wang family, The numerous families backing the disciples and core members of the heavenly demon palace will not easily let the Wang family escape retribution. With major forces beginning to take action, the Gu family swiftly faced calamity. Despite the imperial court's promise to protect the Gu family, and some members having already relocated to the imperial court's domain, the majority of the Gu family members were still besieged and slaughtered. Why? Why has my Gu family fallen to such tribulation? The ancestral grounds of the Gu family, where mountains converge and ethereal mists swirl, now reverberated with countless cries of despair. Strong members of the Gu family attempted to resist, only to be met with even harsher suppression. The entirety of the Gu family lands spanned vast territories, home to billions of clansmen. Yet now, regardless of age or gender, they were all ensnared and their souls refined. Some elderly members of the Gu family, unaware of the true circumstances, wept bitterly, howling at the heavens. Observing this scene, Chu Zhao's temporary protector, Song Fu, responded coldly and indifferently to the Gu clansmen. Why? Ha ha ha. You have colluded with the imperial court, and time and again attempted to extinguish the Son of God. This alone is sufficient reason to annihilate your Gu family 1,000 times over. As Song Fu spoke, he personally took action, ruthlessly slaying one formidable member of the Gu family after another. He exerted himself with exceptional fervor, employing exceedingly vicious tactics, for he understood that this was his final task for Chu Xiao. Even without the enhancement of the Emperor's cultivation experience card, Chu Xiao had already become his equal. In the future, the imperial court would assign even stronger guardians to protect Chu Xiao, and the ancestors themselves might even intervene on his behalf. I will not spare you even in death. I curse you. I curse the heavenly demon palace to be obliterated. I curse Chu Xiao to meet a wretched end. An elder of the Gu family, blood streaming from his eyes, bellowed forth a venomous curse. At these words, Song Fu's expression turned frigid. A curse? Utterly laughable. Were it to come from a great emperor or a true celestial being, he might regard it with caution. But a mere curse from someone of the divine fire realm was nothing more than a joke. In this world, the laments of the weak are akin to the chirping of ants, stirring not a ripple. The demise of the Gu family did not attract significant attention from other powers. In their domain, the Gu family was considered a prominent ancient clan, yet in the grand scope of the 3,000 domains, they were merely a ninth-rate family. Within the Eastern Extension realm, while families with quasi-saints and true saints were not abundant, there were still thousands of them. At this moment, Chu Xiao alone had drawn the focus of the top-tier forces of the Eastern Extension realm as he advanced towards the entrance of the Void Forbidden Zone of the Imperial Court. Outside the Void Forbidden Zone, shrouded in an aura of immortality, after slaying that remnant emperor, Chu Xiao, perhaps due to the utilization of the Emperor's cultivation experience card, found himself unable to seize any cultivation power. However, he did manage to acquire some insights from the remnant Emperor's practice. For Chu Xiao, the significance of such insights surpassed that of mere cultivation or innate talent, as one advances further in their training. Drawing upon the spiritual essence of heaven and earth becomes increasingly effortless, and the relevance of innate talent diminishes. Some individuals who have reached the pinnacle of cultivation may even choose to sever their innate roots, sacrificing their cultivation level in pursuit of further advancement, striving for true transcendence. Stop! Just as Chu Xiao took a step forward, intending to breach that spatial node, a voice suddenly erupted. The sound seemed to emanate from the distant reaches of time, ancient, profound, and domineering. With merely 2 words spoken, Chu Xiao felt an unseen force manifest before him, obstructing his passage into that spatial node. Who? Chu Xiao, gripping the celestial cauldron, called out with authority. The one hindering his entry into the spatial node was formidable, surpassing even the old man with the gray face and the remnant emperor by several tiers. Yet, there was no trace of fear upon Chu Zhao's countenance. Even if the opponent were a 9-generation ancient emperor, or an ancient figure comparable to the burning emperor, Chu Xiao was eager for a confrontation. Such opportunities were rare indeed. As the effect of the emperor's cultivation experience card came to an end, Chu Xiao yearned for a confrontation with these peak beings. Yet he wondered how long he would have to wait. Engaging in battle with such formidable entities was perilous, with the slightest misstep leading to demise. However, within the throes of combat, Chu Xiao could also attain remarkable fortune. Those who lurk in the shadows, dare you to face me in battle, Chu Xiao declared once more. Boom! As his words echoed, the heavenly suppression pot in his palm erupted with celestial might, shattering the intangible barrier that stood before him. Upon hearing Chu Zhao's challenge, the owner of the voice seemed incensed. A distant and desolate consciousness, akin to the tide of the sea, surged forth, pressing down upon Chu Zhao. Presumptuous. The words resonated in the void, now clearer and grander than before. The mere utterance of these two syllables caused a reverberation in Chu Zhao's ears, nearly rendering him unconscious. Foolish junior, depart at once. I shall not pursue the matter further. The voice resounded once more. Following this, a rift opened in the void, and an abundance of black mist poured forth. Amidst the swirling shadows, a figure became discernible. It was a man, his visage obscured by the black fog, rendering his true appearance indistinguishable. Yet his mere presence exuded an unparalleled elegance and an aura that trembled through the ages. The man's presence transcended the mortal realm. Unlike any being of the mundane world, he rode upon an ancient war chariot, one hand grasping a spear while the other held a bow. His entire form shrouded in the faint crackle of myriad lightning. Even with the Emperor's cultivation experience card activated, Chu Zhao could not fathom the depth of the man's power. However, he was certain that this man was not of the realm of eternal life. The man must have practiced some arcane technique to conceal his own celestial secrets. I grant you 3 breaths to retreat. Otherwise, do not blame me for your demise. From his chariot, the man raised his chin, his tone icy and disdainful, as if addressing an insignificant insect that knew not its place. 3, 2. The man slowly counted down. Each syllable he uttered was imbued with overwhelming authority. Were it a common emperor, or even one of the emperor's exalted ranks, they would have already knelt in submission beneath the weight of his voice. Before the man could continue his count, Chu Zhao moved. With a whoosh, he traversed the void in a single stride, causing the vast expanse to tremble and fracture, unleashing torrents of terrifying storms. The might of the emperor was boundless. With every gesture, he threatened to rend the very heavens. The chaos bell behind Chu Zhao radiated with light, while the mysterious disk also emanated a formidable presence. The heavenly suppression pot, devoid of a spirit, appeared lifeless yet exuded an unmatched sharpness, an unstoppable force. Junior, do you dare to strike at me? Upon witnessing Chu Zhao's actions, the man's brows furrowed tightly, sensing a provocation. For countless epochs, few beings had dared to initiate an assault against him. As Chu Zhao charged towards the man, ancient entities lying in wait in the distant shadows watched in astonishment. That young man truly exhibits an astonishing ignorance of his own insignificance. It is beyond belief that this figure within the imperial court still exists in this world. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, he is evidently in the prime of his life, as if he has been granted a new lease on existence. The ancient figures engaged in conversation dared not utter the man's true name, referring to him instead as that esteemed one. Only a few enigmatic shadows within the Hall of Heavenly Demons dared to call the man by his true name without reservation. To their astonishment, it was he, Chu Zhan, once hailed as the Wind Emperor, the first emperor of ancient times, a venerable ancestor of the Hall of Heavenly Demons. With long yellow hair and an air of twilight, spoke up. His eyes flickered with a hint of trepidation at the mere mention of Chu Zhan's name. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, a blood-soaked coffin emerged from the void. With a resounding crash, the lid of the coffin was flung open, and a voice brimming with arrogance echoed forth. What first emperor of ancient times? Had I not yet been born, I would have subdued him with a single hand. From within the coffin, a handsome young man clad in a white robe rose.